In utter despair, he could only sigh, "How many systems must I collapse for the sake of our kingdom? Let the descent into lower dimensions commence." On a stormy night, a bolt of lightning illuminated the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a deafening, bone-chilling rumble of thunder. In the pitch-black sky, lightning spread like a spider's web, voraciously devouring the darkness. About 10 meters from the vehicle, a figure lay on the ground, clad in a finely patterned shirt above and black trousers below, crawling on the damp earth, seemingly devoid of breath, as the wind and rain mercilessly battered him. Another flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and moments later, amidst the resounding thunder, he trembled, supporting himself with his hands, and slowly rose from the waterlogged ground. He had been ambushed, just half a step away from ascending as the new king of the Central Axis universe. He had been betrayed. Who was behind this treachery? Was it that old man or one of his subordinates? Who had struck the blow? Everyone believed that the universe was parallel, yet it was not. All universes at a higher and more distant dimension converged into a singular point. All universes relied upon this central point, existing like the blades of a radiator. And this focal point was the Central Axis universe. He was to be the new king of the Central Axis universe, a being who transcended all dimensions, immortal and indestructible. No one could kill him, yet, for this very reason, his adversaries chose not to slay him, but to cast him into this dimension, this world. A descent into lower dimensions. Curse it. Ultimately, he had been outmaneuvered. He could not help but clench his fists. The pain from his nails digging into his palms brought him back to clarity, allowing him to assess his situation. Undeniably, he was no longer within the Central Axis universe. Where he now found himself was, according to his deductions, a three-dimensional space. The drop in dimensions is staggering. He marveled inwardly, then turned his attention to the condition of his body. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. His divine origin had been tightly sealed into an existence the size of a chicken egg, with all his former powers confined within, swirling and glowing like a nebula within a hard shell. Surrounding the sealed divine origin were 10 small stars, symmetrically rotating, 3 of which shimmered with a ghostly blue light just enough to allow him to perform a few sporadic special skills. Moreover, he found solace in the fact that this body seemed to have a commendable compatibility with his divine origin. The existence of the Central Axis universe relied on the essence of the divine origin. This essence, a tangible manifestation, was ever-changing, while the divine origin was the source of all dimensional power. Now that he had fallen into a three-dimensional space, the binding of his divine origin was to be expected. Otherwise, if his true divine origin were to expand, this dimensional universe would be unable to contain it, risking total annihilation. What puzzled him, however, was the remarkable compatibility of this body, which made him feel almost no discomfort. Could it be that this was merely his projection in a lower dimensional space? The concept of projection often intrigues those who traverse higher dimensions, as they occasionally yearn to delve into lower realms. However, the essence of their being is ill-equipped to seamlessly adapt to such endeavors, thus giving rise to the phenomenon of projection, akin to the existence of a doppelganger. Yet, he found himself perplexed when had he ever manifested a counterpart capable of traversing so many dimensions? It seemed utterly irrational. But if this were not the case, how could one elucidate the moment he was reduced in dimension, where, apart from the sealing of his divine essence, there was no apparent anomaly? Was this not a manifestation of his doppelganger? The sky above crackled with lightning, pulsating like silver chains, while the half-wrecked Toyota car's windshield wipers clattered rhythmically amidst the thunderous roars, each element serving as a stark reminder of his reality. He closed his eyes, acquiescing to this outcome. He had descended into this realm, a victim of manipulation, helplessly drawn to this place. As he entered, the corporeal injuries of his body had long since healed. The blood that had flowed was gradually washed away by the rain. His azure eyes glimmered as they surveyed the arcs of lightning extending across the firmament. He spoke softly, his voice barely discernible amidst the tempest, yet to him, it mattered little. He would accept his circumstances with grace. Regrettably, perhaps due to the overwhelming potency of his divine essence, or the multitude of dimensions he had traversed, the entirety of his doppelganger's being had disintegrated before his arrival, leaving not even a trace of memory. The only certainty he possessed was that this doppelganger had perished prior to his entry. In truth, the demise of this counterpart seemed to coincide with his entrance into this dimensional realm. As he contemplated this, his gaze deepened, shimmering with a ghostly blue luminescence against the backdrop of the inky night. Is it the binding force of dimensions, or an inherent flaw within this body? He mused, suppressing the question with a wry smile. He reached into the pocket of his left pant leg and discovered a rectangular object. Upon retrieving it, he noted that it was a small, roughly 1 centimeter thick device, adorned with protruding buttons and marred by numerous cracks. Frowning, he unleashed a surge of divine essence. At this moment, he felt exceedingly weak, barely able to project his essence a few meters. System architecture fully deciphered. Instantaneously, he comprehended the object in his hand with clarity, even perceiving a semblance of a biological network. Alas, the actual network was merely a data network, far removed from a biological or mental network. He sideward a biological network. Once he attained sufficient strength, he could instantly penetrate and control the thoughts of all living beings. Nevertheless, this revelation proved beneficial. Clutching the rectangular device tightly, he allowed his feeble divine essence to explore, absorbing the foundational knowledge of this world. Ah, so this is the nature of the world, he murmured, gradually reopening his eyes. He had assimilated the fundamental knowledge of this realm, indistinguishable from those born within it, and even surpassing any individual in terms of sheer knowledge. He glanced down at the object in his hand. Is this a phone? Once more, lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating his face with an enigmatic glow. He clutched his phone and, with his right hand, reached into the pocket on the right side of his backside, seemingly retrieving a wallet. Inside the wallet lay scant currency, merely a few scattered cards, some receipts, and a plastic card. He extracted the card and scrutinized it closely, upon which were inscribed the prominent words, Xiao Kaitian, issued by the Immigration Bureau of the island nation. Chapter 2. Extremely dangerous, illuminated by flashes of lightning. He discerned the portrait of a person printed on the card along with the essential details of the original owner of this body. Xiao Kaitian, born on December 3rd, of Han-Tang descent. In the photograph, he appeared somewhat youthful, sporting a meticulously styled retro hairstyle that was parted in a 3/7 fashion. Individually, his eyes, brows, and nose may not have been striking, yet collectively, his facial features presented a slender, three-dimensional allure that possessed a certain captivating beauty, especially now. With his eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow, he exuded an intangible charm. This is me now, perhaps a projection of my essence within this dimensional space, Xiao Kaitian mused, repeatedly confirming the photograph as he compared it with the reflection of his own visage on his mobile screen, arriving at a conclusion. Given this, all that belongs to him, Xiao Kaitian, he would temporarily inherit, even if the ultimate trajectory diverged. With a composed demeanor, he grasped his phone and pressed the side button, sliding the screen open with a fingerprint unlock. This was the pinnacle of Han-Tang mobile technology, a custom Porsche model, after a severe car accident. Only the screen bore superficial damage, while its functional capabilities remained intact. Upon unlocking, he perused the various pieces of information. Ultimately, his gaze lingered on the last text message, Xiao Kaitian, if you wish to prevent harm from befalling your sister, come to number 3, Ajawara Corporation, at 12 o'clock tonight. A succinct and clear statement, Xiao Kaitian, now acclimated to this world, comprehended its implications. This was a kidnapping threat message concerning his family, specifically his sister. With a stoic expression, he activated the navigation system. He was currently situated on the highway between the capital, East View, and Akane. According to the coordinates, if he were to drive, he could easily reach the location within the stipulated time. The question of whether to go or not had ceased to exist. Xiao Kaitian tucked his phone into the pocket of his chest, and, amidst the torrential downpour, he strode towards the nearly totaled Toyota Corolla. A prerequisite remained. He needed a vehicle. The Toyota Corolla was a staple within the nation's automotive lineup, known for its high cost-performance ratio, making it ideal for family travels. However, compared to German automobiles, it was somewhat flimsy, and in the event of an accident, the resulting damage was significantly greater. Standing in front of the car, he observed his reflection in the glass, his cerulean gaze glimmering amidst the lightning. With a calm demeanor, he slowly extended his right hand and rested it upon the car's body. System structure fully analyzed. Reassemble the damaged components. As the divine source enveloped the battered vehicle, Xiao Kaitian exerted a sudden force, unleashing a power not belonging to this dimensional space. Strange green glyphs flickered across the car's surface as the crumpled front miraculously began to restore itself, little by little, reconstructing every component. With the sound of creaking and grinding, the once half-wrecked Toyota Corolla, with its dented front, shattered engine, and disarrayed electrical system, gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Xiao Kaidian let out a long sigh, for this was his inaugural attempt to wield his unique skills within this dimensional space. Fortunately, he accomplished his objective with remarkable ease. He turned his attention to his divine source, observing 10 symmetrical stars revolving around it. Of the originally luminous 3, only one now remained aglow, as 2 had extinguished. This was due to one of his special abilities, Rebirth, which consumed 2 sources of divine light. Each illuminated star represented the activation of a divine light source, possessing immense significance, yet equally rare and precious. Contemplating this, Xiao Kaiqian's expression dimmed. He had not anticipated that the reassembly of a vehicle would cost him 2 sources of divine light. However, he deemed it a necessary sacrifice. For what he truly required was to hasten to the designated location of his adversary. I have arrived. Whoever dares to harm my projection's kin shall face the consequences, he declared, settling into the driver's seat and firmly shutting the door with a decisive thud. A cold smile crept upon his lips, prepared to vanish. Upon analyzing the vehicle, he noted that it had been tampered with in a remarkably clever manner, indicating that the accident he encountered was no mere coincidence. With this realization, his grip on the steering wheel tightened, and a smirk began to form. How intriguing. Let us engage in a little game. Witness what it means to be a true sovereign. With a turn of the key, the repaired vehicle roared to life as he concealed his divine source, his most vital resource, not to be squandered. As he massed his divine energy, the azure glimmer in his eyes gradually faded, revealing a stark contrast of black and white in the rearview mirror. Simultaneously, he utilized his divine source to meticulously investigate the condition of his body, compared to the circumstances in the Central Axis universe. He found himself merely a character with a combat power of around 100. Such a level of power was utterly insignificant in the Central Axis universe, where even a microbe possessed greater strength. His expression darkened at this thought. Damn it, how low-dimensional is this existence? However, as the vehicle advanced, his dissatisfaction began to dissipate, for he noticed that the occupants of oncoming cars exhibited similarly low combat power, typically ranging between 3 to 5. What did this imply? It suggested that Xiao Kaitian's foundational strength was several dozen times greater than the ordinary level of this world. Yet, instead of reveling in the thought of overpowering this realm, he lamented the abysmal quality of this dimensional plane. On a pitch-black, stormy night, a Toyota Corolla sliced through the rain, its red taillights glowing as it sped toward its destination with astonishing velocity. At the Kanagawa Prefectural Police Headquarters, Masanobu Harui, responsible for monitoring surveillance, gaped in disbelief as he yawned. With over a decade of experience, he had grown accustomed to the routine compliance of vehicles on this route, rarely encountering anything that warranted concern. Yet today, an anomaly unfolded before him. In a fleeting glance at the footage, he beheld a Toyota Corolla barreling forward at nearly the maximum speed limit. This is unprecedented. Haruki Masanobu forcefully placed his hat upon the table and promptly dialed a number. Hello, my dear daughter. Ah, no, this is Minister Haruki Sakura. I have spotted a vehicle driving at high speed on the Jingzhen Expressway. Yes, indeed. It is exceedingly perilous. Chapter 3 at 10:30 p.m., the dilapidated structure of Ajiwara Corporation, located at 5 Chome, Sakani, stands as a testament to opulence amidst the serene landscape of the island nation. This expansive garden-style edifice, reminiscent of a dry landscape garden, is a symbol of wealth and power, situated not far from the island's capital, in a place where every inch of land is precious. The building is ablaze with light, and flanking the entrance are 2 men clad in black suits. In front of the fenced perimeter, a dozen sleek black Mercedes-Benz S600 vehicles are parked, all silently proclaiming the stature of the building's owner. Inside, amidst the rippling sand formations of the main hall, a woman, bound in a myriad of ropes, kneels among several oddly shaped stones imbued with Zen symbolism. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, her head droops, buried between her legs as the torrential rain pours down. In the center of the tatami-floored main room, a long, low table is adorned with sake and an array of delicacies, including sashimi and tempura. A middle-aged man, his head shaved and muscles prominently displayed beneath his kimono, lifts a sake cup, slowly pouring the remaining contents into a ceramic vessel. To his right, a woman in a light gray suit kneels, her shoulder-length hair framing a face of striking beauty, her eyebrows sharp as swords, exuding a subtle air of solemnity. In her hand, she grips a traditional island blade, her eyes closed in contemplation. On either side of the main dwelling, behind rows of low tables, 10 individuals dressed in open-front kimonos can be seen. Some sip their drinks in silence, others glance at their phones, while a few embrace the kimono-clad beauties beside them, each displaying a different demeanor. These individuals are evidently the core executives of Ajiwara Corporation. Indeed, while masquerading as a commercial entity, Ajiwara Corporation is, in truth, the largest social organization in the Sakani region of the island nation, currently led by Ichiro Nakayama. Has that good-for-nothing not arrived yet? Ichiro Nakayama sipped his sake, his portly frame beginning to glisten with perspiration under the warmth of the room, casting a furtive glance at the woman kneeling to his right as he spoke. Everything is arranged, but whether he will come remains uncertain. One of the executives downed his sake in one gulp. President, why do we continue to wait for such a worthless individual? We could simply, he chuckled maliciously. Ichiro Nakayama immediately halted his actions. Am I unaware? Are you the president, or am I? Do you have the right to question here? Forgive me, forgive me. The speaking executive broke into a thin sheen of sweat, his embrace of the kimono-clad beauty becoming somewhat stiff. Ichiro Nakayama disregarded the executive, his gaze shifting towards a man in a black suit who entered briskly. Ikemen, Nakayama's hand, poised to lift his cup, froze mid-air, his expression turning cold, tinged with mockery. Ikemen indeed has deep ties with the Shao family of Han and Tang. They have involved themselves in this matter. With that, he gulped down the sake in his cup. Let them in. Amidst the torrential downpour and flashes of lightning, a woman clad in a garden-style kimono stepped forward, followed closely by 3 others. At the forefront stood a slightly diminutive middle-aged man, clad in a black suit, his small belly protruding, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. Flanking him were 2 young men dressed in gray jackets, each grasping a small rectangular case with both hands. This group swiftly made their way to the main hall, where a kimono-clad woman offered a nod before bowing and retreating slowly. The remaining 3, led by the diminutive middle-aged man, positioned themselves on their knees. President Nakayama, I beg your pardon, the middle-aged man exclaimed with a bow. His slicked-back hair revealed a hint of baldness, which shimmered under the surrounding lights. I am Sun Zhongyi, representing the Yokoben. I humbly seek your guidance. Mr. Sun, Nakayama Ichiro replied with a grin, extracting a cigar to place between his lips. The kimono-clad woman at his side promptly lit it for him. He inhaled leisurely, releasing a plume of smoke. Might I inquire what brings you to the Akine Ojihara Trading Company? The hall fell silent, the only sound being the distant rumble of thunder. Ha! Nakayama Ichiro chuckled, puffing on his cigar while casting a seemingly casual glance at the woman kneeling in the courtyard's gravel arrangement. His smile deepened perceptibly. I see, he said, patting his thigh as he exchanged a meaningful glance with the kimono-clad woman. So Mr. Sun's intention is. Sun Zhongyi straightened his posture, a smile gracing his lips as he raised his right hand, curling his index and middle fingers forward. The 2 young men in gray jackets behind him immediately placed their briefcases on the tatami mat, opening them to reveal a neatly arranged trove of banknotes, which they promptly pushed forward. Apologies for the abruptness. This amounts to 100 million yen, a mere token. I hope President Nakayama will understand. Sun Zhongyi said with a beaming smile. Nakayama Ichiro squinted, recognizing that while the sum was not substantial, it was sufficient given the value of the person in question. With a smile, he set his cigar in the ashtray. Mr. Sun, this demonstrates thoughtfulness. However, this is ultimately a matter concerning the Ojihara Trading Company. As a Yokoben, your reach, no matter how extensive, cannot extend to Akine. Sun Zhongyi's smile faltered momentarily, taken aback that such an offer would not sway Nakayama Ichiro. It was true that the value of the Shao family's individual was, historically speaking, far greater than this sum. Nevertheless, he believed that Nakayama Ichiro would comprehend the worth of the price he had presented. After all, we are neighbors, President Nakayama. Shouldn't we maintain some semblance of discretion? And what if I decline? Nakayama Ichiro replied coolly, inhaling from his cigar and letting the smoke dissipate slowly. You. Sun Zhongyi could not help but straighten his back. He was not one to court trouble, but if it weren't for the Shao family's involvement, he would undoubtedly distance himself from the affair. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a hint of cold amusement flickered across Nakayama Ichiro's lips. Suddenly, the young man to the left of Sun Zhongyi struck, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Zhongyi's back. Following this, he swiftly turned to deliver a fatal blow to the throat of another companion, blood gushing forth as he leapt gracefully to Nakayama Ichiro's side, bowing respectfully. Sun Zhongyi spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the young man before him. Zhang Yin, I have treated you well. Yet you dare to betray me? The youth, Zhang Yin, wore a dark expression. The Xiao family is already finished, President Sunday. You may extend your kindness. But please do not drag my brothers from the Yi Tang into this, if you would be so kind. Very well. I admit I misjudged you. Sun Zhongyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You remain merely a novice martial artist in the Yellow Realm. It is quite clear that someone like you has no place in Yi Tang. Good birds choose their trees to perch upon, Zhang Yin replied, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he bowed deeply to Nakayama Ikir. President Nakayama, everything has proceeded according to your original plan. I have tampered with the vehicle. I believe that useless one should have met his demise along the way. Excellent. Truly a promising youth. Nakayama Ikir exclaimed with a grin, patting the waist of the beauty beside him. I am quite pleased with your loyalty. And what of these individuals? And that woman? Zhang Yan's eyes sparkled with ambition. He had been plotting against Yi Tang for quite some time, and at last, he had awaited an opportunity such as this. Nakayama Ikir waved his hand dismissively. You handle it. One must eventually bear their own responsibilities, do they not? Zhang Yin straightened his posture, ready to respond. When a man clad in a black suit hurriedly approached the door, his steps quickening as he bowed to report, President, that useless one has arrived. Boom. Silver serpents danced across the sky. An immediate hush fell over the surroundings as all music, singing, and conversation vanished without a trace. Chapter 4. The greatest fool of Shanjing the Ojihara Trading Company. What manner of place is that? A mere inquiry would reveal its nature. It stands as the preeminent organization in the region, dedicated to the advancement of social welfare and the development of the local economy. From ordinary citizens to the government and police, who would dare to disregard its influence? Moreover, the name Ojihara carries the weight of the illustrious Ojihara family. A formidable force that serves as Ichiro Nakayama's trump card. Has he arrived? Ichiro Nakayama suppressed a smirk of disdain as he casually lit a cigar. Let him come in, he thought, exhaling a plume of smoke. However, the individual who had come to report did not retreat after receiving instructions. Instead, he remained in a deep bow, his forehead already glistening with cold sweat. President, it may prove to be somewhat challenging. What do you mean? Ichiro furrowed his brow. But before he could inquire further, he spotted a young man clad in a finely checked shirt, draped in a long black trench coat, and wearing black trousers and shoes. Making his way across the small bridge in the courtyard, approaching the central sand arrangement. Handle this. Ichiro's expression turned icy as he gestured to his second-in-command. The newcomer must be the long-awaited waste of the Xiao family, yet his nonchalant demeanor. Who was he attempting to impress? Did he believe the Ojihara Trading Company was merely his backyard? The second-in-command, a robust figure, understood the implication. He shoved aside the beauty in his arms and quickly strode to the front hall, gesturing to the men standing by. As the rain fell around the courtyard, a line of men in black suits stood ready. The young man, Xiao Kaitian, upon entering, fixed his gaze on the woman kneeling amidst the stones of the sand arrangement. An instinct told him she was someone of profound significance to him. A sudden wave of emotion surged within him. He had underestimated the beings of this dimension, whose mental fortitude was formidable. Yet, in the face of the unfolding scene, an uncontrollable fury began to rise. In this world, there exists a term known as sister. After contemplating the meaning of this word in this realm, he coldly approached the woman in the sand arrangement. Meanwhile, those in the Ojihara Trading Company who had not received orders exchanged glances, paralyzed by fear. Kill him. The second-in-command waved his hand, issuing the command. In an instant, 8 men in black suits lunged at Xiao Kaitian from various angles, a cold smirk creeping across the second-in-command's lips. Do not think that merely overcoming a few gatekeepers grants you the audacity to act recklessly. You shall soon learn the consequences of offending the Ojihara Trading Company. Yet, before his contemptuous words could conclude, a series of swift sounds echoed through the air. The second-in-command vaguely sensed shadows darting past him, and when he turned to look, he was stunned to find that his 8 subordinates had crashed through the surrounding walls, lying motionless on the tatami mats. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would twitch, signaling that their lives still lingered. Once the partition wall collapsed, the warmth that had accumulated within the room surged forth, and perhaps it was merely an illusion. But the second-in-command suddenly felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, sending a shiver down his spine. 8 subordinates were instantly sent flying. and he could scarcely comprehend how Xiao Kaitian had executed such a maneuver. Xiao Kaitian continued to stride with unyielding composure, approaching the kneeling woman. His umbrella inadvertently tilted towards her side, a subconscious gesture that exposed his right side to the torrential rain. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the downpour, bending down gently to lift the woman into his arms. To him, the weight she bore was inconsequential. She felt as light as a feather, almost insubstantial. Maintaining a serene expression, he fervently suppressed the uncontrollable fury within him as he cradled the woman and advanced step by step towards the main hall. The sound of polished shoes splashing in the puddles was particularly jarring. Beast! The second-in-command gritted his teeth in resentment at Xiao Kaitian's brazen audacity. Unable to contain a mocking laugh. Do not presume that sending a few lackeys flying makes you a formidable figure. I could achieve that with ease. Once a captain of the self-defense forces in the island nation, he had participated in numerous peacekeeping missions and had truly witnessed the battlefield. Were it not for the lucrative offer from the Akiyama Corporation post-retirement, he could have established his own security firm in the island nation. If Zhang Yin were to ascend in this place, what position would remain for him? Lost in thought, he tightened the belt of his kimono, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he approached Xiao Kaitian. Xiao Kaitian cast a glance at him. This was a man with a combat capability of around 40. He could not fathom why the other party charged at him with such aggression. In the Central Axis universe, many had foolishly attempted to challenge him, only to face dire consequences. Hey! As the second-in-command drew near, he unleashed a strike with all his might without hesitation. He was a master of Taekwondo and acknowledged that Xiao Kaitian possessed some skill. Thus, it was time for a true contest of strength. The strike was as swift as lightning, and perhaps coincidentally, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky at that moment. Sun Zhongyi felt his heart leap to his throat. Thunder rumbled. In the reflection of the water, the second-in-command caught sight of his own slightly portly face. For reasons unknown, he found himself kneeling in the courtyard. Hands twisted grotesquely behind his back, nearly touching the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at the reflection in the puddle. Whether it was rain or sweat, he could not tell. How could this be? Murmured one of his subordinates, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows as they shifted their bodies and began to retreat slightly. Sitting in the center of the main hall, Nakayama Ichiro, who had maintained an air of composure mere moments ago, finally exhibited a hint of change in his expression. It seemed that Xiao Kaitian's prowess exceeded the intelligence that had been provided. However, he still possessed a trump card. Although astonished by the second-in-command's defeat, he held not only the second-in-command in his grasp. No matter how formidable the second-in-command was, he was still an ordinary individual. His gaze shifted towards Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin, a forsaken disciple of the Hantang Qinling lineage, though deemed a castaway, is nonetheless a martial practitioner of genuine expertise. In this moment, as Xiao Kaitian approached step by step, accompanied by the piercing gaze of Nakayama Ikir, Zhang Yin felt tears welling up. Damn it, he could hardly discern the movements of his opponent. He was merely a novice in the Yellow Realm, lacking confidence. However, the generous terms offered by the One Hall and the Ajiwara Trading Company provided compelling motivation for him to remain hidden as a forsaken disciple for many years. Willingly serving the Ajiwara Trading Company, the adversary he must confront is merely the greatest fool of the Hantang capital. Chapter 5. Do you have any opinions? Upon realizing this, Zhang Yin instantly felt a surge of confidence. His understanding of Xiao Kaitian's background was thorough. Otherwise, he would not have dared to openly rebel at this moment. Merely a waste. What storm could he possibly stir? He acknowledged that the deputy's skills were indeed commendable, yet when compared to his own, they were worlds apart. Although he was a discarded disciple of the Han, Tang, and Qin lineages, he had nonetheless entered the realm of martial cultivation. For years, he had quietly ventured to the islands, lingering under the tutelage of the antiquated Guizhongi, patiently awaiting this very opportunity. Now, that moment had finally arrived. The deputy's demeanor today had unequivocally exposed his incompetence. It was the perfect moment for Zhang Yin to ascend to power. With this thought, his blood began to boil. Wealth, power, status, and beauty. These were the very pursuits for which he had toiled for years. Unexpectedly, the vehicle's sabotage could not eliminate him. Faced with the slowly approaching Xiao Kaitian, Zhang Yin chuckled, remarking whether it was luck or foolishness that led him to choose such a perilous path rather than a comfortable demise. Nakashiro was quite pleased as he continued to savor his cigar. What of martial practitioners? What significance did strength hold? These physically formidable individuals were merely tools at his disposal. In this world, no one could escape the allure of material temptation. He was exceedingly satisfied with Zhang Yan's performance and envisioned him as a potential right-hand man, capable of managing a hall in the future without issue. Hearing the exchange, Xiao Kaitian finally directed his gaze towards Zhang Yan. This individual possessed a combat capability of approximately 56. Where did his confidence stem from? However, from Zhang Yan's previous remarks, Xiao Kaitian gleaned a crucial piece of information. The vehicle's manipulation was his doing, implying that this man's actions were responsible for the demise of Xiao Kaitian in this dimensional realm. Acknowledging this, Zhang Yan had already become a dead man in Xiao Kaitian's eyes. In the Central Axis universe, where he had long grown accustomed to slaughter, even when ambushed and thrust into this dimensional space, everything here, save for the warm woman in his embrace, appeared as mere ants to him. The sound of polished shoes splashing through puddles echoed like a slap to the face, and as Zhang Yan observed Xiao Kaitian nonchalantly stride towards the main hall, his expression finally shifted. With a shout, he summoned all his strength, his muscles coiling tightly in preparation. Nakashiro could not help but smirk, his right corner of the mouth curling upwards as he wrapped an arm around the waist of the beautiful woman beside him. At last, there was a flicker of change in Xiao Kaitian's gaze. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an almost infinite, high-dimensional power emanating from Zhang Yan, albeit far inferior to the divine source. Yet, it brought him solace, for it indicated the possibility of dimensional breakthroughs existing in this world. Zhang Yan gathered his energy, his eyes wide open as he unleashed the most powerful technique of the Dragon and Tiger Fist, an attempt to strike down his foe in one blow. The Dragon and Tiger Fist, belonging to the external martial arts, emphasized sheer strength, absolute power. Observers may not discern the intricacies, yet it did not hinder their recognition of Zhang Yan's assault. The force of his punch stirred the descending rain, and this strike could undoubtedly penetrate a wall. It is over. In the depths of Ichiro Nakayama's throat, a deep voice emerged as he cradled the beautiful woman in his arms, preparing to rise and depart. However, his pupils suddenly constricted, rendering him frozen in a half-risen state, while the woman in his embrace slumped down. Xiao Kaitian casually discarded his tattered umbrella, firmly placing his right foot on the tatami mat of the main hall, while Zhang Yan staggered forward, stumbling a few steps before crashing to the ground. His body riddled with the broken ribs of the umbrella, three particularly pronounced in his forehead, mouth, and throat. Gulp. Ichiro Nakayama swallowed hard. The air conditioning in the main hall had lost its effect after the surrounding wooden walls collapsed, and with Xiao Kaitian's advancing step, the temperature plummeted by at least 10 degrees, cold sweat trickling down his gleaming forehead. Zhang Yan was dead, a martial artist. Yet he had perished without even grasping the specifics of his demise. A flicker of dread surged within Ichiro Nakayama as he shifted his gaze toward the woman behind him, armed with a Japanese sword. This woman, clad in a light gray suit with shoulder-length hair and eyebrows like blades, opened her eyes almost simultaneously. Ichiro Nakayama was unaware of her identity, only knowing she was dispatched by the Watanabe family. Judging by her demeanor, her strength was likely formidable. He forced a smile, saying, "Ren-chan, don't you think it's your turn?" Slap. The woman in the light gray suit fixed her gaze on Xiao Kaitian, her left hand raised, delivering a resounding blow to Ichiro Nakayama's face. You. Ichiro Nakayama seethed with rage. Although he belonged to the Watanabe family, he was still a significant figure. How could the family send someone to so humiliate him? In terms of power, he might not match the second in command, but that did not imply he was defenseless. He too was a notable figure in the realm of martial arts, though his skills paled in comparison to Zhang Yan and the second in command. The syndicate required not only brawn but also adept management, a role he was well suited for. After all, strength alone could not surpass cunning. This was precisely why the Watanabe family had appointed him to oversee the Watanabe Corporation. Yet, he was no pushover. He typically did not back down. Slap. The woman in the light gray suit struck again, and Ichiro Nakayama could not evade the blow, receiving it squarely once more. He was sent flying, three of his teeth spinning through the air, crushing a nearby low table upon landing. Instant annihilation. Utterly defenseless. President. Lord Nakayama. A swarm of loyal men in black suits rushed forward, oblivious to the woman's background, only witnessing Ichiro Nakayama being knocked away. Clatter. The woman in the light gray suit raised her hand, tossing a palm-sized circular metallic object onto the nearby low table, which rattled ominously. All the men in black suits, including Ichiro Nakayama, who was enduring excruciating pain as he stood, froze instantly upon seeing the metallic object. The surface of the circular metallic artifact is adorned with a four-petaled purple plum blossom, emblematic of the Ojihara family crest. The hue of purple signifies the ruling essence of the family's most esteemed and central lineage. Your Highness, Ikira Nakayama uttered these words, uncertain if his voice conveyed clarity or if his intentions were adequately expressed. Do you have any objections? Inquired the woman in the light gray suit as she gradually rose to her feet. Chapter 6. Amnesia is an extraordinary thing. At that very moment, Xiao Kaitian, cradling the woman in his arms, stepped into the main hall. The air conditioning enveloped him in a warm breeze, and he felt a subtle warmth. Young Master Xiao, Sun Zhongyi, struggling with his injured body, was nearly felled by Zhang Yan's lethal blow. Yet, witnessing Xiao Kaitian's unstoppable advance towards the Ajiwara Merchant Company reignited the flame of hope within him. He crawled desperately to reach Xiao Kaitian's side. Young Master Miss. Sun Zhongyi could no longer contain his sorrow, and his eyes reddened instantly. Xiao Kaitian looked down coldly at the man prostrate at his feet, a flicker of doubt arising in his heart. His voice, tinged with a raspy quality, inquired, "Do you know me?" Sun Zhongyi's expression froze immediately. His lips twitched slightly. Only now did he realize, given Xiao Kaitian's earlier display of formidable prowess, that the man before him might not be the Xiao Kaitian he knew. Forcing a smile, he replied, "Young Master Xiao, are you jesting? Just a few hours ago, you were at my place drinking tea, and the car was borrowed from me." Confusion swirled within Sun Zhongyi's mind as he scrutinized Xiao Kaitian, noticing the remnants of blood on his forehead and shirt. Suddenly enlightened, he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, you must have been in an accident and lost your memory." Amnesia? Xiao Kaitian found this to be a rather convenient explanation and felt a twinge of fondness for Sun Zhongyi's solution. However, it was unfortunate that Sun Zhongyi had not contemplated deeply. Amnesia did not account for the extraordinary strength Xiao Kaitian had suddenly exhibited, even vanquishing a martial artist like Zhang Yan with a single strike. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Xiao Kaitian could only reluctantly affirm that amnesia was indeed an extraordinary phenomenon. He gently laid the woman beside Sun Zhongyi. His spiritual essence had swept over her entire form, confirming that she had merely fainted from shock and fatigue, with no serious harm. Then, his gaze shifted to the hall, where a woman in a light gray suit wielded a Japanese sword, exuding a combat prowess of 82. A smile of intrigue graced his lips. Almost simultaneously, the woman's eyes met his, their gazes colliding like sparks, vanishing into the air. After discarding the Ajiwara family crest, Ichiro Nakamura and his subordinates stood obediently beside her, bowing in submission. She was a figure of princely stature within the Ajiwara family. Ichiro Nakamura had racked his brain, never anticipating that the Ajiwara would send someone of such high standing. He had assumed a mere observer would arrive, treating the encounter with Xiao Kaitian as a mere game, just enough to provide a semblance of an explanation. But now, all of his perceptions had been completely overturned. Ajiwara Rin, the eldest daughter of the current head of the Ajiwara family, was a mid-level martial artist in the Huang realm. The martial arts of the island nation differed from the Han and Tang dynasties, excelling in swordsmanship and ninjutsu, yet in this world, it was collectively termed martial arts, with inner disciples referred to as martial artists. In terms of strength, she surpassed even Zhang Yan, who had just engaged in battle. However, within the family, there are still formidable masters above her. As a core figure of the family, martial cultivation is not the paramount concern. Managing a family cannot solely rely on brute strength to resolve every issue. More crucial are the abilities to manage affairs and organize. A common operational model among many prominent families. The core descendants engage with martial arts, but it is not their forte. As purpose in coming here is not to eliminate, rather, upon witnessing effortlessly vanquishing a host of adversaries, the spirit of martial arts within her stirs with anticipation. He is remarkably strong. This individual before her exudes formidable power. This is her immediate reaction. Yet what baffles her is the complete absence of any discernible energy fluctuations typically associated with a martial cultivator emanating from. This is illogical. Were she to voice her inquiry, would undoubtedly scoff. He hails from the highest dimensional axis of the cosmic world, his source of power encapsulating all laws of strength. How could a being of such a lower dimension as this three-dimensional species perceive his might? This is also why he can effortlessly gauge the strengths and weaknesses of his opponents. In this place called Earth, the four fundamental forces, electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, and gravity, are mere manifestations of a branch of the divine source in his eyes. The so-called martial cultivators are, at best, merely utilizing certain aspects of these foundational forces. Viewed through the lens of dimensionality, they are exceedingly weak. Yet, he himself is not overly strong at present. This woman before him possesses a combat power rating of 82, which is indeed quite impressive. You are the sole heir of the Hontang family? Finally spoke. It seems so, replied. Reaching into his pocket to retrieve a pack of cigarettes, he instinctively pulled one out and lit it, only realizing after the fact that he had developed a craving for tobacco, influenced by this dimensional avatar. Very well, I am the eldest daughter of the current head of the family. I look forward to our interactions. Yet, despite her words, her expression bore no semblance of amiability. I did not expect your Japanese to be so proficient. At this juncture, had entirely overturned the information provided by the intelligence team. And a famous saying from Hontang surfaced in her mind. Facts speak louder than rhetoric. The Japanese place great importance on pragmatism. Yet the reality confronting compels her to reassess everything. All intelligence regarding is likely to be a FAAD. Exhaling a plume of smoke. Was too preoccupied to delve deeper into this avatar. For, he could not be dismissed with mere words. What do you intend to do? With that, made her move. Her right hand resting upon the hilt of her sword, a glimmer of cold light slicing through the air. The sword was drawn. Smiled, cigarette in mouth. A flicker of cold light dancing in his eyes, yet he made no motion, allowing the icy brilliance to descend before him. All actions came to an instantaneous halt. S. blade severed the cigarette, but at the corner of his mouth, halting mere centimeters from his face. Why did you not evade? Inquired coldly. Due to the absence of any murderous intent emanating from him, Xiao Kaidian completely disregarded the gleaming blade before him. He retrieved his lighter and reignited the stub of his cigarette. Ajiwara Rin fixed her gaze upon him, seemingly attempting to see through his very essence. After Xiao Kaidian exhaled a plume of smoke, she finally sheathed her knife. Are you Xiao Kaidian? She reiterated, confirming the question that lingered in her mind. Without a doubt. He replied, his peripheral vision catching sight of the half-burnt cigarette, but that had scorched a black hole into the tatami mat. He gently extended his right foot to extinguish it. This next strike will show no mercy. With that declaration, Ajiwara Rin assumed a stance ready to draw her blade. Her right hand merely an inch away from the hilt. Chapter 7. Either become his woman if the audacious intrusion of Xiao Kaidian into the Xiong'an Ajiwara Trading Company had initially shocked the assembly led by Nakayama Ichiro. The subsequent assault by Ajiwara Rin utterly obliterated their confidence. This princess of the Ajiwara clan, seemingly a mere pawn in the family's marriage alliances, possessed formidable prowess that rivaled Zhang Yan, swiftly dispatching her opponents with ease. Is this truly the caliber of the core descendants of prestigious families? If so, Nakayama Ichiro's previously inflated sense of superiority had been thoroughly crushed. Ajiwara Rin's gravity of demeanor also influenced Xiao Kaidian, who retracted the slight smile that had previously graced his lips, his expression now devoid of the casual disdain he had unconsciously displayed. At long last, Ajiwara Rin unsheathed her sword. Trained in the esteemed schools of Japanese kendo, her specialty lay in the art of the draw, executing her technique with rapid precision to maximize her offensive potential. To the onlookers, it seemed as though a silver flash had momentarily illuminated the space. Intriguingly, at the instant Ajiwara Rin drew her blade, Xiao Kaidian's smile reappeared. This girl's combat prowess had surged to an astonishing 103, and the high-dimensional energy coursing through her was even more potent than Zhang Yan's. Gaining access to the powers of higher dimensional spaces was precisely what Xiao Kaidian sought. Yet, regrettably, Ajiwara Rin's strike posed no threat to him. In a fleeting moment, the tatami beneath him sprang upwards. Ajiwara Rin severed the suddenly airborne mat in two. The heavy tatama fell to the ground with a resounding thud, signaling the conclusion of their movements. While Ajiwara Rin's strike had cleaved the tatami, Xiao Kaidian effortlessly positioned himself to her left, his right index finger poised perilously close, less than a centimeter from her carotid artery. Who are you truly? Ajiwara Rin maintained her stance, her blade ready to strike, repeating her inquiry for the third time. In that moment, she comprehended the life and death disparity that lay between them. Should Xiao Kaidian wish her demise, the finger hovering near her neck needed merely the slightest exertion to transform her into a fountain of blood. Xiao Kaidian chuckled, his disinterest in addressing such inquiries repeatedly evident. Why do you not kill me? Ajiwara Rin's expression finally exhibited a crack of uncertainty. This reflected the philosophy of the central universe. All species possess the right to exist, and strength does not dictate the outcome of all matters. At this juncture, the meaning of the so-called clearing of the scene became apparent. Should Nakayama Ichiro and his associates fail to grasp this, their existence would be rendered unnecessary. Nakayama Ichiro signaled to his subordinates, hastily organizing the surroundings, ensuring necessary actions were taken, and the collapsed wooden walls and severed tatami were promptly replaced. As a societal organization, experiencing such occurrences is as commonplace as accidentally breaking a bowl at home. The members, accustomed to such trivialities, swiftly restored everything to order, leaving behind a well-organized hall for the likes of Rinne Ajiwara and Kai Tianxiao. While Kai Tianxiao had completely subdued the Ajiwara Trading Company, he chose to exercise restraint, recognizing the prudence of the situation. After gesturing for him to take a seat, Rinne Ajiwara gracefully retreated to the right side, kneeling calmly behind a newly positioned low table, having relinquished the reins of the gathering. This concession of authority was merely a gesture of respect towards the formidable, and did not signify a capitulation from the Ajiwara family. Rinne Ajiwara hoped that Kai Tianxiao would grasp this understanding. However, his focus lay on the injuries of his sister and son Zhangyi, who had undoubtedly been promptly attended to by the Ajiwara Trading Company, a development that surely met his approval. I feel compelled to elucidate the events of today. Once Kai Tianxiao concentrated his attention on her, Rinne Ajiwara did not forget her purpose, to ensure he comprehended the Ajiwara family stance. Narrowing his eyes, Kai Tianxiao expressed his confusion, prompting him to light a cigarette and say, "Speak." Had he not demonstrated his prowess moments earlier, Rinne Ajiwara would not have felt compelled to endure this situation. Yet, every matter possesses duality. She recalled her father's last words before her departure: "Rinne, either kill him or become his woman." With that thought, Rinne Ajiwara couldn't help but swallow hard. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Rinne Ajiwara began to articulate her thoughts, laying before Kai Tianxiao a series of data and documents, accurately detailing the sequence of events. The Ajiwara family is one of the prominent clans in the archipelago. In the political landscape, there is divided into two factions. One is the Western faction, which constitutes the mainstream political force, wielding nearly 60% of the power, while the faction akin to the Ajiwara family aligns itself with the Eastern political system, possessing approximately 30%. The remaining 10% comprises individuals who waver between these two major powers. The Ajiwara Trading Company stands as a leading proponent of the pro-Eastern, particularly Han-Tang, lineage. I must express my regrets regarding today's incident, as the Xiao family has been our long-standing partner. Rinne Ajiwara knelt deeply, bowing her head, her hands clenched into fists with her thumbs resting on the tatami mat. My explanation is not an attempt to evade responsibility, but rather an effort for you to grasp the reality of the situation more clearly. Observing Kai Tianxiao's indifference, she continued, "The Ajiwara family and your Xiao family share a close collaboration. We certainly do not wish to witness the upheaval or decline of the Xiao family. However, this is ultimately your family's matter, a Han-Tang affair, and we should refrain from undue interference. Do you understand? In the archipelago, your bounty for hunting amounts to a staggering 100 million yen. Kai Tianxiao exhaled a plume of smoke. It is precisely for this reason that the Ajiwara family intervened, Rinne Ajiwara continued, gradually straightening her back. Rather than allowing others to hunt you and imperil your sister, it is preferable for our Ajiwara family to filter this situation. Do you comprehend our intentions? Xiao Kai Tian let out a deep sigh. Is this truly the reason for your actions against me and my sister? I sincerely apologize. Ajiwara Rin bowed her head, acknowledging. It is our failure to convey our intentions clearly to those beneath us, which has resulted in this misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, you say? Xiao Kai Tian could not help but chuckle. As you conclude your testing, or rather, as you do so, he ambled through the main hall, suddenly crouching down to approach Ajiwara Rin. Leaning closer, he whispered softly in her ear, "What exactly do you intend to achieve?" Chapter 8. The balance of negotiation. The warm breath wafted over the side of Ajiwara Rin's neck, causing her delicate skin to flush a vivid crimson, rapidly spreading across half of her visage. As a princess of the Ajiwara clan, she had never been so intimately close to a male figure in such an ambiguous manner. However, to her surprise, she did not react with fury. Instead, she composed herself amidst the chaos. It was simple, an alliance, a long-lasting and steadfast alliance. A cold chuckle escaped Xiao Kai Tian's lips as he gradually retreated, his handsome features becoming fully visible in Rin's gaze. He appeared amused, akin to a child who had just acquired a new toy. If I cannot leave this place today, do you still wish to discuss this so-called alliance with me? If you cannot escape, it merely signifies the inevitable downfall of the Xiao family. Rin regained her composure. How can one who cannot contend with a regional gang face the relentless pursuit of a greater beast? There is no need for the Ajiwara family to waste their time. In light of this, I should express my gratitude for today's outcome. A faint, Elusive smile played at the corners of his mouth. Did you not claim I was a waste of the Shao family's resources? Am I truly worth your investment and collaboration? We, the people of this island nation, believe in seeing to believe. Rin resolved to be forthright in her approach, recognizing that any scheming in the presence of someone like Shao Kaitian would only serve as a negative catalyst. The reality was that one must be capable of solving their own dilemmas. The Ojihara family did not thrive on mere hearsay. Shao Kaitian fell into contemplation, needing to assess the situation comprehensively before making a decision. He could comprehend the initial stance of the Ojihara clan, yet he felt a profound dissatisfaction. After all, regardless of the justification, an attack had been made against him and those in his vicinity. The fact that he had not eliminated them was already a concession. What are the terms? After a moment's pause, he finally inquired. Shao Kaitian smiled, having acquired knowledge of the world, understanding the disputes between Han Tang and the island nation. If he were to acquiesce to Rin's terms, in a certain sense, it would equate to betraying Han Tang. Economic infiltration was also a form of aggression. Is that acceptable? Rin's eyes widened. It is not. Shao Kaitian's words, emerging from between his teeth, left Rin momentarily stunned. Despite his considerable prowess, he had not yet reached a level of overwhelming dominance, and she struggled to comprehend the rationale behind his refusal. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "It is unnecessary." Shao Kaitian smoothly lit another cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke that hung between them, almost provoking Rin to reach out and disperse it. However, I have a proposal for collaboration. Are you interested in hearing it? Rin's expression froze once more. She had not anticipated that Shao Kaitian would turn the tables and present his own conditions. Were it not for her ingrained composure, she might have erupted in indignation. Speak. I currently lack the influence and manpower. The Ojihara family must ensure the safety of my family. Shao Kaitian articulated his demands. In exchange, I shall assist the Ojihara clan in becoming the foremost family in the island nation. Such unequal negotiation terms, on what grounds are they proposed? Ajiwara Rin silently fixed her gaze upon the other party. Ajiwara Rin's face instantly flushed crimson. Believe it or not, Shao Kaitian smiled. It is only natural for you to harbor doubts. However, you must recognize that you cannot discern the extent of my capabilities. Once a mere family wastrel, I now sit before you. Have you truly pondered such a question? Shao Kaitian spoke with poise. As a businessperson, I trust you comprehend that exorbitant profits and risks coexist. This is a fundamental truth. Ajiwara Rin's expression deepened, as Shao Kaitian's reasoning was both sound and devoid of flaws. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this man, who not long ago was deemed worthless, had now returned the entire dilemma to her unaltered. Accepting Shao Kaitian's terms would necessitate persuading her entire family. This thought left her in a quandary. At least, the impression Shao Kaitian left today was astonishing, inconsistent with prior intelligence. Yet, to convince her family, she felt inadequate. On what basis do you possess such confidence to propose these terms? Ajiwara Rin finally spoke, unknowingly tipping the scales of negotiation in Shao Kaitian's favor with her utterance. What you require is merely persuasive power concerning the family. Shao Kaitian listened intently, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his expression. This I can provide you. A flicker of fracture appeared on Ajiwara Rin's countenance. Such a promise could not be obtained through mere words. 3 days, come find me in 3 days, Shao Kaitian casually remarked, fiddling with the wine cup in his hand. I will offer you, or rather, the opportunity to convince the Ajiwara family. Yes or no, this game of chance flooded Ajiwara Rin's mind, akin to the task her father, the family head, assigned her, to kill him or become his woman. Very well. Ajiwara Rin ultimately resolved, I hope you can provide a satisfactory answer by then. This was her utmost concession. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Shao Kaitian's mouth, and then, their private moment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. The main hall door swung open, revealing a man in a black suit, kneeling in the rain. Your Highness, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, but the Metropolitan Police have arrived. The Metropolitan Police? Ajiwara Rin's pupils contracted sharply, to regain her composure from Shao Kaitian's pressure. She even took a sip of the wine before asking, who are they? The Special Assault Team? No. The visitor bowed deeply, nearly bringing his body to the ground. It is the Traffic Police. Ajiwara Rin nearly spat out her drink. When did the Traffic Police in Japan become so audacious? Chapter 9. I am Shao Kaitian. Her expression instantly turned serious. As the princess of the Ajiwara family, she understood the importance of maintaining her dignity, although today, in front of Shao Kaitian, that facade had been utterly shattered. You need to report such trivial matters to me? What is Nakayama Ichiro's role in this? The informant lowered himself apologetically. President Nakayama is already mediating the situation. However, as you know, if this were a formal police matter, it would be easier to navigate the relationships involved. Yet, since it involves traffic police, these seemingly minor issues become difficult to handle. Ajiwara Rin fell silent. In Japan, the legitimacy of organized groups is permitted but tightly monitored, creating a delicate relationship between gangs and law enforcement. Unless the issue is significant, minor matters tend to adhere to police principles. Then just follow the protocol. Do you really need to ask me? Ajiwara Rin expressed her impatience, noticing the ongoing discussion. Why, yes, the informant was sweating profusely. But the reason the traffic police are here is because of Xiao. He finally mustered the courage to disclose the situation. Ajiwara Rin was taken aback, turning to Xiao Kaitian, who also appeared bewildered. When did he become entangled with the traffic police? Given the current predicament, should they allow him to intervene or not? After all, Japan is a society governed by law. Perhaps Ajiwara Rin contemplated leveraging her connections to resolve the matter. No need. I will handle it, Xiao Kaitian stated with certainty. He stood up and slowly approached Ajiwara Rin. His left hand resting casually in his pocket while his right extended toward her, his gaze cold and unwavering. Give it to me. What do you mean? Ajiwara Rin's mind momentarily stalled. What did he want? Could it be her most treasured possession? Yet reaching this point was also an opportunity for Xiao Kaitian to prove his capabilities, and with the police outside, how could she comply in such a short time? Instantly, her face flushed. Be quicker about it. Xiao Kaitian's patience began to wane. This Ajiwara Rin masked her fluster, adjusting her immaculate attire. An idea struck her. She gritted her teeth and extended her left hand, gently placing it in Xiao Kaitian's, performing the Western custom of a hand kiss. Xiao Kaitian regarded her as if she were foolish. What are you doing? I'm pressed for time. What I want is the information you have on me. Is there a storage device? Boom. In that instant, all expressions on Ajiwara Rin's face shattered. She coughed awkwardly, her face resembling a steamed lobster. In her fluster, she produced a six-dimensional storage device and tossed it to Xiao Kaitian. At that moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Ajiwara Rin. Xiao Kaitian had indelibly marked her heart. Damn it. Always composed, she couldn't help but kick over a low table. The sound of crashing items filled the air as dishes scattered across the tatami, the fragrance of sake wafting through the room. However, even if Xiao Kaitian were to perceive these matters, he would find them incomprehensible. In his eyes, it was entirely normal for Ajiwara Rin to throw a minor tantrum, who would willingly relinquish the initiative to an unknown adversary. He donned his black leather shoes, gently kicking them against the ground to better conform to his feet. The entire process was remarkably smooth. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, as he had not anticipated that this dimension's doppelganger could exert such influence over his true self. A slight smile curled at the corners of his lips. Everything before him seemed to resemble an adult's disinterest in a long-caged, aging lion in a zoo. He opened an umbrella, the torrential rain striking it with a sound reminiscent of popping beans. With his left hand tucked in his pocket, he navigated around the courtyard towards the entrance. Having arrived hastily, his Toyota Corolla was still blinking its indicators. Not far behind the vehicle, a police car with a white body adorned with horizontal black stripes was parked, its red and blue lights flashing. A man and a woman stood by. The man, holding an umbrella, wore an awkward expression, while the woman, exuding tranquility, pointed at his car. Are you Springwell-san? The man asked, his stature diminutive, causing him to stand on his tiptoes slightly. Well, have you thought this through? This is, after all, the Ajiwara Commercial Society. Oh, I am aware, replied the tall female officer, her figure accentuated by a fitted uniform, radiating an aesthetic elegance. It is merely a commercial society. The laws of our nation emphasize fairness, justice, and transparency. Is there a problem? As she spoke, she tossed her bangs and fixed her gaze intently on the man. Then please, go ahead, he said, his confidence deflating instantly. Xiao Kaitian watched the earnest female officer with intrigue as she pulled out a pen and meticulously opened her notebook, writing diligently before placing the pen in the center of the book, closing it with a swift motion before handing it to the flustered man beside her. Meanwhile, she retrieved her phone and began taking professional photographs of the Toyota Corolla, the camera clicking rhythmically. Have you located the owner's information? After finishing her photo shoot, the female officer wiped the raindrops from her phone screen. The man, still holding the umbrella and trailing behind her, revealed a wry smile upon hearing her question. The information department is a bit slow. It just came in. This vehicle belongs to Ikemen Hall. Ikemen Hall. The officer's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. Ahem. It is indeed one of our country's commercial organizations. However, according to the information received, this car was borrowed a few hours ago by someone named Xiao Kaitian from Hantang. The man holding the umbrella appeared quite embarrassed, realizing that this was a matter strictly between organizational factions, and questioned why traffic police were involved at all. While some unruly members of organizations might violate traffic rules, it was unprecedented for the police to intrude directly into the headquarters of a society. He regarded the female officer with a hint of bewilderment. Ikemen Hall? Xiao Kaitian? The officer shook her short hair, revealing a strikingly resolute face. Then let us promptly summon this individual. In sharp contrast to the resigned expression of the man holding the umbrella, she pointed decisively towards the entrance. Hurry. In that fleeting moment, the man holding the umbrella was on the verge of tears. Xiao Kaitian smiled as he observed the scene, gradually making his way forward. Capturing the attention of the female officer, "Greetings, I am Xiao Kaitian." Chapter 10. The most important evidence. Xiao Kaitian's eyes flickered with surprise upon realizing the advanced state of the surveillance system in this world. His actions on the highway had already come to the attention of the authorities. Nodding slightly, he complied with the request, "Please hand over your driver's license." Accompanying the words of Officer Haru, he presented his credentials. Upon inspecting them, she chuckled. "This is an international license, but it was issued in the Bay Island region. Regrettably, we need to conduct further investigation. I trust you won't mind accompanying us for a while." The assertive tone of her statement reflected her confidence. And Xiao Kaitian couldn't help but notice the youthful vigor radiating from the girl, whose battle prowess was barely above 15. Intrigued, he recalled his excursions to lower-dimensional worlds in the Central Axis universe, but this was his first experience in such a low-dimensional realm, arriving in a corporeal form. Suddenly, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Very well. Xiao Kaitian's acquiescence instantly pleased Officer Haru, who beckoned with a finger. "Yamamoto, call for a tow truck team. Remember, this is an important item, do not damage it." In contrast to the wry smile of Yamamoto, she exuded a calm confidence as she gestured for Xiao Kaitian to the police car flashing red and blue lights in the distance. With a faint smile gracing his lips, he obediently entered the vehicle. As the door closed behind him, he could faintly hear Yamamoto's murmur, "Is this really all right? They could be members of a syndicate." The police car came to a steady halt in front of an 18-story building. After exiting, Officer Haru led Xiao Kaitian into a small office room, leaving him seated in a cushioned chair. Before long, she returned with a stack of documents and took a seat across from him. The table, scarcely 60 centimeters wide, felt somewhat cramped, and Xiao Kaitian caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance emanating from the girl, which, perhaps due to his physical state, he did not find unpleasant. "Please fill out this basic information form," Officer Haru said, sliding a sheet of paper across the table. Noticing Xiao Kaitian's gaze linger on it, she added earnestly, "It's merely basic information." Xiao Kaitian smiled. "That may be so, but once I provide my details, they will be entered into your system, and my information will reside within the internal network of the police in this country. I must admit, that is not a prospect I find particularly pleasant." Officer Haru raised an eyebrow, surprised that this temporary visitor from the Hantang era was familiar with the procedures of the Japanese police. "I wish to clarify," Xiao Kaitian said, hands tucked into his pockets. "Accessing my personal information should not prove difficult. As for filling out the form, I would prefer to ascertain the facts beforehand." Leaning slightly closer to Officer Haru, he continued, "Wouldn't you agree?" Her demeanor immediately shifted to one of caution. She instinctively distanced herself, realizing that this individual was indeed connected to some organization, not merely an insignificant player. "The basis of the facts? We have that," she retorted. "May I smoke?" As Haruki Sakura observed, she could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of her mouth as Xiao Kaitian extracted a cigarette and lit it. He waved the cigarette, which was delicately held between his fingers, and said, "My apologies, I am simply succumbing to my craving." How audacious! It truly is outrageous. Haruki Sakura clenched her teeth in frustration. "Therefore, I demand to see the so-called evidence you possess." As Xiao Kaitian exhaled a cloud of smoke, he spoke leisurely. "As a law-abiding citizen of Han and Tang, do you truly believe that I could engage in illegal activities while in your nation? We suspect you are connected to a particular car accident," Haruki Sakura asserted. "The essence of policing lies in the evidence," Xiao Kaitian stated earnestly, his expression serious. "Feel free to inspect my vehicle and the traces left behind to ascertain whether an accident indeed occurred. We also have your real-time road surveillance data indicating speeding." Haruki Sakura replied sharply. Firstly, Minister Haruki, let me sigh, Xiao Kaitian lamented. Today's weather is under a severe thunderstorm alert. According to the cyber laws of this nation, observations made under specific weather conditions, when factoring in additional environmental influences, cannot be solely relied upon as definitive legal evidence. Haruki Sakura stammered. Moreover, the vehicle I operate is the latest hydrogen-powered hybrid Toyota Corolla, Xiao Kaitian continued, exhaling another plume of smoke. He added persuasively, I believe you are familiar with this model. According to Article 116 of the Traffic Production Law, hydrogen-powered hybrids have a maximum speed limit intelligently capped at 160 kilometers per hour on highways. Thus, given the vehicle's performance and the actual weather conditions on that day, how could I possibly have exceeded the speed limit? Coughing, Haruki Sakura waved her hand to disperse the swirling smoke that enveloped her. Speechless, she found her previously well-reasoned arguments now meticulously dismantled by Xiao Kaitian's logical analysis. His audacity was infuriating. Her perfectly white teeth ground together in frustration as she clenched her fists. Were it not for her position as a police officer, she would have surely struck him. And how do you account for the blood on your person? Surely there must be some within the vehicle as well. This is precisely where I wish to file a complaint. I hope the police in this nation uphold their duty impartially and do not protect local enterprises. Xiao Kaitian replied with a serious demeanor. I hold the performance of the Toyota Corolla in high regard, yet I did not anticipate that even under reasonable operation, issues would arise during driving that could lead to my injury. I have every right to raise a grievance. Haruki Sakura's face turned pale. She recognized that Xiao Kaitian was indeed a thorny character. Just then, the door creaked open, and Yamamoto entered, holding a stack of documents, breaking the stalemate within the room. You speak. Haruki Sakura, now exasperated, dismissed the need to look any further. Indeed, according to the trace investigation and vehicle examination, it has been confirmed that Xiao Kaitian's car did indeed sustain minor impact. However, upon comparing the damage to the guardrail at the scene, the assessment team unanimously concluded that the damage could not have been caused solely by a minor collision. What is the conclusion? Haruki Sakura inquired with a frown. The conclusion is that while Xiao Kaitian's vehicle scraped that location, the extent of damage to the guardrail could only have been inflicted by another vehicle. Considering that Xiao Kaitian's car sustained minimal harm, is this some kind of joke? Haruki Sakura glared. Just a coincidence? What about the video evidence? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto couldn't help but smile wryly. The inspection department stated that the video data had been disrupted by lightning, resulting in partial damage, and the remnants could not serve as direct evidence. With a resounding clap, Haruki Sakura slammed her hand onto the table. Chapter 11. Raised with a pinch of excrement and a splash of urine, this led to Haruki Sakura nearly tearing off the door of the police car when she pulled open the right side. In a room somewhere on the upper floors of the police headquarters, a man with a black mole on his left nostril observed the interaction between the two individuals in the open parking lot below through the slats of the window blinds. After a considerable pause, he thoughtfully closed the blinds. Almost simultaneously, his phone on the desk buzzed with vibrations. He picked it up, furrowing his brow slightly as he swiped to unlock the screen. Masamoshi. Understood. He silently listened to the lengthy discourse from the other end before nodding ever so slightly. We will take this matter seriously. Regarding Mr. Xiao, we will undoubtedly dispatch top-tier police force for protection. Of course, I trust Mr. Zhao is aware that this is all within policy limits, and I hope he can understand. After all, we are the police, aren't we? As he spoke, he unfastened the button of his collar, easing the somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Once he set the phone down, his fingers lightly tapped on the desk. Let us send the strongest traffic police inspection chief. With a cold demeanor, Haruki Sakura delivered Xiao Kaitian to the location of Imeitang. After Xiao Kaitian finished checking the car and requested her to drive it over, she gritted her teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly, nearly breaking traffic regulations as she honked the horn incessantly. After taking several deep breaths to compose herself, she shot a cold glare at Xiao Kaitian before driving off. Before her stood a building exuding the charm of the Han and Tang dynasties. Xiao Kaitian's expression turned contemplative. Indeed, Imeitang was a Chinese restaurant, though its doors were firmly shut, adorned with a sign declaring it closed for business. He pushed the door open, and amidst the tinkling of wind chimes, accompanied by the iconic waving of a fortune cat and the automated welcoming, he was met with a sight of dozens of young individuals clad uniformly in gray windbreakers. A hidden society within a Chinese restaurant? Xiao Kaitian surveyed the group of youth with disdain. Their combat abilities were barely worth considering. They might as well be chefs. Young Master Xiao. Sun Zhongyi had long received the message from Xiao Kaitian, and had been waiting here for quite some time. Perhaps he had been briefed beforehand. As he jogged towards Xiao Kaitian, and the group of youths bowed in unison, "Young Master Xiao. Young Master, these individuals are the capable hands of Yimei Tang," Sun Zhengyi said cheerfully as he guided Xiao Kaitian. "The young lady has been taken care of, and a private doctor has examined her. She suffered a bit of shock and chill, but resting for a while should suffice." As he spoke, he led Xiao Kaitian to sit at the head of a round table, respectfully explaining the situation. After a lengthy discourse, Xiao Kaitian finally grasped the connections. Sun Zhengyi had ventured east to the islands in his early years, but fate had dealt him a poor hand, leading to repeated setbacks. During his most challenging times, Xiao Kaitian's father extended a helping hand, enabling him to establish himself in the islands and create Yimei Tang. The name Yimei Tang itself derived from a gold coin given to him by Xiao Kaitian's father. Thus, young Master Xiao, Sun Zhengyi chuckled, stating, "In truth, I am akin to a loyal retainer of the Xiao family. Otherwise, you would not have sought me out upon your arrival." Aware of Xiao Kaitian's amnesia, he incessantly elaborated. Xiao Kaitian, still grappling with the unfolding circumstances, remained silent, merely casting a glance at Sun Zhengyi. This glance was a manifestation of distrust, prompting Sun Zhengyi to lean towards one of his subordinates, whispering, "Fetch Uncle Zhong, inform him that the young master has arrived." "Young master?" Sun Zhengyi wiped his face. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. This locality embraces our culinary customs to a certain extent, and the flavors are rather delightful." Xiao Kaitian, indifferent to such matters, nonetheless recognized that he was now part of this world. The notion of adapting to local customs resonated with him as he picked up a pair of chopsticks. Suddenly, a frail voice erupted, "Young master." Turning his gaze, Xiao Kaitian beheld an elderly man clad in a gray Tang suit, spectacles perched on his nose. With white hair and beard, trembling as he was assisted by a member of the hall staff. Upon sighting Xiao Kaitian, tears cascaded down his cheeks like a torrential flood. He hurriedly approached Xiao Kaitian, his face awash with emotion, exclaiming, "Heaven bears witness. Both the young master and the young mistress have returned safely. I scarcely believed what young son had just told me." Bowing down, he grasped Xiao Kaitian's trousers, wiping his tears with abandon. "I never imagined it was true, truly. The heavens have not forsaken the Xiao family." He extended his hands skyward in gratitude. Xiao Kaitian felt a tinge of disdain and redirected his gaze towards Sun Zhengyi. "This is your steward, Uncle Zhong, the one who has nurtured you since childhood," Sun Zhengyi explained, visibly affected by the atmosphere, wiping away a tear. "He happened to accompany you to the island nation and fortuitously encountered the young mistress's situation." "Young master, I feared I would never see you again," Uncle Zhong lamented, his voice quaking with emotion. He again grasped Xiao Kaitian's trousers, dabbing his tears. "I have resolved to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Even if it means traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire, I shall shield you from the storm of bullets." Xiao Kaitian was left speechless, pondering the intentions of this frail individual whose combat prowess seemed negligible. He worried that drawing too close might inadvertently lead to disaster with a mere sneeze. After venting his emotions for some time, Uncle Zhong finally noticed Xiao Kaitian's lack of response, trembling his white beard. "Young son, what has befallen the young master?" "Uncle Zhong." Sun Zhengyi sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Young Master Xiao has unfortunately been ensnared by their schemes. He was involved in an accident. Although he remains unharmed." Pointing to his head, he continued, "He has lost his memory." Xiao Kaitian regarded Sun Zhengyi with satisfaction. This individual was worthy of cultivation. "Young master." Uncle Zhong immediately erupted into tears once more, wiping his face of tears and snot, trembling as he reached towards Xiao Kaitian's face. "I have let down the master and mistress. I am a sinner of the Xiao family. Master, I, old Zhong, have no face to meet you below." Even someone of the highest dimension like Xiao Kaitian, once familiar with this world, found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the exuberant enthusiasm of Uncle Zhong. With a gentle gesture, he allowed Uncle Zhong to slowly descend amidst his cries, extending his hand to support him. "Uncle Zhong is weary. President's son, please make the necessary arrangements." "Just call me Xiao Sun," President Sun Zhengyi replied with a shiver, feeling unworthy of such a title. "Young Master Xiao, what is your command?" Chapter 12. The past of Xiao Kaitian. Xiao Kaitian pulled a menu from the table, took up a pen, inscribed his requests, and handed the paper to Sun Zhengyi. "Could you kindly gather these items for me?" Sun Zhengyi glanced at the list and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was perplexed by Xiao Kaitian's intentions. Had the display of prowess at the Xiong'an Ajiwara trading company merely been an illusion? Was this young master still the greatest fool of the Han and Tang capital? With this question lingering in his mind, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, casting a wary glance at his companion. However, Xiao Kaitian seemed indifferent to such doubts. He recalled his promise to Ajiwara Rin, but being new to this world, he needed to adhere to its rules. Otherwise, it might not bode well for him. This was precisely why he had asked Sun Zhongyi to procure the items. Meeting Sun Zhongyi's gaze, he inquired, "Is there a problem?" "And no," Sun Zhongyi replied with a wry smile. "They're all ordinary items, though a few might be slightly questionable. With the power of our one-coin haul, we should be able to obtain them." Xiao Kaitian nodded with satisfaction. Having gained a preliminary understanding of this world, he was aware that some of the items required underground channels for acquisition, yet they were not particularly extraordinary, which is why he entrusted the task to Sun Zhongyi. Frankly, he found the current strength of one-coin haul rather unimpressive. The accommodations arranged by Sun Zhongyi were in a residential property he owned, which had been tidied up long ago. He had even stationed some members of one-coin haul around the house. Xiao Kaitian had little interest in these arrangements. Upon entering, he performed a brief tidying of himself before sitting cross-legged on the tatami mat, his gaze settling on a tablet on the low table before him. This moment signified a choice: to fully embrace the identity of Xiao Kaitian or to feign amnesia and embark on a new life, for ultimately, he did not truly belong to this world. In the ruthless expanse of the Central Axis universe, he found himself confronted with a matter worthy of hesitation for the first time. Intriguing, he mused as he retrieved a pack of red Marlboro, slowly extracting one and igniting it, squinting as he savored the slight warmth emitted by the glowing ember. He exhaled a plume of smoke, shifting his focus to his divine essence. To his surprise, the slender thread of light connecting his true self and divine essence appeared to have thickened slightly. When he first descended into this body, he had sensed its inherent weakness, had it not been for his arrival, bolstered by the residual might of his formidable divine essence. This body would have remained laughably feeble, a mere bottom dweller in this world. Yet, astonishingly, had his strength truly increased merely through a minor engagement with the Xiang'an Ajiwara Trading Company? Indeed, his combat power had risen to approximately 110. Though a modest increase, it was still progress. His current level equated to that of a mid-stage martial practitioner in the Yellow Realm, and with further advancement, he could soon reach the later stages. As Xiao Kaitian prepared to unfasten the button at his collar, his hand halted midair. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, he allowed the red glow to gradually consume the tobacco. He began to earnestly perceive this body, discovering that the compatibility and synchronization with his divine essence exceeded perfection. Could it be that this body is his true form? A long, thin ash finally fell onto the table under the force of gravity, causing Xiao Kaitian's gaze to flicker momentarily. In the central axis of the cosmic realm, he was the only being devoid of a true form. Later, relying on the might of his divine essence, he barely coalesced a semblance of a true form, yet it was not entirely in harmony with his divine essence. This explains why, during the final confrontation with a formidable adversary, he could only rely on luck to achieve a narrow victory. Had he possessed his true form at that time, he believed the outcome would have been far more splendid. He had once inquired of an old sage, who merely smiled without response, even suggesting that imperfection is the norm in the universe. So, what is this body laid before him? An illusion? Xiao Kaitian incredulously confirmed several times, ultimately arriving at a conclusion even he struggled to accept. This body is undeniably his true form. Yet, why does his true form exist in such a low-dimensional world while he descends into this body with a perfect alignment? If this were mere coincidence, he could not accept it. In the vastness of the dimensional universe, such coincidences are implausible, akin to locating a single grain of sand within the cosmos. This implies that the entire affair is surely premeditated, and it has likely been in motion for quite some time. He might merely be a pawn in this grand scheme. Xiao Kaitian's expression grew cold, a deep blue light flickering in his eyes. No one would be pleased with such speculations. However, with his understanding of the body transformed, he could no longer overlook his own past. Not to mention, he had finally obtained his true form, albeit a feeble one, but he firmly believed that with his abilities, he could and must strengthen it. The matter of the root and the Akiyama Corporation serves as the most direct evidence. His divine essence had reached its zenith. Once his true form grew stronger, the power of his divine essence would naturally be invoked. Indeed, in this world, one must sacrifice to gain. With clarity on the events that transpired, Xiao Kaitian felt little resistance in accepting his past in this world. On the contrary, he needed to comprehend his history to pave the way for the future, gradually seeking methods to enhance his true form and ultimately ascend to the next dimension. Resolute, Xiao Kaitian ceased to dwell on his doubts. He swiped the screen of his tablet, inserting the storage disk of the 6-ling pillar into the designated port. As the data was being imported, the format conversion completed, and the message indicated that the material was encrypted. Upon opening, it would be automatically deleted. Did he confirm to proceed? The cold, synthesized voice of the computer, articulated in a feminine tone, echoed, "Open," in Xiao Kaitian's pupils. The reflection of the tablet's screen revealed a button that turned red, and the entire display transformed. His past gradually unfolded before him. Chapter 13. The sibling bond. This document originates from the Xiong'an Dahara Commercial Company, embodying the pragmatic spirit of the Japanese people, which is evident throughout the material. The compilation includes a plethora of credentials, certificates, and written documents, interspersed with various short videos and commentary, meticulously presenting the life and experiences of Xiao Kaitian over the past 2 decades. Xiao Kaitian, male, a descendant of the Han-Tang lineage, hails from the esteemed Xiao family, one of the 8 illustrious clans of the Han-Tang era. The Xiao family boasts nearly a millennium of heritage, rich in cultural depth. Historically, they experienced a period of great splendor before entering a phase of dormancy. However, in modern times, with the transformative changes of the Han-Tang era, the Xiao family adeptly adapted, propelled by the relentless efforts of several generations, swiftly ascending from a family of substantial legacy to a prominent aristocratic clan, gaining formidable momentum. Particularly during the generation of Xiao Zhengzi, Xiao Kaitian's father, the family surged forth, aligning with the global currents following the establishment of the Han-Tang dynasty. Building upon the accumulated strength of previous generations, the Xiao family achieved a new pinnacle, successfully positioning themselves among the 4 imperial families of the 8 great clans of Han-Tang. Yet, as the moon waxes and wanes, so too do fortunes rise and fall. The generation of Xiao Zhengzi was marked by a flourishing progeny. Yet the succession to the next generation proved to be less than perfect. Young Xiao Zhengzi married Jiang Linyun, the daughter of one of the 4 imperial families, and their union was harmonious and filled with affection. However, despite their fervent efforts, they were unable to conceive a child, a predicament that persisted for over 20 years, creating considerable turmoil within the Xiao family. Had it not been for Xiao Zhengzi's astuteness, he might have been ousted from his position as head of the family long ago. This discordant drama concluded on the day of Xiao Zhengzi's 51st birthday, when Jiang Linyun, after over 2 decades of marriage, finally announced her pregnancy. This momentous news heralded a new era for the Xiao family, with all eyes fixed upon the unborn child, who embodied the hopes and aspirations of the family. Amidst the intricate tapestry of events, Jiang Linyun ultimately endured a challenging but safe delivery, bringing forth Xiao Kaitian into the world. Thus, in this highly anticipated atmosphere, Xiao Kaitian was born, immediately displaying extraordinary traits. Before his first birthday, he spent most of his time in the hospital's ICU. In the 2 years that followed, his daily life was safeguarded by a team of 8 caregivers and over 10 nannies. At the age of 3, he began to take his first steps, supported by 36 household staff members. That same year, the Xiao family implemented a 5-second alarm security system. By 4, he began to articulate sounds, demonstrating an IQ that met basic standards. In that same year, the Xiao family acquired numerous early education institutions for special needs children in the capital. At 8, he graduated from kindergarten with remarkable achievements, and the family generously donated a state-of-the-art children's entertainment facility, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, to the kindergarten. At 14, he graduated from elementary school, gaining direct admission to the middle school division with astonishing results. That same year, the Xiao family contributed a small library to the prestigious First Elementary School of the capital. At the age of 17, having graduated from middle school, Xiao family generously donated a colossal educational facility, complete with a swimming pool and gymnastics hall, to Beijing No. 1 Middle School. By the age of 20, having achieved a flawless graduation from high school, the Xiao family once again contributed by gifting an ultra-tall teaching building to the high school division of the same institution. This year marked the beginning of a significant shift in Xiao Kaitian's trajectory. During a reunion after high school, he, emboldened by youthful bravado, audaciously flirted with the second daughter of the Gu family, one of the 4 royal houses, while also grievously injuring the young master of the Bian family during a scuffle. This incident sent ripples of shock throughout the Han-Tang region of Beijing. Subsequently, through the intervention of the Xiao and Jiang families, and undoubtedly at great financial cost, they coerced the Bian family into a compromise, leading to a verbal marriage agreement between the Gu family's second daughter and the young master of the Bian family. Shortly thereafter, the Zhao family, another of the 8 great houses, intervened, and their eldest daughter, Zhao Qixi, successfully arranged a marriage with Xiao Kaidian, completing the wedding formalities without the two having met. The Bian family, feeling the pressure from the Jiang, Xiao, and Zhao families, was left with no choice but to acquiesce. This culminated in a rare scenario of mutual benefit among the various noble families. Upon reading this, Xiao Kaidian couldn't help but wipe his face, realizing he was married. However, the subsequent developments were unexpected. Xiao Zhengzi, frustrated with his son's shortcomings, sent Xiao Kaidian far away to Haidu. That same year, he successfully enrolled in Jindao University in Haidu, severing all ties with Beijing. 4 years later, following the Xiao family's donation of a massive laboratory to the university, Xiao Kaidian graduated, completing his academic journey. Thereafter, he emerged as an independent lord, commanding respect in Haidu, akin to a hidden dragon in the sea, once it took flight. It astonished all. Before long, he established the Qingtang Tianxia Group, garnering substantial support from major banks, and his prestige and capabilities began to rival those of his father. Xiao Zhengzi, a prodigious talent, he was on the brink of revealing his extraordinary potential. Alas, he fell just short. Xiao Kaidian's destiny underwent a second transformation. 6 months prior, his father, Xiao Zhengzi, was tragically killed in a well-guarded business trip ambush, leaving no trace behind. Shortly thereafter, his mother, Jiang Linjun, was swiftly taken away by her family, the Jiang family, vanishing without a word. This left a formidable clan, capable of rivaling several provinces in the Han-Tang region, leaderless and in disarray. Amid the crumbling foundation, a capable member of the Xiao family emerged. Xiao Zhenglu, the half-brother of Xiao Zhengzi, stepped up to shoulder the immense responsibility of the family's fate. With remarkable courage, he stabilized the faltering Xiao family and retained control over it. There is a saying in Han-Tang, when a father dies, the son inherits, yet there is another adage, when a brother passes, the younger brother continues the legacy. Continuity is not one-dimensional, especially for a colossal entity like the Xiao family. The heir, Xiao Kaidian, had a clear understanding of this man, and it was evident that the question of who would lead the Xiao family into the future was already decided, with all involved parties effortlessly arriving at a consensus. In the capital, the first, foolish, oh, it is the first young master. Take note, it is pronounced with the 4th tone. This outcome led to Xiao Kaidian being entirely forsaken by the Xiao family. His self-established venture, Qingtang Tianxia, rapidly faced a catastrophic collapse of its financial chain, spiraling out of control. As the protagonist of this predicament, Xiao Kaidian found himself compelled to journey to the island nation in search of the young lady Jiang Churen, who still held 10% of the Xiao family's shares. Initially, his purpose for arriving in the island nation was merely to seek a means of survival. However, for the members of the Xiao family, it appeared to present a topic worthy of discussion, serving as a pretext to deal with Jiang Churen. After perusing his own information, Xiao Kaidian smiled, for he had indeed gained a remarkably comprehensive understanding of his past. Embracing his true self, he had nearly flawlessly accomplished everything he had once deemed unimaginable. Chapter 14. Sniper on the tablet. Information and videos continued to scroll, interspersed with narration. However, at that moment, Xiao Kaidian had completely lost interest in his past. His attention shifted elsewhere, but when his finger inadvertently tapped the screen, revealing the name Zhao Qixi, he was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Qixi, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family from the Han and Tang dynasties, was surrounded by numerous rumors, making it impossible to discern truth from fiction. Thus, his pursuit of clues regarding his past came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Kaidian could uncover no further insights. Unable to resist, he retrieved another cigarette from his pack and lit it. The external information provided by third parties was insufficient, indicating that if he wished to glean more knowledge, he would need to personally inquire among those around him. Yet, would this lead to his exposure, despite his claims of amnesia? The thin smoke danced before the screen, through which the glaring red characters continued to remind him of his reality. After a moment of incredulous stillness, he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray on the table. At that instant, a flicker of red light caught his eye, suddenly appearing on the screen. Bang! Just as Xiao Kaidian vanished, a bullet sped through the open window, shattering the screen of the latest tablet. The sound that erupted in the darkened room was almost imperceptible, even less pronounced than the noise of a toothbrush tumbler falling to the floor before someone retired for the night. After the bullet shattered the tablet screen, it continued its trajectory, penetrating the device and the thin tabletop, ultimately embedding itself within the thick tatami mat. A wisp of nearly invisible smoke rose as the room, once occupied by Xiao Kaitian, became utterly deserted. 1 kilometer away, in a high-rise building, a window on the 18th floor was swiftly pulled shut. This was a mid-range business hotel, where the compact rooms catered to the constant flow of business travelers. A discerning observer would recognize that the target seen from this window was precisely where Xiao Kaitian had been seated, inside the room. A young man dressed in a deep blue suit, his expression unreadable, rapidly disassembled his sniper rifle into components, swiftly placing them into a small portable case. His movements were remarkably quick. The disassembly and placement took no more than 20 seconds. Yet, even as he closed the case, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He realized he had missed his mark. As a renowned bounty hunter known as Red Carp in the underground world, he had reassessed the mission within seconds of pulling the trigger. Xiao Kaitian was undoubtedly not a figure he could approach. The intelligence had been erroneous. However, in this world, there is no room for regret, a fundamental truth he understood as a bounty hunter. You may seek to kill others, yet they are perpetually on guard against you. The line between life and death can blur in an instant. Nevertheless, after years in this profession, he had never before felt such a palpable sense of threat. An acute awareness of mortality. He could not comprehend why, despite his meticulous preparation, thorough research, and accurate assessments, he found himself in such a precarious situation. As he grasped the handle of the hotel room door, a slight tremor coursed through his throat. He was unexpectedly anxious, and this anxiety stemmed from an overwhelming sense of pressure. The distance from the door to the elevator was not great. Yet he struggled to swallow the scant saliva that had formed in his mouth as he approached the two elevators, pressing the buttons for both the left and right. He was gambling, betting on whether to ascend or descend, relying solely on luck, something his adversary could not control. Ding! As the left elevator arrived first, its doors slowly parting. He exhaled in relief upon seeing the upward indicator light. As an assassin, he always had escape routes at his disposal, whether ascending or descending. Today, however, he chose to escape upwards. The sensation of gripping the handle of his suitcase with his sweat-drenched hands suddenly filled him with resolve. The elevator glided to the top floor, and without hesitation, he stepped out. Although it was termed the top floor, there was indeed another level above it, the actual rooftop. His sweat glands gradually returned to normal, his throat constricting as he ascended the staircase leading to the highest point, pushing open the door to an area usually accessible only to property security. Although the torrential rain had ceased, fierce winds continued to howl. Instinctively, he extended his left arm to shield himself from the gusts while cautiously following the escape route he had previously devised, one that was nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Yet, just as he had traversed more than half of the distance, he suddenly froze, his body immobilized in that instant. An instinctual warning of danger urged him to halt. Any further movement would lead to inevitable doom. Could it be Xiao Kaitian? No, that was impossible. This fleeting thought raced through his mind. Yet his professional instincts compelled him to abandon his suitcase and dash toward the entrance. If he could just get back inside the building and secure the door, perhaps he would still have a chance. However, this was basic knowledge for a bounty hunter, knowledge he had now completely forgotten in the face of survival. With labored breaths, his lungs surged into action, his movements swift as the wind, mere steps away from the door. Unfortunately, amid the resounding thud, the entrance sealed shut. The door leading below firmly barred, causing him to come to an abrupt halt. Slowly, he turned around to find a figure clad in a black trench coat, a floral shirt beneath, exhaling a plume of smoke as he awaited him in silence. "Who are you?" he stammered, genuinely alarmed. He was all too familiar with the identity of Xiao Kaitian, having concocted a myriad of hypotheses, yet this current scenario was entirely unanticipated. Observing his trembling opponent, Xiao Kaitian lightly tapped the ash from his cigarette with his left index finger. "And who might you be?" As a bounty hunter, revealing one's origins was strictly prohibited. And the expression of the young man in the suit shifted unpredictably. "My patience is limited. You are neither the first nor the last." Xiao Kaitian discarded his cigarette, but onto the ground, and crushed it beneath his shoe. "It is merely a matter of what lies behind it, don't you think? Are you a martial cultivator?" Initially, the young man in the suit harbored some illusions, but at this moment, all such notions evaporated into thin air. The prowess displayed by Xiao Kaitian surpassed anything within his comprehension. He inhaled deeply and conceded, "If you are indeed a martial cultivator, then I shall accept my defeat." Chapter 15. A dignified death that seemed to arrive without any warning. The moment he let his hands drop, his entire being twisted at an odd angle. Accompanying this distortion were 5 glimmers of cold light, darting towards Xiao Kaitian like lightning. The underground bounty hunter, Hong Li, though not a practitioner of martial arts, existed in a realm far beyond that of ordinary individuals. His most relied upon weapon was the unseen, windless flying knife. Nevertheless, the pressure exerted by Xiao Kaitian was undeniably immense. Despite his confidence and familiarity with Han Tang culture, knowing the lore of the infallible little Li flying knife, he, who prided himself on being a master of the flying knife, was fully aware of his limitations. After launching the knife, he dashed at an astonishing speed towards the closed exit. Having no time to spare for the fate of his projectile, his sole focus was that tightly shut door. He needed to gamble everything with his capabilities. Reaching the door and forcing it open was not beyond his means. However, just as he joyously extended his right hand, a colossal figure loomed before him. The grotesque patterns of its surface struck him violently between the bridge of his nose and his brow. He was sent careening like a paper ball launched from a slingshot, crashing and bouncing several times against the concrete floor, even shattering a few places before rolling into a corner. It was only then that he realized he had been struck by the sole of a shoe. Cough, cough, cough. His once pristine suit was now tattered, and with his hands hanging limply at his sides, the blow had thoroughly fractured his right hand. He staggered to his feet, facing the young man in the black trench coat, who remained as calm as a gentle breeze, fluttering slightly in the wind. "Who are you?" Xiao Kaitian inquired, discarding the nearly extinguished cigarette but crushing it underfoot until it vanished into a wisp of smoke, erasing all evidence of his presence. He presented 2 choices, slowly extending 2 fingers in a gesture reminiscent of victory, albeit tinged with mockery. 1. Tell me everything you know and submit to me. 2. He cracked his neck. Stiff from prolonged hours of studying documents, you can jump down from here yourself. Xiao Kaitian's first option was not without reason. He held no genuine interest in this individual before him. Killing him would be akin to squashing an ant. Yet, in this world, he recognized the necessity of power that transcended mere personal strength. He had gained insights into this realm. He was not one to act blindly. Even as the storm abated, the wind remained fierce. Quickly, the sweat on Hong Li's brow dried up. He swallowed hard, contemplating Xiao Kaitian's proposition. This was the 26th floor. The outcome of leaping from such a height was all too predictable. However, as a leading figure in the underground organization, he found the first choice unacceptable. Should word of his compliance reach others in the industry, he would face the wrath of the entire underground world of the island nation. No one could afford to disregard the established rules within the industry, and figures of martial prowess were not absent from the underground. Although he did not belong to any organization, the system still held sway over him. However, as he gazed at Xiao Kaitian, who stood with his hands in his pockets and a subtle smile playing on his lips, Hong Li sensed that the situation was rather dire. In the eyes of this individual, the so-called rules of the underground organization appeared to be utterly meaningless. Since you are a martial artist, you must have some understanding of the circumstances. He thought it necessary to salvage the situation. In the face of certain death, I might as well choose a dignified demise. Xiao Kaitian, with a knowing smile, waved his finger dismissively. He was not seeking such a foolish answer. You are only partially correct. Neither of the 2 choices I present will lead to your demise. Trust me, I can assure you that should you leap from here, you will not perish, however. Your lower body shall remain devoid of sensation for the rest of your life, nothing more. A chill surged from the soles of Hong Li's feet to the crown of his head. Xiao Kaitian's seemingly casual words resonated with an unsettling authenticity. He did not entertain even the notion of denial. Under the immense pressure, his resolve was beginning to fracture. Very well, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Or rather, acknowledged the absence of choice. In truth, I am not fully aware of the true mastermind behind this. I merely encountered the shadow of your name within the deep web system of the island nation. The bounty amount and the intelligence gathered regarding you prompted the actions I undertook based on a comprehensive assessment. Xiao Kaitian neither confirmed nor denied this response, causing Hong Li to break into a cold sweat. Based on the sources of information, I personally deduced that the shadow originates from the Han and Tang eras. Once the opportunity arises, Hong Li's psychological burden began to ease. As far as I know, there are numerous individuals monitoring this shadow mission. Yet it is rumored that there are those who have intervened to save your life. Seemingly satisfied with this outcome, Xiao Kaitian shifted the topic. Your name? Hong Li. This was not his true name. It was merely a pseudonym, for in this line of work, names and code names bore no significant distinction. And the organization? There is no organization, yet I am bound by the rules of the underground. As he spoke, Hong Li's lips quivered slightly. Indeed, Xiao Kaitian chuckled nonchalantly. Submit to me, and the other matters shall not be for you to consider. He adjusted his somewhat disheveled overcoat and shirt, his meticulous nature unmistakably reflected in his demeanor. In exchange, I can ensure your status in the island nation, naturally as my representative. If it were not for the dreamlike encounter of the night, Hong Li would have long since been inclined to curse aloud. He had memorized Xiao Kaitian's dossier thoroughly. Composing a lengthy thesis would pose no challenge at all. Ultimately, the result was that as a member of the underground bounty hunter organization, he was to become the representative of the greatest fool in the capital of the Han and Tang, colloquially known as a lackey. Yet the oppressive atmosphere and the waves of pain radiating from his arm served as a stark reminder that this was all too real. Let us depart. Xiao Kaitian showed no desire to linger. After conveying his instructions, Hong Li found himself momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Kaitian's figure had vanished, leaving only the hunched Hong Li, trembling legs, murmuring to himself, was this all just a dream? Chapter 16. Undoubtedly an exceptional talent of the police chief with the interruption caused by the red carp, Xiao Kaitian found it impossible to continue his research on his materials. The computer had been damaged, and he was reluctant to escalate the situation. After a brief resolution, he declared the matter closed. Simultaneously, atop a high-rise building in the capital city of Hantang, a spacious office was ablaze with light. Behind a red sandalwood desk, adorned with a decorative bookshelf, a middle-aged man clad in a grayish suit was speaking on the phone with a smile. His slightly accented dialect gave him a somewhat comical appearance. Yet the moment he hung up, the smile vanished from his lips, replaced by a cold, disdainful expression. He swept aside the folders cluttering his desk and reached into a sandalwood box to retrieve a gold-tipped cigarette, devoid of any trademark insignia. Those who recognized it would be astounded, for this was a specially crafted cigarette reserved for the elite of Hantang, in existence without market value. The man, in his 50s, was exceptionally well-groomed, with smooth skin and a demeanor that conveyed both serenity and a hint of handsomeness. In his youth, he must have been a striking figure, though his eyes bore a slight triangular shape that rendered him somewhat acerbic in appearance. This was Xiao Zhenglu, the half-brother of Xiao Kaitian's father, Xiao Zhengzi, who had bravely steered the Xiao family through perilous times, now the head of the family in the public eye. He reveled in the current sensation, occupying a seat that had once been reserved for his elder brother, Xiao Zhengzi, the paragon of the family. After decades of waiting, the time had finally come for him to claim it. More importantly, he intended to discard Xiao Zhengzi's outdated perspectives and management methods, rewriting the family's narrative. The office had been newly decorated entirely to his liking. The formerly simple and functional furnishings, which had failed to showcase his status, had been transformed. He contentedly caressed the red sandalwood desk, surveying the array of antique vases and artifacts that adorned the space, which was fitting for the ruler of the Xiao family. He was confident in his ability to elevate the Xiao family to unprecedented heights, independent of his nephew, the illustrious Xiao Kaitian. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, laughter bubbled forth uncontrollably. Rationality urged him to temper his emotions, yet the bubbling joy within him was uncontainable. He had particular individuals to keep an eye on, two wayward souls. Or rather, two relatives, Xiao Kaitian and Jiang Churen, both deserving of his focused attention. Jiang Churen, after all, was not of the Xiao lineage. Although she held a 10% stake in the family, she was merely a fragile woman, easily manageable. The thought made him lick his lips in anticipation. As for Xiao Kaitian, he presented a more formidable challenge, being the foremost young man in the capital and the son-in-law of the Zhao family. Fortunately, the tides of circumstance had turned. Xiao Kaitian had ventured to the island nation, where Xiao Zhenglu had numerous acquaintances. The intelligence he had just received was exhilarating. Rest assured, he was undoubtedly an exceptional talent of the police chief. As for his position, it was that of a traffic officer. Were it not for the pressing matters ahead, he would have been tempted to clear his throat and sing a few lines. Upon reflecting on this, he leaned forward and pressed the intercom button. After 2 beeps, the call was promptly answered. I heard a newly emerging actress is visiting the capital. Could you facilitate a dinner? While Xiao Zhenglu busily engaged in family affairs and actively expanded his network, the situation in the island nation was equally tumultuous. Inspector Hattori? Haru Inoue opened her mouth in surprise at the interdepartmental summons. To her, she was merely a newcomer in the traffic police force, unaware of the reason behind the inspector's call. The disparity between an inspector and a chief inspector was quite significant. Could it be that her performance had been so exceptional as to attract the attention of higher authorities? Such narcissistic thoughts flitted momentarily through her mind before dissipating. With a sense of curiosity, Haru Inoue, maintaining a standard police posture, ascended in the elevator to a high-level office within the police headquarters, where a sign at the door reminded her that this was not a place she typically frequented. Standing by the Venetian blinds was a man of modest height. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, he turned with a smile, the mole on his left nostril quite conspicuous under the lights. This individual was Inspector Hattori Hideo of the Kanagawa Prefectural Police. "Miss Inoue," he said with a smile, gesturing toward the chair before his desk, "please, have a seat." However, Haru Inoue did not hasten to sit. Instead, she brought her legs together and executed a precise salute. "I am Chief Inspector Haru Inoue from the Kanagawa Prefectural Police Traffic Division, here to report. I look forward to your guidance." "Please, sit," Inspector Hattori reiterated, indicating the seat once more. He settled into his office chair, resting his chin on his crossed hands as he observed Haru Inoue cautiously bow before taking her seat. He then smiled and remarked, "Miss Inoue, it has been nearly a year since you joined the headquarters, hasn't it? The traffic police's work is indeed significant. However, I noticed from your resume that your studies were in criminal justice." Inspector Hattori narrowed his eyes. "Ha ha ha," he chuckled, waving his hand to indicate a misunderstanding on her part, appearing somewhat pleased as he pulled a sheet of paper toward him. "Actually, what I wish to discuss is not this matter." Haru Inoue's expression turned to one of confusion, as she did not grasp the direction of the conversation. The fact was, Inspector Hattori shook the paper in his hand. "There is a very important task that I would like a capable officer to handle, but this matter cannot be directly communicated to the criminal division. Do you understand what I mean?" Haru Inoue was completely at a loss. Chapter 17. The profound development affecting both nations. Observing the puzzled expression on Haruki Sakura's face, Hattori Hideo's countenance briefly illuminated with satisfaction. The police chief required individuals of such caliber. He lightly fluttered the paper in his hand, producing a subtle rustling sound. "Let me rephrase that, Sakura-chan. This evening, did you handle a traffic incident involving Hontang?" "Indeed," Sakura replied, astonished. The matter concerning Xiaokai Dian hardly warranted any disciplinary action. Could it be that she had mishandled it? "Chief Hattori, was there an issue with the outcome? My final judgment was based on our nation's traffic laws." "Certainly not," Hattori Hideo replied, his smile as refreshing as a spring breeze, adopting a didactic demeanor. "You managed it quite well. However, there are underlying issues involved. The source of which," he tapped the paper spread across the table, "is this individual from Hontang." Sakura took the paper, perplexed. It was an investigation form regarding Xiaokai Dian, his cheerful visage mirrored in her pupils. This man hailed from one of the premier families of Hontang, and his sister was studying in Japan, soon to graduate. Hattori Hideo straightened his posture. "On the surface, he claims to visit our country for familial reasons, but in reality, there are significant concerns." As he spoke, he leaned closer, as if to share a secret in hushed tones. Sakura instinctively inclined towards him to better absorb the information. "When you encountered him, it was at the Ojihara Trading Company, correct?" Upon Sakura's affirmative nod, Hattori Hideo's smile broadened. "Moreover, he has connections with a member of the Yakubino family." He lowered his voice. "A member of the Yakubino family is one thing, but the Ojihara Trading Company is backed by the Ojihara clan. You understand, this implies a considerable connection to pro-Hontang individuals. Think about what that signifies. A spy?" Sakura's complexion shifted, her lips trembling as she voiced her conjecture. "Our nation values evidence, fairness, justice, and transparency. Conclusions cannot be drawn hastily." Hattori Hideo coughed lightly to clear his throat. "However, we have also discovered that someone on the dark web has placed a bounty on this individual. Consider how deeply this situation runs." A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Sakura's forehead. She had not anticipated that her serendipitous encounter with Xiaokai Dian would be entangled in such complexities. She remained tense. "But he is a significant figure from Hontang. Individuals from their side have already made inquiries," Hattori Hideo remarked with a hint of exasperation, loosening his tightly fastened collar. "If mishandled, it could provoke a diplomatic dispute, affecting the profound development between our two nations. Do you understand?" Sakura's eyes widened, and she vigorously shook her head. "Precisely," Hattori Hideo affirmed with a nod of satisfaction. "Therefore, this matter cannot be formally assigned to the criminal division. After all, our nations have historical discrepancies. Yet we cannot turn a blind eye. Our cooperation and exchanges remain closely knit, and furthermore, it is our duty as officers to ensure the safety of every individual entering our nation, is it not?" Your implication is that formally dispatching personnel from the criminal division poses challenges, especially in the absence of suitable candidates. Hattori Hideo shook his head and said, after discussions with the upper echelons of our department, given your prior studies in criminal justice and your acquaintance with Xiao Kai-dian, we unanimously believe that you are the most fitting candidate to oversee matters pertaining to Xiao Kai-dian. So what exactly will my responsibilities entail? First and foremost, you must monitor Xiao Kai-dian and thoroughly investigate whether he is engaged in any activities contravening our nation's laws. Hattori Hideo adjusted his water cup and, after a lengthy discourse, cleared his throat. Furthermore, if he is indeed a legitimate individual, you will need to protect him in times of danger. Should you successfully accomplish this task, you will be regarded as a hero within the Kanagawa Police Headquarters, and a transfer to the criminal division will not be an issue. Is that clear? Sakura Harui's fair complexion flushed with a sudden wave of crimson, her nostrils flaring as she promptly stood up. Understood. I will ensure the mission is completed. There are indeed challenges, Hattori Hideo sighed, his expression grave. However, I hope Harui-chan can overcome them. Additionally, this matter cannot be formalized through official documentation. Should any unexpected events arise, you must be adaptable. Do you understand? I fully comprehend. Harui Sakura bowed and, with a spirited resolve, exited the office as Hattori Hideo waved his hand. In contrast to the spirited Harui Sakura, Xiao Kai-dian, having just awakened, felt somewhat lethargic. Though he did not require much sleep, he lingered in bed until the first light of dawn, taking into account the need for bodily acclimatization. Once he had completed his morning routine in this world, he made his way to the Imai Hall. Upon pushing open the grand door, he found Sun Zhongyi and Uncle Zhong seated at a Hantang-style tea table, enjoying their tea. As soon as he entered, Sun Zhongyi stood up, a broad smile on his face. Young master, clearly unaware of the events from the previous night, Xiao Kai-dian began to form a new understanding of the influence of Imai Hall. Taking a seat, Sun Zhongyi poured tea into a cup. Xiao Kai-dian cast a glance around. Upon his arrival, he had only briefly assimilated the foundational knowledge of this world, yet the information was certainly adequate. The fragrance wafting from the tea was that of pu'er. Young master, Uncle Zhong exclaimed, his eyes reddening as soon as Xiao Kai-dian occupied the main seat. I just visited the young lady. She is not seriously harmed. Little son has arranged for a private doctor to conduct an examination. You and the young lady are both safe, which is indeed a momentous joy. Otherwise, I would feel deeply remorseful towards the master. With that, he began to weep, tugging at Xiao Kai-tian's sleeve, preparing to wipe his tears. Xiao Kai-tian's purpose for visiting today was to see the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, his own sister. However, Uncle Zhong harbored no such reservations. To him, Xiao Kai-tian was still the young master. Whether he was clever or not made little difference. Thus, he remained oblivious to Xiao Kai-tian's actions as he wiped his nose and tears with his sleeve. If you ask me, the best choice for the young master is still the young lady. As for the young lady from the Zhao family, I do not see her as a reliable character. Given the current circumstances, the Zhao family has shown no signs of concern at all. I truly apologize to the master. He pounded his chest in frustration, his white mustache quivering at the corners of his mouth, as Xiao Kai-tian observed his combat index fluctuating between 0.3 and 0.8. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Fortunately, despite the man's advanced age, after catching his breath, the index finally stabilized. However, once it settled, his tendency to ramble was unleashed in full force. Chapter 18. The excellent reason Uncle Zhong, now in his twilight years, speaks with a breathy and indistinct manner, his thoughts often jumping erratically, rendering his sentences disjointed and fraught with grammatical errors. Nevertheless, his remarkable ability to repeat himself repeatedly allows him to weave a narrative filled with seemingly unrelated, illogical, and temporally confused anecdotes. Through this lengthy discourse, Xiao Kai-dian gained a clearer understanding of himself. First and foremost, his sister, Jiang Churin, as her name suggests, is not the biological daughter of Xiao Zhangze. Jiang Churin originally belonged to the Jiang family, a collateral branch of the Jiang lineage. After the early demise of her parents, she became a ward of the Jiang household, regarded as a peripheral figure. At that time, Xiao Zhangze and his wife were earnestly seeking a child, having entered middle age with their hopes for offspring unfulfilled. Their attempts to conceive had taken them on journeys that could circle the globe multiple times, yet their efforts bore no fruit. When science failed, they turned to theology. And for reasons unknown, upon meeting Jiang Churin, Xiao Zhangze took a deep liking to her. The couple resolved to adopt her, hoping that their good deeds would yield a child of their own. Coincidentally, shortly after adopting Jiang Churin, his wife became pregnant. The couple, having poured their hearts into the pursuit of parenthood, found their desires unexpectedly fulfilled, leading the Xiao family to shower Jiang Churan with immense affection, even transferring a portion of the Xiao family's shares to her name in advance. From that point onward, Jiang Churan's stature within the Xiao family rose significantly, much to the delight of the Jiang family, for Jiang Churan still bore their bloodline. Consequently, the position of the Xiao family's eldest daughter, Jiang Churan, became firmly established. After the birth of Xiao Kaitian, the family's attention towards Jiang Churan intensified. In the eyes of Xiao Zhengzi and many outsiders, this nominal sister was treated with the standards befitting the future princess consort to the heir of the Xiao family. In simpler terms, this sister is, in essence, Xiao Kaitian's child bride. While the dynamics of their familial relationship may seem peculiar, such complexities are not uncommon in large families. Jiang Churan and Xiao Kaitian do not share a direct bloodline. They are separated by numerous degrees of kinship. However, both the Xiao and Jiang families accepted this arrangement without objection, primarily because of Jiang Churan's exceptional qualities. Having received an elite education from a young age, she amassed accolades at prestigious schools and became well acquainted with the various processes within the Xiao family business, freely entering and exiting Xiao Zhengzi's office, exuding the demeanor of a future matriarch. Unfortunately, as Xiao Kaitian matured, his parents' aspirations of uniting the two began to wane, largely due to Xiao Kaitian's stubborn belief that Jiang Churan was merely a sister. Xiao Kaitian, always a unique individual, held unconventional views on romantic relationships. More significantly, as he grew older, the number of admirers pursuing him gradually increased. The name Xiao Kaitian has become a topic of fervent discussion within the upper echelons of the capital society. It could be said that the young ladies aspiring to marry him could form a queue that encircles the city's Fifth Ring Road. As competition intensified, idle gossip inevitably flourished, particularly regarding the ethical implications of the relationship between Jiang Churan and Xiao Kaitian, who are, after all, siblings by relation. Over time, the sentiments of the Xiao Zhengzi couple began to wane, and Jiang Churan found herself increasingly marginalized. The allure of Xiao Kaitian, who has garnered such attention from the elite, primarily stems from his undeniable advantages. He's undeniably handsome. The Xiao family, being one of the 8 prestigious families in the capital, boasts a profound heritage. Generations of selective breeding have led to the current generation, where Xiao Zhengzi's wife, Jiang Linjun, is equally remarkable. Their union has produced Xiao Kaitian, who, in terms of appearance, is nothing short of exceptional. The human inclination to make judgments based on first impressions relies heavily on physical beauty, which is undoubtedly Xiao Kaitian's foremost asset. He is wealthy. The Xiao group may not be the pinnacle of corporations like those from the Han or Tang dynasties, yet it consistently ranks among the top. This success is largely attributed to the family's own governance. Beyond the economic realm, the Xiao family wields influence in military and political spheres, and it is this careful balancing act that has allowed for their continued development. Otherwise, given Xiao Zhengzi's capabilities, the Xiao group could rival any other family. Even as a prominent second-tier entity, it is sufficient to attract considerable attention. However, none of these attributes alone justify Xiao Kaitian's appeal. The most compelling reason for his desirability is his perceived foolishness. Dubbed the first fool of the capital, this moniker is not without basis, as it is the culmination of years of reputation. Furthermore, as the current head of the Xiao group and the late-life child of Xiao Zhengzi, he embodies countless hopes. Just considering the passage of a decade or two until Xiao Zhengzi departs this world, the power of the Xiao family will undoubtedly fall into Xiao Kaitian's hands. Should one become his legitimate partner, the ownership of the Xiao family would be unmistakably secured. At that point, who would still concern themselves with Xiao Kaitian's looks or wealth? Even his capabilities would be of little consequence. He would merely be perceived as a fool. Such is the allure of a successful man, a charm that others cannot easily emulate. At this juncture, Uncle Zhong could not help but express his sentiments. In truth, I have high hopes for the young lady and you, young master. Although a non-blood-related sibling romance might be acceptable, Xiao Kaitian could not suppress a shiver of discomfort. This farce finally reached its conclusion in the year of Xiao Kaitian's high school graduation, marked by the assertive intervention of Zhao Qixi, bringing the curtain down on the spectacle. Chapter 19. Are you selling me? This year, within the noble circles of the capital, has been dubbed Black July. It can be said that Xiao Kaitian's actions have, without fail, dragged the 8 prominent families of the capital into disrepute. Even the authorities intervened in this affair, leaving those implicated in the 8 families to venture out as if they were in armored vehicles, surrounded by a veritable sea of bodyguards and security convoys. To put it bluntly, during that period, one could shout loudly in a club and find themselves with dozens of guns pointed at their head. The Zhao family, initially only marginally involved, inexplicably drew closer to the Xiao family following Xiao Kaitian's misfortune. Ultimately, their connection was solidified through the marriage between Xiao Kaitian and Zhao Qixi, which redefined the incident while inexplicably entangling them deeper. Among the 8 prominent families, while the Zhao family may not be the strongest in overall power, they undoubtedly reign supreme in financial prowess. The Zhao family possesses wealth in abundance. Indeed, they epitomize the adage that money can move mountains. Following the Zhao family's involvement, an undisclosed agreement seemed to materialize between the Xiao and Zhao families, leading to a resolution of the incident without further complications. If Xiao Kaitian was the ideal match within the elite circles of the capital, then Zhao Qixi represented the perfect counterpart among the illustrious families of the Han and Tang dynasties. This is primarily due to the Zhao family's immense wealth. Furthermore, Zhao Qixi is the sole daughter of the Zhao family, unlike the Xiao family, which has struggled to expand its lineage. The Zhao family has a long tradition of male heirs, yet tragically, each generation has seen only one survive, with Zhao Qixi being the sole survivor amidst a plethora of siblings that barely made it through childhood. There are whispers that the Zhao family's misfortune stems from the weight of their wealth. Additionally, Zhao Qixi is said to be frail, reportedly suffering from ailments since birth, spending her days bedridden and unable to care for herself, having never even attended school. Her education was confined to the warmth of her own bed until adulthood. Most importantly, Zhao Qixi is reputed to possess an unseemly appearance. It is rumored that upon her birth, the Zhao family quickly took measures to secure the hospital and prevent any information from leaking. Throughout her life, she has never been seen by outsiders, her hidden disposition shrouded in secrecy. It is said that on her 18th birthday, the Zhao family rented out the Hilton Hotel in the capital for her celebration, even clearing the surrounding area of traffic to ensure her true appearance remained concealed. In summary, Zhao Qixi is the sole heiress to a fortune capable of rivaling nations, perpetually on the brink of death and burdened with a countenance that shuns the light of day. Such a combination of seemingly unfavorable traits raises eyebrows among the elite of the Han and Tang dynasties. Yet, in an unexpected turn of fate, she became engaged to Xiao Kaitian, uniting their destinies. When their engagement was publicly announced, countless noblewomen in the capital wept, shattering countless vanity tables in despair, while dashing young men from prestigious families across the nation seethed with resentment, likely breaking numerous crystal goblets in their anger. This union truly evokes a profound sense of envy among many. Golden boy and jade girl, a match made in heaven, a perfect union. These adjectives, when piled together, can easily fill 800 words, dripping with envy and resentment. Ultimately, they can be distilled into a single phrase, a fool paired with a medicine jar. What an exquisite match. One cannot help but wonder how the families of Xiao and Zhao have managed to uphold such a grand enterprise, an endeavor that seems only possible for the deranged. It is baffling that the leaders of 2 prominent families, entrenched since the Han and Tang dynasties, could engage in such folly. Are you familiar with the theory of evolution? Do you understand genetic compatibility? Are you aware of the significance of social standing? The principles of selection and preference? Look at this absurdity. It is excessive. How are we, the truly exceptional, supposed to endure? My worldview is utterly shattered. Regardless, Zhao Qixi, the sole heiress of the Zhao family, has seamlessly ascended to the role of matriarch of the Xiao family, decisively ousting Jiang Churen, who once held all the advantages. The actions of the Xiao and Zhao families, which have incited public outrage, have miraculously triggered subsequent changes, the most bizarre of which is the untimely demise of Xiao Jingzi, the head of the Xiao family. 6 months prior, this outcome swiftly led to the collapse of the already beleaguered Xiao-Zhao alliance. Following the total disintegration of the Xiao family's standing domestically, Xiao Kaitian, in desperation, journeyed to the island nation in search of his sister, Jiang Churen, to resolve his pressing predicament, which set the stage for the initial scene. Listening to Uncle Zheng's impassioned recounting, Xiao Kaitian could not help but rub his temples in exasperation. "Young master," Uncle Zheng spoke, tears streaming down his face. "The eldest young lady is truly pitiable, deserving of compassion. In my view, those people are heartless, and despite your plight, none have offered assistance, not even the Zhao family." Xiao Kaitian listened in silence, pondering that if he were in the Zhao family's position, he might feel similarly. Who would want to associate with a fool devoid of wealth or influence? However, just before his departure, He heard that the eldest Miss Zhao had gone to Haidu. Uncle Zhang spat as he spoke, taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Humph, if she is indeed going for your sake, it shows some sense of conscience. But that is what she ought to do. As Uncle Zhang sipped his tea, the slurping sound reminiscent of a mouse stealing oil, he declared, "What of the Zhao family? Marrying into the Zhao family means she is one of us. Whatever she does must prioritize the Zhao family." Even someone like Xiao Kaitian, upon grasping the context, felt a slight flush creep to his cheeks upon hearing this. With the Zhao family's financial resources, the young master's situation should hardly be a trivial matter. The more Uncle Zhang spoke, the more articulate he became. The Zhao family has plenty of money. What's wrong with lending a hand to the young master? Bah, I still have faith in the eldest young lady. He set down his teacup, inhaling the lingering aroma. If Miss Zhao cannot resolve this, then, young master, you must ensure she does. Xiao Kaitian found himself at a loss for words, lifting his teacup and taking a sip. Uncle Zhang, are you trying to sell me out? Chapter 20. Rebirth or Transmigration. With a tranquil expression, Uncle Zhang picked up his teacup and took a sip, closing his eyes as if savoring the lingering essence of the tea. After a prolonged moment of reflection, he chuckled softly, his murky eyes widening in surprise. What are you saying, young master? Betrayal? Who is betraying whom? He solemnly set down the teacup, his words spilling forth with fervor. I have devoted my entire life to serving the master with unwavering loyalty. Just look at my name. Zhong signifies loyalty. With that, he resumed his relaxed posture, sipping his tea. During this exchange, Xiao Kaitian noticed that Uncle Zhong's fervor surged to approximately 108 when he thumped his chest in agitation. Nevertheless, he gleaned the information he sought, gaining a clearer understanding of Uncle Zhong's character. With this realization, he gently pushed his teacup away. I comprehend your sentiments, Uncle Zhong. Noticing the private doctor emerging, he decided against lingering further. I shall take my leave to visit my sister. The teacup he had pushed away was now empty, with only wisps of steam lingering in the air, almost imperceptible, contrasting sharply with Uncle Zhang's rambling. Sun Zhangyi, however, smiled. Young master, there is indeed a certain flavor to it. Saying this, he poured himself another cup of tea, relishing it while Uncle Zhang regarded him with curiosity. Xiao Kaitian held little concern for his past. The flamboyant events of yesteryears held no sway over his current intentions. Rather, he was inclined to explore his history for the sake of a more stable approach. Theoretically, having recognized that the Xiao Kaitian of this world is his true self, it became essential to embrace all aspects of this identity, which motivated his inquisitiveness about the past. More importantly, he felt inadequate in strength, especially after encountering formidable martial artists like Ajiwara Rin. He quickly realized that individuals surpassing his current prowess existed in this world, and without sufficient assurance of his capabilities, it was prudent to avoid direct confrontation. Before entering Jiang Churin's room, he had mentally prepared himself, based on the information at hand. Jiang Churin was far from the befuddled Uncle Zhang or the ambitious Sun Zhangyi. While Uncle Zhang had grown forgetful, easily dismissing his amnesia, and Sun Zhangyi could be controlled with sufficient ability, what of Jiang Churin? She was a sister who had watched him grow. How could she possibly be unaware of his true self? How was he to navigate this dynamic? Yet, avoiding a meeting was equally unwise. At least prior to the events involving the Ajiwara Corporation, Xiao Kaitian had explicitly sought out Jiang Churin. With a multitude of thoughts swirling within him, he raised an eyebrow and pushed open the door. The room was modest in size, characteristic of the compact and exquisite architectural style of the island nation, designed with a principle of utility. In terms of decor, considering Jiang Churin's lineage, the overall design favored Western aesthetics rather than traditional Japanese style. Besides a table, chairs, and a wardrobe, a bed was also laid out within the room. Upon the bed, a woman reclined partially, enveloped in a quilt adorned with blue and grass-green floral patterns, her upper body clad in a khaki turtleneck sweater. Her hair, parted neatly at shoulder length, framed her face as she tilted her head, gazing through the frosted glass window, seemingly lost in thought. Beneath her curtain-like locks, her delicate nose and long, quivering eyelashes on the left side were revealed, while her round face bore a hint of youthful plumpness. At the sound of movement, she turned her head and offered a gentle smile to Xiao Kaitian. Even someone as seasoned as Xiao Kaitian, who had encountered a myriad of individuals in the central axis of the cosmic realm, could not help but catch his breath. According to his understanding of this world, the woman before him was indeed strikingly beautiful. Recognizing this, he reciprocated with a warm smile, for she was, after all, his sister. However, Jiang Churin's next statement instantly froze his smile. Have you been reborn, or have you traversed through time? She softly articulated her curiosity. Xiao Kaitian's smile twitched at the corners, confirming that Jiang Churan possessed an unusually keen perception. Naturally, having watched Xiao Kaitian grow from childhood, she was not oblivious to the changes in him. She was far from a fool, but rather an individual of high intelligence. Upon regaining her senses, her first thought was this: Xiao Kaitian had transformed. She awaited his response. I have lost my memory. Xiao Kaitian coughed lightly, clearing his throat to provide a response. Ah. Jiang Churan displayed a thoroughly feigned smile, her features contorting in a manner that revealed her inner skepticism, gripping the quilt tightly. It was evident that despite her outward appearance of calm, her guarded demeanor remained intact. Do you expect me to believe you? She laid her cards on the table, her gaze shimmering with anticipation. All right, I have indeed changed, Xiao Kaitian admitted under her penetrating gaze, turning his head away, feeling an unfamiliar sense of surrender. This dimension felt stifling. Was it not simpler to revel in the joys and sorrows of life? But it's not as you think. I am still Xiao Kaitian, sister. Do you understand? The two remained silent, one sitting with hands resting on the chair, the other clutching the edge of the quilt. The only sound that filled the air was the rhythmic thumping of deer in the courtyard. I can believe you. I can explain. They both began to speak simultaneously but fell silent again. You go first, Xiao Kaitian, after some contemplation, relinquished the initiative. The girl before him was his kin, and his instincts told him she posed no threat. Jiang Churan pursed her lips, evidently surprised by Xiao Kaitian's response. She lifted her gaze, as if to reconfirm earnestly, are you truly Kaitian? Without a doubt, Xiao Kaitian assured her, his promise eternally valid. It must have been the starlit brilliance contained within her gaze that persuaded Jiang Churan. Meeting Xiao Kaitian's sincere and fervent eyes, her once tense and guarded demeanor gradually crumbled. Do you not realize, regardless of how you change, you truly should not be this way? Speak to me, sister. This seemingly mundane utterance imbued Jiang Churan with immense courage. She raised her eyes once more, gazing deeply into Xiao Kaitian's face, as if seeking to ascertain whether this person before her was worthy of her trust. And she articulated her intentions. As Xiao Kaitian's child bride, Jiang Churan's life thus far had been nurtured under the auspices of the Xiao family, a fact she bore with no resentment. After all, without the Xiao family's guardianship, she would merely be an inconspicuous figure within the Jiang clan. The Xiao family had fully harnessed her potential, and more importantly, they imposed no coercive disregard for her wishes. In a certain sense, she had subconsciously adopted the identity of Xiao Kaitian's wife, envisioning herself as the future matriarch of the Xiao household. Even with the arrival of Zhao Qixi, she felt no aversion. It was merely a matter of status. However, this entire existence came to an abrupt end with the fall of the family patriarch, Xiao Zhongxing. This was coupled with Xiao Kaitian's complete professional downfall, a severed financial chain, and his subsequent flight to her for refuge. This sanctuary was one she believed she could provide. For prior to the upheaval, Xiao Kaitian was, at best, the designated heir of the Xiao family, lacking in all else, while she possessed 10% of the family's shares. After the Xiao family's crisis, she did not remain idle. Understanding Xiao Zhenglu's intentions was straightforward. Following their interactions, she quickly reached a balance with him. Xiao Kaitian could face bankruptcy and relinquish his claim to the family's authority. The shares belonging to her could also be surrendered, provided that Xiao Kaitian's life was safeguarded. This condition was mutually agreeable to both her and Xiao Zhenglu. Xiao Zhenglu desired rightful inheritance, while she wished only to preserve Xiao Kaitian's life. However, this equilibrium shifted dramatically after the incident involving Genki Hoshino's trading company. If Xiao Kaitian was not foolish indeed, he was far from being a simple matter. This information remained largely unknown for the time being. Yet, in the future, it was uncertain whether the Xiao Zhenglu faction would remain oblivious to it. What was once deemed inconsequential in Xiao Zhenglu's eyes could suddenly transform into a potential threat. What strategies might he employ? The thought sent chills down her spine, as it had long been a source of her trepidation. The might of a prominent family far surpassed individual imagination. She could perish, but she wished not for his demise. He embodied the very essence of Jiang Churan's existence. Sister, Xiao Kaitian had grasped the nuances of their conversation, the reasons unfurling before him. With a smile, he extracted a cigarette, twirling it in his fingers under Jiang Churan's stern gaze. It's not so dire. Why? Jiang Churan felt a pang of frustration, wishing he could comprehend the gravity of her words. Regardless of whether the Xiao Kaitian before her was reborn or traversing realms, she yearned for him to understand. Do not trouble yourself. You are my sister, Xiao Kaitian said with a smile as he stood up and approached Jiang Churan, gently pulling the blanket over her. disregarding the flush adorning her cheeks. "We are family. There is no need for awkwardness." In that moment, Jiang Churan felt utterly disoriented. "Indeed," Xiao Kaitian nodded. "Perhaps we should discuss the cause of our father's death?" At this mention, Jiang Churan's expression became solemn, her teeth lightly biting down as she wrestled with her inner turmoil. Regardless of whether Xiao Kaitian had been reborn or transported from another realm, or whatever he had endured, the mere fact that he stood before her, smiling and calling her sister, compelled her to embrace this dual role of wife and sister wholeheartedly. Yet, gazing at the young man before her, who radiated warmth and comfort, she found it impossible to refuse him. As for the nature of her feelings, whether they stemmed from love or familial affection, she could not discern. "Have you made a decision?" she murmured, her head lowered as she uttered the words through a choked voice. "Very well," Xiao Kaitian replied. Though he too had grappled with his own inner conflict within such a brief span of time, he yearned to lay everything bare, to speak candidly about the matters at hand. However, upon perceiving Jiang Churan's essence, he realized that she lacked the potential to ascend to a higher dimension. His heart settled into a calm acceptance. Ultimately, he did not belong to this world and could not take Jiang Churan with him. Thus, there were certain matters he could not allow her to fret over. Yet, he was determined to ensure her peace of mind. "I am not entirely clear on the particulars." Jiang Churan gradually began, tugging at the blanket that Xiao Kaitian had placed upon her shoulders, her hands twisting the edges into a knot. "I have been abroad for some time now, but over 6 months ago, I received a phone call from father." He spoke rather vaguely, but he urged me to be cautious, particularly regarding your affairs, which piqued my concern. "Our family, the Xiao family, is among the prominent clans of the Han and Tang dynasties. It is inconceivable that my father would utter such words without reason. However, at that time, he was rather ambiguous, and although I took heed, I did not delve deeply into the matter." As she spoke, her expression darkened slightly, prompting Xiao Kaitian to gently pat her hand. "It is in the past." "Yes," she replied, her voice thick with emotion, as tears threatened to spill. She raised a hand to wipe her face, finally managing to regain her composure. "However, there was one thing my father mentioned that I found rather peculiar. He said someone was seeking Zongzi from him. I have been pondering what this Zongzi could possibly mean." Jiang Churan bit her lip, as if transported back to that day. He also mentioned that there was something in his office at the Xiao group that I must absolutely check. This was crucial information, likely connected to the death of Xiao Zhengxin. Xiao Kaitian's expression grew serious. He too was unaware of the significance of Zongzi, but the items left at the Xiao group. A pregnant silence enveloped them as Jiang Churan bowed her head, wishing to shield Xiao Kaitian from involvement, despite the changes he had undergone. Her throat felt parched, and her tone was tinged with an odd inflection. "All right." Chapter 21. A touch of impatience. The dialogue between the two concluded with a preliminary acknowledgement from both parties. Jiang Churan ceased to dwell on the changes in Xiao Kaitian and the issues they brought forth. Meanwhile, Xiao Kaitian secured the support of a cherished confidant. With Jiang Churan's groundwork laid, many future complications could be mitigated. Furthermore, familial matters left him with no room for retreat. His foremost objective was to grow stronger. Strength manifested in various forms. One was sheer physical power, while the other pertained to social standing. Only by acquiring both could he establish a firm foothold. Otherwise, not only would he himself be at risk, but also those close to him would find themselves in peril. This was not a matter of compassion, but rather a question of principle. Even in the central axis of the cosmic realm, there existed a set of behavioral norms. Without them, the structure of civilization would falter. Xiao Kaitian embraced this baptism of understanding. He had made an agreement with Ajiwara Rin regarding the affairs of the Ajiwara Corporation, which was merely a sudden occurrence. Although he could intimidate Ajiwara Rin in the moment, once she regained her composure, the unfolding of events might not align with his expectations. He needed to bolster his leverage. This leverage was not solely for his benefit, but also for Ajiwara Rin's. In the conference room stood only she, poised and attentive, alongside an elderly gentleman seated at the center of the table, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the reports. Today, Ajiwara Rin donned a crisp, tailored suit, her demeanor composed, revealing none of the confidence that lay at her core. "You're becoming a bit impatient, Rin," the elder remarked, flipping through the pages of the report before setting them down on the table. His tone remained steady, devoid of any fluctuations. After all, separated by a nation, errors in intelligence can be tolerated. Yet, based on this, you took it upon yourself to agree to Xiao Kaitian's terms. Isn't that a tad hasty? As he spoke, he casually tossed the report onto the table, the neatly arranged pages fanning out. "The lesson you impart is well taken," Ajiwara Rin replied, her gaze scanning the scattered documents with a respectful demeanor, though her eyes bore no trace of acknowledgement. However, my actions were not solely motivated by Xiao Kaitian's status as a martial practitioner. Oh, the elder raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Whether the information is genuine or fabricated, the fact remains that Xiao Kaitian is indeed a martial practitioner, and his prowess rivals my own. Ajiwara Rin analyzed calmly, unperturbed by the elder's subtly amused gaze. It is hardly novel for prominent families to conceal their true capabilities while engaging with martial practitioners. Indeed, a glimmer of admiration flickered in the elder's eyes. I have also extended our family's conditions, yet unexpectedly, Ajiwara Rin recalled the situation, her cheeks flushing as she sensed an unusual shift. She clenched her fist, striving to maintain her composure. He proposed an alternative collaboration, which piqued my interest. The elder fell silent, extending his hand to gather the scattered documents once more, clutching them tightly. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold, a saying that has traversed from the Han and Tang dynasties to our nation. I trust you comprehend its meaning. At this juncture, Ajiwara Rin could not help but press her lips together. The elderly gentleman once again perused the documents, the only sound within the room being the rustle of paper. Eventually, he organized the materials in his hands, a thick stack of paper striking the table with a resonant thud. You must understand, it is not solely our family, the Ajiwara clan, that has set its sights on this individual. We have left some room for negotiation. What about the others? Have you thoroughly considered this? Only a Rin. With such scant details, let alone others, the older members of the family would likely be hard to convince. The elderly man laid bare his thoughts. Ajiwara Rin smiled subtly, as Xiao Kaitian likely anticipated this, hence the scheduled meeting in 3 days. Rest assured, he has an appointment with me and will provide an explanation. She bowed slightly. An explanation for the family. The elderly man's gaze flickered. If Xiao Kaitian truly spoke in such terms, this young man should not be underestimated. The Ajiwara family's alignment this time could very well determine the clan's standing for decades to come. He immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. Did he genuinely say that? Good. The elderly man lowered his gaze. Then we shall await the conditions he presents. However, let me make it clear, even if we agree, we will do all we can overtly, yet the covert matters, as you know, may not all be within our control. Understood. Ajiwara Rin had received an answer that exceeded her expectations. She was not overly troubled. After all, if Xiao Kaitian could not handle trivial matters, cooperation would be unnecessary. Yet, she still confirmed, are you referring to matters of the underworld? Indeed, the elderly man nodded. We must not overly involve ourselves in that realm. This is a matter of principle, and you need to clarify this. Certainly. A smile graced the corners of Ajiwara Rin's lips, in stark contrast to Ajiwara Rin's progress. Haru Sakura, having received orders, found herself in a predicament. First, she faced inexplicable criticism regarding her work, subsequently leading to her suspension and isolation for observation. Then, she received a private directive from Hattori Hideo, commencing her official task of closely monitoring all movements of Xiao Kaitian. She immediately convened with her enforcer, Yamamoto, to strategize. Initially, she had planned an aggressive approach, but soon encountered a significant setback. After 2 days, she discerned one crucial fact. Xiao Kaitian was a recluse. He spent virtually all his time at home, venturing out only occasionally to a local eatery, which she had also investigated. It served authentic Chinese cuisine. And whenever Xiao Kaitian visited, it was always during mealtimes. How could she surveil him? How could she apprehend him? Would she accuse him of dining unlawfully? The most frustrating aspect was the daily requirement to report to Hattori regarding his whereabouts. There was hardly anything of substance to report. Her vocabulary was nearly exhausted. She longed to bite the steering wheel. Chapter 22. Xiao Kaitian is finally on the move in contrast to the restless Haru in no way sitting in the driver's seat. Her companion Yamamoto reclined comfortably in the passenger seat, sprawled out with the chair fully reclined, dozing off. She had anticipated significant action, which had deprived her of sleep for the past 2 days, leaving her with dark circles under her eyes and a sense of bewilderment about life. The neckline of her shirt, strained at the chest, faintly carried the scent of perspiration, and her scalp tingled slightly. Before long, the door to Xiao Kaitian's residence swung open, revealing him in a tailored suit. Haru's gaze was fixated upon him as she reached out to nudge Yamamoto, her voice carrying a sense of urgency. Wake up, Xiao Kaitian is out. What? Yamamoto squinted awake, glancing briefly before wiping drool from the corner of his mouth and returning to his slumber. At this hour, isn't he just out for his morning exercise? Go back to sleep. However, Haru, perhaps due to her prolonged lack of sleep, felt a strange sense of hallucination. Xiao Kaitian had a small backpack slung over his right shoulder. She squinted her eyes, sensing movement. Yamamoto, I feel that Xiao Kaitian is finally about to make a move. She spoke with a hint of excitement. As a criminal investigator, she knew that her profession surpassed that of a traffic officer. Having graduated in criminal studies, she often reflected on the absurdity of being urged by elders to consider safety. Otherwise, why would she ever entertain the notion of becoming a mundane traffic cop? The truth is singular and unwavering. Just the thought of wearing glasses and pointing at a suspect made her heart race with anticipation. Of course, in her mind, traffic officers were also part of the police force, one of the noble and sacred professions. What is going on? Yamamoto turned away, completely disregarding Haru's enthusiasm. A few days prior, he had approached her with a mysterious air, claiming a significant mission, yet here he was, merely observing a situation, being a typical introvert. He preferred to continue his slumber. Simply being in the car was already a considerable concession. Useless. Haru gritted her teeth. Nevertheless, once Xiao Kaitian entered the car and drove off, she could not afford to berate Yamamoto further. She promptly pressed the accelerator to follow him. Xiao Kaitian, driving a borrowed Toyota Corolla, occasionally glanced into the rearview mirror, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Who was following him? Couldn't they be a bit more discreet? Were they a hitman or a martial artist? Such brazen pursuit was utterly shameless. Yet, curiosity piqued within him to uncover the identity of his pursuer. Unfortunately, this individual was rather inept. Had he not slowed down several times, the follower would undoubtedly have lost him. This blatant adherence to traffic rules and the art of tailing was truly eye-opening. He cast another glance at the vehicles waiting at the distant intersection for the green light, feeling a sense of helplessness as he eased his speed. To Haru, this action appeared utterly foolish. Oh no, not a warm-hearted guy. No, this hitman is not exactly cold. Ultimately, her admiration for Xiao Kaitian grew, as this marked her first step from being a traffic officer to a criminal investigator. His leisurely driving pace truly catered to her sensibilities, a veritable beacon of integrity in the industry. Nowadays, spies, hitmen, and criminals seem to possess such warmth. The journey of merely 7 or 8 kilometers had inexplicably stretched into over an hour. Upon arriving at the entrance of a CAF, Xiao Kaitian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. The sign was striking, boldly proclaiming Cat's Eye, exuding a unique charm. With a slight smile, he pushed open the dark glass door, greeted by the welcoming chime. As his eyes adjusted to the contrasting light, he surveyed the interior. At the bar stood a robust, bald elder with snow-white hair, sporting dark sunglasses, meticulously polishing coffee cups and saucers. Beside him was a middle-aged woman with long, wavy hair, her figure well-maintained. Upon noticing Xiao Kaitian's entrance, she merely glanced up, then returned her attention elsewhere. The sound of a coffee cup settling onto a saucer broke the silence as Xiao Kaitian took a seat opposite her. Ajiwara-rin opened her eyes. The 3-day interval had concluded. Thus, I have come, Xiao Kaitian remarked, gesturing towards the coffee cup across from him. The woman with the flowing locks smiled in acknowledgement, and shortly thereafter, a fragrant cup of coffee was placed steadily on the table. Of course not, Xiao Kaitian grinned. Dressed in athletic wear, he opened his messenger bag and gently pushed an item towards Ajiwara-rin. It was a single right-hand glove adorned with 2 intertwined logos resembling GG, a design she recognized all too well. Her gaze turned icy. What is the meaning of bringing me a solitary glove? Try it, and you shall see, he replied, taking a sip of the coffee, which was decent, though he would have preferred tea, given the choice. Coffee provided a brief surge of energy, but tea, with its rich heritage and depth, was far superior. Regrettably, however, the people of the island nation had lost their advantage in tea culture, overshadowed by the rise of coffee. With an expression of displeasure, Ajiwara-rin donned the glove, immediately sensing something unusual within it. Confused, she looked at Xiao Kaitian. What is this? It's a GG glove. With some enhancements, he swiftly produced a cigarette and lit it, clouds of smoke wafting towards her cold visage, causing her to frown. It can be considered custom-made for you. The power source is a standard hydrogen bag, compatible with hydrogen crystals. This is a bespoke version, truly one of a kind. However, it can only be utilized 3 times, and its potency is approximately 1.5 times your full strength. Xiao Kaitian exhaled a plume of smoke. 1.5 times? Ajiwara-rin's pupils dilated in shock. Compared to the nonchalant demeanor of Xiao Kaitian, she grasped the implications. Are you suggesting that with this glove, I could unleash the attacks of a peak Huang realm martial artist? In that instant, a chill ran through her heart. She, a mid-level Huang realm practitioner, could barely reach the peak level through techniques. Now, Xiao Kaitian casually tossed her a glove, claiming it would allow her to transcend her limits at will. How could she possibly accept this? Chapter 23. A futile endeavor. Xiao Kaitian gazed at Ajiwara Rin with an expression that suggested he was observing a fool. Exhaling wisps of smoke, yet he felt no inclination to elaborate further. The item had already been presented, and its efficacy was for Ajiwara Rin to assess. He was not a salesman, nor did he feel compelled to incessantly extol the virtues of his reliable product. How did you accomplish this? A sense of intense curiosity enveloped Ajiwara Rin as she tugged on the gloves and immediately discerned a difference. The inner layer of the gloves seemed to harbor skeletal-like supports, presumably forged from steel, with certain areas exhibiting a notable rigidity, likely serving as control centers. May I test them here? You truly are exceptional. Ajiwara Rin's eyes sparkled with heightened interest. This CAF, familiar to those in Japan who have traversed the underworld, was an enigma to Xiao Kaitian, an outsider who could effortlessly unveil its intricacies. She could not suppress her admiration. How did you manage that? Though her understanding of martial cultivation was limited, she possessed a degree of confidence in her ability to discern martial practitioners upon meeting them. Yet, in Xiao Kaitian, she could detect no signs of such prowess. A person who appeared devoid of martial attributes, yet could accurately gauge the abilities of those around him. What was the meaning of this? Xiao Kaitian smiled faintly. How could he articulate his origins from a higher dimensional space? Were they all mere characters adorned with numerical values above their heads? He could not express this, for to say otherwise, the bald elder in the CAF boasted a staggering combat power of 160, and the woman who seemed akin to his spouse possessed a strength of 74. Engaging in a confrontation here would not lead to his demise, but it would incur losses and unwise endeavor. Perhaps you might inquire with them. Xiao Kaitian flicked the ash from his cigarette, gesturing with a hint of amusement towards the two individuals. Ajiwara Rin's expression faltered, and she took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. You wait for me. With that, she vigorously stirred her coffee cup, creating a clattering sound of discontent, and, with a cold demeanor, rose to her feet. She approached the counter, conversing with a middle-aged woman with whom she seemed quite familiar. Xiao Kaitian paid little mind, redirecting his gaze outside the window, where he spotted a vehicle parked not far away. Within it, a man and a woman lay prone, fully visible to his keen eyesight. To his surprise, it was her. The memory of Haruka Sakura's earnest demeanor flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smirk before quickly falling into contemplation. The police's involvement in his affairs was not unexpected, but what did it signify for them to dispatch 2 traffic officers? Let us go. Ajiwara Rin's voice interrupted Xiao Kaitian's thoughts. He looked up to see the bald elder and the middle-aged woman flanking her, the automatic gate at the entrance having already closed. Under the guidance of the bald elder, the group descended into the basement. With each step down the staircase, they entered a realm distinct from the one above. The basement was excavated to considerable depths, at least 3 stories below ground, encompassing approximately 100 square meters, essentially hollowing out the store's lower level. The surrounding walls were clad in thick metal, and one wall was adorned with an array of firearms and weaponry, exuding an air of somber intensity. In the dimly lit basement, the bald elder stood at the center, exuding an air of confidence as he prepared to personally test the glove's power. Leaning against the staircase railing at the entrance, the middle-aged beauty observed with a smile. It had been a considerable time since the elder had engaged in any physical activity, and he broke into a grin, saying, "Rin, please do not hold back." This was the moment to ascertain whether the device was truly effective. With a provocative tilt of her chin towards Xiao Kaitian, Ojihara Rin donned the gloves, clenching her fists. Her fingers activated the switch nestled within her palms, and a barely audible hum resonated as a faint glow emanated from her right hand. A surge of unfamiliar strength coursed through her, and Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was promising. In an instant, she pivoted and dashed towards the bald elder, delivering a straightforward and forceful punch, an uncomplicated yet brutal test. The elder, initially employing a single-handed defense, felt the force of her strike, which surprisingly caused a crack to appear in his sunglasses. Swiftly, he transitioned to a two-handed stance, and their powers collided. In the silent basement, a sudden whirlwind erupted. Rin's hair flew wildly as joy surged within her. The strength she wielded far exceeded her own capabilities. Expecting a recoil from the impact, She was instead met with a steady balance, the glove's power surpassing her expectations. Eager for more, she spun gracefully, converting her punch into a slicing strike, which landed forcefully on the elder's right arm. Time seemed to freeze momentarily as both figures stilled, yet in the blink of an eye, the elder, adopting a defensive posture, was propelled sideways, crashing against the metallic wall with a resounding thud that echoed through the basement. Exhaling deeply, Rin confirmed the glove's functionality, while the elder adjusted his disheveled attire. Offering a rare thumbs up. A commendable weapon, he remarked. Indeed? Xiao Kaitian seemed unfazed as he meticulously extracted a cigarette and lit it. The power can reach the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm, even the early stages of the Xian Realm. It effectively addresses the issue of recoil. However, if the user's strength is insufficient and their speed cannot keep pace, they will fail to strike their adversary. A thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. Cough, cough. Rin inhaled deeply, striving to belittle the glove's potential further. Conversely, if one possesses adequate strength, these gloves may prove redundant, merely a trinket. For martial practitioners, their utility is negligible. Xiao Kaitian, I waited 3 days for this. How disappointing. With that, she cast a patronizing smile in his direction. Unhurriedly, Xiao Kaitian replied. When did I ever claim this was intended for martial practitioners? Chapter 24. A crucial step in building connections. The corners of Rina Ajiwara's mouth twitched, and the veins on her forehead bulged. Had it not been for the consideration of her inability to overpower Xiao Kaitian, she would have undoubtedly lashed out. Yet, as she restrained herself, a wave of anger surged within her, compelling her to seek an outlet for her frustration. Isn't this meant for martial cultivators? Her expression was somewhat forced. Then what purpose does this aggressive weapon serve? Xiao Kaitian, smoking a cigarette, withdrew his phone to send a message. He gestured with his right hand, correcting Rene Ajiwara's misunderstanding. No, this version of the gloves is a sample for you. Naturally, the technology must meet certain standards. A sample? Rene Ajiwara felt her curiosity piqued, leaning forward with her ample bosom pressing against the table. Could it be that you can design mechas? Mechas, utilized by the state to deter martial cultivators, are classified as highly confidential national assets and represent the pinnacle of technological advancement in this world. If this individual before her could indeed design mechas, she would not hesitate to reconsider her perception of Xiao Kaitian. What? A mecha? Xiao Kaitian's expression turned bewildered as he put away his phone. The idea of actually designing a mecha was absurd. He would undoubtedly be detained by the island nation for such foolishness. His confusion only deepened. What do you mean? Nothing, Rene Ajiwara replied, her annoyance rising as disappointment washed over her after her expectations crumbled. 1/3, she remarked. Isn't that? Indeed, Xiao Kaitian did not deny it. It's above the level of an average person, but it hasn't reached the realm of martial cultivators. Rene Ajiwara was completely perplexed and chose to await Xiao Kaitian's elucidation. The product's positioning is not as a dangerous weapon, but merely as a self-defense tool for personal carry. It does not involve martial cultivators, which presents several advantages. Xiao Kaitian raised a finger. Firstly, it avoids entanglement in martial disputes. A product that enhances strength, if acquired by martial cultivators, would disrupt the existing balance in the martial world. I believe you can imagine the resistance we would face by pursuing this route. Rene Ajiwara unconsciously nodded in agreement. Secondly, the retail price of the finished gloves is 10 million island coins, excluding the power source hydrogen pouch. The target customers are typically the daughters and wives of noble families, who usually have very high safety requirements and are accompanied by bodyguards or even martial cultivators. It is not uncommon. But what if we could offer these individuals a slight edge in strength? I believe their families would not mind spending a little extra. Are you suggesting that the glove's power is reduced, targeting the female demographic within noble families? Rina Ajiwara was taken aback. Isn't this meant for combat? How has it transformed into something akin to pepper spray for self-defense? She had to concede to Xiao Kaitian's market acumen. First, the reduction in power rendered the gloves non-threatening to those at the martial cultivator level. Second, the pricing strategy distinguished it from commonplace products, significantly reducing the likelihood of access for the general populace, thereby not increasing societal threats or undermining the state's control. From these two perspectives, the current entry point appeared quite prudent. Is there any possibility of promotional offers? Rin Ajiwara continued to interrogate, unable to believe that Xiao Kaitian had thought through everything so meticulously. The chips for mass-produced products would incorporate users' personal information to ensure consistency in access. Xiao Kaitian, rarely lifting his coffee cup, took a small sip and remarked, "The uniqueness of the glove users must be guaranteed. Of course, in light of social responsibility. This information may be disclosed to the police when necessary." Rin Ajiwara was utterly taken aback. Did this individual possess business acumen as well? Was he merely a brute in martial arts? Recalling Xiao Kaitian's background, her gaze turned inquisitive. Were his previous records merely a smokescreen to confound adversaries? Or had the Hantang Xiao family been harboring a grand conspiracy all along? Her perception of Xiao Kaitian shifted repeatedly, leaving her mind in a whirl. As for sales channels, I am confident that with the Ajiwara family's influence, establishing an independent channel will pose no issue, Xiao Kaitian said with a benevolent smile. Seemingly having considered the Ajiwara family's situation in detail. This is also a crucial step for you to build connections. Regarding production procedures, company establishment, and operational guarantees, I believe these will not be problematic for you. Rin Ajiwara felt a stir of interest. This product indeed had a significant demand in the market. For many entrepreneurial families, especially those with a modicum of social standing, the safety of their family members, particularly women, was of paramount concern. Xiao Kaitian's entry point lay precisely here. Should the Ajiwara family become the sole sales channel, it could substantially elevate the family's status in the island nation. Mercenaries and assassins, after all, still lived a life far removed from that of ordinary people, let alone martial artists. Thus, there was room for the existence of a product like Xiao Kaitian's, which did not jeopardize social safety. She felt somewhat enchanted, yet bit her plump red lips, refraining from speaking. As for the profit sharing, in a one-time sale of the finished product, we can split it 40-60, with you receiving 60%, as I am indeed involved as the developer. 40% is sufficient, Xiao Kaitian said, almost condescendingly. However, for subsequent purchases of the chips, the price is set at 3 million each, with an 80-20 split. I take 80, you take 20. Upon finishing, he crossed his legs. Rin Ajiwara felt a mix of irritation and amusement. The earlier terms seemed acceptable, but what was this? To put it bluntly, he intended to exploit the Ajiwara family's resources for sales. She stared wide-eyed at Xiao Kaitian. Don't tell me this is still a consumable. Of course it is, Xiao Kaitian replied earnestly. The primary consumables, aside from the hydrogen bag, are the chips, each of which guarantees a usage time of 20 minutes. If usage exceeds this time, a new chip must be replaced. Is there no permanence? She inquired. He stirred his spoon, the metallic clink against the porcelain producing a melodious sound. Rin Ajiwara was incredulous. Utterly disbelieving this rationale, she was grinding her teeth in frustration. After all this talk, Xiao Kaitian had retained complete control over all the product's core components. The most critical technology, the chips, he had disclosed none of. Moreover, once individuals utilize such products, if all goes well, they may remain indifferent. However, should an unfortunate incident occur, they will undoubtedly become fervent advocates. After all, in this world, who among the affluent would ever lament an excess of safety? Chapter 25. A devourer who leaves no bones behind. Before me stands this insufferable individual, feigning concern for the interests of the Ajiwara family. In truth, however, he is merely exploiting the family's connections to peddle his own products, akin to a parasitic growth that gradually siphons the Ajiwara family's strength. What is even more critical is her inability to resist temptation. The designs crafted by Xiao Kaitian possess an extraordinary market appeal, causing her to swallow hard, unabashedly producing an unrefined gulp. Xiao Kaitian gazes at Ajiwara Rin's elegant collarbone, which deepens with her movement, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. Furthermore, the production personnel, particularly in the software sector, will be managed by my team. Ajiwara Rin clenches her fists. This is excessive, truly excessive, with all the core responsibilities resting upon his shoulders. Does that mean her family is merely a terminal for labor? You must understand, once the market is opened. Xiao Kaitian lifts his coffee cup, inhaling the unique aroma of South American flavor wafting from within, his tone tinged with a hint of pity. The aristocratic families across the entire archipelago will revolve around the Ajiwara family. This is indeed a reality. In this world, there exist martial practitioners, assassins, and mercenaries. Realms untouched by ordinary folk, yet not so for the members of prominent families, particularly the women among them. In the shadows, there are often protectors. And who could resist the allure of added security? Take Ajiwara Rin herself, for instance, as a pivotal figure destined to steer her family's future. Her core responsibilities revolve around operational management. The additional time spent learning martial arts serves a singular purpose: to cultivate self-defense capabilities for dire circumstances. This is a standard for nurturing successors within illustrious families. However, not every family member possesses the innate talent for martial arts. The majority are ordinary individuals, and the dangers surrounding them far exceed those faced by the average person. Even Ajiwara Rin has discreet protection. Thus, even if the wine Xiao Kaitian offers carries adverse effects, Ajiwara Rin feels compelled to partake. After bestowing his attention upon her, he shifts his gaze contentedly towards the entrance, accompanied by the melodious chime of wind bells. A young man clad in a gray suit enters, appearing somewhat apprehensive. He bows and smiles nervously at the bald elder and the beautiful woman before cautiously approaching Xiao Kaitian. Addressing him with utmost deference, "Young Master Xiao." Red Carp, Xiao Kaitian responds, exuding an air of a neighborly elder, his gaze softening. He is the top assassin of the underground organization in our archipelago, and he shall serve as my representative here henceforth. He gestures towards the girl across from him. Ajiwara Rin, the princess of the Ajiwara family. Please treat her well. Red Carp's voice carries a hint of quavering. He does not desire the role of a spokesperson. He is an assassin, not a star. Yet, he feels trapped, unable to discern the depths of Xiao Kaitian's strength. Ajiwara Rin casts a sidelong glance at Red Carp, her disdain evident in her expression, meeting Xiao Kaitian's questioning gaze with apparent disinterest. Is this it? The top assassin of the archipelago? Red Carp, what say you? All mere titles, Red Carp stammers, a rare flush creeping across his cheeks. In truth, it's rather ordinary. He mumbles. Humph. With a stern expression, Ajiwara Rin remarked, Hongli, one of the underground assassins, is classified as an E-level killer, an unremarkable rank. The Ajiwara family, being a prominent clan, has certain influences within underground organizations, and I am well aware of the basic profiles of various individuals. Xiao Kaitian shifted his gaze towards Hongli, who hesitated before explaining, in comparison to the 4 levels of martial cultivation, heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, the assassin world categorizes ranks as A, B, C, D. And I fall into the E category. In a direct confrontation, I cannot match a martial cultivator of the yellow realm, but in terms of assassination, I have successfully eliminated one. He glanced at Ajiwara Rin, who was at the mid-level of the yellow realm. Ajiwara Rin averted her tense face. Xiao Kaitian, however, felt indifferent. He was aware that Hongli's strength was lacking. He sought a companion, not a killer, and thus considered combat prowess secondary. Contemplating the chemistry between the two, he waved his hand. Please, take a seat. Weakness and strength can be compensated. What truly matters is your capability in carrying out tasks. I hope you two can develop a good rapport. Upon hearing this, Hongli's gaze fell upon the gloves on the table, and he chuckled foolishly. Young Master Xiao. These are wonderful items. Could you make one for me? You are my spokesperson, Xiao Kaitian replied, shaking his head. From now on, we shall operate above board. Matters of violence should no longer be entertained. But young Master Xiao, Hongli lamented, I am but a wandering soul in a solitary city, dwelling in darkness. Mind your words, Xiao Kaitian interrupted. Once a decision has been made, one must be accountable for their promises. As the ancient said, a gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Hongli bowed his head, tears streaming down. He was an assassin, not a gentleman, and his education was lacking. However, Xiao Kaitian clearly had no room for debate. He produced a piece of paper and handed it to Hongli. This outlines your upcoming tasks. If you require assistance, seek Ajiwara Rin. As Hongli received the paper, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Ajiwara Rin, curious, turned her head to glimpse what task Xiao Kaitian had assigned. Only to be equally stunned, the document outlined a plan to collaborate with the world-renowned brand GG. Young Master Xiao, Hongli choked, I can understand the production of gloves, and I can accept being a subordinate, but I fail to comprehend why we must seek a partnership with GG. Sighing, Xiao Kaitian rubbed his forehead, realizing he had been focused solely on recruiting followers without considering the quality of personnel. Hongli was evidently not suited for management or operations, and it appeared that assistance from Sun Zhongyi would be necessary in this regard. Our target market is high-end clients. These gloves must be produced by a prestigious brand. GG is a world-leading brand, is it not? I believe they would be interested. This is a product aimed at developing a new high-end market. Xiao Kaitian had reason to believe in the potential for collaboration with GG. Yet, he also recognized that he himself possessed a certain obsession with cleanliness and order. Working with someone like him required utmost diligence, for he could be ruthless. Hongli was a case in point. A capable assassin had been molded into a business person. There are no significant issues, Xiao Kaitian gently reassured. You are just beginning in this line of work. and a lack of experience is natural. With time, you will adapt. I will find someone to assist you. Chapter 26, Assassination. What more could Hong Li say? Everything was under the control of Xiao Kaitian, who was far worse off than Igarashi Rin. Yet there was no recourse. After all, he had foolishly crossed paths with Xiao Kaitian. Being an assassin was never a sustainable option, and Xiao Kaitian patiently enlightened him. He understood the foundational truths of this world. Who would choose to live life on the edge of a blade? It was far more desirable to secure a respectable job and lead a stable existence. This was a troublesome matter. Xiao Kaitian furrowed his brow, aware that his name lingered within the depths of the dark web, attracting a relentless stream of assassins seeking to trouble him. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, inquiring about the specifics of the situation. Originally, your remuneration was 100 million yen, a standard task. At this, Hong Li felt a wave of regret wash over him. How could he have been so blind as to target the wolf at the top? Now, he found himself ensnared. However, after my failure, the news of my withdrawal from the dark web spread, and as a result, Xiao Xiao's bounty has doubled. Those seeking you now are likely at least D-level assassins. Is that impressive? Indeed, it is, Hong Li replied with grave seriousness. The concept of D-level assassins is entirely beyond my realm. Some among them can even eliminate Xian-level martial artists. And such assassins are typically affiliated with organized groups. As he spoke, he cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Kaitian. An organization? How intriguing. Xiao Kaitian's interest was piqued. An organization implies scale. Scale suggests formidable strength, and formidable strength indicates deep-seated resources. He recognized what he lacked most at present, resources. However, he kept this thought to himself. He needed to extract every ounce of value from the two individuals before him. I shall consider this matter with utmost seriousness. Xiao Kaitian maintained a stern facade, suppressing the corners of his mouth, which appeared quite peculiar to Igarashi Rin and Hong Li, prompting them to exchange glances before turning away. With matters nearly resolved, it was time for the two to continue their subsequent dealings, allowing Xiao Kaitian to step back. He stood, nodding in acknowledgement to the bald elder and the beautiful woman, leaving Igarashi Rin and Hong Li to exchange bewildered looks as he exited the CAF. As he pushed open the door, a rush of cold air filled his lungs, invigorating him momentarily. Yet, he soon sensed an almost imperceptible aura of danger, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Xiao Kaitian's expression remained impassive. His spiritual source was nearly non-existent, thus limiting his ability to accurately detect enemies to only a few meters. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his awareness. The wealth of combat experience accumulated over countless years allowed him to perceive such rudimentary stealth and murderous intent. While lamenting his current frailty, he eagerly awaited the arrival of his adversary. Once inside his vehicle, he glanced at the rearview mirror, catching sight of Haruka Sakura's car not far behind, where he could vaguely see a woman devouring a hamburger. He couldn't help but smirk. However, currently beset by troubles, he had no desire to engage further with the police. He pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward at great speed. In the driver's seat, Haruka Sakura hastily crumpled the paper surrounding her hamburger, swallowing with difficulty, and pointed towards the car ahead. Yamamoto, hurry, catch up to him. Seated in the passenger seat, Yamamoto bore an expression of helplessness. Sister, it is you who is driving now. As Xiao Kaitian earnestly focused, several intersections later, Chun Jingying had completely lost track of him. Frustrated, she pounded the steering wheel and muttered, damn it. I'll stealthily plant a tracker in his car tonight. Yamamoto stretched languidly, considering Chun Jingying's driving skills. There was little she could accomplish at the speed limit of 40. It was surprising that she was still a traffic officer. After Chun Jingying vanished from the rearview mirror, Xiao Kaitian adjusted his direction, steering the vehicle toward a more secluded area. In the bustling heart of the city, neither party would dare to act, both unwilling to stir up unnecessary trouble. The car gradually came to a halt near a pastoral expanse. Though not far from the city, it exuded the unique charm of rural Japan. Once outside, Xiao Kaitian leaned against the car door, extracted a cigarette, and lit it, the smoke dissipating swiftly in the gentle breeze. The ground beneath him was muddy from the recent heavy rain, and apart from the fields and scattered wooden cabins, a petite stone bridge could be seen nearby, with a narrow stream trickling through, the faint sound of water splashing against stones audible amidst the tranquility. This open space was ill-suited for long-range sniping, and Xiao Kaitian aimed to provoke his opponent into revealing themselves, confident that they would appear. His own vulnerability served as the greatest bait. A figure emerged on the small stone bridge, a young woman with her hair elegantly styled, clad in a long gray trench coat and wrapped in a khaki scarf. With a cold countenance, she carried a bag and strolled leisurely. Trailing behind her was a young boy dressed in blue-black shorts and a school uniform, shouldering a square black backpack typical of Japanese elementary students. His slouching cap suggested he had just endured a stern reprimand. The young woman, donning knee-high boots, skillfully navigated around the potholes, while the boy trampled through the muck without a care, sometimes intentionally stomping down to splash mud. They appeared to be a mother and son recently embroiled in an argument. Yet their sudden intrusion into this scene felt rather peculiar. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Xiao Kaitian flicked away the ash, pondering whether assassins in Japan were truly so reckless or if brazen daylight killings had become commonplace. As they drew nearer, Xiao Kaitian's abrupt stop made him even more conspicuous. The distance between them dwindled to less than 5 meters. The young woman maintained her icy demeanor, casting a glance at him, adhering to Japanese etiquette. She merely furrowed her brow without demanding he move aside, attempting to navigate around him. A smile grazed Xiao Kaitian's lips as the cigarette but fell from his fingers, sinking into the mud with a faint hiss. Suddenly, a silver glimmer, fine as a thread and tinged with a ghostly blue hue, arced towards his nostril at an uncanny angle. Unfortunately, it missed by mere centimeters, veering instead to pierce toward his heart. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Kaitian discerned clearly that the woman held a long needle in her hand, a deadly, lethal needle. The young boy behind the woman also lifted his head, revealing a hint of surprise. However, his astonishment swiftly transformed into terror as Xiao Kaitian, like a great rock spreading its wings, lunged towards him. He immediately retreated 10 meters, relieved that Xiao Kaitian did not pursue him. As he stepped back, the woman behind Xiao Kaitian gradually collapsed. The boy's expression turned solemn, and in his youthful voice, he inquired, "How did you discern it?" Chapter 27. The insult to the assassin. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans rolled down the young boy's forehead, his entire body frozen in place. He realized that if he dared to raise his hand to wipe it away, the only fate awaiting him would undoubtedly be death. Amidst his terror and confusion, he pondered how Xiao Kaitian could see through him. According to his past experiences with his skills, even a mid-level martial artist in the Xian realm would be vulnerable to his assassination. Furthermore, he felt no trace of martial energy emanating from Xiao Kaitian. Who could this person be? As an assassin, being caught and interrogated by his target was a blow to his dignity, a situation so disgraceful that it would be preferable to end his own life. Yet, the strings controlling his puppet lay firmly in Xiao Kaitian's hands, who had turned the tables and seized control of his own body. A D-grade assassin, as he had just learned from Hongli, Xiao Kaitian was quick to adopt the information, tossing the strings back to Bailu while slipping his hands into his pockets. "Tell me the name of your organization, and I'll spare your puppet's life." Bailu's youthful face turned even paler. As an assassin, being countered and interrogated by his intended victim was an unspeakable humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he forced out a response. "Are you certain you wish to know the name of my organization? Let me remind you, once you confront the organization, it becomes a matter of life and death." There was a hint of threat in Bailu's words, an attempt to intimidate Xiao Kaitian. Xiao Kaitian extended his right hand and gently struck the back of the woman beneath him. Silver rays shot forth from her back, causing Bailu's expression to change dramatically. Xiao Kaitian then leisurely remarked, "My patience is limited. I do not mind destroying your toy." 6 leaves. Bailu's face darkened ominously. He was certain that Xiao Kaitian understood the art of puppetry, for how else could he have extracted the controlling needle? Normally, aside from the practitioner, forcibly removing the control results in the immediate death of the puppet. Yet, Xiao Kaitian had clearly achieved the impossible. "Now I understand why Hongli failed. I did not expect you to be a martial artist." However, doubt lingered in his mind. There were no discernible signs of martial prowess on Xiao Kaitian, nor did he resemble an assassin. What was the true background of this heir from the Han and Tang dynasties? The intelligence from 6 leaves had proven to be alarmingly inaccurate, and he regretted taking on this task so lightly. Bailu was taken aback. He had anticipated that mentioning the name of his organization would at least pressure Xiao Kaitian, but instead, the latter appeared utterly unfazed. The organization's name was only a bargaining chip for the life of a puppet, and now his own life was at stake. Trembling, he stammered, "Do you dare to kill me? What is there to fear?" Xiao Kaitian clenched his fists. Bailu was an assassin, even if he killed him. It wouldn't stir the police's interest. 6 leaves would certainly cover up the aftermath. "Or do you believe I cannot kill you?" In Xiao Kaitian's eyes, Bailu was merely a slightly larger ant. Just because he was not afraid of trouble did not mean that those around him shared his indifference. "Jiang Churen, Uncle Zhang." and others whom he held dear in this world were not perfectly safe as of yet. He could kill Bailu, but if 6 leaves continued to trouble his family, he could not guarantee that he could handle the situation entirely. This was the attitude he adopted while dealing with these assassins, to push them back. But not to the point of death. My patience is finite. Xiao Kaidian couldn't help but tug at his collar, a gesture that, in Bailu's eyes, signified an impending confrontation. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." He set down his backpack and rummaged through it for a while before producing a small vial containing a cerulean liquid, which he tossed to Xiao Kaidian. Xiao Kaidian grimaced. The water of strength held little significance for him, as his divine essence was already sufficiently potent. The only limitation lay in his physical form, which could not fully harness its power. He casually caught the small vial, reminiscent of an eyedropper, and upon sensing the flow of divine energy, he couldn't help but express his surprise. From this diminutive container, he detected fluctuations of 4-dimensional power, indicating the possibility of dimensional breakthroughs in the world. He gazed at Bailu as if eyeing a delectable dish, asking, "Where did this come from? What resources do you have for cultivation?" Bailu was momentarily at a loss for words. His primary focus was on body refinement, drawing strength from physical training and various assassination techniques, which did not involve consuming rare treasures as martial cultivators did. This was also why overall martial prowess often surpassed that of assassins. Faced with Xiao Kaidian's inquiry, he could only shake his head, signaling a lack of resources. Xiao Kaidian, however, did not press the issue. It was evident that an assassin on a mission would not carry significant items. He calmly stored the vial, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. "It seems I should pay a visit to the 6 leaves sometime. Surely, there must be many items similar to this there." Bailu broke into a cold sweat, fearing that this individual might indeed be plotting to target 6 leaves. The martial cultivators of the Han and Tang dynasties were notoriously unscrupulous, for they believed in killing without remorse, not demeaning the assassin. Mr. Xiao, may I take my leave now?" After a prolonged silence, he finally mustered the courage to ask. A single act of mercy did not guarantee further leniency. That was his principle. A fly may buzz incessantly, but if it becomes too bothersome, it is best to swat it dead. Chapter 28. Dark Flower F20200222 on that fateful night. A post in the bounty hunter section of the deep web swiftly gained notoriety. The so-called bounty hunters are a self-styled appellation used by the assassin organization in Japan, which carries its own rationale. The tasks presented on the deep web's Dark Flower platform encompass not only ordinary individuals like Sigh, but also assignments involving drug lords and heinous criminals. In a certain sense, these missions are more numerous, with some even issued by governmental organizations. The coexistence of light and darkness in the world is why they prefer to refer to themselves as bounty hunters. The viral post pertained to the task known as Dark Flower F20200222, and the originator vividly detailed the circumstances surrounding it. What piqued my interest was the repetitive sequence of twos, which, together with the task itself, lent an amusing quality to the assignment. Since I did not take on this task, I could not accurately assess the subject's information. However, based on the results of IP tracking, it is highly likely that this mission was commissioned by individuals associated with the Han and Tang dynasties, indicating that the target should be someone from that lineage. Notably, the initial bounty offered for Dark Flower F20200222 was 100 million yen, a figure that is not particularly high. Analyzing the price suggests that the target is likely an ordinary person, possibly possessing some degree of status or a unique background. The first to accept the mission was Red Carp, a figure familiar to many. Logically, there should have been no issues. However, peculiarly, less than 48 hours after accepting the task, Red Carp vanished without a trace, even his information disappearing from the bounty hunter database. What does this signify? It could mean either his demise or his flight. White Egret, classified as a D-level bounty hunter, leads me to deduce that the 6 Leaves organization dispatched White Egret for the task, only to be outsmarted. If this hypothesis holds true, then Dark Flower F20200222 stands as one of the most egregiously miscalculated assignments in the bounty hunting realm. The thought is chilling. I have a foreboding sense that Dark Flower F20200222 will become one of the most unfeasible tasks of the year. Let this post serve as a testament. The post's surge in popularity is attributable to competitive dynamics among peers, who found amusement in the unfolding drama. Various comments rapidly propelled the post to the top tier, sending hearts to Red Carp and White Egret. I happened to glimpse this Dark Flower a few days ago and thankfully refrained from impulsively taking it on. Red Carp is one thing, But white egret is a cornerstone of 6 leaves. The fact that he too faltered is astonishing. This dark flower is certainly not worth the price. In my personal view, the target likely has formidable martial protectors by their side. The hunter has been outwitted by the prey, a rather embarrassing predicament to disclose. Look at you, bunch of assassins, lurking about in secrecy. It's truly disgraceful. We martial artists have always issued challenges openly, with honor. To claim this is one of the most impossible tasks of the year seems rather exaggerated. Currently, 6 Leaves is still engaged with this dark flower, and I shall remain a mere observer, eager to see how they navigate the ensuing challenges. Meanwhile, Red Carp, sitting at his computer and laboring over collaborative documents, felt the color drain from his face. He revoked his status as a bounty hunter, yet retained his deep web account. Watching a multitude of people offer him likes as consolation stirred within him an impulse to smash his computer. The other protagonist, Bai Lu, with a stoic expression, closed his laptop, shouldered his backpack, and departed with the puppet to distant lands. Jokingly, Xiao Kaitian had mentioned he would come to Liuya later. He was not lingering there merely to await demise. Within a building in the capital of the island nation, Dongjing Gaoyuan Temple, the sound of porcelain shattering echoed. On the thick carpet lay artifacts steeped in the rich history of the Momoyama culture, now reduced to fragments due to their owner's fury. A middle-aged man, adorned with wide-rimmed glasses, was bellowing. Yes, indeed. His subordinates, drenched in sweat, respectfully received his orders. A mere wastrel of the Han and Tang dynasties. I shall see just how audacious he can be. As he spoke, the middle-aged man clutched the back of the sofa tightly. Sun Zhangyi's enterprise primarily revolved around Chinese cuisine, while he also engaged part-time in activities related to the Han and Tang Association in the Haiban region. However, with societal progress, the influence of the Han and Tang factions was waning in the island nation, especially with the increasing scrutiny from law enforcement. In truth, Sun Zhangyi's strength was still inferior compared to local factions. Such matters could not be divulged. His intent in seeking out Sun Zhangyi was to acquire manpower. He required reliable individuals, college graduates or above, adept in computer operations. Upon learning of this demand, Sun Zhangyi could not help but frown. He was an outsider in the underworld, and while his subordinates were plentiful in terms of brute strength, cultured individuals were scarce. He shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Xiao, this poses a bit of a challenge. Xiao Kaitian could not suppress his frown. Could we not recruit from the international students? Your people also need to be loyal and obedient. Students would be much simpler. Sun Zhangyi's countenance brightened immediately. He feared Xiao Kaitian would demand intellectual thugs. His men were all warriors. I do have loyal and reliable individuals at my disposal. It's not a significant issue, though I am curious about your intentions. A collaboration with the Ajiwara family, Xiao Kaitian spoke, disregarding Sun Zhangyi's astonishment as he continued. We aim to undertake a project together, but I want to ensure the core elements remain firmly in our hands. What do you think? The Ajiwara family? Sun Zhangyi's face instantly stiffened. Is it that Ajiwara family? Chapter 29. Progress regarding the police officers who came to surveil him. Xiao Kaitian felt no particular fondness, yet the earnest demeanor of Haruki Sakura somewhat touched him. He strode over to the side of the small vehicle and gently tapped on the door. When the window descended, it revealed Haruki Sakura's bitter smile as she struggled to swallow a cheese sandwich. You must have had a tough few days, Xiao Kaitian thought empathetically, shaking the bag in his hand that emanated the distinct aroma of burgers. I brought you some late-night snacks. Huh. Haruki Sakura appeared bewildered, while Yamamoto, seated in the passenger seat, could not help but cover his face. There was a bit of an emergency this morning, and I drove a little faster than intended, Xiao Kaitian said, his expression filled with remorse as he handed over the bag. She silently accepted it. From tomorrow on, I will try to drive more slowly. Or perhaps you could install a tracker in my car. Haruki Sakura, still dazed, took the bag, the buttery, meaty scent of the burger completely awakening her taste buds. She swallowed hard. That was indeed the plan. Very well then, Xiao Kaitian replied with a gentle smile. Please do not feel burdened. You are also working, after all. However, I hope you won't damage my vehicle, as it is borrowed. Absolutely, absolutely, Haruki Sakura hastily assured him, still not fully processing the situation until Xiao Kaitian turned and walked into the house. Look, he agreed to let us install a tracker, Yamamoto, Haruki Sakura exclaimed, pulling out a burger to hand over. Eat it while it's warm. Yamamoto exhaled some residual breath, collapsing against the passenger seat. How foolish could he be to agree to take on this task with Haruki Sakura? Where did this courage of self-sacrifice come from? Indeed, after today's exertion. Although there was no large-scale fighting, he felt his strength had increased slightly. This undeniable fact filled him with anticipation. He would become a stronger existence with each challenge. However, as far as he knew, there were still many capable of killing him on this planet, and he remained at the bottom of a world where strength was revered. Realizing this, he shifted his gaze to the stolen fluid of power, an auxiliary substance for enhancing abilities in this world. He sensed the presence of fourth-dimensional power within it, indicating that the martial practitioners of this realm were also striving toward, or at least attempting to break through, dimensional barriers. He merely wondered how significant a breakthrough it could offer him. He was not particularly concerned about Bailu poisoning the fluid. Firstly, under those circumstances, Bailu would not lie, and secondly, toxins held little adverse effect for him. Contemplating this, he unscrewed the cap and swallowed the liquid from the small vial. He could not help but wrinkle his brow. The taste of the fluid of power was rather unpleasant, carrying an indescribable flavor. Shortly after ingesting it, he felt a surge of power coursing through his body. The strength was not exceedingly potent and was merely fourth-dimensional, yet Xiao Kaitian was quite satisfied. After completing the 9 cycles of his technique, a faint blue light flickered across his body, gradually dissipating as he opened his eyes. Indeed, as his physical prowess grew stronger, the connection between his true essence and divine source also intensified. No longer the faint thread it once was, it now resembled a strand of spider silk. With unwavering focus, he observed this change. His combat capabilities had ascended to a formidable level of 143, equating his strength to that of a peak martial artist of the Yellow Realm on the planet. Most gratifying for Zayacation was the revival of his divine source light. Once reduced to a single fragment, it had now reignited 3 more, totaling 4. While 4 fragments were insufficient to unleash advanced special skills, any progress was preferable to stagnation. After many days in this world, he finally felt a rare sense of optimism. Martial artists and assassins, beings who transcend ordinary humans, indirectly affirm the possibility of dimensional breakthroughs, with the essence of power serving as the most compelling evidence. However, given his current state, not only had he yet to discover a means to access the next dimension, but even if he did, entry would be perilous. The mere act of transcending dimensions could easily lead to his demise. He needed to grow even stronger, at least to a level capable of breaking into the 4th dimension. The essence of power was a valuable asset for him, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of assassins. If necessary, he could spare time to visit Liuya. Although he was uncertain of Liuya's overall strength, he surmised it would not be overwhelmingly potent, aligning nicely with his current capabilities. Moreover, considering family factors, he preferred to avoid broad exposure for the time being. He understood the adage that the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. As Zayacation meticulously planned his next move, Hattori Hideo, situated at the Kanagawa police headquarters, wore an expression akin to one suffering from constipation. His close ties with Hantang and his position as the police chief placed him in a unique position straddling both the lawful and the illicit. Initially, the Xiaojia had approached him for covert assistance, and under the allure of substantial financial incentives, he orchestrated the release of deep web information. As a senior official at the police chief level, he naturally possessed deep web accounts. Thus, when he encountered the trending information in the bounty hunter section of the deep web, he felt a tightening sensation in his chest, causing him to clumsily knock his cup to the ground. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. Was he cursed? He had meticulously studied Zayacation's profile multiple times, yet the so-called waste remained unscathed. The deep web bounty he had initially posted for 100 million yen had now doubled, and should this trend continue, after subtracting the limits imposed by the Xiaojia, what profit would remain for him? He could not allow such a situation to persist. He had already exerted pressure on Liuya that afternoon, but he sensed that Liuya might not be the most reliable fallback. He needed to keep some contingencies in reserve, which was why he had managed to remain undercover within the police force for so many years. Since idle bounty hunters and even Liuya could not resolve the issue, he would seek out more formidable allies, even if it meant owing a favor. Balancing money and power was crucial, and with that thought, a smile finally graced his lips. Chapter 30. The sibling relationship. Xiao Kaitian enjoyed a rare and restful night's sleep, a luxury he often deemed a waste of time. Nevertheless, he found solace in the inherent nature of humanity that his body still retained. Sun Zhongyi must have dispatched protectors for him, yet his subordinates were merely ordinary thugs, competent for handling trivial matters. This reality contributed to Xiao Kaitian's cautious demeanor, for he lacked the strength to safeguard those around him. After completing his morning routine, he resolved to visit Jiang Churin at her university. Before leaving, he dutifully informed Haruno Sakura of his plans. Jiangchurin's university resided in the capital of the island nation, and driving there proved inconvenient. Thus, Haruno Sakura, finding herself with free time, kindly offered to escort him to Yokohama Station. Within the confines of the vehicle, she discreetly observed Xiao Kaitian through the rearview mirror. He was undeniably a striking young man, his eyes bright and clear, utterly failing to exude the danger suggested by the police report from the Habuto precinct. Once Xiao Kaitian exited the car and blended into the crowd, she felt her cheeks flush and shook her head in a daze. Yamamoto, beside her, was already accustomed to her infatuation. The journey itself was straightforward. After taking the TK line to Higashikata Station, Xiao Kaitian transferred to the CH line and arrived at Achinamazu in just a few stops. He had informed Jiangchurin of his intentions early in the morning. Upon exiting the station and descending a slight incline, he soon found himself in front of a small plaza by a glass-encased academic building. There stood a girl clad in a long black trench coat and black jeans, her shoulder-length hair fluttering gently in the breeze. She held a GG bag and was engaged in polite conversation with a young man before her. Xiao Kaitian furrowed his brow slightly. The young man, dressed in a polo shirt and carrying a backpack, appeared to be Jiangchurin's classmate. His expression was tense and awkward as he scratched his head with his right hand. The young man, Takeda, suddenly blanched and stammered, "Jiangchan, you know. Do you look down upon my family background?" "Not at all," Jiangchurin replied, maintaining her smile. She had spotted Xiao Kaitian approaching and waved at him before turning back to Takeda with earnestness. "The truth is, I know nothing of Takeda-kun's circumstances. We are merely classmates, nothing more." Takeda attempted to continue speaking, but Jiangchurin interjected, "I'm terribly sorry, but my brother has arrived." "Excuse me." She offered a slight bow, and the distance between them became palpable. Yet, upon seeing Xiao Kaitian, Jiangchurin cast aside all other thoughts and hurried toward him. Meanwhile, Takeda remained with a sullen expression, casting a complex gaze at Jiangchurin's retreating figure. The two siblings met midway down the slope, and Xiao Kaitian glanced at Takeda, asking, "Who is that? An admirer?" Jiangchurin forced a smile. "Are you feeling jealous? Only now do you think of your sister's well-being. That gentleman is indeed a suitor of mine." Xiao Kaitian recalled Uncle Zhang's words, realizing there was more beneath Jiangchurin's words that met the eye. He wiped his face. "So you turned him down?" The Takeda family, one of the prominent clans in Kai Prefecture, prompted Jiangchurin to curl her lip in disdain. As a force in Kanto, the Takeda clan does not hold a favorable stance toward the Han and Tang dynasties. It's not worth the trouble. "Do you have any money?" Jiangchurin chuckled, concealing her mouth. "Don't forget, the money on you is still from me. In the island nation, splitting the bill is customary." Xiao Kaitian shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands. "Besides, what's yours is mine and vice versa." Xiao Kaitian spoke from the heart. He held his sister in high regard and cherished her deeply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a special trip to the school to find her. Jiangchurin was well aware of Xiao Kaitian's concern, yet her feelings for him transcended the boundaries of sibling affection. It was an indescribable emotion, previously. When Xiao Kaitian was oblivious, she could find solace in self-deception, but now, how could she convince herself otherwise? Amidst the intertwining of familial love and other sentiments, she lowered her head, fidgeting slightly with her handbag strap. Xiao Kaitian was oblivious to her inner turmoil. His sole purpose for visiting today was to ascertain her safety. Observing her sudden shyness, he merely shook his head and said, "Come on, let me treat you to ramen." There was a renowned ramen shop nearby, and the establishments in the island nation were quite small. After they sat down, the place was nearly full, with a bowl of soy sauce-flavored ramen. Xiao Kaitian glanced at Jiangchurin inquiringly. She ordered a bowl of miso ramen, and they waited in silence. Jiangchurin took a sip of hot tea, narrowing her eyes. "You know, the last time I mentioned that seeing you like this makes me uncertain whether to feel happy or sad. I think it's something to be happy about." Xiao Kaitian defended himself. Jiangchurin nodded. Initially, she had reservations about Xiao Kaitian's newfound insight, but now she felt a flicker of optimism. "Indeed, Kaitian. I truly hope you can become what I desire." However, perhaps it was her insecurities that plagued her, as she smiled ruefully. "I don't want anything to happen to you. Do you understand?" "That's what I wanted to say to you as well, sister," Xiao Kaitian replied with a newfound seriousness. "The person I worry about the most is you. I don't want anything to happen to you." Jiangchurin smiled faintly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I'm not as bad as you think." "Good." The two savored their ramen with great enjoyment. Chapter 31. The Guardian. Upon concluding a delightful lunch, Xiao Kaitian's demeanor shifted to a more somber tone as he departed the establishment with Jiang Churan, with a gentle yet firm grip. He drew her close and whispered softly in her ear, "Do not speak. Simply follow me." The warm breath against her skin ignited a flush that spread swiftly across her cheeks, prompting her to instinctively retract her neck. "What is happening? Please. Do not make me worry," she implored. After a moment of silence, Xiao Kaitian nodded almost imperceptibly. His aura expanded outward, enveloping Jiang Churan in a protective cocoon as he guided her to a secluded area. Nearby lay a quaint civic park, devoid of visitors at this winter midday. Surrounded by waist-high flower beds and dense thickets, the park offered a sanctuary from prying eyes. As they tread upon the carpet of fallen leaves, their steps echoed with a soft crunch, a deliberate pace that belied the tension in the air. Kaitian. Realization dawned upon Jiang Churan, her complexion paling. She bit her crimson lip in apprehension, prompting Xiao Kaitian to gently cover her mouth. "Do not worry, it is not an adversary." Relieved yet still uncertain, Jiang Churan scarcely had time to process his words before Xiao Kaitian swiftly encircled her slender waist and propelled them forward. The faint sound of air slicing through the atmosphere reached her ears, reminiscent of a rattlesnake poised to strike. Almost instantaneously, Xiao Kaitian retreated at full speed. And in her panic, Jiang Churan caught a glimpse of several thin, disc-like objects hurtling toward them. The objects struck a nearby tree trunk, producing a dull thud. Yet Xiao Kaitian had already whisked her beyond the danger zone. It was then that she discerned the nature of the projectiles, paper cards. "Wait here for a moment." Xiao Kaitian's calm voice bolstered her courage, and her racing heart began to steady. He gently positioned her at a safe distance before springing into action, facing an onslaught of razor-sharp cards that sliced through the air with a whisper. With a flicker of his gaze, Xiao Kaitian seized a cluster of leaves, shaking them loose to send them soaring. The leaves collided with the cards, resulting in a clash of forces. Either the cards severed the leaves or the leaves pierced through the cards, momentarily balancing their offensive maneuvers. Xiao Kaitian landed with poise, hands tucked into his pockets, a slight smile gracing his lips as he awaited the emergence of his opponent. From amidst the fractured, chilly sunlight emerged a towering figure. A man of approximately 1.9 meters, significantly taller than Xiao Kaitian. Draped in a black cloak, his peculiar attire was a rarity even in the fashion-forward island nation. Contrasting his imposing stature was a somewhat diminutive head, suggesting he was in his 30s. Upon encountering Xiao Kaitian, a look of dawning realization crossed his face. "Indeed. It seems our assumptions were mistaken. We did not anticipate you to be a martial cultivator," he remarked, licking his lips as he conveyed his judgment. Xiao Kaitian cast a fleeting glance at the 6 leaves pendant hanging from his neck, signifying the 6 leaves. A frown creased his brow. He was taken aback that, merely a day later, the 6 leaves had the audacity to approach him once more, seemingly unrepentant. It appeared that he had shown too much leniency during their previous encounter with the egret. Yet, he remained indifferent, since the 6 leaves had chosen to provoke him. He was more than willing to confront them preemptively, especially now that Jiang Churan had been ensnared in this conflict. Jiang Churan was his Achilles heel, and he would not permit any danger to encroach upon her. "I am the Hydra," the approaching foe chuckled, wielding a stack of playing cards that seemed to serve as his weapon. The ability to manipulate these cards to lethal effect indicated a formidable strength that could not be underestimated. However, judging by his demeanor, it was clear that his power was confined to the mid or peak stages of the Yellow Realm martial arts. Xiao Kaitian chuckled softly, perplexed by the audacity of this individual with a combat power of merely 117. He mused that dealing with him would pose no challenge whatsoever. Arrogant. The Hydra sneered as their figures swiftly converged once more, a flurry of cards trailing behind them like a tempest, hurtling toward Xiao Kaitian. Yet, he remained unfazed by the onslaught of cards, his focus unwavering. He had a singular objective, to capture the leader before subduing the rest. He advanced rapidly towards the Hydra's position, undeterred by the barrage of cards, and as the Hydra stared in astonishment, he closed the distance. Game over. In a swift motion, Xiao Kaitian executed a knife-hand strike aimed at the Hydra's neck. Hee. A glint of excitement flickered in the Hydra's eyes. He had awaited this moment for far too long. Xiao Kaitian's martial prowess had been meticulously analyzed by him. Otherwise, he would not have dared confront him so brazenly. He had anticipated Xiao Kaitian's momentary lapse in vigilance. "You underestimated the bounty hunters of 6 leaves," he declared, "for I am one of their guardians." As soon as the words left his mouth, his robe billowed, and an individual erupted forth from within, wielding a fierce blade of energy that lunged directly at Xiao Kaitian's heart. This is the true essence of my Hydra brotherhood. He could not suppress a victorious smile. The lethal tactic of the Hydra's assassination was, astonishingly, the combination of two dwarf assassins, making it a nearly impossible defense. However, this seemingly infallible, unexpected strike, aimed just a mere centimeter from Xiao Kaitian's heart, veered off course. Even a 1 centimeter discrepancy was still a disparity. The unforeseen failure amidst an unexpected attack instantly shifted the tide of battle. At that moment, Xiao Kaitian's smile appeared ghostly to the Hydra brothers. Unyielding. His knife hand continued its momentum, crashing down upon the shoulder of the evading assailant with a resounding crack, rendering the entire arm useless as the man was sent flying. Before the second assailant could react, Xiao Kaitian unleashed a powerful punch, driving him to his knees, shattering his legs, and causing the ground beneath to buckle. In the blink of an eye, the exchange transpired, and the two-headed serpent, once under the guardianship of the Six Leaves, had utterly succumbed to its fighting prowess. Now lying prostrate upon the ground, wailing in desperate pleas for survival, Xiao Kaitian bore a faint smile, with a flick of his wrist. The remaining fallen leaves in his grasp shot forth like needles, piercing the bodies of the serpent brothers. Their vitality instantly withered, rendering them incapable of functioning as assassins, and even depriving them of the ability to engage in the activities of an ordinary person. Xiao Kaitian refrained from delivering the fatal blow. The fate of an assassin stripped of their abilities is all too predictable. After all, who among them lacks a few adversaries? The squabbles among mere mortals shall be left for the mortals themselves to resolve. This was his judgment as a being from a higher dimension. Chapter 32. The emotions of beings. After effortlessly dealing with the six-leaf assassin, Xiao Kaitian interrogated the two individuals. Regrettably, they possessed no valuables, prompting him to abandon his intention to rob them. Although assassins may have wealth, their financial channels diverge significantly from those of ordinary individuals. Xiao Kaitian was reluctant to entangle himself further, thus he felt little interest in their assets. Moreover, he had already resolved to create trouble for the six-leaf, believing that robbing them later would yield better results. Jiang Chuan remained in a state of anxiety and trepidation, although she had mentally prepared herself for Xiao Kaitian's transformation. Witnessing the earlier scene in person still left her profoundly shocked. Kaitian. Her teeth chattered, and her words came out stammered. You are a martial cultivator. Xiao Kaitian had always been a simpleton, and the fact that he could now meet the standards for a normal escape was already a cause for gratitude. Kaitian, Jiang Chuan's small face turned pale. Her legs felt weak. I'm scared. Do not fear. Xiao Kaitian firmly supported her body, embracing her as they moved away. Do not fear. He reassured her. I am still the same Xiao Kaitian. He continued, it is merely a slight difference. I can protect myself and you. That is the only change. Whether it was his words that stirred Jiang Chuan, or the warmth and sense of security emanating from his sturdy form, she gradually regained her composure. Just as he had said, whether it was a transmigration or a rebirth, an unfamiliar Xiao Kaitian had taken residence in her brother's body. Yet, as he reassured her, he remained fundamentally the same. Had he harbored any ill intentions, she might have already become a wandering spirit in a foreign land. Upon arriving at the bustling marketplace, Jiang Chuan finally felt a sense of relief. She took small breaths, not wanting Xiao Kaitian to perceive her tension and unease. The hand that supported his body was no longer rigid, and her steps grew steadier. I am all right, she panted, her cheeks flushed. Please do not worry me, all right? Xiao Kaitian had indeed become formidable in her eyes. He remained her brother, the one she sought to protect, entirely unaware that their roles might soon reverse. In this dimension of the cosmic world, the emotions of human beings were truly remarkable. Xiao Kaitian did not reject such feelings. Despite the constant admonitions from his educators that emotions are the greatest negative constraint for the strong. Is that truly the case? He was uncertain. In his previous existence, he had never experienced such emotions. Since becoming Xiao Kaitian, he felt as though an entirely new world was gradually revealing itself to him. He observed Jiang Chuan, who, despite having just endured considerable fright, could swiftly regain her calm and maintain a dignified demeanor. She was certainly worth his protection. He could not help but smile. You must be cautious of that martial artist, Wu Tian. Besides being the scion of a prestigious family, he is also a martial cultivator. What? Jiang Chuan was taken aback. She was not an expert and could not discern who among them was a martial artist. Much like in the Han and Tang dynasties, it was not uncommon for scions of prestigious families to pursue martial arts. However, the unexpected emergence of several formidable individuals around her did take her by surprise. The Xiao family was unlike other aristocratic families. The primary issue lay with the fool, Xiao Kaitian. Furthermore, being a woman. Jiang Churin found that the involvement of martial practitioners in the Shao family's lineage was rather limited. Shao Kaidian, unaware of her thoughts, estimated that according to the martial arts hierarchy of this world, he should be at the mid-level of the Xian realm, while Wu Tian's combat prowess was around 205, surpassing his own current abilities. Yet, in a true confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. After escorting Jiang Churin to her nearby residence, Shao Kaidian retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. After several rings, he was met with the impatient voice of Ajiwara Rin. "Is there something you need?" She nearly fumed. Shao Kaidian, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, thought it unreasonable that he should be toiling away while she was either holed up at home or idly wandering about. "Do you know about Louis, the assassin organization?" he inquired, his expression revealing no hint of remorse for burdening Ajiwara Rin. "I need their headquarters information immediately." "Louis?" Ajiwara Rin was perplexed, questioning how it related to her. "That's a D-class assassin organization, merely engaged in ordinary assassination tasks. Have they crossed paths with you? Regardless, I need the information promptly. Goodbye." With that, he hung up, leaving Ajiwara Rin feeling quite distressed. After Shao Kaidian and Jiang Churin strolled towards the marketplace, a figure emerged from the shadows of the public park, dressed in a polo shirt and carrying a backpack. His gaunt face and deeply set eyes lent him a somewhat gloomy appearance. Brother, this individual was Takeda Tetsu, who had recently been spurned by Jiang Churin. He had thoroughly investigated her background, knowing she hailed from the illustrious Shao family of the Han and Tang lineage. He had always been captivated by her charm. Yet he could not comprehend her reasons for rejecting him. As the eldest son of the esteemed Takeda family from Kai Prefecture, he wielded considerable power. In terms of status, he stood on equal footing with the Shao family. Although the Takeda clan was politically aligned with factions opposed to the Han and Tang, a union between their families could potentially enhance their networks. Moreover, he had observed that Jiang Churin was exceptionally intelligent, gentle, and poised, a perfect candidate to be the matriarch of the Takeda household should he ascend to that role. Yet, despite all this, Jiang Churin showed him no interest whatsoever. Even throughout their years at school, her interactions with the opposite sex had been exceedingly rare. But today, she had turned and appeared intimately close with Shao Kaidian, their demeanor suggesting a deep-seated understanding akin to that of long-term partners rather than mere siblings. Clenching his fists in frustration, he muttered, "Shao Kaidian." A rustling in the trees behind him signaled the presence of a shadowy figure. A cloaked man knelt respectfully. "Your Highness, I apologize for the intrusion, but there are urgent matters requiring your attention." He presented a sealed letter with both hands. Takeshi Takeda suppressed his discontent, realizing that the matter at hand was indeed of utmost importance. To avert eavesdropping on his phone, he did not hesitate to employ a messenger ninja. Upon taking the letter and extracting its contents, he found it simply stated, "Eliminate Shao Kaidian." Chapter 33, An Unexpected Arrival as Drowsiness Descended. Takeda Tetsu's typically somber countenance unexpectedly bore a hint of a smile. He had been contemplating how to deal with Zayakation when he received an order from his family, granting him the opportunity to utilize his resources with utmost propriety. His inherent restraint reminded him to remain composed, prompting only a slight upward curl of his lips as he pondered the rationale behind the mission. Musashi? Takeda Tetsu furrowed his brow. The capital, along with the Sagami region, fell under the influence of the Hojo clan. Was his father preparing to confront the Hojo clan directly? Not quite. Your Highness's intent is that an overt conflict with the Hojo clan may not be advantageous for us. However, if the situation merely requires a slight loosening, it is feasible. Should you have any doubts, you may consult His Highness directly. Understood. Takeda Tetsu grasped the implication instantly. It was time for the Takeda clan to subtly infiltrate the surrounding areas of the island nation as capital. He waved his hand, consolidate the resources. I shall go over to oversee the handover. Provide me with all the information regarding Zayakation, and additionally, contact someone from the Hojo clan to inform them that I will be visiting shortly. Understood. The messenger ninja, having received the mission, vanished like a shadow into the woods. Dappled sunlight fell upon Takeda Tetsu's face, casting a patchwork of shadows, rendering his demeanor even more melancholic. Jiang Churin, you shall be mine. Unbeknownst to Zayakation, the currents of the island nation's situation were shifting. He opened his phone to confirm the message sent by Ajiwara Rin regarding Rokuyo. A flicker of blue light briefly illuminating his eyes. Logically, he recognized that he was not yet in a position to dominate this world. The presence of martial artists and bounty hunters signified that many possessed greater prowess than he. Take Takeda, for instance. his combat strength evidently surpassed Sayakation-'s own. He should lay low, waiting until he had grown stronger before seeking vengeance. Yet, he could not suppress the fury ignited within him. Rokuyo's actions against him had adversely affected Jiang Churen, and he was unable to contain himself. What was the reasoning behind this? Despite knowing that revealing himself could lead to greater peril, he felt an urgent need to obliterate Rokuyo. He would not allow anything that threatened those dear to him to exist. He pondered that perhaps the emotions of this body as past were influencing him. Indeed, that must be the case. He transferred to a train heading to Koenji, sought out a quaint coffee shop, and ordered a cup of unremarkable coffee, leisurely inhaling its aroma. Koenji was renowned for its second-hand street market, a birthplace of youthful fashion trends, thus attracting many eccentrically dressed young individuals. Although Sayakation-'s aesthetic sensibilities did not align with this world, he had come to accept it, observing the eclectic array of characters before him without feeling out of place. As night deepened, he gently pushed away the now cold coffee cup, rose, and began to stride forth. This was a well-known street of innocent commerce, flanked by numerous second-hand clothing and decor shops, each exhibiting a distinctive style. Some had outdoor stalls where young women, appearing to be university students, were meticulously examining various accessories. Xiao Kaitian smiled as he turned his gaze towards the last small villa at the end of the street, where Lyoya's hidden headquarters lay. He had arrived. At the top floor of the Lyoya headquarters, Watanabe Hirobumi, the president of Lyoya, donned wide-rimmed glasses, his expression grim. Seated on the sofa were three individuals, an elderly man with a balding head, who stared vacantly at the reflection of his blurred self in his teacup. A young man clad in a light-colored suit, his shirt collar completely unbuttoned, reclining casually against the back of the sofa, exuding an air of reckless abandon. And behind him stood a striking woman, arms crossed, her lips pressed into a thin line. These three were known as the Coyote, Crow, and Hummingbird, the other three great guardians of Lyoya. The two-headed serpent was dead, and Watanabe Hirobumi clenched his jaw, muttering through gritted teeth. Xiao Kaitian did not kill them, but he rendered them incapacitated. This debt was inextricably linked to Xiao Kaitian. Just consider it, a mere unremarkable dark flower has thrown Lyoya into chaos. He leaned back on the sofa, adjusting his glasses. Has Lyoya sunk to such depths? If this continues, the Bounty Hunter Guild will undoubtedly demote us. The Crow grinned, his demeanor nonchalant. President, that's not quite accurate. By all accounts, the guild bears no responsibility, do they? They issued the dark flower without proper investigation. Xiao Kaitian is a fool. I inquired with someone familiar with the Hantang family, and the answer was consistent. Hummingbird interjected. Personally, I suspect the intelligence was not erroneous. Perhaps he has martial protectors by his side. After all, he is a scion of the Hantang lineage. Impossible, the Crow retorted. There was an investigation. Where were his protectors? Invisible men? This matter should be reported to the guild. Let them deal with the headache, suggested the Crow dismissively. Lyoya should withdraw from this plan. Xiao Kaitian's task is evidently not worth the trouble. Watanabe Hirobumi furrowed his brows. Although the Crow's words were harsh, they carried a semblance of truth. However, with two bounty hunters lost, failing to provide an explanation would be a blow to their reputation. He turned his inquiring gaze towards the Coyote. The Coyote remained silent, seemingly disconnected from everything around him, fixated on the teacup, lost in thought. Watanabe Hirobumi shook his head. As the head of Lyoya, he could not shirk responsibility like the Crow. I heard Xiao Kaitian has a sister, perhaps. The Akane Yui Society had also set their sights on this. Guess what? It came to nothing. The Crow shrugged. Having said all that needed to be said, he was powerless against obstinacy. He stood up, moreover. Our principle as bounty hunters is to only target the dark flower, not others. Crow, mind your words and actions. You are part of Lyoya. A flicker of anger crossed Watanabe Hirobumi's face. If that's the case, I withdraw from this mission, and I shall not remain with Lyoya, the Crow chuckled. Casting a glance at the three within the room, life is of utmost importance. Coyote, Watanabe Hirobumi could no longer contain himself, refusing to allow the Crow to continue undermining his authority. Enough. The Coyote finally set down his teacup, producing a soft clink. He has arrived. Chapter 34. The sound of hot water being poured into the teapot. What does it mean? Watanabe Hirobumi's mind momentarily faltered, as did those of the Crow and the Hummingbird. Yet, they quickly comprehended the implications of the utterance. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from downstairs, accompanied by the distant shouts and cries of the guards, punctuated by a cacophony of banging and the shrill wails of car alarms, creating an unbearable clamor in the night. This Western-style edifice held significant meaning in the vicinity, familiar to the local residents, albeit commonplace. Whether martial artists or bounty hunters, they all had their residences not concealed in remote valleys, but rarely interacting with ordinary people. The local populace, though not fully aware of the intricacies, had heard whispers, particularly regarding the headquarters of the Six Leaves, where skirmishes were an everyday occurrence, often without police intervention. Tonight, however, the commotion was extraordinary, prompting the nearby residents to hastily secure their doors and windows. As the shouts and screams intensified below, Watanabe Hirabumi's jaw quivered, clearly indicating that someone had come to provoke trouble at the Six Leaves headquarters. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and the office door was rudely flung open. A disheveled figure clad in black, panting heavily, exclaimed, "President, someone has broken in. It's... Calm down," Watanabe Hirabumi urged, gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, suppressing his agitation. "Who is it?" "It's Xiao Kaitian." An immediate hush fell over the office. The coyote squinted. The crow wore a sinister grin, and the hummingbird raised an eyebrow at his misjudgment, while Watanabe Hirabumi opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. It was not uncommon for the parties involved in the Dark Flower to eliminate bounty hunters, but for them to directly assault the bounty hunters' headquarters was unprecedented. Was Xiao Kaitian reckless or simply bold? Such thoughts flitted through his mind as he recognized the gravity of the situation, his gaze shifting to the three companions. "Let us go down," the crow shrugged indifferently. "With the three guardians of Six Leaves here, are we truly afraid?" The coyote remained still, once again lifting the teacup and sipping the now lukewarm tea, while the hummingbird, with a stern expression, stated, "Then I shall accompany you." With a sigh, Watanabe Hirabumi exhaled slowly as the two prepared to leave, retrieving a handkerchief to dab at the cold sweat on his forehead. Xiao Kaitian's challenge to Six Leaves suggested his prowess as a martial artist, an undeniable fact. It was no secret that scions of prestigious families often engaged with martial arts. Whether in Han or Tang dynasties or on the islands, however, these descendants primarily pursued martial training for the sake of physical enhancement or self-defense, with their main focus remaining on managing their family affairs, unlikely to abandon everything for martial pursuits. Even if Xiao Kaitian were formidable, he was likely at the early stages of the Profound Realm or perhaps still at the Yellow Realm level. Together, the crow and the hummingbird should be capable of resolving any issue. Indeed, the crow's laughter echoed from downstairs. "Not bad, not bad. Indeed a martial artist. This level must be above the mid-Yellow Realm." In response to his words, only the sounds of fierce combat resonated, yet Watanabe Buin exhaled in relief. In a direct confrontation at the mid to peak phase of Huangjing, neither the crow nor the hummingbird could be entirely assured of victory. The martial cultivators differed from bounty hunters, as the latter excelled in covert operations. Therefore, in a head-to-head scenario, bounty hunters held a slight disadvantage at the same level. However, with the addition of the hummingbird, the odds would shift favorably. He doubted that Xiao Kaitian could contend against two Class D bounty hunters. "Let me give it a try." "Do not be so arrogant," the crow barked. Watanabe Buin, in a rare moment of leisure, poured hot water into the teapot, contemplating how he would capture Xiao Kaitian and savor the opportunity to exact revenge for his humiliation. The sound of hot water cascading into the teapot was music to his ears. This was the effect he desired. The crow was most adept at close-range blade attacks, as fierce and unyielding as the beak of a crow. He inhaled deeply, relishing the subtle fragrance of plum emanating from the teapot. His favorite tea brewed with spring water from Takao Mountain, rich in character. As the temperature reached its peak, he lifted the teapot, poised to pour the tea into his cup when a furious shout from downstairs interrupted. "Hummingbird, are you dead?" With a resounding crash, the entire building seemed to tremble. Watanabe Buin's hand twitched, and scalding tea inadvertently splashed onto his left thumb, instantly reddening it. Could it be that the crow had faltered? As he pondered this, the crow's voice rang out again from below. "Damn it, Hummingbird. If you had been even a moment later, I would be done for." Fortunately, it seemed that Xiao Kaitian was proving to be quite the challenge. It appeared the crow could not contend alone. However, with the hummingbird now joining the fray, their combined efforts would surely prove formidable. They had previously collaborated to eliminate a tyrant from a totalitarian regime, and the synergy between them had developed over years, yielding results far greater than mere addition. After all, he was neither a martial cultivator nor a master bounty hunter. His primary role revolved around operational management. Lacking expertise in situational assessment, he glanced at the coyote, whose confident demeanor suggested he was well prepared. A smile crept onto Watanabe Buin's lips. "Would you care for a cup as well?" "Not in a hurry," The coyote replied, stroking his bald head. Reclining comfortably on the sofa. I prefer my tea strong. Let it steep a while longer. Indeed, during the deep winter nights, a robust tea invigorated the senses. Watanabe Buin shook his head, a hint of a sigh escaping him, tinged with regret. Suddenly, an explosive series of sounds erupted from downstairs, resembling the collapse of a non-load-bearing wall. The intensity of the battle was unmistakable. Yet, after those resounding crashes, all sounds ceased abruptly, as if the world had been paused. Watanabe Buin, slightly perplexed, confidently lifted his cup, savoring the plum-flavored tea that warmed his throat and stomach. A wave of drowsiness began to envelop him, and he could not stifle a yawn. However, as the yawn escaped, he abruptly halted, a jolt of awareness coursing through him. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence. Devoid of any sound, no footsteps, no shouts, no groans. All that remained was oneself, the muted echo of one's own breath. This was unsettling. If Xiao Kaitian had been subdued, would his subordinates not have rushed to report the situation at once? The jackal on the couch finally opened its eyes. Amidst Watanabe Bun's astonishment, a faint sound gradually pierced the stillness, prompting his right ear to involuntarily twitch in response. The sound echoed like the tolling of a funeral bell, striking deep within Watanabe Bun's heart. Chapter 35. Louis appears weak in my eyes as he gripped the teapot with his right hand. A tremor began to uncontrollably manifest, and beads of cold sweat once again surfaced on Watanabe Hirofumi's forehead. In his heart, he protested vehemently, impossible, 100,000 impossibilities. Yet, what awaited him was the very truth he least wished to accept. The sound of footsteps grew louder and clearer, until it culminated in the appearance of a young man in a suit at the office door. At first glance, he bore no distinction from the typical office workers of the island nation, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that his impeccably tailored suit was a bespoke luxury. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he regarded himself with an air of leisure, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. You are the president of Louis. I am Xiao Kaitian. Following this brief introduction, he produced a red Marlboro and lit it with nonchalance. A cloud of smoke billowed forth, mingling with the distinctive scent of tobacco and nicotine, swiftly overpowering the unique fragrance of the plum blossom tea in the room. Watanabe Hirofumi's complexion turned ashen as he clutched the armrest, struggling to rise. I apologize, but Louis appears somewhat weak in my eyes. In the midst of his fear, Watanabe Hirofumi was filled with indignation. After all, he was a member of the island nation's bounty hunters guild. How could he allow someone from the Han dynasty to be so audacious? He shifted his gaze toward the coyote. Since Xiao Kaitian's arrival, the coyote had straightened his back, resting his hands on his knees, remaining motionless. As Watanabe Hirofumi's gaze fell upon him, he slowly rose, sighed, and turned to fixate on Xiao Kaitian. In a haze, Xiao Kaitian met the coyote's gaze with a smile. Youth, smoking is not a commendable habit, the coyote stated with a hint of indifference. Why not take a moment to enjoy a cup of tea? Xiao Kaitian shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot acclimatize to the island tea. That is truly regrettable, the coyote replied, shaking his head. Perhaps your exposure is limited. I possess a treasured item of the establishment. Why not give it a try? Xiao Kaitian withdrew his hands from his pockets, smiling. Since it is a treasured item, I shall certainly take the opportunity to appreciate it. Alas, alas, the coyote lamented, shaking his head. Under the light, his bald head gleamed, creating a somewhat dazzling effect. Given your abilities, defeating the alliance of the crow and the hummingbird, you must be a peak martial cultivator of the yellow realm. Xiao Kaitian regarded him quietly, neither affirming nor denying. Ordinary science, upon reaching this level, are quite remarkable. The coyote sighed. However, youth is often accompanied by impetuosity and a lack of restraint. Since you have taken a liking to the treasured item, I invite you to sample it. As he spoke, an instantaneous shift occurred in his demeanor. A gleam sparked in his eyes, muscles tautened throughout his body, and an aura radiated forth. Regrettably, although Louis is a D-class organization, it does not imply the absence of C-class bounty hunters. By your martial cultivation standards, my words can be deemed as those of a mid-stage Xian realm martial cultivator. He exuded confidence, believing this display of force would leave Xiao Kaitian utterly stunned. Indeed, Xiao Kaitian stood in stunned silence, the cigarette but slipping from his fingers to the ground, where he extinguished it with his foot. I am the Earth Wolf, the prized treasure of the 6 leaves. Come and savor. As he spoke, the sinews of the Earth Wolf once again fortified and solidified. Is this all? Xiao Kaitian felt a tinge of disappointment. A being with a combat power of 227 was, to put it frankly, beyond his strength, as he stood at a mere 143. Yet, his audacity to confront 6 leaves gave him confidence. Arrogance. Before the Earth Wolf could finish his words, he had already lunged forward, almost simultaneously. Or perhaps just slightly quicker than the Earth Wolf's movement. Shao Kaitian initiated his own action. Battle mode activated. With his activation, four luminous hearts of divine source revolving around Shao Kaitian began to dim, one extinguishing, while a blue glow enveloped his eyes. This was his special skill in combat, insight. By forcibly enhancing his mental awareness through the divine source, he could instantly comprehend and foresee the tactical techniques and dynamics of his adversary. The cost was the consumption of one heart of divine source. Against opponents with overwhelming combat power, this skill proved ineffective. However, the Earth Wolf was not among them. Once insight was activated, every action of the Earth Wolf transformed into a plethora of data within Shao Kaitian's perception, a wealth of predictable information. Conversely, to the Earth Wolf, Shao Kaitian appeared to be utterly dazed, stunned into immobility. In a clash between masters, victory or defeat could hinge on a mere instant. And Shao Kaitian's moment of distraction signaled his potential demise. Nevertheless, he exerted every ounce of his strength. The wolf thrives on speed and ferocity, and his right hand lashed out toward Shao Kaitian's throat. This assault would create a vulnerability in his right chest. A deliberate bait for Shao Kaitian to make a fatal error. He was the Earth Wolf, not merely a wolf, but one whose strength lay in the very essence of Earth. All those who faced him for the first time recognized his speed and ferocity. Yet, those who perished beneath his claws understood that his greatest asset was a defense as formidable as solid earth. Alas, the deceased cannot speak, and thus, no one knows his secret. Watching as Shao Kaitian aimed a punch at his right chest, a cold smirk crept across his lips. He had fallen into the trap. This punch would inflict no harm upon him, as the moment the punch landed would be the opportune time to strike down Shao Kaitian. He was a formidable opponent, likely at the peak of the Yellow Realm, with keen instincts and judgment. However, compared to himself, he still fell short. With fervent intensity in his gaze, he unleashed a powerful grasp. Yet, in the fleeting moment as their figures intertwined, Shao Kaitian vanished, his attack merely a phantom, slipping away like a wraith. The area around his waist, especially the right side, was his weakness. How had Shao Kaitian discerned this? Was their encounter merely a ruse? If so, what sort of entity had 6 leaves provoked? Wait, the Earth Wolf exclaimed, struggling to adjust his stance, desperate to shift into a defensive position. However, how could Shao Kaitian miss such an opportunity? As soon as the Earth Wolf made a move, he instantly discerned the bait on the right side of its chest, clearly identifying the true weakness of his opponent. Faced with an adversary whose combat prowess surpassed his own, Shao Kaitian showed no mercy. He delivered a powerful punch, striking the Earth Wolf's waist. In that fleeting moment, both of their movements came to a halt. The total duration of their engagement amounted to less than 20 seconds. As Watanabe Bun swallowed a bitter gulp. Chapter 36. Burglary. The force embedded within the punch pierced through the body of the coyote and struck the ukiyo-e behind him, shattering the entire artwork into fragments. What martial art is this? The coyote remained motionless, his eyes shifting towards Shao Kaitian, inquiring with an air of peculiarity. It is a lethal fighting technique. Shao Kaitian gradually rose to his feet, disregarding the coyote entirely. This strike bore no particular form or technique. It was merely a solid punch, yet it contained a divine essence that utterly obliterated the coyote's internal organs. The coyote's combat prowess surpassed his own, and in actual combat, one could assess their true strength. Thus, from the outset, Shao Kaitian had no intention of allowing him to survive. To perish beneath his divine essence could be deemed a form of honor. Good. The coyote managed to utter a single word before collapsing straight down. In less than 20 seconds, the most formidable bounty hunter of Liyang was slain by Shao Kaitian's fist. Watanabe Bowen's face turned ashen. He was not one to rely on brute force and stood no chance against Shao Kaitian. Shao Kaitian straightened his somewhat disheveled suit, pulled up a chair, and seated himself before Watanabe Bowen, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. Watanabe Bowen trembled as he stood behind the table, gripping its surface with all his strength, barely managing to keep himself from collapsing. Transfer all the funds from Liyang to me, Shao Kaitian stated calmly, and I require all your resources related to martial cultivation. In exchange, I shall spare your life, as well as that of the individuals downstairs. He flicked the ash from his cigarette dismissively. As for matters such as the police, you shall handle them. You must not expose me, or you know the consequences. With that, he He cast a sidelong glance at Watanabe Buin. In that instant, Watanabe Buin felt as though he were being scrutinized by a tyrannical dinosaur. His calves spasmed, and his lips quivered. To him, Xiao Kaitian's act of burglary appeared as a form of benevolence. He wished to refuse resistance, but he lacked the strength to do so. Without the assistance of the expert from Takao Mountain, his fate was already sealed. My patience is limited. Xiao Kaitian took a sip of tea, savoring the fragrant plum aroma that wafted from the cup. The funds from Liang were not substantial, amounting to only 200 million yen. Watanabe Buin, trembling, transferred the funds to Xiao Kaitian. The loss of money was inconsequential compared to the value of his life. Xiao Kaitian remained indifferent, in his view. Burglary was merely a matter of seizing what one could. However, upon inspecting the martial resources Watanabe Buin presented, he felt a tinge of disappointment. There was indeed an abundance of items. Various weapons filled the room, including firearms, explosives, and an array of cold weapons, all appearing quite exquisite, but they failed to capture Xiao Kaitian's interest. After all, once the connection between his divine essence and true form became more intimate, he would be able to retrieve the weapons he left within his divine essence at will, rendering the present collection mere scrap metal. If Watanabe Buin were aware of Xiao Kaitian's thoughts, he would likely be apoplectic. These were treasures painstakingly gathered by Liu Yayang over many years. During the introduction, Watanabe Hirobumi spoke with a hint of pride, for behind each weapon lay a poignant tale. To his dismay, however, Xiao Kaitian merely shook his head in response. Ultimately, what caught Xiao Kaitian's discerning eye were 2 vials of strength-enhancing liquid and a small, dark pill. As he picked up the pill, an unusual scent wafted into his nostrils. It was procured from the hands of martial cultivators from the Han and Tang dynasties. Watanabe Hirobumi, hunched over like a servitor, elaborated carefully, stating that it was a meridian-opening pill, which could further open the meridians when consumed by martial practitioners. Xiao Kaitian's face twisted in disdain. Regardless of the pill's purported effects, his examination revealed an alarming level of heavy metals. Although he could expel the toxins if ingested, it nonetheless posed a nuisance, suggesting that the alchemist's skill was rather lacking. Yet, considering that the Six Leaves organization was not a prestigious bounty-hunting faction and was rather impoverished, and knowing that he would eventually need to interact with martial cultivators, Xiao Kaitian decided to keep the meridian-opening pill. Watanabe Hirobumi followed closely behind, feeling a sense of relief when he saw the items Xiao Kaitian had acquired. However, Xiao Kaitian's voice pierced the air once again. Within 7 days, sell these weapons and remit all proceeds to me. Hearing this, Watanabe Hirobumi felt despair. These weapons could only be traded through special channels, and martial cultivators or bounty hunters rarely lacked their own weapons. In essence, they were mere trinkets, aesthetically pleasing but not gems that could be sold anywhere with ease. Tentatively, he expressed his concerns, only for Xiao Kaitian to disdainfully shake his head. What purpose do you serve by collecting these worthless items? With a bitter smile, Watanabe Hirobumi replied that this was history, a sediment of glory, yet the man before him failed to comprehend its significance. In a chilling tone, Xiao Kaitian warned, "Remember this. Should you or anyone around me provoke me again, the consequences will not be trivial." Watanabe Hirobumi nodded hastily, fully aware that Six Leaves was now doomed. Their capable members were obliterated in this mission, and no future bounty hunters would consider Six Leaves for their endeavors. The ruckus they caused was substantial, yet no one dared to report it. As Watanabe Hirobumi surveyed the disheveled headquarters, with bodies sprawled in disarray, his complexion turned pale, and he staggered unsteadily. With the terrifying Xiao Kaitian's departure, the flames of hatred within him began to flicker wildly. While he dared not confront Xiao Kaitian directly, it did little to quell his desire for revenge. In the nightlit Dongjing, beneath the vibrant glow of neon lights, the tranquil Ling Mountain and Gaowei Mountain in the distance exuded an alluring charm. Within the renowned Yawang Temple at the mountain's peak, an elderly monk sat cross-legged on a tatami mat, cultivating tranquility with closed eyes. Not far from him, a young monk knelt in reverence, bowing repeatedly. "Master of the courtyard," the young monk implored, "I earnestly beseech you to grant your approval for this matter, no matter the cost." The old monk remained silent, slowly opening his eyes to regard the supplicant with calm scrutiny. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, broken only by the gentle caress of the breeze and the occasional chime of the bells hanging from the eaves. After a prolonged silence, the venerable monk, Sanchuan, slowly spoke. "You have been here for quite some time, yet your worldly desires remain unyielding." The young man bowed his head in reverence, responding, "Indeed, Sanchuan, I have failed to meet your expectations. However, for those who seek enlightenment, if the demons of the heart remain unvanquished, it may prove difficult for me to continue on this path. The old monk sighed, disappointment flickering across his countenance. It seems you still cling to certain attachments, which serve as your impediments. Very well, venture into the mortal realm. Consider it a part of your cultivation. Yes. San Chuan solemnly acquiesced to the edicts of the esteemed master, bowing deeply once more. Chapter 37. The meeting at the same moment, in a lively izakaya in Higashijinchi. The vibrant red lantern swayed gently in the breeze. Scattered around the establishment were several figures clad in black, some engaged in hushed conversations, while others shared jovial laughter. Inside the spacious izakaya, which had been reserved exclusively, only 2 small tables were set within the expansive main room. Seated behind each table were 2 young men. One, with a brooding expression, was Takeda Satoshi. The other, a man with a square jaw and a seemingly gentle demeanor, was Hojo Shuichi, sipping his drink delicately. Apart from the occasional entrance of elegantly attired women in kimono and the soft clinking of utensils against the table, the 2 men remained silent, their focus entirely on the exquisite cuisine before them. After a prolonged period of silence, it was Takeda Satoshi who could no longer contain himself. He set down his chopsticks and casually inquired, "How is Lord Hojo's health?" "Takeda-kun, you are too kind," replied the young man opposite him, Hojo Shuichi, the heir of the Hojo family. He smiled, placing his drink down and glancing at Takeda Satoshi. "It has been 5 years since we last met. Ever since my sister married into your family." Takeda's sister was indeed Hojo Shuichi's wife, and much like the Han and Tang dynasties, such unions among prestigious families were quite customary in the island nation. In terms of familial hierarchy, Takeda Satoshi would have to address him as brother-in-law. However, both were heirs of their respective families, and given their noble lineage, such familial titles were not to be uttered in this context. Hojo Shuichi, unfazed, chuckled lightly, patting his thigh. In this age of civilization, it is best not to be overly bound by antiquated customs. Wouldn't you agree? Please continue, he added, his smile fading as the conversation turned serious. My father has entrusted me with certain matters that must be addressed, Takeda Satoshi remarked, his demeanor growing more somber. A scion of a Hantang family has been operating in the Higashijinchi area, and he is our target. He lifted his gaze, his eyes shining with determination as they locked onto Hojo Shuichi's. In due time, members of the Takeda family may also be active in that vicinity. So I would appreciate your assistance, he added with a slight nod. Silence ensued, a silence that was anticipated. After all, allowing another faction to operate openly within one's territory, even under an alliance, was not an easy matter to accept. After a lengthy pause, Hojo Shuichi finally raised an eyebrow, a smile returning to his face. I wonder which scion of the Hantang families dares to trouble the Takeda family. Since you have brought this to my attention, it must represent the Takeda family's stance. I shall report this shortly, but you must understand that matters of the family are not solely at the discretion of the head. Naturally, Takeda Satoshi responded inwardly relieved at the lack of outright refusal. The situation held promise, and given the circumstances, Hojo Shuichi's reaction was entirely reasonable. Then I shall trouble you with this. Not at all, came the easy reply. The 2 men then lapsed back into silence, enjoying their drinks and meals. And after the meal concluded, they departed without uttering another word, each accompanied by their respective entourage. As Shuichi Beija settled into his car, he gazed at the departing vehicle of Tetsu Takeda, a playful expression gracing his face. I should investigate the recent affairs of the Takeda clan. The news of Zaikation's ruthless cleansing of the Rokuyo swiftly spread, despite Rokuyo's reluctance to fully disclose the events or even provide an explanation. The commotion was too great to be contained. One cannot extinguish a fire with mere paper. When Hattori Hideo received the information, he was already frowning as he continued his phone conversation. As for the rest, I will follow up. Perhaps someone is covertly assisting Zaikation, he mused, sinking into his chair, which creaked under the weight of his frustration. However, I am an officer of the police. The Rokuyo incident has not yet alerted my superiors, so I cannot confirm any accurate information at this moment. A series of knocks sounded at the door, prompting Hattori to cover the mouthpiece and call out, "Please hold on a moment." Then, lowering his voice, he spoke into the phone. I have matters to attend to. Once I verify the details, I will reach out to you again. For now, let this suffice. Come in, he exhaled, feeling a bit stifled by the unfolding situation. Before tossing his phone onto the desk, his gaze met that of Haruai Sakura, who had entered and bowed respectfully. He donned a smile. Sakura-chan, please take a seat. My apologies for the intrusion. Haruhi Sakura replied earnestly, sitting up straight. How is work progressing? He inquired, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Are you referring to Zayacation? Haruhi Sakura organized her thoughts. I've been monitoring him closely. His life seems rather monotonous. He seldom interacts with others aside from his family. And today he visited the city, supposedly to see his sister. An image of Zayacation, smiling in the sunlight, danced in her mind. Is that so? Hattori Hideo's frustration mounted, feeling as if he had dug his own grave. He sighed, collecting himself. I just received news that a bounty hunter organization called Rokuyo, which was tasked with assassinating Zayacation, suffered a catastrophic attack, essentially wiping them out. Bounty hunters? Haruhi Sakura paused, momentarily perplexed. Isn't that a killer organization? Shouldn't we be celebrating their downfall as police? They are bounty hunters, not mere assassins. Hattori Hideo rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly agitated. They are recognized by the state. It's not necessarily a malevolent organization. Last month, a drug lord was reportedly eliminated by someone from Rokuyo. Haruhi Sakura appeared bewildered, trying to make sense of it all. Let us set that aside. Hattori Hideo felt his thoughts drifting. I suspect this situation is intricately linked to Zayacation. Have you uncovered anything significant? Zayacation. Haruhi Sakura was momentarily taken aback. Her initial reaction one of disbelief. He seems like an ordinary person, but he does have close ties with the Ajiwara family. The Ajiwara family? Hattori Hideo licked his lips, considering the implications. If the Ajiwara family were involved, then the annihilation of Rokuyo suddenly made sense. We must act swiftly. He is a dangerous individual, deeply entrenched in the shadows. Hattori Hideo resolved to drill this into her, though his hopes were dwindling. Report anything of significance to me immediately. You may leave now. Once Haruhi Sakura departed, his expression darkened, and he picked up his phone again, dialing out, Takeda-kun. Chapter 38. The Wrath of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Amidst the turmoil, the Bounty Hunter Guild from the island nation found itself in a state of disarray. Takao Aoki, the president of the Kanto branch, pressed against his throbbing temples, desperately swallowing a pill to regain control over his frenzied heartbeat. A pale-faced subordinate timidly murmured. It may be due to the multinational nature of the situation. The intelligence has faltered. Such nonsense. Is this merely an excuse to mask your incompetence? Takao Aoki nearly erupted, nearly pointing a finger at his subordinate. I refuse to hear such a feeble excuse again. He paused, spinning the screen of his laptop around to lay bare the opinions of the online community before everyone present. Look. Widen your eyes and take a good look at how we are being perceived. I am ashamed for you. Observe this. The most inept bounty hunter guild in history, in this nightmare of Kanto bounty hunters, Dark Flower F20200222, in this. The downfall of the Six Leaves, is it a mere intelligence blunder, or a reflection of the degradation within our ranks? I ask you, does it hurt? Does it sting? Takao Aoki, in his fury, turned to sit in his chair, nearly losing his balance. The martial artists and the police must be laughing in their dreams. His subordinates exchanged glances, their heads bowed in silence. After venting his frustrations, Takao Aoki felt a measure of relief as he lifted a teacup to soothe his parched throat. Now, speak up. How shall we address this? An awkward silence enveloped the room, causing Takao Aoki's blood pressure to soar once more. Finally, someone broke the stillness. Trembling as they spoke, the expulsion of Six Leaves is inevitable, regardless of whether it was an error in Dark Flower's intelligence or some other cause. Such consequences necessitate accountability. Even if Six Leaves is not expelled, it remains effectively defunct. Another voice chimed in. However, it is better to ease the situation than to block it. The matter extends beyond Six Leaves. It concerns the entire guild. If we fail to provide an explanation, the trust others place in bounty hunters will plummet. Fukuyama. This falls within your jurisdiction, Takao Aoki said coldly. You should resign in light of this matter. Yes, Fukuyama's face turned ashen as he bowed his head. In addition, the responsibility of the publisher from Dark Flower must also be examined. The intelligence department's oversight cannot go unaddressed, another added. First, the rank of Dark Flower needs to be elevated, at least to a C-level intelligence, and we must communicate clearly with the clients. Furthermore, I propose that the guild dispatch a special envoy to investigate this matter anew. Takao Aoki nodded in agreement. At last, the thoughts were aligning. The suggestions put forth by his subordinates resonated with the current situation, and he expressed his satisfaction with a nod. Very well, let us proceed according to what was discussed. Moreover, he gently tapped his fingers on the table. As for the special envoy, let it be Viper. At this proclamation, the countenance of everyone present shifted. and they stood in unison, bowing respectfully. This recent endeavor is bound to attract the attention of certain individuals. However, Xiao Kaitian remains largely indifferent. His primary concern lies with the threats posed to his loved ones, which must undoubtedly be eradicated. Engaging in acts of plunder, such as today's escapade, cannot persist indefinitely. While the realm is inhabited by martial cultivators and bounty hunters, suggesting a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. The existence of nations indicates a formidable power that maintains equilibrium across various domains. At present, he is ill-equipped to contend with the might of a nation. And even if he were, such a confrontation is not within his intentions. Originating from the Central Axis universe, he adopts a stance of minimal and non-violent interference in lower-dimensional worlds. To illustrate, it is akin to individuals in this world having satisfied their appetites, engaging in discussions about ecological conservation without resorting to violence against animals. Moreover, there are individuals in this world who share his bloodline, an undeniable reality that compels him to heed the inclinations of his true self. In Xiao Kaitian's view, these actions do not constitute coercion, rather. They feel remarkably organic on an emotional level. After returning to his residence and indulging in a bath, he retrieved 2 vials of strength water and a meridian opening pill. Scrutinizing them carefully, the strength water serves to enhance his combat capabilities, albeit containing certain chemical substances with side effects, which he can expel using his divine source. Posing little concern, the meridian opening pill, as its name implies, is intended to unblock meridians, yet it is severely laced with heavy metals. This particular type of pill holds little benefit for him, as he can naturally augment his physical attributes through the operation of his divine source, rendering additional medicinal assistance unnecessary. Nevertheless, considering the likelihood of future encounters with martial cultivators, he deemed it prudent to retain the meridian opening pill. After consuming both vials of strength water, he closed his eyes to assimilate the medicinal power. The scant amount of 4-dimensional energy was absorbed and solidified within his body, elevating his combat prowess to a level of 197. In the context of martial cultivation in this world, he has transcended a significant threshold within the Yellow Realm, now standing at the nascent stage of the Xian Realm. With this breakthrough, 3 orbs of divine source light have illuminated within him. This unexpected gain brought him immense satisfaction. Upon entering the Xian Realm, he distinctly sensed a modicum of 4-dimensional power within, and the connection between his divine source and true self has notably thickened, albeit still not fully accessible. Contemplating his next move, should a more formidable organization provoke him, he would have the justification to pay them a visit, likely accelerating his ascension in strength. Indeed, certain pursuits can become quite addictive, and he stifled a smile. Once he had settled his personal affairs, he retrieved his phone and first inquired about Sun Zhongyi's progress regarding his previous request for a group of Japanese-speaking exchange students. Sun Zhongyi affirmed that recruitment was nearly complete. The tone from Sun Zhongyi conveyed an indescribable sensation, reminiscent of the legendary warrior El Bu from the Three Kingdoms, presenting a calculator and pen to tackle mathematical problems. With matters in Sun Zhongyi's domain in order, Xiao Kaitian sent a message to Ren Ajiwara, proposing a meeting in the near future to expedite the sale of the gloves, as he is in dire need of legitimate revenue streams. Chapter 39. The illicit cybercrime organization. In the ensuing days, tranquility returned as Xiao Kaitian dedicated time to meticulously revise the programming of the gloves chip, transforming it into a standardized configuration. The software was crafted based on the programming systems of this world, yet he infused it with his unique encryption, which he believed to be insurmountable. Shortly after finalizing preparations, Ren Ajiwara sent a message confirming that all procedures related to the production, manufacturing, and sale of the gloves were in order. This achievement was largely attributed to the influence of the Ajiwara family. GG, a premier luxury brand, would typically not lower itself. Yet Ren had leveraged considerable familiar resources. Furthermore, Xiao Kaitian's design had indeed captivated the heart of GG's Asia-Pacific director, who consented to a trial run under a special supply arrangement, leaving the prospect of future collaboration contingent upon the initial sales performance. Moreover, the skeletal framework embedded within the gloves was to be produced by a department of Ajiwara Heavy Industries, with design blueprints provided accordingly. Given the capabilities of Ajiwara Heavy Industries, both production and transportation posed no challenges. An additional advantage of subcontracting production was the heightened confidentiality it afforded. Guided by the information provided by Ren Ajiwara, Xiao Kaitian arrived at the company's location, which was strategically established within the bounds of Ren's influence for security reasons. The establishment was a modest four-story Western-style building, seemingly unremarkable amidst surrounding residential structures, which satisfied Xiao Kaitian immensely. Accompanying him were Sun Zhangyi and a group of international students he had recruited, individuals whom Rin Ajiwara regarded with disdain. She approached Xiao Kaitian with a playful smirk, exclaiming, "At last, you've made an appearance. You've certainly taken the role of the aloof overseer with ease, while I've been toiling away without a hint of sympathy for your absence. Those capable bear greater burdens. After all, this is your territory," Xiao Kaitian replied, dressed in a tailored suit with a black Versace overcoat draped over his arm. "Excellent choice. It's difficult to find a hiding place in this vicinity. Given the gloves' uniqueness, they may indeed attract the attention of martial cultivators and others." Rin smiled as she accepted the overcoat. One must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Leading Xiao Kaitian forward, she continued, "This area is under the control of the Ajiwara family, significantly minimizing potential visible troubles. I have arranged for family martial cultivators nearby. Safety must be ensured. In truth, such precautions are unnecessary. The core chip is indeed uncrackable." Rin shot a glance at Xiao Kaitian, bemused by his unwavering confidence. With a dismissive huff, she tossed her hair. "Let us hope your assertions hold true." As they entered the building, Rin guided him toward the basement. A heavy metal door barred their descent, which could only be opened after biometric verification. With security measures akin to those of a bank vault, Rin confidently introduced, "This will suffice for any typical issues. The personnel inside have been meticulously selected by the Ajiwara family, and their loyalty is beyond question." Xiao Kaitian nodded slightly, surveying the basement's surroundings. A crucial hub for glove assembly. This department was undeniably significant, as GG's gloves, skeletal frameworks, and chips all converged here for finalization. Initially, only 6 workers were assigned by Ajiwara Rin to manage the assembly phase, sufficient for the early stages. The original design featured a steel skeletal framework. However, after submitting the blueprints to Ajiwara Heavy Industries, modifications were made, and the latest alloy metal was adopted. Ajiwara Rin turned her head, a cunning glint in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Kaitian, aware that this individual was an ardent self-advocate, and such unilateral decisions might provoke discontent. "You wouldn't mind, would you?" Xiao Kaitian shrugged, undeterred. Frankly, this product was merely intended for testing. Ajiwara Rin's capacity for refinement was indeed to his liking. After touring the basement, Ajiwara Rin led him to the office on the 3rd floor. This level, connected to a small portion of the 4th, was entirely composed of offices, accompanied by the recruited international students. Xiao Kaitian cast a cursory glance before seating himself in a corner, observing Ajiwara Rin as she orchestrated tasks. Today marked the inaugural day of marketing, and to underscore her regard for Xiao Kaitian, Ajiwara Rin spared no effort, personally elucidating the assignments at hand. The tasks designated for the international students were not arduous. The entire sales channel primarily operated online. To facilitate this, Ajiwara Rin had her team develop an app. Individuals who learned about the product through various means would click into the app, browsing simple product introductions. Should they express interest, they would be directed to back-end customer support, manned by the international students for inquiries. This strategy of employing solely international students served dual purposes. It honored a connection to the esteemed Tang Dynasty scholars, and Xiao Kaitian harbored a certain affinity for the people of the island nation, although he would never openly disclose this to Ajiwara Rin. Once a transaction was secured, the international students serving as customer support would log into the chip system, guiding clients to provide their names and basic information while simultaneously collecting their fingerprints as unique system identifiers. The chip system would then autonomously generate a bespoke chip program, installing it onto a new chip, thereby completing this tailored creation. The process was straightforward, leaving the international students, upon concluding the briefing, with expressions of astonishment. Wang Cheng, one of the international students, candidly admitted that upon first encountering the job listing, he was skeptical of its legitimacy. The remuneration was generous, including commission, a rarity among temporary positions. Upon arriving at the office, reminiscent of an internet CF, he felt deceived. Could this possibly be an international credit scam or an online gambling operation? Another individual who had accompanied him whispered in his ear. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Yet he found himself without an escape route. His family's financial condition was dire, and he had already exhausted all his spare time working, still unable to balance his domestic responsibilities with the tuition fees here. If this situation continued, he would have but one path to choose: to withdraw from school and remain in the island nation as an illegal resident, forever lurking in the shadows, subjected to servitude. Selling his own labor. This was not the life he aspired to. He yearned to successfully complete his university education, secure stable employment, and bear the burden of his family's support in the long term. At this juncture, even if his current job entailed legal complications, he felt compelled to persevere. With good performance, there was a commission of 2%. Ojihara Rin was already delivering the final explanation. The complete product set was priced at 10 million, while the individual chips were 3 million. One could easily estimate the commission from this. Wang Cheng listened, feeling increasingly despondent. This was undoubtedly an illegal cybercrime organization. What could possibly be sold online for such exorbitant prices? Once the explanation concluded, he lowered his gaze, his bangs casting a shadow over his forehead, and sat expressionlessly at his desk, opening his computer. The configured computer operated with remarkable speed, and the internet connection was top-notch. His eyes darted across the screen. Indeed, it was highly suited for online fraud, facilitating timely transactions. From this day forward, he would become an adept swindler, gritting his teeth in determination. What impressed him, however, was the proficiency of this scam organization. Their operations appeared remarkably legitimate. As he accessed the back-end system, he found the various settings straightforward and comprehensible. At this thought, he couldn't help but glance toward a young man in the corner by the window, engulfed in a cloud of smoke, clad in a bespoke suit. It was uncertain how many victims' hard-earned money had been funneled into its fabric. He let out a sigh, realizing he would soon join their ranks, his conscience pricking him slightly. Agitated, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, casting a sidelong glance at the neighboring desk, where the occupant was picking his nose. Goodness! A substantial amount of mucus lingered at his fingertips when he suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's inquiring. So quick. Octopus love meatballs. Is this where I can buy protective gloves?" The neighboring desk replied, "Yes. How may I assist you?" In his response, he wiped the mucus beneath the table, then nonchalantly began to scratch his foot. A pungent odor of foot fungus wafting through the air. "Octopus love meatballs. I would like to know more. Is this product dangerous?" Neighboring desk. The control is entirely in the hands of the user. It meets the standards as a legitimate self-defense tool. Octopus love meatballs. Oh, is there a video? Neighboring desk. Yes, please hold on a moment. He began to navigate the mouse with his foot-scratching hand, and Wang Cheng felt a wave of nausea wash over him as the individual tossed a video into the chat box, turning to him with a grin. "Look, what a foolish customer. Probably easy to deceive. A new type of scam. Octopus love meatballs. Not bad. But is there any safety guarantee? I mean regarding my personal information security and usage safety." Neighboring desk. Yes, let me send that to you. He copied and pasted a plethora of pre-prepared materials and sent them over. Within about 10 minutes, the individual sent another message. Octopus love meatballs. What are the payment methods? Neighboring desk. Please wait. I will send you the company S account. He turned his head once more, his mouth agape, and a waft of tobacco smoke enveloped him. You see, earning this money is quite effortless. The people of the islands possess a certain kawaii charm. Their minds are simple and unscathed by the storms of pyramid schemes. Wang Cheng wholeheartedly agreed, while the two continued their murmurs. A mechanical feminine voice suddenly resonated within the room. Bank account ending in 0856 has received a deposit of 10 million yuan. Please confirm. A transaction completed? The neighboring table spoke with a tremor, and Wang Cheng's mouth hung open in astonishment. The only one who remained composed was Rinya Ajiwara, who furrowed her brows in displeasure. What is all the fuss about? Since the transfer has been made, we shall proceed with the subsequent business, as I just explained. Yes, yes. The person at the neighboring table, having just picked his nose and scratched his feet, vigorously rubbed his face, stood up straight, and diligently focused on the follow-up tasks. Boss. Someone finally timidly raised a hand. Is this legitimate? Legitimate? Rinya Ajiwara scoffed. Are you questioning the rigor of island law? Would you like me to summon the police for an inspection? And no, that's unnecessary. The voice of dissent instantly weakened, and almost in unison. Everyone attentively turned their gaze to their computers. It was no laughing matter. A single transaction worth 10 million, with a commission of 2%, amounted to 200,000. Even a month of temporary work might not yield such an amount. This, they thought, was what one might call effortless wealth accumulation. Who could be foolish enough to pass it by? This group consisted of international students, each well-versed in the classics and proficient in various strategies and skills, their instincts sharp. They quickly grasped the extraordinary nature of this job. Wang Cheng's hand, gripping the mouse, felt almost immovable amidst the chorus of notifications heralding the arrival of 10 million yuan. Chapter 40. The banquet at home and the sudden popularity of protective gloves was entirely predictable. In a realm where martial practitioners and bounty hunters coexist, one cannot fathom the peculiar forces at play. This is a world where both martial prowess and firearms thrive. Despite regulations stipulating that martial practitioners refrain from interfering with ordinary people, the latter cannot help but harbor a sense of trepidation. Thus, products that offer a degree of personal protection are destined to circulate widely. It is akin to a state acknowledging the legality of firearm possession. Such arms would undoubtedly become indispensable for capable households. Moreover, Xiao Kaitan's target demographic comprised the affluent women of high society, whose latent demand was considerable. With the backing of the Ajiwara family, the sales channels swiftly opened up. Ajiwara Rin, with her exquisite beauty tinged with a hint of blush, was acutely aware of what the product's success signified for both herself and the Ajiwara family. With a hint of pride, she tilted her chin toward Xiao Kaitan, acknowledging his role. "Thank you for this," she said. Xiao Kaitan, rarely one to offer praise, did not diminish Rin's contributions. After all, he knew that facilitating the legalization of protective glove sales likely required her considerable effort. A faint smile graced Ajiwara Rin's lips. "For the sake of our partnership, I trust you will remember my efforts for now." Xiao Kaitan nodded, his mind not lingering on this moment. Once matters stabilized, he could not afford to remain preoccupied here. He had summoned Sun Zhani with the intent of gradually passing the reins. Sun Zhani perceived Xiao Kaitan's intentions, his gaze now tinged with admiration. After all, to design protective gloves, whether or not one could deem that genius, it was certain that such an individual was no fool. Perhaps the Han and Tang Xiao family was on the cusp of a significant rise, and he silently rejoiced at having boarded Xiao Kaitan's formidable vessel in time. As Xiao Kaitan and his companions descended the stairs and exited the building, a van came to a halt. Hong Li leaped out from the driver's seat, his expression rather grim. "Young master, miss, we are being followed." Xiao Kaitan paused momentarily. Hong Li, tasked with the crucial transportation of synthetic metal skeletal frameworks, had not anticipated that they would attract attention so swiftly. He turned his gaze toward Ajiwara Rin. "Which faction is it?" Ajiwara Rin furrowed her brow, displeased that issues arose on their very first day. "Ninjas," Hong Li replied, hastening toward the pair. "We were racing earlier, and this vehicle's speed was inadequate." Upon entry, the young lady had arranged for a diversion, which is why they did not keep up. It remains unclear which faction is involved. "I will address the vehicle's issues another day." Ajiwara Rin quickly regained her composure. "I will assign a few more individuals to assist you. Your work is of utmost importance and must not falter." As for the pursuers, the mention of ninjas suggested a prominent faction. She gazed at Xiao Kaitan. "Are you aware of who it might be?" Xiao Kaitan's mind immediately drifted to Takeda Quinn, although it was merely speculation. After a moment's contemplation, he began to stride toward the vehicle of the individual tracking them, Haruno Sakura. Observing his actions, Ajiwara Rin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Clever indeed. He intends to leverage the power of the police. This fellow's true nature is to enslave others. Amidst the rhythmic tapping on the glass window, moments later, the car window descended, revealing the face of Haruki Sakura, who was diligently trying to swallow a hamburger. "Is there something you need?" she inquired earnestly, tilting her head. "Well, you've been working hard lately," Xiao Kaitan remarked, disregarding Yamamoto, who was covering his face beside him. His expression bore a hint of nonchalance. "I find myself in a bit of trouble. Are you familiar with the Takeda clan of Kai? They may be plotting against me, possibly sending ninjas." As he spoke, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. "Haha." Haruki Sakura nodded. "The Takeda family of Kai? You're just an ordinary person. It would indeed be a violation of regulations to use martial arts against you. My information is somewhat limited, but I will ask someone to investigate and will contact you with any findings." She gestured with her phone. "All right." Xiao Kaitan thoughtfully handed her his phone number. "I've been engaging in some legitimate business activities lately, which may have stirred up some interests." Haruki Sakura suddenly comprehended the situation. After all, Xiao Kaitan was not a native of their land, and his actions might have inadvertently affected others' interests. With that thought, her sense of justice surged within her. Once matters were settled, Xiao Kaitan entered the driver's seat. Since the Takeda clan was preparing to act against him, his primary concern was the safety of Jiang Churin. Gripping the steering wheel, he drove towards the bus station. Not long after departing, he quickly realized that, aside from Haruki Sakura, there were others tailing him. The pursuers seemed to show no discretion regarding their intentions, unbothered by Haruki Sakura, as they leisurely followed in their vehicle. Upon turning a corner, Xiao Kaitan decided to stop the car. He stepped out and leaned against the door, waiting openly for the pursuer. This move puzzled Haruki Sakura, prompting her to instruct Yamamoto to halt the vehicle as well. The following car appeared unfazed by Xiao Kaitian's actions. It maneuvered around Haruki Sakura's vehicle and came to a stop not far from Xiao Kaitian. A middle-aged man, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, emerged from the car and approached Xiao Kaitian with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Xiao, the middle-aged man smiled and bowed. I am the steward of the Hojo family, Shoichi Hojo. My name may not hold significance, so I won't trouble you with it. The Hojo family? Xiao Kaitian's eyes flickered, initially suspecting a connection to the Takeda clan. He assessed the middle-aged man, recognizing him as merely an ordinary person, which instantly fostered a favorable impression of the Hojo family. His attitude was notably amicable. Yes, the young master is currently waiting nearby for your presence, and he hopes you will grant him the honor of your company. The middle-aged man maintained a highly respectful posture, continually bowing. It seems we have no prior connection, Xiao Kaitian frowned, uncertain of the man's intentions and lacking interest. Mr. Xiao, the Hojo family may not be considered a prominent clan, but within the Sagami and Musashi regions. Oh, pardon me, that is an antiquated term. Simply put, the area around Higashikyu-Sanjan is our territory. Of course, the young master's intention is not to impose upon you. He merely admires you as a leading figure among the next generation of the Han and Tang aristocracy. Since you are in the area, he expressed a desire to extend a gesture of hospitality. Indeed, Xiao Kaitian could not help but reveal a knowing smile. The other party seemed to harbor intentions akin to those of the early Riyahara Rin, laying out a banquet of intrigue before him. However, such behavior was understandable, given that he was currently on their territory. As the middle-aged often say, if the Hojo family were to become serious, the Riyahara family might struggle to withstand their might. After all, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. Xiao Kaitian fixed his gaze upon the bowing middle-aged man for a considerable time. He then straightened up from his position against the vehicle, smiling and nodding. In that case, I would appreciate your guidance. As for my car, rest assured, arrangements have been made, Mr. Xiao. Please. Chapter 41. A toast. Thrice the vehicle came to a smooth halt before a quaint temple, where a middle-aged man alighted and respectfully opened the door. While it might appear peculiar to receive guests at a temple, within the traditional culture of the island nation, it is indeed a formal and solemn reception ceremony. Xiao Kaitian understood this well. He discreetly adjusted his suit and followed the middle-aged man with measured steps. As they traversed the courtyard, the man led Xiao Kaitian to the reception hall, where he knelt and opened the door with both hands, then bowed deeply. Your Excellency, Mr. Xiao has arrived. Haha, welcome, welcome. A young man dressed in a black haori and hakama rose with a radiant smile. He was Kataho Shuichi, the young master of the Kataho family. Please, come in, Mr. Xiao. There is no need for such formality. Inside the room sat an elderly man with a bald head, attired in a light gray kimono. His reception of Xiao Kaitian was far less enthusiastic than that of Kataho Shuichi. He merely nodded slightly while remaining seated at a small long table, motionless. Xiao Kaitian's gaze flickered. This elderly gentleman surprisingly possessed a combat power of 278, the highest he had encountered since arriving in this world. It was evident he was exerting great effort to restrain himself, yet an extraordinary aura still emanated from him, palpable in the air. Quite intriguing, Xiao Kaitian mused, smiling as he entered the room and nodded to both men. The space contained two small long tables laden with wine and delicacies, with the centerpiece reserved for Kataho Shuichi. The place opposite the elderly man was designated for himself. They were drinking sake, and due to the unique nature of the occasion, no serving maid was present. Xiao Kaitian paid little heed to this, pouring a small cup and raising it in a silent toast. Haha, this is Ryusei Jumai Daijinjo, Kataho Shuichi proudly introduced. It has a sweet entrance and a smooth texture. Mr. Xiao, do you find it to your liking? Quite good, Xiao Kaitian acknowledged, though he found the flavor a bit unfamiliar. However, I am more accustomed to tea. Every nation has its own merits, Kataho Shuichi replied without offense, still smiling. As for me, I have grown fond of the fine wines from the Han and Tang dynasties. Your Excellency speaks truly, Xiao Kaitian did not refute. Then I shall savor this Daijinjo properly. Of course, indeed. Kataho Shuichi's spirits lifted immediately. However, good wine without a companion is rather lonely. The previously silent elderly man suddenly interjected, his voice unusually cold and sharp, carrying a metallic edge that was quite discomforting. How about I toast Mr. Xiao with a cup? I am a member of the Kataho family, and by seniority, I should address you as Uncle Shi, Kataho-ji. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Kitaho Shuichi's eyes as he glanced between the two. Very well, Xiao Kaitian replied without hesitation, raising his cup. Cheers. Kitaho Ji held his cup with both hands and leaned slightly toward Xiao Kaitian. In an instant, the table before Xiao Kaitian trembled and several cracks appeared along its edges, accompanied by a cacophonous sound. A chilling aura of blade energy surged toward Xiao Kaitian, swirling before him only to swiftly dissipate into nothingness. Xiao Kaitian's expression remained unchanged, as if entirely oblivious to the existence of the blade energy, as he tilted his head back to drink. A flicker of seriousness crossed Baikyo Gang's face. His gaze fixed intently on Xiao Kaitian as he gradually sipped his wine. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, resembling a balloon inflated to its utmost capacity, where a mere pinprick could rupture it. Baikyo Shioi, who had been smiling throughout, now straightened his demeanor, observing the interaction between the two. A fine wine. I must apologize for my rudeness. Let me toast Mr. Xiao once more. Very well. With an identical motion to before, Baikyo Gang extended the wine glass, albeit this time with deliberate slowness. On the table before Xiao Kaitian, the ceramic vessels and wine glasses instantaneously manifested cracks of varying sizes. Even the wallpaper on the wall behind him bore several fissures, filling the room with a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Xiao Kaitian smiled, downing his drink and showcasing the bottom of the glass. The sequence of actions transpired in mere seconds, yet for Baikyo Shioi, seated in the center, it felt as though several hours had passed, a bead of sweat forming on his right temple. Mr. Zhao's capacity for wine is truly remarkable, Baikyo Gang remarked, lowering his gaze. It appears I must punish myself with this third cup. I hope Mr. Xiao does not mind. Xiao Kaitian shook his head, and Baikyo Gang, bowing his head, finished the last of his drink. The results of the three toasts had greatly exceeded Baikyo Gang's expectations, prompting him to forego a third offensive. With the wine consumed and the game concluded, Xiao Kaitian had no intention of lingering. He turned to Baikyo Shioi, stating, Your Highness, my purpose for coming to the island nation was due to a matter concerning my sister, which has now been resolved. I do not intend to remain here long term. As for collaboration with the Ajiwara family, it was merely a fleeting thought. Should Your Highness be interested in the future, we might consider working together. Xiao Kaitian believed his opponent understood his stance clearly, thus he expressed his position unequivocally. Should the Baikyo family remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to acquire another adversary. I comprehend Mr. Zhao's sentiment. In the future, should the Baikyo family be needed in this area, a simple greeting will suffice. Very well, Xiao Kaitian raised his glass. Then I shall take my leave. Please. After consuming the final cup, Xiao Kaitian strode out with purpose, while Baikyo Shioi, absent-mindedly watching him depart, inquired, What is your perspective? The first possibility is unfathomable, Baikyo Gang sighed. Speaking the truth, the initial blade energy had utilized less than 20% of its strength, primarily intended to intimidate. Yet Xiao Kaitian had effortlessly dispelled it. The second blade energy had employed 70% of his strength, and still, Xiao Kaitian had nonchalantly neutralized it. This left no reason for him to continue probing further. Whether or not he possesses martial prowess is beyond my comprehension, for there is no discernible aura of such power emanating from him. As Kitaho Tsugumi expressed his sentiments, he experienced a profound sense of helplessness akin to confronting an immensely formidable wall, one that his blade could not penetrate. Of course, there exists another possibility. This individual might indeed be a fool, adorned with some form of protective artifact from the Han or Tang dynasties, effectively nullifying my blade's energy. Which possibility do you believe to be more plausible? Surely, my lord must have formed an opinion on the matter. Kitaho Tsugumi chose to disregard the inquiry, pouring himself another drink. Yet, Kitaho Shuichi remained unperturbed, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at the increasingly overcast sky. It seems snow is on the horizon. Chapter 42. Best friend and roommate. As Xiao Kaitian departed from the temple and settled into the car, he let out a slow breath. The prowess of Kitahara Tsugumi surpassed his own. Even with the activation of insight, achieving victory would require time. Moreover, with Kitahara Shuichi present, he preferred to keep his strength concealed. He felt quite content with the resolution of matters as they had unfolded. Kitahara Tsugumi's blade aura was, at best, merely a minor branch of the divine source. When his blade aura made contact with Xiao Kaitian's inner divine source, it was akin to water merging into the ocean, silent and imperceptible. Understanding this, Kitahara Tsugumi decisively chose to retreat. Regarding Xiao Kaitian's subsequent stance, As long as Kitahara Shuichi was not overly foolish or held any deep-seated grievances against him, a direct confrontation was unlikely. The collaboration with the Ajiwara family would, over time, become known to an increasing number of individuals, thereby enhancing his own value. Furthermore, his expression of willingness to cooperate would significantly diminish the likelihood of Kitahara Shuichi taking action against him. Of course, he did not discount the possibility of superficial maneuvers. The dynamics between the Kitahara and Takeda families remained unclear to him. With this in mind, he sent a message to Harui Sakura, requesting an investigation into the Kitahara family as well. The reason he entrusted this matter to the police chief was that his relationship with the Ajiwara family was merely one of collaboration. They were not yet allies. After all, the Tang dynasty's influence was still substantial, and he had no access to the prestigious families of the island nation. As he thought of Harui Sakura, who proved to be quite resourceful, Xiao Kaidian felt his spirits lift. He instructed the Kitahara family chauffeur to take him to the station, where he purchased a ticket for the train, his destination being Jiang Charin's residence. By the time he arrived at Jiang Charin's dwelling in the city, night had already fallen. Standing at the entrance of the apartment, he hesitated, contemplating whether to knock, when the door swung open from within. A woman clad in pajamas appeared, her long, wavy hair cascading freely, exuding an enchanting allure. Her eyes sparkled under the light, almost as if they could speak. The sudden appearance startled her, causing her to retreat a few steps, the garbage bag in her hand rustling loudly. However, she quickly regained her composure, tossing her hair and breaking into a smile. "Oh, what a charming young man." Xiao Kaidian was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the address to confirm it was indeed as Jiang Churin had indicated, before steadying himself and addressing the woman before him. "Is Jiang Churin residing here?" Upon closer inspection, one could differentiate between the islanders and those of the Han Tang lineage. Given Xiao Kaitian's elevated status, endowed with divine source, he could immediately discern that the woman bore Han Tang ancestry. Thus, he spoke in the Han Tang tongue. To his surprise, his inquiry only heightened her vigilance. The allure she had displayed vanished, replaced by a cold gaze directed at Xiao Kaitian. "Who are you?" "I am her younger brother." Xiao Kaitian, he clarified, sensing her aloofness. He took a step back to create distance, signaling his harmless intentions. "I'm here to see her." "Xiao Kaitian." The alluring woman paused for a moment, then revealed a smile, her entire demeanor seeming to soften with it. She stepped forward a couple of paces, leaning against the doorway, her eyes twinkling as she regarded Xiao Kaitian. "You must be the foolish younger brother of Churin," she remarked playfully. "I am her close friend and roommate, Yang Mingqi." Her gaze wandered over Xiao Kaitian with unabashed curiosity, her entire form languidly draped over the door frame, as if bereft of strength. "Churin often speaks of you, little brother. Have you come to visit your sister?" Xiao Kaitian's expression darkened. What absurdity was this? How dare someone call him little brother? Well, according to biological age, he indeed was a few years younger. He looked at the beguiling Yang Mingqi and inquired, "Where is she?" "I am concerned for her safety." At the mention of danger, Yang Mingqi's smile instantly froze. She continued to scrutinize Xiao Kaitian, as though searching for cracks in his facade. "If we are discussing danger, is it not you who has brought it? Is it not from your Xiao family?" This clandestine matter was evidently known to her, and Xiao Kaitian quickly concluded that she was undoubtedly Churin's confidant. However, given the intricate circumstances of the island nation, he refrained from elaborating, instead managing to express, "She has a classmate. What is? I fear he may pose a problem." "What? What is?" Yang Mingqi straightened her posture, leaning forward slightly, oblivious to the revealing neckline of her nightwear. "I have heard Churin speak of him. He is a scion of a prominent family on the island and has been pursuing her." Xiao Kaitian diverted his gaze. "Where is she now?" "Her research group has a gathering tonight." What is indeed part of her research team. Yang Mingqi shed her flirtatious demeanor, replaced by a chilling intensity. "Are you suggesting that what is might harm Charin?" Xiao Kaitian shook his head. These were merely his conjectures, and he could not draw conclusions based solely on his instincts. "Send me the address of the gathering. I shall go there." "I shall accompany you," she declared resolutely, her expression leaving no room for refusal. For reasons unknown, Yang Mingqi found herself yielding to him, inexplicably trusting Xiao Kaitian, and promptly sent him the address. "Thank you." Upon receiving the location, Xiao Kaitian committed it to memory and turned to leave, while Yang Mingqi, holding a garbage bag, watched his retreating figure. Even if he was a fool, he was a remarkably handsome one. A faint smile crept onto her lips. The provided address was not far. Churin had chosen her accommodation near the school for convenience. When Xiao Kaitian arrived, he was greeted by the sight of a swaying red lantern and the flickering sign of izakaya. Izakayas are common small taverns in the island nation, an indispensable part of its culture. In truth, amidst fierce competition, each izakaya boasts its own unique charm. Yet they are generally positioned as accessible to the masses. Thus, despite Churin holding shares in the Hantang Xiao family, her status as merely a student while studying in the island nation rendered her no different from others. Wutuas, too, was simply a scholar in this context. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for the university research groups gathering to be held at such a venue. Gazing at the sign, Xiao Kaitian could not help but retrieve a cigarette and light it. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, the vapor intertwined with the moisture in the night air, lingering beside him for an extended period. The Takeda family, was it? Chapter 43. Then let it be executed as the door swung open to a warm greeting. Xiao Kaitian stepped inside and beheld Jiang Churin seated on the tatami, her demeanor suggesting that she had indulged in some spirits. Her left hand grasped the strap of her handbag while her right arm flailed about, seemingly in a desperate attempt to fend off her companions. Surrounding her were 3 young men, members of the same research group, each holding a glass of wine. One of them persistently pushed a blue cocktail towards her. Another drink? This blue Hawaii isn't too strong, Jiang. Is this the final gathering of our research group? Jiang Churin's cheeks were flushed, her inebriation evident as beads of sweat adorned her nose, and her smile appeared increasingly strained. In the corner sat Takeda Tetsu, silently toying with his glass. His gloomy gaze fixed upon the encircled Jiang Churin, showing no intention of intervening. Perhaps this was all by his design. Realizing this, Xiao Kaitian's expression turned cold. He pressed his lips together, striding purposefully towards Jiang Churin. His imposing stature seemed to intimidate the students who, lacking profound life experience, were momentarily at a loss, retreating as they beheld his dapper trench coat. Bending down, Xiao Kaitian wrapped an arm around Jiang Churin, disregarding the astonished stares of those around them. A mix of grievance and helplessness in his voice. If I had tea come, would you have gotten drunk? I want to get drunk. Jiang Churin replied with a sly smile, although her vision was beginning to blur. Tilting her head, she leaned against his chest and asked, "Where's my bag?" Reluctantly, Xiao Kaitian retrieved her bag and placed it in her hand. She nestled closer to him, the mingling scent of alcohol wafting from her, while a few strands of hair brushed against his neck, creating a peculiar ticklish sensation. "I can walk on my own," she asserted, gently pushing him away, striving to maintain her composure as an elder sister, unwilling to lose her dignity in front of her younger brother. "Who are you?" One of her classmates finally reacted, bending slightly and mustering the courage to inquire. Xiao Kaitian ignored him, tightening his embrace around Jiang Churin. His gaze flicked toward Takeda Tetsu, who had also approached, their eyes clashing in an intense moment before dissipating into the ether. Watching Xiao Kaitian lead Jiang Churin away, Takeda Tetsu pursed his lips, his expression icy as he donned his coat and headed towards the door. The eastern landscape of the island nation was an international metropolis, renowned as a city that never sleeps. Despite the late hour in the heart of winter, the streets bustled with pedestrians, some staggering drunkenly. The silhouettes of Xiao Kaitian and Jiang Churin soon vanished into the night, while Takeda Tetsu lowered his gaze, the neon lights casting a more somber hue upon him. He pulled out a cigarette, lighting it, and as he inhaled, a cloud of smoke enveloped him. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a faint silhouette emerged beside him. Speaking in a low tone, "Your Highness, everything has been arranged, you see." Takeda Tetsu's hand, which held a cigarette, but paused. He lowered his gaze, the hair on his forehead obscuring the upper half of his face, concealing his expression. "Then let us proceed, but do not frighten her." "Huh." The figure behind him slowly retreated, merging into the shadows. Xiao Kaitian held Jiang Churin close, the two strolling leisurely down the street. The izakaya was not far from Jiang Churin's residence, approximately a 10-minute walk. The alcohol in this land was generally low in potency, making it difficult to become intoxicated. However, Jiang Churin's tolerance was limited. Having been continuously encouraged to drink several cups at the gathering, she was now in a swaying state, leaning against Xiao Kaitian's robust arm, a sudden wave of security washing over her. In her hazy state, she instinctively welcomed this sensation, simply wishing to lean on him and continue onward. "Kaitian, do you feel stronger now?" Burping slightly, Jiang Churin halted and gazed earnestly at him. Under the lamplight, their shadows intertwined as she awaited his response. Her flushed cheeks adorned with a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. "No matter how formidable you become, you will always be my brother," Xiao Kaitian replied, acknowledging that he did not belong to this realm. while Jiang Churen could not aspire to ascend to a higher dimension like him. Their ultimate outcome was inevitable. Then, I will take care of father's vengeance. Xiao Kaidian gently patted her shoulder. Leave it all to me. Unbeknownst to him, something triggered Jiang Churen's tear ducts, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Xiao Kaidian, unable to comprehend the reasons behind a woman's tears, felt helpless and could only embrace her, continuing to walk slowly. Promise me, no matter what happens, you must remain safe, all right? Jiang Churen's humble wish, her small prayer, was one she hoped he and the divine could hear. All right. A faint smile graced Xiao Kaitian's lips. He had never been one to make promises, but for the first time, he discovered that perhaps it was a rather pleasant feeling. In the chill of winter, leaves gently spiraled down the path they walked, akin to fluttering butterflies. Jiang Churen slowly closed her eyes, while Xiao Kaitian maintained his smile, though his gaze gradually turned icy. A palm-sized leaf hovered above them, swirling before descending slowly. Xiao Kaitian looked up at the falling leaf, and almost simultaneously, it emitted a faint tearing sound, fracturing into several pieces. With a soft hiss, an almost imperceptible glimmer of cold light shattered the leaf, swiftly shooting towards Xiao Kaitian. It was a needle, gleaming with a hint of blue, unmistakably infused with venomous properties. Xiao Kaitian deftly sidestepped, the needle grazing his ear before embedding itself into the earth behind him. Unlike the unsuspecting Jiang Churen, he was already on high alert. Yet, he did not wish to alarm her. The prior encounter with the Hydra had been unavoidable. This time, his face was etched with frost. Chapter 44. Framing as the impending assault drew near, Xiao Kaitian could not suppress a chuckle. The sound of the boomerang intensified, yet Xiao Kaitian appeared utterly oblivious, as if all attacks were non-existent. Cradling Jiang Churen, their forms traced a breathtaking arc against the night sky. With her eyes closed, Jiang Churen felt as though she were soaring through clouds. She sensed the strength of his embrace lifting her, and she could not help but laugh. How long had she suppressed her laughter? She had never truly kept count. Perhaps it began when her father, Xiao Jingze, had taken her in, or when she first met the seemingly dull-witted Xiao Kaitian, or perhaps it was from the moment he was thrust into the tumultuous vortex of conflict. Yet, all of it faded away as she nestled in his arms, experiencing a blissful weightlessness, and she laughed joyfully. The crisp sound of her laughter resonated, striking a jarring note against the tranquil night sky. In his eyes, there was only Jiang Churen, nestled against his chest. From a distance, their combined silhouettes resembled shooting stars, tracing luminous trails in the air, while behind them, a barrage of missed attacks followed in vain. In retrospect, it seemed that a sliver of opportunity had indeed slipped through their fingers. The number of assailants pursuing them was unknown, yet Xiao Kaitian held Jiang Churen lightly, both of them drifting carefreely through the air. Her intoxicating laughter gradually permeated his heart, revealing to him the essence of low-dimensional emotions. Don't provoke my anger anymore, he said, infused with a hint of frustration, seemingly to himself. As the word spread, the surroundings fell into an instant hush. The ninjas, lurking in the shadows, ceased their movements the moment the flames of battle encroached upon their line of sight. What's wrong? Jiang Churen opened her beautiful eyes, still somewhat dazed, which softened her goddess-like demeanor, rendering her endearingly cute. Xiao Kaitian gazed into the darkness ahead, sensing her realization. Am I causing you trouble? Yang Mingqi's eyes widened at their intimate display, her mouth agape in shock for a good 10 seconds. It was only when Xiao Kaitian closed the door that she snapped back to reality. Churen, she's drunk. Xiao Kaitian looked helplessly at the tipsy Jiang Churen, her eyes now half closed. He casually placed his bag on the table. Where is her room? Over there, Yang Mingqi replied, a mixture of curiosity and confusion in her voice. She hurriedly pushed open the door to the room, which was simple yet warmly decorated, imbued with Jiang Churen's unique essence. Nodding in understanding, Yang Mingqi carefully changed Jiang Churen's clothes. After finishing, she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and closed the door, only to find Xiao Kaitian standing on the small balcony. His tall and imposing figure made it difficult to associate him with the foolish younger brother Jiang Churen had described. Coupled with the evening's intimate interactions and their contrasting surnames, the term fool took on a distinctly ambiguous connotation. Yang Mingqi could not help but lower her head and smile subtly. In the dead of night, at a small citizen park not far from Jiang Churen's residence, for shadows swiftly converged by the sand pit where children usually played. Captain, the mission has failed. 3 of the shadows knelt down, reporting the situation. It has been confirmed that Xiao Kaitian is a martial artist, at least of the Xian realm level. The standing shadow, discernible under the moonlight, was a middle-aged ninja, his right sleeve adorned with the Takeda family's emblem of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, faintly shimmering with a proud glow. Xiao Kaiyan did not retaliate? He inquired coldly. Yes, it is likely because Miss Jiang was present. He refrained from taking action. A martial artist. Indeed, the middle-aged ninja exhaled in frustration. The turn of events had exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that someone was merely protecting Xiao Kaiyan, not realizing that he himself was a martial artist. This matter must be reported to Lord Rua. Understood. The three men rose to leave, when suddenly, from the dark recesses behind the sandpit, a writhing mass emerged, resembling a large serpent, twisting and stretching forth. Who goes there? One of the ninjas barked. But the serpent continued to extend on its own, abruptly transforming into a shadow that lunged toward the three ninjas. Be careful. The trio leaped in an attempt to evade. But the serpent moved faster, weaving through them, and in an instant, their motions froze. A crimson line appeared on each of their necks, and they stared in disbelief as they slowly collapsed. The serpent landed on the ground, writhing once more, transforming into a figure that stood before the middle-aged ninja. Are you a bounty hunter? The middle-aged ninja asked warily, a shuriken quietly revealing itself in his hand. You are here to eliminate Xiao Kaiyan, aren't you? The shadow that had taken the form of the serpent spoke, its voice carrying a sharp metallic resonance, frigid and chilling. Then you shall meet your demise. What is your purpose in this? Sweat beaded on the middle-aged ninja's forehead. Quite simple, to frame Xiao Kaiyan. The shadow licked its lips. Remember my name, Viper. With that, it transformed once more into a great serpent, lunging at the middle-aged ninja. Under the moonlight, the expression of the middle-aged ninja twisted into a snarl. Chapter 45. The gathering storm of various forces in a residential dwelling within the eastern capital. Takeda Tetsu sat quietly on a cushion, maintaining a formal posture. He had been awaiting news for over 3 hours, and with each passing moment, the implications of the outcome grew increasingly evident, darkening his expression further. After a flurry of hurried footsteps, the door to the room was pulled open, and a ninja knelt respectfully, bowing his head. My lord, we have located them, more precisely, the bodies. They were discovered in the public park near Miss Jiang's residence. The ninja glanced up at the silent Takeda, hesitating before continuing his report. Tracing Miss Jiang's route, we found signs of pursuit, leading to the final bodies. Our men have already managed the situation to avoid alarming the police chief. Was it Xiao Kaiyan who did this? Takeda's fingers lightly drummed against his knee. For lower ninjas, this suggests he is a martial artist, possibly of the Xinjiang level. Indeed, the ninja lowered his head. The assessment team seems to hold differing opinions. The methods employed closely resemble those of a ninja, or perhaps, a bounty hunter. Proceed. Yes, according to our intelligence. The Hantang martial arts system does not list Xiao Kaiyan's name, which must be noted. Should this attract the attention of the police chief or incite diplomatic disputes? Even the clan head would find it difficult to manage. Understood. I am aware of the stakes. Takeda comprehended the complexities involved, after all. The Takeda family was also a part of the island's martial arts community. Employing martial artists against ordinary individuals would contravene the martial arts agreement. And should this come to light, the Takeda family would surely face reproach. However, all signs indicated that Xiao Kaiyan was indeed a martial artist. The source of the issue remained unclear. This was the first point. Secondly, there were reports of a bounty on his head. Yet those tasked with the job had consistently failed. One organization, known as the 6 Leaves Bounty Hunters, had even been attacked and subsequently expelled from the guild. It was rumored that the head of the Kanto Bounty Hunters resigned in disgrace. These developments seemed closely linked to Xiao Kaiyan. Furthermore, we uncovered that the Ojihara family's latest protective product was experiencing remarkable sales. We had conducted tests and found that while its strength did not reach martial artist levels, it was indeed an effective protective device. This matter likely bore the influence of Xiao Kaiyan, as he might have designed the product. As Takeda listened, his frown deepened. He clenched his jaw, feeling an inexplicable discomfort regarding Xiao Kaiyan, who seemed akin to a stubborn adhesive. You claim he is a martial artist, yet lacks formal affiliation with the martial arts system. Conversely, those dispatched against him have all perished. He truly is a troublesome pest. And now, he is even capable of designing protective gear. Can he also devise weapons to threaten martial artists? Is he not a fool? Takeda could not help but rub his temples. I surmise the bounty hunters have realized the same dilemma, which prompted such a clumsy performance. However, who committed the act is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome. Bring in a middle ninja close to the peak of Xinjing, preferably one whose combat level approaches that of a senior ninja, to deal with Xiao Kaitian. Takeda issued his command. In light of this, if Takeda Tetsu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile, Xiao Kaitian has slain 4 of our lower ninjas. Even if he is not part of the martial arts system, he is undeniably a cultivator. Should this matter be pursued, it serves as the most compelling justification. The Bounty Hunter Guild seeks to exploit me. But I could very well turn the tables. In his eyes, regardless of the reasoning, Xiao Kaitian must perish. With this thought, he slowly closed his eyes. Various factions stirred in the shadows. Xiao Kaitian remained oblivious. Having left Jiang Charn's residence early that morning, he arranged to meet with Ajiwara Rin. The meeting place remained the same as last time, the Cat's ICAF. After greeting the bald elder and the beautiful woman, Xiao Kaitian ordered a cup of lightly brewed coffee made from Arabica beans. As he gently placed the cup before him, Ajiwara Rin, draped in a beige trench coat and wrapped in a scarf, entered hurriedly, her demeanor suggesting a whirlwind of activity. "Is there something urgent?" she inquired, seating herself with haste. Gesturing towards the coffee before him, her tone carried an edge of impatience. "I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. I have no time to leisurely sip coffee." Recently, she had been overwhelmed with the soaring sales of protective gloves, consistently surpassing her forecasts. More significantly, the exclusivity of the sales channels had elevated the Ajiwara family's status among the elite in the island nation, prompting inquiries from other families about the possibility of expanding sales avenues. Despite her busyness, she moved with a certain briskness. Martial cultivator? The mention of this instantly irked Ajiwara Rin. Xiao Kaitian appeared harmless, yet she was unaware of his true prowess. With a slight parting of her lips, she asked, "What level are you at?" "I am not a martial cultivator," Xiao Kaitian replied, somewhat sheepish as he rubbed his nose. He was reluctant to admit it. But the power of his divine source was indeed imperceptible in this realm. It was not his fault that others could not discern his level of cultivation, if one were to assess it. He would likely be at the initial stage of the mysterious realm, soon to reach the mid-stage. The martial arts truly flourished during the Han and Tang dynasties. There is wisdom in that. Ajiwara Rin sighed, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Xiao Kaitian's strength surpassed hers more than she had anticipated. "Are you inquiring about this with the intention of delving deeper into martial arts?" Xiao Kaitian shook his head and recounted his encounter with HJG, at which point Ajiwara Rin's expression shifted to one of understanding. HJG is the publicly recognized swordsman of the HJ family. At the pinnacle of the mysterious realm, it is natural for you to sense a threat. Given that, allow me to share an overview of the martial world with you. Chapter 46. The global martial arts system. The martial arts of the island nation differ markedly from those of the Han and Tang dynasties. However, the attitudes of national governments towards martial arts share a commonality across countries. In the case of the island nation, the primary martial arts schools include the 3 major systems: the Way of the Sword, the Way of the Ninja, and the Onmyoji. The Way of the Sword is categorized into 4 levels: Sword God, Sword Saint, Sword Master, and Swordman. The Way of the Ninja consists of 4 ranks: Shadow Ninja, Upper Ninja, Middle Ninja, and Lower Ninja. The Onmyoji system is divided into 4 tiers: Heavenly Master, Upper Tier, Middle Tier, and Lower Tier, which correspond to the universally recognized levels of martial cultivation: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, each of which is further divided into 3 sublevels: Early, Middle, and Peak. When comparing the 3 paths of martial arts at the same level, it is challenging to assert which is superior. However, it is evident that the Way of the Sword emphasizes offensive capabilities, the Way of the Ninja favors stealth, and the Onmyoji focuses on magical techniques, each with its distinct characteristics. The martial arts system operates independently, with the highest authority being the World Martial Arts Alliance, followed by national martial arts associations. In larger countries, regional subdivisions exist. For instance, the island nation is divided into the Kanto Martial Arts Association and the Kansai Martial Arts Association, reflecting the political dynamics between the eastern and western regions of the country. All martial cultivators within the nation must undergo assessments by the Martial Arts Association and register under their real names, allowing for a system of tracking and control. There exists a stringent delineation between martial cultivators and ordinary citizens. The most straightforward rule is that martial cultivators are strictly prohibited from engaging in combat with ordinary individuals unless both parties are martial practitioners. Special operations require prior approval from the Martial Arts Association before they can commence. Moreover, the martial arts system imposes strict regulations, Those above the Earth realm are forbidden from participating in any secular matters without authorization. Consequently, those active in the ordinary world are primarily individuals at the yellow and mysterious levels. This is not solely a matter of national security. In reality, the number of martial cultivators who have reached beyond the Earth realm is limited. These individuals are primarily engrossed in their cultivation, seeking to enhance their strength, leaving little time for other trivial pursuits. At this juncture, Xiao Kaitian began to grasp the situation, the specific strengths associated with these four realms. Thus, martial cultivators in this world are not invincible. The power of the government can achieve a balance. Ajiwara Rin nodded in agreement. This can be understood primarily from two perspectives. First, no matter how formidable a martial cultivator may be, they have family and friends. Simply put, even if one achieves the heaven realm, unmatched in strength, one cannot perpetually live in solitude. Loved ones are indeed a vulnerability. Moreover, the state possesses extensive weaponry capable of mass destruction, which is undeniably difficult to counter. Nevertheless, these are understood realities. The martial arts community does not articulate them, nor does the government. They mutually restrain one another. Ajiwara Rin looked at Xiao Kaitian with a curious expression. Another method by which nations constrain martial cultivators is through the use of mecha squats. Mecha squats? This was the first time Xiao Kaitian had encountered this term. Selecting exceptional police or military personnel to operate humanoid mechas. The current technological level appears to be roughly equivalent to the mid-phase of the transcendental realm, with a few exceptionally customized models capable of reaching the peak configuration of this realm. Xiao Kaitian suddenly realized the underlying strategy. It was no wonder that martial practitioners below the earthly realm were allowed to operate in the secular world, as both the police and military held the power to restrain these individuals. Having grasped the relationship between the two, Xiao Kaitian inquired further. Strictly speaking, the strength of the state surpasses that of martial practitioners. After all, it is the state. Ajiwara Rin did not contest this, gently stirring her coffee, the silver spoon clanking against the porcelain, producing a crisp sound. The balance is maintained by both sides, and that is likely how it is. Why allow martial practitioners to exist? This question left her perplexed, and she searched her memories. The existence of martial practitioners has endured for a long time. It is the default operational mechanism of the world. Why would you pose such an unusual question? The techniques, or martial arts, form the core heritage of every martial organization, a legacy refined through generations of scrutiny and testing, and serve as the foundation for the continuous advancement of martial practitioners. Beyond this, they enhance their capabilities through external means, primarily utilizing potions like the water of strength and various pills. Different nations emphasize different aspects of these aids based on their circumstances. For instance, the Han and Tang dynasties prioritized pills, while the island nation, having embraced Western influences, maintains a duality of potions and pills. However, regardless of whether it is a potion or a pill, prolonged consumption invariably leads to side effects, unless one possesses the ability to expel harmful substances, as Xiao Kaitian does. Thus, the core method for martial practitioners to enhance their strength fundamentally lies in the cultivation of their techniques. This also explains the rarity of martial practitioners in the transcendental realm, as they devote their time and energy entirely to their training. At this juncture, Xiao Kaitian finally comprehended the general structure of the martial arts system in the world. Resting his chin on his hands, he squinted, his gaze imbued with a calculating essence. So, where can one acquire potions or pills? Extremely difficult. Ajiwara Rin sighed. The primary pharmaceutical resources are largely controlled by the Martial Arts Association, dispersed among reliable noble families. They convene trade meetings at fixed intervals, where various martial factions purchase resources either to concoct liquids or to produce pills. For ordinary individuals, obtaining these is akin to scaling a mountain. She shot a glare at Xiao Kaitian. If you intend to employ methods akin to those against the Six Leaves to seize these resources, it would mean waging war against the entire Martial Arts Association and even the Global Martial Arts Alliance. Your intelligence is remarkably swift. Xiao Kaitian wiped his face, having become accustomed to thievery through frequent practice. Although he was intrigued by the notion, the consequences were too severe to consider. Moreover, Ajiwara Rin shook her head. Merely possessing the drugs is insufficient. One must also have other special components to create effective remedies. Oh, what special components? Xiao Kaitian's eyes flickered, as if he had grasped the crux of the matter. Chapter 47. The company is in trouble in this matter. Rin Ajiwara was not particularly knowledgeable. The martial arts heritage of the Ajiwara family was not profound, and they had not delved deeply into the most essential aspects of martial arts. What she vaguely understood was that it pertained to a kind of crystal, of which she had never laid eyes upon. A self-deprecating smile graced Rin's lips as she recalled. It was said to be exceedingly rare. The last occurrence of such a crystal in the archipelago coincided with a cataclysmic volcanic eruption in Kyushu, during which nearly all martial factions in Kansai participated in the scramble for the crystal. Ultimately, the outcome remained uncertain. It was possible that several martial factions divided the spoils. She lifted her gaze and cast a glance at Xiao Kaitian, who wore a slight frown. The so-called crystal was likely an entity from a higher dimensional space. If this were the case, it would imply that someone had attempted to bridge two dimensional worlds, or perhaps such a passage already existed, albeit in an unstable form, resulting in its unpredictable appearances. Is there any speculation on that side of the archipelago? Rin Ajiwara shook her head. This is classified information of the highest order. Every nation in the world maintains a silence regarding it. I was fortunate enough to encounter a person of great caliber in my youth, and according to him, the power of the crystal cannot be directly absorbed and is highly unstable. Hence, it is transmitted to herbs and then indirectly transferred to the human body, serving as a source for martial practitioners to enhance their strength. Xiao Kaitian comprehended, meaning that this crystal could very well be the key to accessing the next dimension. However, Rin's knowledge was limited, and she was unclear on the deeper intricacies. Nevertheless, Xiao Kaitian felt satisfied. He had garnered a general understanding of the global martial arts system and its operations. Perhaps one day, I could mass-produce the elixir. That seems rather appealing, he mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated its feasibility. Rin Ajiwara was taken aback. Was he out of his mind? If that were the case, it would virtually position him against the entirety of the world's martial arts, likely leading to the collapse of the stable operational system of martial arts globally. Of course, I'm merely jesting. There may be other means, Xiao Kaitian remarked, yet his expression betrayed no hint of humor. Rin felt a chill run down her spine. She swiftly redirected the conversation. I think you should prioritize the issue of protective gloves. Someone has set their sights on them. Xiao Kaitian was not at all surprised. Trouble seemed to abound for him. Indeed, many had their eyes on him, including several who approached the Ajiwara family seeking collaboration on distribution channels. Rin clasped her hands on the table and tilted her head in inquiry. For now, I have suppressed all of it, as it is your product. And I respect your decision. The cake is too large. The more who wish to partake, the more issues arise, Xiao Kaitian pondered. The enthusiasm of the upper echelons of society in the archipelago for this product exceeded his expectations, indicating that concerns for personal safety remained paramount in the minds of people worldwide. For the moment, it would be prudent to refrain from opening channels. It is better managed by you. Is the Ajiwara family unable to cope? It is merely a minor inconvenience. Rin Ojihara shook her head. I am not overly concerned about these prestigious families. Appearances must be maintained. However, the Bounty Hunter Guild presents a different predicament, as the conflicts among you run deep. Your clandestine activities have escalated to a staggering 1 billion island coins, elevating you to a C-class task level, truly unparalleled for an ordinary person. Furthermore, the police department has taken an interest in you. This is insider information. Some believe that your protective gloves possess offensive capabilities, skirting the edges of island law. And reports suggest that relevant complaint materials are being compiled. Xiao Kaitian began to sense the gravity of the situation. It was unwise to confront too many powers, particularly those of a national nature. With that thought in mind, he immediately rose to his feet. I must visit the company. An ominous premonition loomed over him, as if something significant were about to transpire. Rin Ojihara also stood up. The company should be relatively safe. I have summoned some of my family's martial artists. Normal defenses should suffice. If things escalate, the police department's involvement would be detrimental to all parties. Xiao Kaitian shook his head. Delving deeper into the issue, my concern lies with the police department's involvement. After leaving the establishment, he swiftly activated his vehicle, racing toward the company's location. Just midway, he received a call from Hongli. A jolt of apprehension surged through Xiao Kaitian as he swiped the screen to answer the call. Young Master Xiao, we are under attack. There is trouble at the company. Hongli's voice was filled with urgency. It is occurring near the company. They are attempting to steal the alloy skeletal braces I was transporting. And there are intrusions into the company as well. Nearby residents seem to have alerted the authorities. Half an hour later, Xiao Kaitian finally arrived at the scene, which was a chaotic tableau of debris. Scattered across the ground were numerous individuals, some belonging to the Ojihara family's martial artists, while others, clad in various attires, appeared to be the assailants. The police department had already taken control of the situation, and Xiao Kaitian was left to observe from beyond the perimeter. A man with a dark mole on his left nostril, evidently the leader, was directing operations. Armed special forces surrounded a group of individuals huddled on the ground, including Ojihara family martial artists and international students involved in operations, with Honli among them, bearing visible injuries. Take everyone away, seal off the building, and secure all items within for investigation later. Injured or deceased individuals must be reported to the hospital for immediate care, the commanding officer shouted, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Xiao Kaitian's position. Before long, Haruka Sakura also arrived at the scene. Upon taking in the chaotic scene, she approached the commanding officer and greeted him respectfully. Inspector Habuto. Ah, Sakura-chan, you're a bit late, Inspector Ikyu Habuto replied, seemingly in good spirits as he observed the ineffective efforts of Haruka Sakura without a hint of anger. Everyone has been secured. Lowering his voice, he inquired, is the person behind this company Xiao Kaitian? With no doubt in her mind, Haruka Sakura nodded, prompting a satisfied smile from Habuto. I am Rin Ojihara, the company's representative. What exactly has transpired? Chapter 48. Am I not the target of your assassination? Facing Ojihara Rin, Hattori Hideo did not dare to be overly arrogant. For she was, after all, a scion of a prominent family, wielding considerable influence. Adopting a demeanor of official business, he stated, we received reports from nearby residents regarding a large-scale martial arts conflict. We urgently dispatched a special task force to bring the situation under control. We are the victims here. Ojihara Rin retorted, her resolve unwavering. What right do you have to seal off our company? There is no such provision in the laws of our nation. I intend to consult a lawyer. Of course, legal counsel is advisable, Hattori replied with a calm expression. Our department is following due process. All procedures are entirely lawful. Furthermore, we have received reports alleging that your company is producing hazardous materials, necessitating our investigation. Absurd, Ojihara Rin flicked her hair dismissively. The legality of the company's operations was beyond reproach. Any disputes could only be deemed contentious. Yet, Hattori's demeanor indicated an intent to escalate the matter. Before she could voice her thoughts, he had already cornered her with his words. We have ascertained that you, Miss Ojihara, are the head of the company, and it appears we must take you to the police station for further inquiry. Hattori's gaze grew increasingly cold. The legitimacy of selling protective gloves teetered on the edge of legality, and the gravity of the situation depended largely on the interpretations of the police chief and the prosecution. Ojihara Rin's attention shifted to Hattori as she coolly introduced, he is the second in command in Kanagawa, a man of real power. Given the current circumstances, the procedural aspects are highly unfavorable to us. Xiao Kaitian lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke that lingered in the air. Those involved in this matter are certainly not limited to him. I believe the true orchestrator will soon seek me out. Is the target you or the gloves? Both are possibilities, Xiao Kaitian replied with a hint of a smile, having grasped the adversary's tactics, which were far more sophisticated than the previous overt assassination attempts. However, addressing matters at the official level will require the influence of the Ojihara family. After all, we are in a nation where alliances are both offensive and defensive. Ojihara Rin remained unfazed. What are your plans? There's no rush. Since they have chosen to take action, it is merely a matter of time before they approach me. I suspect there is more than one faction involved. Xiao Kaitian extinguished his cigarette. I will handle the remaining issues. Are you not concerned that the method for producing the gloves may fall into their hands? Xiao Kaitian shook his head. The crucial aspect of the protective gloves lies within the chip's driving program, and I anticipated this. The main program contains my essence. And should anyone attempt to replicate or breach it, a self-destruction protocol will activate. As for the alloy skeleton and the GG gloves, they hold little value. Though they claimed to be assisting in the investigation, the duration of this assistance was uncertain, and even after leaving the police station, they would likely remain under the chief's scrutiny. Hattori seemed quite pleased with this outcome, commanding his officers to depart in a convoy of 10 or more vehicles. As Xiao Kaitian's phone chimed with a new message, he retrieved it and couldn't help but smile, the earnest visage of Haru Sakura appearing vividly in his mind. He glanced over the information, which was relatively comprehensive, encompassing the intricate relationships between the Takeda and Hojo clans. Xiao Kaitian's investigation into these matters stemmed from his belief that the Takeda family must be lurking behind the scenes, while his interest in the Hojo clan was primarily concerned with their stance. He tucked his phone away, his hands buried in his pockets, and turned to gaze at a distant trash bin, a shadow cast by the sunlight falling upon it. A smile played upon his lips. After observing for so long, "Are you not inclined to emerge for a chat?" Silence ensued. Had there been anyone present, they would likely deem Xiao Kaitian to be of unsound mind. Nevertheless, he remained engrossed, fixated on the trash bin, leaning casually against the car door. The winter sun of the island nation shone mercilessly, devoid of warmth, casting an eerie stillness over the surroundings, as if the recent violent altercation belonged to another realm entirely. Xiao Kaitian continued to regard the trash bin until a few crows began to flutter, startled by some unseen force, their cawing resonating as they took flight. Suddenly, the shadow beside the bin began to writhe, and a large serpent-like silhouette rose upright. This sight piqued Xiao Kaitian's interest further. It was a form of mimicry, albeit the most rudimentary kind, barely even qualifying as such, merely a superficial imitation of shape. The serpent, towering approximately 2 meters, opened its maw and spoke. "I never anticipated you would discern my nature. Do you find this gift to your liking? Your most valued company, collapsing before you without recourse. How do you feel about that?" Xiao Kaitian felt on the verge of tears. How did this mess even correlate? This insignificant company, when had he ever considered it of importance? It seemed there was a significant barrier to communication between them. "I think it's rather good." "Haha, it appears your intellect is lacking," the serpent cackled. "I propose a deal. Surrender your gloves and all your skills, and I can restore your company to its former state. The assailants were orchestrated by me. Once they confess to being part of an organized attack, the negative publicity surrounding your company will diminish significantly. You must find that intriguing." "Not in the least," Xiao Kaitian sighed. "You are from the Bounty Hunter Guild, are you not? Am I not your intended target? Why are we negotiating terms?" Chapter 49. This assassin speaks too much. We are not short-sighted individuals. The serpent continued to writhe, gradually transforming into a figure cloaked in black, entirely swathed in dark fabric, reminiscent of a mummy, with only his eyes visible. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Viper, an envoy from the Bounty Hunter Guild. The predicament you find yourself in is quite significant. Besides us, the martial arts world and the police are also seeking to cause you trouble." Xiao Kaitian shrugged. "What does this have to do with you?" "Quite a lot, actually, as I am the catalyst behind certain events," Viper replied, a look of delight crossing his face, his eyes brimming with mirth. "Xiao Kaitian, do you not feel that you are currently trapped in a dire situation on this island?" "Dire situation?" Xiao Kaitian couldn't help but chuckle. He stroked his chin, deeming it merely a minor inconvenience, hardly a dire predicament. The true crisis lay in his entrapment within this dimensional space. "But we can assist you. The martial practitioners are rather inflexible, yet we bounty hunters are different. What do you say? Consider joining us. The guild has few regulations, and you could extricate yourself from your troubles immediately." Not interested, Xiao Kaitian swiftly dismissed the notion. He had a respectable background. Why would he want to become an assassin? "Are you finished? If you intend to make a move, then let it begin." Viper possessed formidable combat prowess, rated at 263, significantly surpassing Xiao Kaitian's current abilities. Viper's demeanor instantly grew cold, a flicker of disappointment and regret crossing his features. "Such a pity. I believe you harbor more resources within you. To kill you would be a waste." "Merely an exchange," Xiao Kaitian retorted, shifting his stance and launching the first attack. Viper's strength surpassed his own, likely at the pinnacle of the profound realm. A considerable gap compared to Xiao Kaitian's early-stage proficiency. He sought to gauge the extent of the disparity. Nearly simultaneously, Viper initiated his assault. As an assassin, he adhered to the principle of a lethal strike. His movements were devoid of the elaborate techniques exhibited by martial practitioners, relying solely on pure killing skill. Their figures intertwined, producing small whirlpools of air that burst into existence, accompanied by a barely perceptible thread of crimson, swirling and dissipating in the atmosphere. A rip appeared in Xiao Kaitian's suit at his left shoulder, revealing a wound. He fell to the ground, a contemplative expression etched on his face. This was the first injury he had sustained since arriving in this world. At the early stage of the profound realm, Viper cackled, clearly satisfied with the outcome. For a scion of a noble family, this is quite commendable. Alas, what a shame. Perhaps you didn't even catch a glimpse of my weapon. He spread his hands, indicating their emptiness. This exemplifies the difference between us, beyond mere realms. However, your combat instinct is commendable. Otherwise, that last strike would have severed your neck. He concluded, slowly circling Xiao Kaitian, awaiting the opportunity to strike again. "How about it? Allow me to inquire one last time. Are you not considering my proposal?" Viper paused, arms crossed as he regarded Xiao Kaitian. The boundary of the true self has been breached. As the three orbs of divine light dimmed, a crimson radiance swiftly enveloped Xiao Kaitian, centered around the divine source. The shackles of his realm were shattered. The red light ultimately coalesced in his eyes, and as he moved, threads of crimson flickered within his gaze. This was his unique skill, breaking boundaries, which allowed him to harness the power of the divine light throughout his body for a brief period, enhancing his strength at the cost of consuming the three divine orbs. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the Viper, and just as he opened his mouth, Xiao Kaitian's silhouette appeared before him, swift as lightning, prompting an instinctive slash with his blade. His weapon was a knife so thin it approached transparency, nearly invisible in the refracted light of day. This strike was equally swift. However, Xiao Kaitian had vanished, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. With a cough of blood, the Viper felt his body twist counterclockwise, the force of the punch distorting him before he regained his composure. Grinning maliciously, "You have employed a secret technique to enhance your power suddenly. But as the saying goes, soft overcomes hard. No matter how strong your fist is, it cannot rival my finesse. Once the time of your secret art expires, the backlash will befall you, leaving you with no escape." Xiao Kaitian found himself at a loss for words. This assassin was excessively verbose, far too tedious. "As you wish." With a swift push off his toes, he lunged forward once more. In the midst of the Viper's mocking laughter, he transformed into the likeness of a great serpent, twisting and coiling towards Xiao Kaitian's arm. "You are not the only one with secret techniques, behold mine." But before the Viper could finish his sentence, he felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, slamming him into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Despite the prowess of his finesse, this tangible impact nearly shattered his bones, causing stars to burst in his vision. Xiao Kaitian gracefully leaped over him, landing amidst the shards of glass scattered on the ground. With a sweep of his right leg, fragments of glass were propelled into the air by the gust of his movement. Realizing the impending danger, the Viper hastily extended his right hand, waving frantically. "Xiao Kaitian, wait, I am an envoy of the Bounty Hunter Guild. You cannot. Divine Source, go." Xiao Kaitian unleashed a punch from a distance. Although he had yet to reach the stage of externalizing the divine source, after employing breaking boundaries and concentrating all his strength, he was able to deliver a powerful strike. A surge of divine energy mingled with the glass shards, transforming into radiant trails that, under the sunlight, resembled a prism of colors, piercing through the Viper's body and embedding into the wall behind him. The Viper's eyes reflected disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Kaitian would dare to strike him. A gurgling protest escaped his throat as he collapsed, rigid and lifeless. Since showcasing his strength before the Viper, Xiao Kaitian had harbored no intentions of sparing him, especially given the events of the day and the Viper's involvement. It was merely a matter of convenience to eliminate him. As for the Bounty Hunter Guild, Xiao Kaitian dismissed them entirely. The enmity between them was irreconcilable, leading to a conclusion that would be the same regardless of whether he chose to kill or not. The crimson light in his eyes faded as he brushed off the dust from his body. This physique still felt too frail. Chapter 50. We do nothing. The unique skill known as breaking boundaries allows one to infuse the power of the divine source light into their body, temporarily enhancing strength. At his current level, Xiao Kaitian can increase his combat power by approximately 40%, effortlessly defeating the Viper. However, this extraordinary skill does impose a certain burden on the body. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Kaitian has already become a true leader. As he pushed open the door, the familiar call of the beckoning cat welcomed him. His gaze immediately fell upon Uncle Zhang, seated amidst the crowd, causing him to furrow his brow in concern. He did not wish for Uncle Zhang to worry excessively. Sun Zhang, perceptive to his expression, hurriedly approached and whispered, "Uncle Zhang is unaware. He has been waiting here ever since he heard you were coming. I will take care of the young lady," he continued, reminiscing. "In my youth, I was a mercenary, known as the military youth. However, back then, there weren't so many martial practitioners." As soon as others departed, Sun Zhang signaled for his subordinates to leave, and the two settled at the tea table. Xiao Kaitian, however, did not rush to speak. Instead, he prepared hot water for tea. "Young master," Sun Zhang ventured cautiously, "I received word from the police department indicating that there has been an incident at the company." This matter could not be concealed from Sun Zhang, and Xiao Kaitian had no intention of hiding the truth. "There has been a minor issue, but you need not worry, it is not significant." Sun Zhang could only offer a wry smile, fully aware of the value of protective gloves. Xiao Kaitian intended to groom him as a manager in this region, a prospect that had brought him much joy, only to see the first project conclude in such a manner. As Xiao Kaitian poured the boiling water over the teapot and cups, a process known as scalding the pot, he broke off a small piece of pu'er tea and placed it into the cup. Sensing Sun Zhangyi's disappointment, as I have mentioned, you need not concern yourself. However, I do have a matter for you to assist with. Sun Zhangyi immediately felt awkward. Young master, you know my subordinates are primarily ruffians. As for martial practitioners, hearing this, Xiao Kaitian felt reassured. He grasped the cup and set it before Xiao Kaitian. After pouring the tea into the fairness cup, he filled Sun Zhangyi's cup first before serving himself. Yet he did not rush to drink. I have another subordinate, Hong Li, who was originally a bounty hunter but has since retired. This identity. He turned to look at Sun Zhongyi. This is a fine tea, Sun Zhongyi remarked, taking a small sip. The tea was warm, and the unique fermented aroma of pu'er swirled in his mouth. This matter is not difficult, since he has retired. The police department will certainly be unable to obtain any information. The Bounty Hunter Guild is well organized. It will not be hard to retrieve records in the future. But the premise is that we must maintain control over this situation, correct? Xiao Kaitian inhaled the fragrant aroma of the tea, producing a red Marlboro and lighting it. At present, the overall situation is not in our favor. Indeed, one cannot place the blame solely on Xiao Kaitian. The primary issue lies in the instability of his foundation in this foreign land, where he is unable to leverage any connections or resources. Furthermore, he has offended various powerful factions, including the Bounty Hunter Guild of the Island Nation, the prestigious Takeda family, and covert police operatives. Who knows what other formidable entities may lurk in the shadows? The adage, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, holds true. Any one of these factions could prove to be a significant challenge. The fact that Xiao Kaitian has managed to stand his ground amidst such adversity is nothing short of remarkable. Sun Zhongyi possesses some knowledge of the underlying circumstances, while other aspects remain unclear to him. Nonetheless, he is genuinely impressed by Xiao Kaitian. The mere fact that he was able to request a plethora of materials and produce a pair of protective gloves, which became a hot commodity thanks to the Ojihara family, is enough to solidify Sun's resolve to follow him. It is hard to believe that such words emanate from a once naive fool, a youth barely in his 20s. As he watches Xiao Kaitian refill his cup, surrounded by the winter's misty haze, he cannot help but exclaim, "Young Master Xiao, I truly believe that the future of the Xiao family should rest in your hands." Xiao Kaitian shook his head, for he knew that Sun Zhangyi's assertion was misguided. His ambitions extend beyond this. His focus lies in transcending to the next dimension, and addressing the affairs of the Xiao family is merely a matter of accountability. However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment. Yet, young master, Sun Zhongyi gently touched his thinning hairline. Given the current circumstances, should we not mount a full counterattack? Xiao Kaitian smiled faintly, recognizing that Sun's perspective was somewhat limited, yet it did not hinder his desire to offer guidance. While your sentiment is not without merit, we must acknowledge that our adversaries are currently launching an all-out offensive. Engaging them head-on would play directly into their hands. Sun Zhangyi's expression shifted to one of realization. The involvement of the police implies that matters may soon enter the public eye. Xiao Kaitian caressed the exquisite purple clay teapot. Let Ojihara Rin handle it for now. She is no fool. Mr. Sun, you must remain vigilant in this regard moving forward. Absolutely. Sun Zhangyi bowed his head in admiration. If matters with Miss Ojihara proceed. Understood, young master. Chapter 51. The Friend of Women. If previously Sun Zhangyi merely held admiration for Xiao Kaitian, it has now evolved into a profound sense of reverence. A few seemingly casual remarks, subtly hinting at the perspectives of those in power regarding the prevailing situation, caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down Sun Zhongyi's brow unconsciously. This dossier pertains to the Takeda and Hojo clans, and it appears to be relatively comprehensive. Given that Haruano Sakura's standing is not particularly high, it is likely she procured it through acquaintances within the law enforcement system. Xiao Kaitian did not dwell on this thought for long. Instead, he meticulously perused the information. Both the Takeda and Hojo families are esteemed factions within the Kanto region of Japan. Currently, his conflict with the Takeda clan is irreconcilable, while the Hojo family's stance remains ambiguous, compelling him to seek a breakthrough. The records indicate that the ties between the two clans are deeply rooted, having experienced conflicts over time, yet they generally exist in a state of alliance. The Takeda clan's influence is primarily concentrated around Kai, whereas the Hojo clan dominates the Sagami and Musashi regions. In modern society, with the political epicenter of Japan shifting to Higashikage, which lies within the Wushiwade territory, the Hojo family's status has suddenly eclipsed that of the Takeda clan. However, new prestigious families, such as the Ojihara clan, have also infiltrated the Hojo sphere of influence. Nevertheless, the inherent advantage of local factions remains strikingly evident. In response, the Takeda clan expresses a desire to establish a foothold in Musashi. The current head of the Takeda family has a daughter who is married to the younger head of the Hojo clan, creating a fade of alliance while covertly engaging in rivalry. This dynamic explains the opposition between Shao Kaitian and the Takeda clan, while the Hojo clan opts to draw closer, adhering to the timeless adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend. Recognizing the Hojo's discreet inclination towards his side, Shao Kaitian understood that failing to capitalize on this would be a missed opportunity. His company essentially operates within their domain, rendering future collaboration a plausible prospect. Aware of this, he dialed Sun Zhongyi's number. Sun Zhongyi's influence extends into Hojo territory, making him the most suitable contact for these clandestine interactions. Shao Kaitian harbored no qualms about cultivating additional allies. However, to persuade the Hojo clan to adopt a neutral stance in the current climate, Shao Kaitian must further demonstrate his capabilities, not solely in martial prowess, such as the ability to vanquish venomous snakes. In this world, martial cultivation is not absolute. The lexicon of power encompasses various other elements. The eldest daughter of the Ojihara clan, Rin, embodies an intrinsic resilience and confidence, which significantly influences Shao Kaitian's decision to collaborate with her. In the days that followed, unlike the increasingly scheming Takeda Tetsu or the wrathful president of the Kanto Bounty Hunter Guild, Aoki Takahiro, Shao Kaitian enjoyed a tranquil existence. During this period, he harnessed the power of the Divine Source 9 transformations, completely eradicating the minor side effects brought about by the boundary-breaking process, while simultaneously enhancing his physique. His combat prowess rose to approximately 214, aligning with the mid-stage of the metaphysical realm. Following this breakthrough, the light of his Divine Source illuminated 3 additional orbs. Currently, his inventory consists solely of a useless meridian-piercing pill, while his financial resources amount to 200 million yen in cash. However, due to the freezing of all assets following the closure of his company, he is unable to access these funds. He awaits the opportune moment for a resurgence, knowing that his resurgence will coincide with the final assault of his adversaries. Approximately a week later, a transformation finally took place. As an ordinary woman, I am acutely aware of the vulnerabilities faced by women in contemporary society. For many years, the various restrictions on martial arts and the surveillance of specific demographics in our island nation have undeniably intensified. While we may have reason to believe in our relative safety, the tangible means to ensure the security of average women still languishes in the realm of outdated products, such as pepper spray. Reminiscent of the 20th century, a lamentable reflection on technology. The advent of these protective gloves has been a revelation for me, eager to procure and utilize them. They have swiftly become an indispensable part of my daily life, a personal safeguard that I can carry with me. What grounds do we have to refuse such empowerment? Regarding the broader implications for societal safety, I personally deem them negligible compared to the reassurance they provide. Here, I wish to vociferously commend the team behind this innovative product as champions of women. Once the topic emerged, it quickly garnered significant attention, especially from those who had purchased the gloves. These individuals, all prominent socialites and affluent women of high society, are essentially mobile media influencers in their own right, propelling the discussion into the trending headlines of our island's news. A few days later, the media took notice of this phenomenon. DHK Television promptly dispatched dozens of street reporters to conduct live interviews. A housewife remarked, "Isn't the existence of martial arts practitioners or thugs far more terrifying than these gloves?" A university student shared, "My best friend bought this product. It's a custom GG model. It looks so sophisticated. I've been contemplating getting a pair myself. But I've heard the company is facing issues, which is unfortunate." An office worker stated, "I carry them with me everywhere. Who knows when I might need them?" The world of martial arts feels distant, yet they are entirely sufficient to counter harassment on public transport and in the workplace. A middle-aged woman mentioned, "I purchased a set for my daughter's birthday. The craftsmanship is excellent, though I have yet to test them. As for safety, the purchase is fully registered under real names, so I see no issue there." A trendy young woman exclaimed, "What? The company has been shut down?" I believe this reflects the incompetence of the police. Their inaction has been evident for years. Ultimately, The discourse even reached prominent politicians. Among them was the highly popular female legislator, Yoshiko Teuchi, who, facing the television cameras, passionately voiced her protest. This is an abuse of power. We cannot overlook the irrationality of police operations. While some label me a champion of women, I firmly believe that the team behind the gloves is the true guardian of women. I will bring these issues forward as a proposal at the next legislative meeting. Many have already signed in support. I have faith that justice may be delayed, but it will not be absent. Thus, the influence of Rin Ajiwara was fully manifested. Chapter 52. The escalation of actions against Xiao Kaitian, that scoundrel. In the office of the Kanagawa Police Headquarters, Hattori Hideo violently shattered the tea set he had often toyed with. Agitated, he tugged at his tie, exhaling deeply as if attempting to diminish the fury simmering within. Xiao Kaitian, Ajiwara Rin, I truly underestimated you. The public discourse, particularly in a nation that cherishes a culture of freedom, had swelled alarmingly. Behind the strong sense of social responsibility lies a populace whose disdain could drown any unfavorable narrative. He had just wielded the legal might of the national government to suppress Xiao Kaitian, only for the opponent to rally public opinion, compelling him to concede. Consequently, his superiors had convened meetings more than once, during which his peers exchanged veiled jabs and expressions of schadenfreude, all of which he observed keenly. If this continued, his position as deputy chief would soon be in jeopardy. He collapsed into his chair, nearly toppling it. Takeda-kun, what shall we do next? I have acted according to your counsel. You cannot abandon me in this dire situation. Seated on the sofa with arms crossed, Takeda Satoshi buried his head in his hands, revealing only a pair of sullen eyes. He had believed the plan was foolproof, unaware that such a twist lay ahead. His estimation of Xiao Kaitian had proven woefully inadequate, and he had also underestimated the influence of protective gloves. I acknowledge my miscalculation, but Hattori-kun, at this juncture, we are in the same boat. He straightened up, his neck cracking as he turned it. Trust me, I desire Xiao Kaitian's demise more than anyone else. This was not mere rhetoric. It was a genuine sentiment from Takeda Satoshi. Setting aside his infatuation with Jiang Churin and her peculiar attitude towards Xiao Kaitian, he harbored an innate animosity towards him. However, this operation had been subpar. He had learned that the Bounty Hunters Guild intended to take action against Xiao Kaitian, leveraging the conflict between the two parties. Hattori Hideo had dispatched police forces to intervene, believing he could completely corner Xiao Kaitian into submission, only to discover the considerable public support rallying behind him. Takeda-kun. Hattori Hideo's tone weighed heavily. The unfolding of events is no trivial matter. Should Xiao Kaitian turn the tables, my position as the orchestrator of this operation would be at stake. Losing my job would be the least of my concerns. We possess all the documentation related to Xiao Kaitian's company, which appears legitimate. The chip program you sought has been attempted for decryption, yet it has proven utterly futile. We are oblivious to what malicious programs are embedded within, and even the entire police department's computer system has been compromised. The situation grew increasingly dire as he rubbed his temples, exhaling a cloud of frustration. With each successive failure, he began to question whether the heir apparent of the Takeda clan was indeed a capable successor. With a cold smirk, Hattori Hideo thought to himself how utterly foolish this individual was to utter such superficial words. He deeply regretted partnering with the Takeda family. Initially, you promised to eliminate Xiao Kaitian for me, and in return, I would assist you in taking command of Musashi. Yet, look at Xiao Kaitian, alive and well. Now you suggest we take direct action? Takeda Tetsu raised his head, his long bangs casting a shadow over the upper half of his face. We will choose the location and prepare the manpower. All we need is to lure Xiao Kaitian here. An ambush? That requires bait, Hattori Hideo retorted with a derisive laugh. What do we have? Wait, are you referring to his sister, Jiang Churin? No, Takeda Tetsu's facial muscles twitched. Not her, but your associate. My associate? Hattori Hideo was taken aback. Haruno Sakura. Takeda Tetsu spat out the name through clenched teeth. I discovered she seems to have a good relationship with Xiao Kaitian. He would likely not abandon her in peril. What concerns could I possibly have? Hattori Hideo scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. It's simply that afterwards, this Haruno Sakura just eliminate her. Is there a problem with that? None. Hattori Hideo's expression brightened, a smile gracing his lips. Then I shall await your notification. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Kanto division of the Bounty Hunter Guild, Aoki Takataka trembled as he took a few pills, gradually regaining his composure while reclining in his chair. Useless, you bunch of incompetents. The individuals seated around the elongated conference table bowed their heads once more. The Viper is dead. So what? What does your report signify? He continued, anger boiling within him. An unidentified assailant? The body is in pieces, and you tell me it was an unknown assailant? Do you want me to go on television and issue a wanted notice? He pressed a hand to his chest, pounding the table with his other hand, producing a series of resounding thuds. As of now, do you still not know whether Xiao Kaitian was the one who killed him? Division Chief, a quaking official stammered, you are aware of the Viper-S operations. Normally, no one else is allowed to accompany him. Thus, when we found him, there was only his body at the scene. Based on the signs of struggle and the blood that did not belong to the Viper, we found it challenging to compare, given the lack of information on Xiao Kaitian. More importantly, the Viper is a C-grade assassin. Under normal circumstances, domestic martial artists in the Xianjing realm would not be able to kill him. We speculate that no matter how formidable Xiao Kaitian is, he cannot possibly be a martial artist at the Earth realm. Speculation? Aoki Takataka's temples throbbed with rising frustration. What do I need speculation for? I require solutions. The individuals flanking the table lowered their heads in unison, silent as quails. They were indeed terrified, genuinely afraid. This situation was exceedingly sinister. Aoki Takataka felt his blood pressure surge once more, deeming it necessary to take another pill. Finally, seated at the back, a newly promoted individual raised their hand to speak. Vice President, I believe that since the existing ranks of the Dark Flowers cannot resolve the issue, we might as well create a new Dark Flower targeting Xiao Kaitian on the Global Bounty Hunter platform, with a classification of B rank. What do you think? B rank. A wave of dizziness washed over Aoki Nobuharu. That would require a substantial amount of funding. He licked his lips. The proposer continued. He is from the Hantang era. We could enlist the martial practitioners of Hantang. Preposterous. Are the martial practitioners of Hantang so easily managed? Aoki Nobuharu waved his hand dismissively. However, your initial suggestion does warrant consideration. A B-rank Dark Flower. At last, the operation against Xiao Kaitian is poised for a comprehensive escalation. Chapter 53. Kidnapping. On this day, the weather was splendid, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze. An impeccable day for nefarious deeds. Hattori Hideo's mood was as radiant as the sun suspended in the clear sky, a warm and refreshing sensation coursing through his limbs. He had arranged to meet Haruai Sakura early that day, under the pretext of assisting with a special matter. Though Sakura found the request somewhat peculiar, she dismissed her thoughts. For it was not the first time Hattori had sought her help. Upon entering Hattori's Honda, she couldn't resist casting a glance at him. He appeared oblivious to her scrutiny, gripping the steering wheel while a popular tune played in the background, clearly in high spirits. Sakura-chan, you performed admirably in this task. I believe you possess the instincts of a detective, he remarked. Sakura paused in her motions to fasten her seatbelt, her eyes sparkling with longing. Yet, as she secured the belt, her enthusiasm dimmed, and she silently shook her head. Biting her lip, she seemed to resolve something within herself. In truth, Police Inspector Hattori, I was initially determined to become a criminal investigator, which was also my major in university. However, my family strongly opposed it. They deemed it far too dangerous for a girl. Everyone was against me, she said with a bittersweet smile. They even altered my career aspirations, and ultimately, I had no choice but to end up like this. But it's not so bad, she added, revealing her small canine teeth in a cheerful grin. Though a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes. I aspire to become the strongest traffic officer in Kanagawa. You wouldn't mock me for that, would you? Not at all, Hattori replied with a smile. Then you must work hard, Sakura-chan. I believe you can truly become the strongest traffic officer in Kanagawa. He steered the car, swallowing the words that hinted at a grim fate. After nearly an hour's journey, they slowly entered a port bustling with large shipping containers. The third largest port in the island nation, Higasshiki Port. A flicker of surprise crossed Sakura's eyes. She was perplexed about the purpose of their visit. It felt neither like an official duty nor a personal errand, and a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. After navigating several turns, the car halted in front of a large red container, surrounded by a group of 70 to 80 men clad in black suits, their arms crossed over their abdomens. Earpieces in place. Inspector Hattori, what is this? Sakura inquired, her voice tinged with astonishment, yet her pupils reflected the ominous glint of gun barrels. Had she fallen into a trap? A disbelieving thought flickered through her mind. Sakura-chan, Hattori said, shaking the gun slightly, signaling her to exit the vehicle. We've arrived. Get out. Inspector, Sakura omitted his title, her voice betraying her fear and anger. This is kidnapping. What is the purpose of this? I am merely a traffic officer. Behave, and perhaps nothing untoward will occur, Hattori advised, suppressing the more brutal sentiments that lingered on his tongue. You are a traffic officer, but unfortunately, you have become acquainted with individuals you should not have met. Now get out. In the final moments, imbued with an undeniable command, Haruko Sakura's serious expression flickered with a hint of defiance. She bit her lip and coldly regarded Hattori Hideo for a considerable time before ultimately disembarking from the vehicle. The sea breeze carried the ocean's distinct, briny scent, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Soon, several men clad in black suits surrounded her. The foremost, with a gloomy countenance, cast a fleeting glance at Haruko Sakura and declared, "The person has been brought. Takeda-kun, my task is accomplished. Your people, I trust, are not merely these men before us." Hattori Hideo adjusted the collar of his trench coat. "You must understand, Shao Kai-dian might be a martial artist. Do not concern yourself with my words. These individuals are merely for show. In due time, you and this girl shall remain here while I take Shao Kai-tian with me." Takeda Tetsu gestured to his subordinates. At last, Haruko Sakura comprehended that these individuals had abducted her with the intent of capturing Shao Kai-tian. However, she shared no significant connection with him, not even qualifying as mere acquaintances. "Do you truly believe that by seizing me, Shao Kai-tian would come?" Haruko Sakura could not suppress her retort. "I merely know him. Our interactions are hardly profound. We will make our own assessments." Hattori Hideo harbored his own doubts, yet retreating at this juncture was inconceivable. He waved his hand dismissively. "Just play your part as a hostage. Shameless." Haruko Sakura tucked her hands into her pockets, feeling her phone and pressing a button. Her swift action did not go unnoticed. Several men in black suits approached, subduing her from all sides and confiscating her phone to scrutinize the messages she had sent. "She has texted her father," one subordinate reported. Takeda Tetsu's eyes flickered with curiosity as he turned to Hattori Hideo, who merely sneered in response. "Her father is an old traffic officer from the Kanagawa Ikane branch. Nearing retirement, he is of no concern." Takeda Tetsu nodded, signaling for her to be taken away. A group surrounded Haruko Sakura, forcibly pushing her into a container before sealing it shut. "Do you think Shao Kai-tian will come?" Hattori Hideo could not contain his inquiry. "Have faith. From what I observe, Shao Kai-tian seems to value emotions greatly. He will come." Takeda Tetsu expressed his perspective, revealing no inner thoughts. He called to his subordinates, "Is the boat prepared?" "It is ready." "Then send a message to Shao Kai-tian." He placed his hands in his pockets, issuing the next command. "You must be cautious. The situation in this island nation is rather chaotic. Promise me you will not act recklessly, all right?" Jiang Churin adopted an authoritative tone, tinged with concern. "All right." Jiang Churin placed her hands on Shao Kai-tian's shoulders, a smile gracing her face. Chapter 54, the long-awaited arrival as he waved goodbye to Jiang Churin and Uncle Zhang. Watching their figures vanish into the throng of the crowd, Shao Kai-tian's smile gradually faded, and instead emerged a chilling sense of foreboding akin to the calm before a tempest. His lips pressed into a straight line, and his jaw clenched tightly as he retrieved his mobile device once more. The images transmitted were strikingly impactful, sent via Chun Jingying's messaging application, accompanied solely by the time and location. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Chun Jingying's earnest demeanor, a girl, a traffic police officer, somewhat naive, or rather, a bit bewildered, suggesting that her past had been well guarded by her family. Such an individual now found herself ensnared in peril, her life hanging by a thread, all of which stemmed from him. Once perceiving himself as a being of higher dimensions, viewing the lower dimensional entities as mere insects, he now found himself relegated to a lower existence. As he contemplated the dilemmas of this dimensional world, his perspective began to shift unexpectedly. He finally comprehended the wisdom behind the old man's admonitions whenever he contemplated annihilating an entire universe. Every existence holds its significance. Perhaps this mirrored his current sentiment. Although his connection with Chun Jingying was tenuous, having merely provided him with Takeda Beige's information, their relationship was akin to that of passerby. An inexplicable fury ignited within him. This was a scheme orchestrated by the Takeda family, yet he found himself aware of it, compelled to intervene. Throughout his life, he had never made such decisions. But since arriving in this dimensional realm, he had repeatedly done so, feeling it was only right. Seated in the driver's seat, he remained unable to clarify his thoughts. Instinct surpassed reason as he pressed the accelerator, following the coordinates he had acquired. The frigid wind rushed into the vehicle, slightly rousing his senses. He was now in the island nation, where influence was limited and certain matters necessitated the assistance of others. Contemplating the message he had sent to Ajiwara Rin, he realized the Ajiwara family's strength must be mobilized once more. However, this also implied they were at their wits' end, unable to offer him any solution. The voice of Ajiwara Rin emanating from the speaker carried an unexpected note of cheer. Takeda Tetsu must have arranged for someone to deal with me. Their capabilities will be formidable, and I fear for her safety. Xiao Kaitian, preoccupied with finding a resolution, paid little heed to Ajiwara Rin's demeanor. What do you mean? He detested the uncertainty that accompanied this feeling. You'll understand soon enough, but just in case, I will manipulate the public opinion on my end. However, once you resolve the issue, if you wish to remain incognito, do not reappear at the scene. The vehicle accelerated once more. The journey from the international airport demanding considerable time. Xiao Kaitian was not one for procrastination. By around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, his Toyota Corolla finally reached its destination, where the Takeda family surveillance operatives promptly relayed real-time updates. Are they finally here? Takeda Tetsu rose, commanding all units on high alert. The area near the port had long been secured, with the Takeda clan's members lurking in every corner. Even the surroundings and the skies above had been meticulously cleared to ensure that no evidence remained. At last, Xiao Kaitian's vehicle came to a gradual halt. As the door swung open, he emerged in a custom cobalt blue suit, donning sunglasses. He slowly tucked the shades into the pocket of his jacket, his gaze drifting towards Takeda Tetsu, who stood not far away. "Hello," he greeted, completely disregarding the firearms aimed at him from all directions. As if they were long-lost friends reuniting, he posed a question. "As per your invitation, I have arrived." For reasons unknown, as he beheld the charismatic Xiao Kaitian, a deeper gloom seemed to envelop Takeda Tetsu. Adjusting his light gray trench coat, he replied, "Charon has left." "Indeed," Xiao Kaitian acknowledged, producing a red Marlboro, lighting it, and exhaling a plume of smoke. "You are not suited for Charon, but rest assured, since you have not harmed her, I promise I will not kill you today." A bittersweet smile crossed Takeda Tetsu's lips. "Thank you, then. I assure you, I would never harm Charon. Yet that does not absolve you of your actions against Haruano Sakura. She is merely someone I know." Xiao Kaitian flicked the ash from his cigarette. "I too wish for her safety." "How grand is your love," Takeda Tetsu remarked, lowering his gaze. "Can you truly protect every girl you encounter? Do you not understand that the purpose of possessing power is for a reason?" Xiao Kaitian's smile was devoid of any emotion. "Or is it that the power you seek exists solely to satisfy your own desires?" "I never expected you to be an idealist," Takeda Tetsu scoffed. "I am curious to see just how far your idealism extends." Xiao Kaitian shook his head. He was not an idealist. Rather, it felt akin to an archaeologist who, upon discovering DNA of an ancient creature capable of being cloned, wishes for the continuation of life, nothing more. Yet, it was evident that this dimension, or rather the Takeda Tetsu before him, did not grasp this principle. "Speak. What are your terms?" Xiao Kaitian was not inclined to waste time discussing the futility of life and peaceful coexistence. In his youth, when his father found a new love, his mother wept endlessly yet bore it all with a singular purpose. On her deathbed, she expressed her heart's desire. "A Tetsu, you must become the next head of the Takeda clan." Those words became the guiding principle of Takeda Tetsu's life. But as he looked at Xiao Kaitian, an inexplicable feeling washed over him, akin to the sensation of ice meeting sunlight. Chapter 55. The national skill of the island nation. Xiao Kaitian was uncertain whether he embodied the sun. His only guiding principle was the code of conduct he adhered to. In response to Takeuchi Tetsu's invitation, he merely shrugged. Takeuchi gestured for him to proceed, and the two walked toward a relatively large ship moored at the shore. This vessel appeared rather empty, evidently prepared specifically by Takeuchi for Xiao Kaitian. As they stepped onto the gangway, the sound of their footsteps echoed in a rhythmic clanging, and under the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated dramatically. Takeuchi moved slowly, each step seemingly requiring considerable effort, as a martial artist himself. Xiao Kaitian recognized that he was striving to adjust his state. Although he might not engage directly, his presence in this endeavor necessitated thorough preparation. Contemplating this, a slight smile crept onto Xiao Kaitian's lips. Regardless of the circumstances, Takeuchi was indeed a worthy adversary. With a resounding horn, the ship began to glide away from the dock. Takeuchi turned, lifting his head to face the sun, a radiant glow illuminating his face. And he unexpectedly smiled widely. "What do you think? I present to you your chosen burial ground." Xiao Kaitian also smiled. In this dimensional world, one of the fundamental sources of life is the sea, and choosing such a resting place reflects an inherent pursuit of existence, though regrettably, it is not suited for him. This hydrogen-powered hybrid vessel, equipped with the latest compact controllable nuclear fusion power device, boasted remarkable speed, rivaling that of terrestrial vehicles. Before long, the ship had distanced itself from the harbor, surrounded by an expansive blue ocean, with seagulls occasionally soaring overhead, their calls ringing clear. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from behind Teuchi as a massive figure approached against the sunset. The man stood over 6 feet tall and weighed more than 200 pounds, clad only in a loincloth, a practitioner of the national skill of the island nation, sumo. His combat power reached an impressive 179, and with his physique and explosive strength, his actual might surpass this figure, rendering Xiao Kaitian almost childlike in comparison. By Qilong, Takeuchi introduced with a smile, a martial artist at the early stage of the Xian realm. Although he has long since retired from the sumo circuit, he holds the title of the unparalleled Yokozuna. What do you think? Not much, Xiao Kaitian retorted petulantly, pouting. Too bulky. Fighting him would feel cumbersome. Takeuchi chuckled, but Bai Qinglong's face tightened with indignation. In his prime, he had maintained an impressive Yokozuna record for many consecutive years. After transitioning to martial arts, he earned the title of unparalleled Yokozuna, a recognition from the entire industry that he could not tolerate being dismissed by a mere child. With a fierce expression, he crossed his palms and charged at Xiao Kaitian, his substantial body swaying as he advanced, each step causing the ship to sway in tandem. Xiao Kaitian withdrew his hands from his pockets, clenching his fists tightly. The white azure dragon launched its assault without any reservations, approaching its adversary with a singular intent to achieve a decisive kill. When it charged towards Xiao Kaitian, its physique was 2 to 3 times larger than his, yet it abruptly halted, bringing its palms together in a powerful clap, one of its signature techniques, the palms of unity. The air erupted with a cyclone of force as Xiao Kaitian vanished from his original position, appearing at the side of the white azure dragon. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he struck with an elbow to the right cheek of his opponent. As their figures intertwined, the white azure dragon did not soar away as anticipated. Instead, it staggered back a couple of steps, regaining its balance. Interesting. It roared, its flesh quivering with rage. Great handprint. Instantly, dozens of palm shadows manifested before it. This was the true might of the white azure dragon. Possessing an extraordinary defensive capability, it required no defense of its own, focusing solely on offense. The martial artists from the island who fell before the onslaught of its palm shadows could have filled the entire vessel. Yet, Xiao Kaitian moved with nonchalance, akin to a dragon diving into the sea, deftly evading the flurry of palm shadows and swiftly closing in on the white azure dragon, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen. His right fist sank deeply into the dragon's corpulent belly, but the creature's expression remained unchanged, even revealing a hint of a smile at the corner of its mouth. I see, the white azure dragon mused, acknowledging its opponent. A martial artist at the mid-stage of the profound realm. What a pity, it sighed regretfully. Such an attack cannot harm me. Come at me. With a sudden intake of breath, its abdomen hardened like granite, and the rebounding force sent Xiao Kaitian hurtling backward. Impressive speed and combat sense, the white azure dragon remarked, patting its belly with a series of resounding slaps. You were merely a hair's breadth away from crippling your right hand. As Xiao Kaitian landed on the deck, he squinted against the setting sun, observing the white azure dragon with a mixture of surprise and contemplation. In a pure clash of strength, he held the advantage, however. This power proved incapable of penetrating the dragon's blubbery defenses. With this realization, he resolved to hold nothing back. Transforming once more into a fleeting shadow, he surged towards the white azure dragon. Stubborn as ever, the white azure dragon retorted with a cold laugh. You persist with the same attack, even after its ineffectiveness? Allow me to send you on your way, great handprint. With unwavering determination, the dragon allowed its palm shadows to envelop it, embodying the principle that offense is the best defense. Xiao Kaitian was prepared. He met the palm shadows with his left hand. In a series of rapid exchanges, his suit's sleeves were shredded. Yet he seized the chance to strike, the dragon's belly once again exposed to his assault. Go. He unleashed a punch. Utterly mundane. The white azure dragon inhaled sharply. You. This is. It looked down, disbelief etched across its face. Xiao Kaitian slowly withdrew his fist, which, imbued with a fragment of divine essence, had already obliterated the internal organs of the white azure dragon. As he retracted his hand, the body of the white azure dragon, devoid of support and with wide, astonished eyes, crashed heavily onto the deck. The time for indulgence had come to an end. It was now time for the main course. Shao Kaitian strode past the white azure dragon, making his way toward Takeda Tetsu. Chapter 56. 1 minute and 7 seconds. Takeda Tetsu was not the least bit surprised by the defeat of Bai Qinglong. He had long anticipated the prowess of Shao Kaitian, estimating his strength to be around the level of the mysterious realm. However, he was astonished when Shao Kaitian's final punch inexplicably pierced through Bai Qinglong's body. According to the information he had, this individual was a fool. How could he possibly stand before him, undaunted by the trap he had set? "You are a martial artist of the Earth Realm?" With a tinge of resentment, he could not help but inquire. As it pertained to the battles ahead, "Is your information fabricated, or have you been feigning weakness all along?" Such arrogance was utterly intolerable. Takeda Tetsu's gaze instantly drooped, and he waved his hand. Behind him appeared another figure. Compared to Bai Qinglong, this person was frighteningly thin, resembling a mere stick from a distance. He seemed devoid of flesh, his face resembling that of a skull. Yet, what drew attention was not his appearance but the enormous blade he bore upon his shoulder. It was a colossal sword, astonishingly hefted by such a frail individual, who still moved with remarkable agility. Shao Kaitian's eyes flickered. His combat power was 271. Second only to what he had witnessed from Hojo Tsugumi. However, the aura emanating from this person was strikingly different from Hojo Tsugumi. The latter was a master swordsman, exuding a powerful sword intent, while the man before him projected a chilling, sinister presence, indicating he was a master of the ninja arts. Once again, he faced an opponent whose combat prowess and realm surpassed his own. Shao Kaitian assumed his stance. After numerous confrontations with martial artists in this world, he recognized that, despite the differences in realm, those below the mysterious realm were not entirely insurmountable. With his unique skills, such as insight or boundary breaking, he could certainly manage. The great sword was plunged down, embedding itself into the deck, showcasing its sharpness. The stick-like man, with an expressionless face, declared, "I am Kasaka Nikaido, a hidden ninja of the Takeda clan. I do not kill nameless individuals." His confidence was absolute, stemming from his recognition as one of the most talented youths within the hidden ninja lineage. He had consistently triumphed in the assessments among the younger generation. And with this year's examination completed, he was poised to enter the coveted upper ninja realm, becoming a true core figure. Even though he was but a step away from the upper ninja realm, his strength corresponded to the pinnacle of the mysterious realm, rendering ordinary individuals powerless against him. He extended 3 fingers toward Shao Kaitian, indicating 3 minutes. "I require only 3 minutes to end your life." Shao Kaitian nodded, agreeing with his sense of time. He raised his wrist to check once more. It had been quite a while since he boarded the ship, and he feared for Haruizumi Sakura's safety. "Kill." With a sweep of his right hand, Kasaka Nikaido struck the great sword downward, transforming it into 9 arcs of blade energy. This was his renowned technique. The 9 illusions slash, executed without a moment's hesitation. Shao Kaitian swiftly retreated as the blade energy descended, and the deck before him erupted with 9 fissures. Each arc of blade energy solidifying with undeniable strength, indeed matching that of the Earth Realm. Shao Kaitian's body traced an arc as his eyes glimmered with a hint of azure, activating his battle mode prediction. The special skill of insight was unleashed. Only 2 minutes and 37 seconds remained. Takasaka Nikaido shifted to a horizontal slash, unleashing 9 streams of blade energy toward Shao Kaitian. Yet, before the keen insight, his movements were anticipated with crystal clarity. Shao Kaitian swiftly retreated parallel to the blade energy, striking the sole tangible sword among them. The collision of their forces caused Takasaka Nikaido's expression to shift slightly. "How could you perceive the tangible sword?" "Why not?" Shao Kaitian replied with a cold smile, using the condensed blade energy as a feint. His tactical acumen was commendable. However, he had encountered an opponent like him. With a slight pause, he lunged at Takasaka Nikaido like a great rock spreading its wings, seeking death. "It seems 3 minutes won't be necessary." Takasaka Nikaido licked his lips, incredulous that Shao Kaitian dared to initiate an attack against him. Such desperation to perish. He transformed his slash into a thrust, the enormous sword morphing into dozens of blade lights, sealing off Shao Kaitian's escape. Undeterred, Shao Kaitian evaded the assault with the grace of a willow swaying in the breeze, the blade energy slicing through his finely tailored suit, leaving a trail of rips, yet none managed to harm him. Takasaka Nikaido's pupils constricted, unable to suppress his inquiry. What kind of body technique is this? Integrating swordsmanship with ninjutsu might be a promising strategy, yet it could also backfire. Shao Kaitian assessed Takasaka Nikaido's moves as overly ostentatious and impractical, In actual combat, he was even inferior to a viper, rendering Xiao Kaitian disinclined to employ his ultimate techniques. In less than a minute since the battle commenced, Xiao Kaitian had already maneuvered to Takasaka Nikaido's side, unleashing a powerful punch. Block. Takasaka Nikaido, caught off guard, had no choice but to drag the great sword across, using its broad and heavy blade to withstand the blow. He had miscalculated. He never anticipated his 9 phantom slash could be so effortlessly dispelled by Xiao Kaitian. The confidence he had maintained for years now exhibited a fissure. In a duel between masters, distraction is a grave error, yet he faltered, relying solely on instinctual defense with the sword. Clang! Xiao Kaitian's punch struck the blade's surface. And in an instant, cracks radiated from the point of impact, shattering the entire great sword into fragments that scattered in all directions. Not good. A flicker of dread coursed through Takasaka Nikaido as an unfamiliar sense of death enveloped him, momentarily leaving him stunned. In the blink of an eye, a moment's hesitation could yield fatal consequences. Unyielding, Xiao Kaitian pressed forward after demolishing the great sword, delivering a fierce blow to Takasaka Nikaido's chest. The already emaciated figure emitted a sound akin to popping beans under the force of the assault. He strained to turn his head, attempting to discern Xiao Kaitian's visage, but what awaited him was the merciless passage of life. With that strike, Xiao Kaitian obliterated his heart, shattering all the bones in his body. A mere 1 minute and 7 seconds after the battle commenced, it concluded with the declaration of Takasaka Nikaido's demise. Chapter 57. The little princess of the police Tetsuchi Takeda remained utterly motionless, as if he had anticipated this outcome long before. With the setting sun at his back, he slightly hunched his shoulders, emanating an aura of desolation. Is there more? Xiao Kaitian inquired with certainty. A man of meticulous habits and a lover of rituals, he adjusted his tattered suit, striving to maintain an air of dignity despite its numerous scars. Takeda slowly shook his head. Nikaido Kosaka represented the most formidable force at his disposal outside of the martial arts system. The defeat in battle signified the collapse of his entire plan, and he could vividly envision the mocking expressions of his rivals back home. However, Xiao Kaitian felt no inclination to act. To him, Takeda's machinations seemed to be nothing more than a trivial conspiracy, incapable of threatening his existence. As long as his opponent refrained from self-destruction, he held no interest in engaging. After all, with so many adversaries in the world, would he truly resort to eliminating them all? The two men settled simultaneously on the deck, with Xiao Kaitian gazing into the distance at the sunset, while Takeda appeared lost in contemplation. As the ship received its orders, it let out a mournful whistle and began its return journey. At the moment Xiao Kaitian stepped onto the vessel alongside Takeda, Hattori Ifu, lurking in the shadows on the shore, felt a surge of excitement. He would finally witness Xiao Kaitian's demise, bringing a favorable conclusion to the situation. Having a connection with Xiao Zhangolf, Hattori had received a substantial sum of 1 billion yen to counter Xiao Kaitian. Yet, over the years, his passion for horse racing had left him deeply in debt, and a significant portion of that billion had been allocated to settle his gambling liabilities. The bounty placed on Xiao Kaitian's head in the dark web was his doing. He viewed Xiao Kaitian as a fool, an ordinary individual utterly incapable of defending himself. And the bounty of 1 billion yen seemed fitting for someone of his stature. On the other hand, the Zhao family from Hotang had also reached out to him, as Xiao Kaitian was Zhao's son-in-law, creating an undeniable connection. Thus, he casually dispatched Haruka Shun to both monitor and protect Xiao Kaitian. In his eyes, Xiao Kaitian was already as good as dead. However, as events unfolded, the situation became tumultuous, throwing the Bounty Hunter Guild in Japan into disarray, and Hattori, as the initiator of the bounty, received stern warnings. These individuals were genuinely lethal, and he wished to avoid an early demise. In a moment of despair, unexpectedly, the Takeda family approached. Xiao Zhangolf was no fool. He would not place all his bets on one person. In addition to Hattori, he had also reached out to the Takeda family. Their intentions were transparent. They sought to infiltrate the eastern capital, and naturally, he became a target for their alliance. With both parties aware of the underlying motives, they quickly reached an agreement on how to deal with Xiao Kaitian. Thus, the developments that transpired were born from this understanding. And at that moment, Hattori Ifu's spirit soared. Eliminating Xiao Kaitian would satisfy both Xiao Zhangolf and the Takeda family, securing his position as a favored ally, and ensuring he would reap the benefits when they aimed to dominate the eastern capital. Gazing at the captive Haru Spring Sakura confined within the container, he could not suppress a victorious smile. She was a serious girl, with a commendable appearance. After all, she would soon meet her demise. Why not? Haru sprang Sakura about her head, her face obscured in the dim light. Yet one could easily imagine the anguish stemming from the betrayal of her trusted superior. A torment that could potentially upend her perception of the police. But what did it have to do with him? A wave of heat surged through Hattori Hideo, prompting him to loosen the collar of his shirt. Surrounding him were members of the Takeda family, who, to avert suspicion, were using false identities. After all, this was not yet the Takeda territory. As he contemplated taking action, he noticed a figure in a black suit rushing towards him, waving their arms. From a distance, Hattori furrowed his brow, straining to discern the stranger's expression. However, the individual stumbled and fell to the ground after only a few more strides. "Damn it! Keep!" he began, but before he could finish his exclamation, a cacophony of machine gunfire erupted above him. Looking up, he saw 7 or 8 police helicopters hovering ominously overhead. He was rendered speechless. What was happening? Before he could close his mouth, the entrance to the port erupted with the blaring of police sirens. As dozens of police cars surged forward, sealing off the exit. As the vehicles came to a halt, an elite task force disembarked. Clad in impenetrable protective gear and wielding sniper rifles equipped with laser sights, aiming directly in his direction. As he felt the searing beams of red light scanning his body, Hattori was momentarily paralyzed, scrambling to find cover. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following closely behind were dozens of mechs emblazoned with the emblem of the Higashiki Police Department. Crashing through obstacles, armed with heavy armor-piercing machine guns capable of obliterating not just containers, but even tanks. Among the Takeda family members were indeed formidable martial artists. Yet upon witnessing such an overwhelming display of mechs, their resolve faltered. Was this a deployment by the police? Even the Prime Minister's guards did not command such a vast show of force. Hattori's legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to lose control of himself as he stumbled towards the coast, hoping to escape by water. However, upon peering out, he was met with a fleet of speedboats, each brimming with armed special forces, effectively sealing off the surrounding waters. What was happening? As Hattori's mind raced in panic, an armored vehicle gradually came to a stop before the row of mechs. 2 individuals emerged. One appeared to be a traffic officer, while the other, dressed in a suit, produced a loudspeaker and cleared his throat before proclaiming, "You have 1 minute to surrender to ensure the safety of the hostages. Otherwise, I will order a clearance. I am Ichiro Haru, Chief Superintendent of the Higashiki Police Department." Chief Superintendent Ichiro Haru. Hattori's mind exploded with disbelief. He began to tremble uncontrollably. Haru, the Haru clan, a legendary family within the police force, boasting 9 superintendents. Was it truly that Haru family? Chapter 58. The conclusion of the island nation. In this fleeting moment, Hattori Hideo was undoubtedly on the brink of collapse. A legend circulates within the police community of the island nation concerning a little princess, an entity not to be trifled with, destined to grace the precincts one day. This tale dates back over a decade, when Hattori was still a promising youth, imbued with a sense of justice, free from vice, and surrounded by the warmth of his wife and child. A fulfilling life indeed. The notion of a police princess was dismissed by him as mere urban folklore, a whimsical jest. Yet today, that seemingly inconsequential legend had materialized before his very eyes. The Haruki clan, renowned in the police circles for its plethora of talent, was regrettably comprised solely of males, a cadre of high IQ men. All 9 of the most influential police inspectors and higher-ranking officials hailed from this lineage, while those beneath the rank of inspector were as numerous as the stars. It was said that within this clan existed a singular, cherished little girl, celebrated as the police princess, a tale that had endured for over a decade, and today, he was fortunate enough to witness it. He recalled Sakura Haruki's words, "My dream is to become a detective, yet my family disapproves, claiming it is too perilous, even altering my aspirations." Initially, he perceived this as mere parental affection, never fathoming the profound implications beneath. Indeed, how could one so easily alter their ambition to become a police officer? What force lay behind such a decision? Hattori was overcome with tears, reflecting on when he had forsaken his dreams and family. Was it when he first stepped into the world of horse racing, spurred on by his colleagues? Encouraged by certain members of the Takeda family, a wave of rebellion surged forth, prompting a dozen individuals to rise and brandish their firearms. However, before they could mount any resistance, a barrage of gunfire erupted around them, each individual who stood met with a spray of crimson blossoms in the waning sunlight. Before he could fully comprehend the chaos, For helicopters with whirring rotors hovered above, dropping 6 ropes, from which figures descended swiftly, almost simultaneously. Snipers aboard military helicopters picked off those guarding Sakura Haruki with lethal precision. Lieutenant Colonel Haruki Naoto of the Kanto Marine Division coordinated with the Eastern Police Headquarters to rescue hostages. A young man, donning windproof sunglasses, communicated his demands through a megaphone, calmly declaring, "All resisting individuals will be executed for first-degree offenses." The military and police forces mobilized completely. Even the island nation's martial arts alliance dared not confront them directly. Hattori gazed vacantly at the helicopters circling above, collapsing to the ground in despair. Would his wife and child come to see him upon learning of his fate? From moments ago, when he had hoped for Sakura Haruki's demise, he now believed that her survival was his only path to redemption. He laughed bitterly, tears streaming down his face, and closed his eyes. As the vessel carrying Takeda Tetsu and Shao Kaidian approached the port of Higashu, they beheld a scene of military and police forces cordoning off the harbor with an impenetrable grip. Shao Kaidian received some psychological encouragement from Ajiwara Rin. He was not particularly surprised. However, Takeda Satoshi's gaze reflected a profound sense of disappointment. Shao Kaidian was not a foe he could contend with. And as the heir to a prestigious family from the island nation, bowing down was an arduous task. Seeking a different harbor, Takeda set aside his phone, which had been pressed to his ear, and issued a command before slipping it into his pocket. He appeared to scrutinize Shao Kaidian intently, pondering, "Shao Kaidian, do you harbor feelings for Charin?" This was the question that troubled him most. "She is my sister," Shao Kaidian mused. Finding Takeda's inquiry to be fundamentally flawed, whether in love or not, "She remains my sister in my eyes." Understanding dawned upon Takeda, who lowered his head once more. As if confiding in himself, "I have liked her for over 6 years, ever since she arrived at school. Yet, I have never voiced it, I merely watched." Hoping she would realize. With a self-deprecating smile, he acknowledged, "I know she holds someone in her heart." He lifted his gaze, sparkling with clarity, and stared at Shao Kaidian. "That someone is you, isn't it?" "We are not related by blood," Shao Kaidian replied with a smile, his hands tucked in his pockets, his expression exuding a cool demeanor against the backdrop of the setting sun. "You cannot fathom the bond we share." His feelings for Jiang Churin, be it familial affection or romantic love, were intricately woven together, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. "However, what I know is this: she is my sister, and I wish her happiness, yet you cannot be the one to bring her joy." Shao Kaidian's insight struck home, leaving Takeda silent as he lowered his head in contemplation. Amidst their silence, the ship shifted locations and slowly approached the shore. Once Shao Kaidian departed, Takeda gradually opened his eyes, only to find that the spark of ambition had dimmed within them. Clanging down the makeshift steps of the disembarkation, he descended one step at a time, his mood growing increasingly melancholic. By now, night had fallen, and the coastal area was shrouded in thick fog, enveloping Takeda's figure entirely. "Is this where it ends?" he mused, unable to suppress a bitter smile as he adjusted his suit. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a dagger suddenly pierced through his chest. The blade entered silently, and before he could react, someone covered his mouth from behind. In that instant, he felt all strength drained from his body, collapsing to the ground, his vision filled only with the shimmering starlight rippling beneath the cold waters of Dongjing Bay. Chapter 59. Return to the homeland. At the pinnacle of a towering edifice near the port, a figure clad in a gray monk's robe and adorned with a conical hat silently observed the unfolding scene. "So it is," he mused after a prolonged moment, letting out a soft sigh. "This is Shao Kaidian, indeed a person not to be underestimated. His martial prowess is commendable. Yet it is his fortuitous destiny that elicits both admiration and apprehension. My resolve wavers." He shook his head slightly. "The hatred for Liu Yi, if left unresolved, may confine me for a lifetime. Shao Kaidian, await my return." His silhouette transformed into a flurry of paper, swirling gracefully with the wind. Shao Kaidian remained unaware of Takeda Tetsu's demise. The entire incident concluded with the arrest of Hattori Hideo and others, alongside the rescue of Haru Sakura. With the situation resolved, the company could resume its operations. Hong Li and the previously detained international students were released, and upon Shao Kaidian's return to the company, it had largely reverted to its normal state. To his surprise, Haru Sakura arrived simultaneously. Upon seeing her, Shao Kaidian felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." "Not entirely," Haru Sakura replied earnestly. "In fact, I have attained my own wish." She extended her arms, revealing her new uniform, My family has consented to my transfer to the criminal police. Congratulations are in order, Xiao Kaitian responded with genuine delight. Observing the faint blush on her cheeks, a subtle smile tugged at his lips. Please, come in and sit. As she slightly bowed, signaling her intent to depart. She lifted her gaze and met Xiao Kaitian's eyes for a brief moment. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and a fleeting smile graced her face as she walked away with a light-hearted step. Upon entering the conference room, he was greeted by the familiar sight of employees. Neatly seated on either side of the table, Ajiwara Rin was emphasizing important work matters, and as soon as they noticed his entrance, nearly everyone rose to their feet, bowing in unison and exclaiming, President Xiao. In their eyes, there was a profound respect, a genuine reverence for Xiao Kaitian, particularly for Wang Cheng, who not long ago had teetered on the brink of despair, having stumbled upon this job, initially suspecting it to be a scam. Little did he know it was an authentic high-tech enterprise, with products that sold effortlessly, necessitating little promotion, an undeniable necessity. He swiftly resolved his study abroad tuition issues and even found a substantial surplus in his account. With his referral, his girlfriend also joined the company, and they planned to marry the following year, envisioning a blissful life together. However, unforeseen troubles arose when conflicts erupted among martial practitioners, leading to police intervention. Both he and his girlfriend became subjects of investigation, and their accounts were subsequently monitored. Now, with everything returning to normal, this job appeared to be entirely secure. According to Ajiwara Rin's recent updates, there were prospects for expanding production lines and establishing a dedicated marketing department, with future considerations for Western markets. If the plans materialize, he would be among the founding figures of a company that promises generous benefits upon graduation, making the pinnacle of success not merely a dream. In his heart, Xiao Kaitian was regarded as a godly figure, a truth that resonated profoundly. He surveyed the crowd with satisfaction. Not one of them had cast blame or taken advantage of the company's misfortunes, proving their integrity. He felt no reluctance to inspire them to advance together. Ajiwara Rin succinctly outlined the plans to venture westward, and Xiao Kaitian nodded in agreement, recognizing her undeniable business acumen. The company was managed with remarkable efficiency, and with Sun Zhangyi resuming his supervisory role, any potential issues seemed manageable. Do you have other similar products? Ajiwara Rin's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she detected a strong commercial vibe. Memories of Xiao Kaitian's earlier promise to elevate the Ajiwara family to the foremost family in the archipelago surged to her mind. And perhaps it was not an impossible dream. Yes, Xiao Kaitian replied, refraining from elaboration. Having traversed many dimensions of cosmic civilizations within the Central Axis universe, he possessed treasures that could easily dominate this realm. However, the channel connecting to his divine source was currently too constricted to yield anything substantial. Moreover, he was bound by the fundamental laws governing the balance of existence across various universes, a nuance he could not afford to explain. At present, Xiao Kaitian held over 800 million island currency, roughly translating to just under 50 million Hantang currency. He entrusted Sun Zhangyi with the procedural matters, as international transfers required time. Thus, he carried only a modest amount of cash. Nonetheless, clad in a bespoke silver-gray GG suit and adorned with a Patek Philippe watch, his appearance alone sufficed to uphold his status. Coupled with his striking features and an aura of exceptional grace, even in economy class, he attracted the attention of fellow passengers. After nearly 4 hours of bumpy flight, Xiao Kaitian finally emerged from customs, dragging his modest luggage, embodying the demeanor of a successful businessman. As soon as he stepped out, someone called out loudly, "Brother Xiao! Brother Xiao!" He looked up to see a young man clad in a black trench coat and sunglasses, his cool demeanor distinctly captivating. Frowning, Xiao Kaitian inquired, "Do you know me?" "Of course. Uncle Zhong informed me to come and fetch you," the young man replied, adjusting his Hermes coat and tossing his hair back. "The young lady mentioned your matters. It's understandable if you don't remember me. Let us walk and I'll explain as we go. Come, let us take that car." Both appeared striking, exuding an air of affluence, prompting several young women from the same flight to whisper excitedly to one another. Their cheeks flushed as they discreetly stole glances at the duo. "Let us head to the company first," Xiao Kaitian decided, eager to grasp the situation regarding the issues faced by his domestic enterprise. The young man tilted his head, gesturing toward a distant bus stop where a silver-gray Koenigsegg sports car was parked. The girls, following his finger, gasped in astonishment. Behind them, the whispers of admirers erupted into a cacophony, Yet the two men paid little mind to the commotion. "Here we are, Brother Xiao. Time to get in." Upon arriving at the bus stop, the young man removed his sunglasses and produced a card, gesturing for Xiao Kaitian to board first. He then pressed a button on the machine, and after a beep, a voice announced, "Greetings, and welcome to the Haida Urban Bus System." Chapter 60. Starting with a debt of 800 billion, the urban public transportation system of Haidu is a remarkable embodiment of cutting-edge technology, featuring completely pollution-free hydrogen-powered vehicles. Each single-deck bus accommodates 30 passengers, while the entire vehicle boasts 2 levels, with a maximum capacity of approximately 60 individuals. When operating at full hydrogen power, these buses can reach a staggering top speed of 120 kilometers per hour and can traverse the city of Haidu up to 3 times on a single charge, making it one of the most advanced urban transit systems in the world. More importantly, under the Haida government's initiative to enhance public welfare, a mere 1 yuan of Hantang currency allows for limitless travel throughout the day, free from any disturbances. The spacious seating arrangement ensures ample legroom, comfortably accommodating even tall individuals, allowing them to stretch their legs without constraint. The seats are ergonomically designed based on the principles of human spinal health, ensuring that even if one dozes off at an awkward angle, they will not suffer from neck strain. Xiao Kaidian and a young man are enjoying such privileges. However, they are not alone in the bus. Many others are crammed together, reluctant to approach within 2 meters of Xiao Kaidian and his companion. Observing the young man who has removed his sunglasses, Xiao Kaidian ponders whether he is handsome, not particularly, yet not unattractive either, with a rather commonplace appearance. A minor source of frustration is the strabismus of his left eye, which affects his demeanor when engaging with others, and his head tilts slightly as a result. His name, Lin Xiang, is exceedingly ordinary, reminiscent of a secondary character in an animated series. Lin Xiang is an average individual, possessing a combat strength of merely 6. As they converse throughout the journey, Xiao Kaitian gradually realizes that Lin Xiang is, in fact, his classmate from middle school. Their acquaintance dates back to those years, with Lin Xiang having been Xiao Kaitian's South follower or close friend, essentially a loyal companion. In the past, Xiao Kaidian was brimming with youthful exuberance, spending money freely. Despite his foolishness, he was not entirely oblivious to who treated him well, and Lin Xiang was among the few friends he cherished. Their intellectual compatibility and similar thought processes fostered a seamless friendship that has endured over time. Regrettably, Lin Xiang has not lived up to expectations, primarily due to his lack of the advantageous background that Xiao Kaitian possesses. When transitioning to high school, he struggled academically and ultimately dropped out, becoming a member of society. Fortunately, Xiao Kaitian has continued to support Lin Xiang, who, in light of their bond, has taken on the role of Xiao Kaitian's loyal aide, respectfully referring to him as Xiao Ge. As Lin Xiang gazes at him with his head tilted, Xiao Kaitian cannot help but lick his lips in jest. "Why are you dressed in Hermes yet taking the bus to pick me up?" "Xiao Ge, this Hermes was a gift from you," Lin Xiang replies with a grin. He possesses an ordinary level of intelligence, not entirely foolish. "You have always looked after me. Currently, the company is facing some minor issues, which is quite normal. I'm here to pick you up, but I couldn't afford a car, so I had to take the bus." Xiao Kaitian glances at the passengers more than 2 meters away from him, turning his gaze away. "What exactly is going on with the company?" "Xingtang Tian Xia is the name of your company, Brother Xiao." Lin Xiang began to elaborate, confessing his ignorance of good and bad. Yet he was determined to articulate everything he wished to convey. The young lady had instructed him that Xiao Kaitian had lost his memory, thus necessitating a comprehensive introduction from the very beginning. It was not an insurmountable task. He wiped his nose. Fortunately, unlike Uncle Zhong, he possessed a middle school education, allowing him to narrate events in a coherent manner, enabling Xiao Kaitian to swiftly grasp the context. Xingtang Tian Xia was established by him after graduating from Zhendan University. This company is a conglomerate, and the extent of the industries it encompasses is likely beyond his own comprehension. In essence, it is fully registered to operate within any market scope permissible by the Market Supervision Bureau. To put it succinctly, the primary business of Xingtang Tian Xia Group essentially spans all existing economic projects, though the means by which it acquired such approval remains a mystery. Given Xiao Kaitian's initial standing, it attracted a fair share of sycophants, with many merely drawn by the spectacle. This situation represented a jest that neither offended the Xiao family nor ridiculed the naive. After all, what enterprise could possibly cover every industry? Such a feat would be akin to divinity rather than entrepreneurship. However, at that time, Xiao Kaitian was not naive. He understood that one could not amass great wealth overnight. Consequently, his focus was directed towards a significant commercial venture in Haidu, which involved a large-scale development project encompassing high-tech industries and upscale residential areas dubbed Future Century. The initial investment was projected at 80 billion, and with the backing of the Xiao family, Xiao Kaitian secured the project with 30 billion in funding, while the remaining 50 billion was collectively loaned from several banks. This endeavor even stirred the highest echelons of Haidu yet. Shortly after all funds were invested and foundational construction was completed, Xiao Kaitian's parents encountered grave misfortune, resulting in a change in the Xiao family's leadership. Consequently, the assurance of subsequent funding for Xiao Kaitian became a pressing dilemma. The project, inherently fraught with risk, faced a lack of security. And under the pressure of the new Xiao family authorities, the banks declared they would cease further funding and demanded prompt repayment from Xiao Kaitian. This predicament ultimately compelled the original Xiao Kaitian to venture to the island nation. After a series of convoluted events, the current debt owed to the banks was resolved by Miss Zhao. With an additional 30 billion in working capital secured, the project could proceed smoothly. Analysts projected a total investment of 110 billion, with anticipated revenue in the realm of 10 trillion. As he spoke, a hint of pride curled at the corners of Lin Xiang's mouth. Passengers on the bus nearby moved further away, whispering in disbelief, "Are these two insane? Talking about billions as if they were mere trifles. Is this a pyramid scheme? Lower your voices." Their attire looks rather refined, and they seem impressive. "Oh my, Shu, don't speak." Thus, Brother Xiao, Lin Xiang filtered out these murmurs. "Let us first visit the company. There are employees who have been eager to meet you. Brother Xiao, I have faith in you. Let us go." Xiao Kaitian lowered his head, replying, "All right." Chapter 61. The Future Century Project. Midway through their journey, they transferred to another bus. On board, Lin Xiang animatedly chatted away, his words flying forth like spittle, discussing various projects, loans, and financing operations, peppered with an array of professional jargon. Having previously accompanied Xiao Kaitian, he had become somewhat well-versed, though lacking in true business acumen. Nonetheless, his discourse bore the semblance of expertise. The other passengers maintained their distance, while Xiao Kaitian listened intently, reminiscing about his former self, secretly wondering who had bestowed such audacity upon Lin. The bus ride was prolonged, meandering around the entire coastal city, and as they ventured further, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. After over an hour of jostling, they finally arrived at their destination, leaving only Xiao Kaitian and Lin Xiang among the remaining passengers. "Xiao, we've arrived," Lin Xiang remarked, adjusting his sunglasses. He was acutely aware of his squinting issue and typically used the shades to mask it. Grasping Xiao Kaitian's luggage with ease, he lifted it as though it were a mere chick, leading the way off the bus, with Xiao Kaitian closely following. Upon exiting, a vast expanse of ocean greeted their eyes. This coastal city had reached its outskirts. Not far along the bus route, Lin Xiang halted. Gesturing ahead, the Future Century Project lies just there. Xiao Kaitian followed the direction of his finger, spotting a large cluster of buildings near the shoreline. The foremost structure was a high-rise, backed by a substantial complex that resembled a sailing ship. Behind this were several towering residential buildings and a villa district, all arranged in an orderly yet lifeless manner, devoid of any vibrancy. The prominent edifice in front was the headquarters of Qing Tang Tian Xia, boasting 48 floors. This area had been determined through geological surveys to be the only suitable coastal region in Haidu for high-rise developments. Lin Xiang enthusiastically elaborated. The complex behind resembles a sailing vessel, symbolizing Qing Tang Tian Xia setting sail. He continued with fervor, gesturing towards 5 high-density residential buildings, each 28 stories tall, targeting affluent community residents, along with garden villas, positioned as the most upscale seaside properties in Haidu with increasing excitement. He pointed towards a small hill in the distance. Additional facilities are located behind that hill, including kindergartens, primary schools, a small private hospital, as well as golf and tennis courts, among other outdoor recreational amenities. Xiao Kaitian stood transfixed. Even someone with a broad perspective from a higher dimension could not help but be astonished. What level of folly could lead one to select and genuinely develop such a project? The surrounding desolation was palpable, lacking any commercial infrastructure, although the projects encompassed various amenities. Activating the real estate required simultaneous development of supporting facilities. However, the current situation revealed a stark absence of both. No one was purchasing the properties, and no businesses had settled in, leaving the entire complex lifeless. A staggering $300 billion in funding was necessary to initiate the project. This statement rang with alarming accuracy. Contemplating this, Xiao Kaitian wiped his face, lost in thought. There lies the special port city of Hantang, renowned for being the largest free trade market in its autonomous region. Lin Xiang's face radiated with excitement. The reason for choosing this location was your own declaration, Xiao Xiao. By establishing a connection to the port city, the potential for our project's value to escalate becomes immense. Do not merely consider a figure of 10 trillion. The ultimate profit may well surpass that. He removed his sunglasses and cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Kaitian. Should we succeed, your standing would rival that of the Xiao Group. Xiao Kaitian raised an eyebrow. This undertaking indeed bore considerable weight, yet he was reluctant to delve into specifics with Lin Xiang, whose educational background was limited. He could manage the mundane tasks, but anything requiring abstract thought was beyond his capabilities. As they proceeded towards the project area, they rounded a small hill, revealing the entire scope of the endeavor. Setting aside other considerations, the scale of the initial layout was commendable. Should it truly come to fruition, it would resemble a small kingdom. This prospect stirred a flicker of anticipation within Xiao Kaitian. He gazed at the high-rise office building, where the words Qingtang Tianxia and the logo were inscribed. Where are the others? Did you not mention a meeting awaited my presence? Xiao Kaitian responded indifferently, offering no further words. Lin Xiang observed this seemingly transformed elder brother with a tinge of curiosity. Xiao Kaitian appeared to have undergone a significant change. Let us proceed. What are you staring at? Xiao Kaitian shot him a glance, prompting Lin Xiang to retract his neck and hastily lead the way. Entering the headquarters of Qidang Tianxia, they found the newly constructed building still surrounded by leftover materials, a thick layer of dust covering the floor. Each step stirred up clouds of dust, mingling with the pungent scent of cement. Upon entering the elevator, Lin Xiang pressed the button for the 46th floor and continued to elaborate. The 46th floor houses the boardroom and several executive offices. The top 2 floors are designated for Brother Xiao's office and lounge. Observing the gleaming elevator buttons and the pristine, polished marble floor, Xiao Kaitian remained speechless, pondering how much more this fellow intended to construct. Ding! The elevator soon halted at the 46th floor, the doors sliding open slowly. As they stepped out, they noticed the door of a nearby room ajar, from within which emerged a chorus of furious shouts. Chapter 62. The first board meeting of Qingtang World unexpectedly. Someone had been disparaging him. Xiao Kaitian's expression momentarily froze. He maintained a stoic demeanor as he entered the conference room. The room was exceedingly spacious, spanning approximately 300 to 400 square meters. At its center stood an impressive 30-meter-long rosewood conference table, radiating a beautiful crimson hue under the lights. On either side, there were about 10 chairs, yet only 2 individuals occupied them. Behind the man, a woman dressed in a honey-colored trench coat, with a white turtleneck sweater underneath, gradually rose. Her long hair was elegantly tied back, cascading down her back, and she possessed striking beauty. However, her head was bowed, and she did not greet anyone, her eyes glimmering with a cold detachment tinged with despair. Upon hearing the disparaging remarks, her eyes reddened, nearly bringing her to tears. Xiao Kaitian pulled out a chair, disregarding the man's profanities, and sat down, casting a frigid glance that immediately silenced the man's further remarks. He sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Allow me to introduce. Lin Xiang gestured with a smile as he took a seat. This is Director Chen Jingming, and the stunning lady is the renowned actress Ling Xian. They are both part of the Film and Television Media Department of Qingtang World. The Film and Television Media Department? Xiao Kaitian queried, taken aback by the sudden emergence of this entity. What does it entail? Upon hearing this, both Chen Jingming and Ling Xian exchanged astonished glances, remaining silent as they settled into their seats. Thus, the inaugural board meeting of Qingtang World was officially declared open, with the following personnel: Chairman, Xiao Kaitian. Male special skills, dimensional strike hobbies, indifference to all goal, to traverse to the next dimensional world. Chairman's assistant, Lin Xiang. Male special skills, miscellaneous tasks hobbies, accompanying Xiao Kaitian goal, to see Xiao Kaitian become a successful individual head of the Film and Television Media Department. Chen Jingming. Male special skills, filmmaking hobbies, filmmaking goal, filmmaking actor of the Film and Television Media Department. Ling Xian. Female special skills, enhancing her beauty hobbies, acting in films goal, to become a leading actress at the commencement of the meeting, as the assistant. Lin Xiang first elucidated Xiao Kaitian's amnesia, leaving Chen Jingming and Ling Xian in a state of shock, before shifting the focus to their situations. Chen Jingming was one of the prominent directors of the Han and Tang eras, whose early films had garnered exceptional acclaim. However, in recent years, several of his high-budget projects had been met with negative reviews, criticizing the incomprehensibility of his artistic vision and labeling him as a once great talent in decline. This downturn had severely diminished his reputation, leading him to seek sponsorship and investment. Conversely, the Qintang World Group, founded by Xiao Kai-tian, initially boasted ample funding, aspiring to venture into various industries with a remarkably broad operational scope. Through a series of turns, he and Chen Jingming connected, with Xiao casually agreeing to invest $2 billion to establish the film and television media department and enter the entertainment sector. In exchange, Chen Jingming signed a 20-year contract with Qintang World, retaining 1% of the shares. This development had stirred considerable buzz in Haidu at the time. A fool and a fallen director, an extraordinary pairing. Moreover, the background of the actress Ling Xian was equally formidable, not to be underestimated. At the prestigious Beijing Film Academy, a remarkable talent emerged, gaining modest fame within the Han and Tang film industry during her university years, with a remuneration nearing 7 figures. Unfortunately, upon graduation, she reportedly incurred the ire of a significant figure from an influential family, which hindered her progress in the entertainment industry. In a state of uncertainty, she found herself aboard the ship of Xiao Kai-tian, becoming a contracted actress under his label for 8 years. For a female star, 8 years represents the most splendid and beautiful period of her life. It can be said that Ling Xian wagered her entire existence on this venture. Both Chen Jingming and Ling Xian arrived with ambition and aspirations, yet little did they anticipate the subsequent change in ownership of the Xiao family, which led to a rupture in Xiao Kai-tian's financial chain, resulting in the cessation of all operations within the Qintang Tianxia Group and the disbanding of its personnel. Others could leave, but they were bound by contract. Departing would entail unimaginable penalties. Thus, in their helplessness and indignation, they were compelled to remain. This predicament was the source of Chen Jingming's initial fury, as he felt both he and Ling Xian had been ensnared. In truth, this was indeed the case. As Xiao Kai-tian listened, he extracted a red Marlboro and offered one to Chen Jingming, who hesitated momentarily before accepting. The spacious conference room was soon filled with the sound of their inhalations. "What are your plans?" Xiao Kai-tian inquired, seeking to grasp the entire situation as he exhaled smoke. Eager to hear their opinions, Ling Xian cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jingming, who had capitulated so easily to the allure of the cigarette. A flicker of disdain crossing her mind, she pursed her lips, acknowledging the validity of Chen Jingming's assertion. Now was not the time for blame. I merely hope the film can commence smoothly. Do we have a script? She continued. How much funding do we estimate is required? Xiao Kai-tian furrowed his brow. With no one else left in the company, starting from this point was indeed a pragmatic approach. Yes, we have a basic framework in place. A science fiction theme that may require some modifications, Chen Jingming responded, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm at the mere mention of the film. The estimated funding is around 200 million, excluding post-production costs. The specifics will depend on how much we can actually mobilize. 500 million. Chen Jingming's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim again, as he pondered whether Xiao Kai-tian was merely speaking fancifully, given the financial collapse of Qintang Tianxia. Are you planning to seek further financing? He asked. Not entirely, Xiao Kai-tian replied, shaking his head. The credibility of Qintang Tianxia has diminished. In the current climate, securing new funding is quite challenging. I intend to initiate operations through a new subsidiary model. Chapter 63. Qishi Media Consulting. As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room fell into a hushed silence. The announcement of a new subsidiary raised eyebrows. What could possibly be the rationale behind such a decision? The scale of Qintang Tiantian Company was already considerable. Was this an attempt to transcend the solar system? Lin Xiang, a mere subordinate with limited academic credentials, felt a surge of enthusiasm at the mention of new ventures. Ling Xian, lacking an understanding of capital operations, simply stared wide-eyed, while the only board member possessing a commercial acumen was the worldly wise Chen Jingming. Chen Jingming's lips twitched slightly as he felt parched. Yet knowing they were all in the same boat, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Mr. Xiao, regarding the new company, I wonder if this is a bit premature, especially since our current financial situation is rather dire. Xiao Kai-tian nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Jingming, a former director with experience in the capital markets, still had clarity of thought. His fingers tapped lightly on the table as he spoke. You are correct. Revitalizing Qintang Tiantian is a priority, and everyone is aware that conventional methods are almost futile. Not to mention the staggering 30 billion yuan funding gap. No bank, venture capital, or fund will partner with us. In simple terms, the company's creditworthiness had been entirely depleted. He surveyed the room and saw that the three others nodded in agreement. He continued, "Thus, all our subsequent actions cannot be conducted under the name of Qitang. Hence, the need to establish a new subsidiary registered under Qingtang's name. The primary business of this new entity will focus on consulting, providing comprehensive advice on Qingtang's current state and seeking solutions. Therefore, it is unrealistic to expect profit from this company. However, if we can devise a solution for Qingtang, the value of this company will become apparent. As for funding, I currently have 50 million yuan, which will be deposited shortly. At that time, Director Chen could advance 20 million for the preliminary work on the film, with the remainder allocated to the new company." Upon hearing about the funding, Chen Jingming's eyes lit up. While 20 million may seem modest for the film project, it would suffice for the initial phase, prompting Ling Xian to shift her previously rigid posture in anticipation. The legal representative of the new company would mirror that of Qitang, and as for the external head, Xiao Kaitian contemplated, "Let's appoint Lin Xiang for now, but initially, Director Chen will assist him, as Lin Xiang is somewhat inexperienced." "Then, Director Chen, I will rely on your guidance," Lin Xiang remarked, casting a sideways glance at Chen Jingming, who remained unfazed by the scrutiny. Instead pursuing his own inquiry, "What exactly will the company do?" "Merely consulting." Xiao Kaitian paused before articulating his vision. "For Qitang Tian to thrive, we require innovative strategies. And the purpose of consulting is to uncover pathways to resolution. I believe that these insights cannot be extracted from so-called economic or business experts. Rather, they must be discovered through diverse perspectives across various strata of society. Consequently, the format of our consulting will be exceptionally open. The specific situation regarding the Han and Tang dynasties remains unclear, and Xiao Kaitian's influence is minimal. Concealing his plans within a myriad of chaotic consultations appears to be the most prudent choice." Observing the few individuals around him exchanging bewildered glances, Xiao Kaitian remained unperturbed. He felt a sense of satisfaction that the meeting had achieved a basic consensus, especially considering that not long ago, Chen Jingming and Ling Xian were part of the opposing faction. "Let me take the lead in the initial phase of the consultation work. For future matters, I will merely entrust the themes for consultation to Lin Xiang, while you will be responsible for the follow-up. I will also assign you a deputy to manage the actual work. Lin Xiang, your role will merely be to grasp the overall situation. As for the company name," Xiao Kaitian continued to tap his fingers on the table, "we shall call it Qishi Media Consulting Company, Limited, and promote it as a film production company." With that, he declared the meeting adjourned. As the meeting concluded, Lin Xiang found himself somewhat bewildered. He believed that Xiao Kaitian's assertions were accurate. However, Chen Jingming and Ling Xian felt a sense of unease. Despite the meeting seemingly providing direction, upon closer reflection, nothing substantial had been established. The name Qishi Media Consulting had an air of unreliability about it, yet at this point, both were at a loss for alternatives. They exchanged glances, each silently sighing in resignation. At the same moment, at the headquarters of the Xiao Corporation in Shanjing, Xiao Zhangle wore a grim expression as he scrutinized the report in his hand. Before him stood a middle-aged man, standing at attention with his head bowed in deference. "My concern does not lie here," Xiao Zhangle intoned, his triangular eyes narrowing. "Did all of this originate from Xiao Kaitian?" "Probably not," replied the man. "Yet one cannot deny that that fool possesses remarkable luck. According to intelligence, the Ajiwara family has a close relationship with him. Perhaps they are the ones acting behind the scenes." "Ah, I see." Xiao Zhangle's mind cleared. If everything were orchestrated solely by Xiao Kaitian, it would be exceedingly alarming. However, if the Ajiwara family is covertly involved, then everything falls into place. He clenched his jaw, contemplating Xiao Kaitian's fortunate circumstances. What is he up to now? Listening to this, Xiao Zhangle's expression softened into a satisfied smile. The Tang dynasty's affairs had spiraled into this state, and he had not been idle in stirring the pot. That fool truly believes he can ascend without effort. Indeed. As for Xiao Kaitian, let us establish contact with the people of Haidu and begin surveillance. After all, he remains my nephew. We shall observe his actions before deciding on our next move. He exhaled a plume of smoke, a glimmer of ambition flashing in his eyes. Understood. Chapter 64. The company's address. The company's financial situation is exceedingly precarious. The 50 million from the Money Island has not yet fully arrived. And even this amount is merely a drop in the bucket, insufficient to cover even minor deficits. Xiao Kaitian has opted for a villa in a suburban area known as Fuan Community, with a monthly rent of 30,000 in an area exceeding 300 square meters. For a single man like him, it is more than adequate. The community boasts an excellent environment, complete security, and ample facilities. Furthermore, each household enjoys a personal garden, unencumbered by walls, contributing to a high degree of greenery, adorned with various exquisite landscape architectures. Once the residence was secured, the next task was to determine the address for Chishi Media Consulting Company. Early in the morning, Lin Xiang drove to pick up Xiao Kaitian, accompanied by Chen Jingming. As a man of discernment, Xiao Kaitian was naturally not easily satisfied, yet being at the nascent stage of the company, he could not afford to be overly demanding. Nonetheless, expediting the company's development was an inevitable necessity. According to Chen Jingming's accustomed mindset, having endured years of financial hardship, he believed that any consulting firm could suffice with a nondescript office in a remote building or even a small commercial space within a residential area. However, Xiao Kaitian vehemently disagreed. Maintaining a respectable facade and stature was paramount, as it would facilitate the future development of consulting services. Perhaps influenced by the promised 20 million as a film startup deposit, Chen Jingming refrained from further argument, turning his head away with a sigh, pondering what this frivolous young master was contemplating next. Throughout the journey, Chen Jingming was restless, feeling an incessant itch all over, scratching here and there to quell the tempest within. The vehicle eventually halted before a towering edifice, a prominent commercial building in Haidu known as First Sea View, reaching 52 stories. While its height did not particularly stand out in Haidu, its location along the Pu River provided breathtaking vistas from the upper floors. In contrast to Chen Jingming's apprehensive demeanor, Lin Xiang radiated enthusiasm, unwaveringly supportive of Xiao Kaitian's decisions. Upon entering the lobby, the reception manager, Yume, raised an eyebrow slightly. The trio presented a peculiar sight. The one donning sunglasses, a mere follower, strode ahead, while the young man clad in a luxurious Hermes suit exuded opulence, albeit accompanied by a middle-aged man in a cheap polo shirt, creating an odd juxtaposition. However, her professionalism prevailed over any initial judgment. She maintained her habitual smile and approached the trio with a slight bow. "How may I assist you today?" Lin Xiang removed his sunglasses, and Yume's smile appeared somewhat forced as he cast a sidelong glance, seemingly lacking in acumen. "I noticed online that you have office spaces available for rent," Xiao Kaitian remarked, surveying the lobby's arrangement, which met his approval. "I would like to inquire further about this." "Indeed," Yume responded promptly, though her expectations were tempered. "You possess discerning taste. This location offers convenient transportation and ample parking, making it a popular choice for many business firms. Opposite lies the Pujong River, with the Haidu Center Tower, the tallest building in Haidu, gracing its banks. The environment and surrounding amenities are quite commendable," Yume, with a graceful demeanor, remarked. "Allow me to show you around. I wonder if you have any specific requirements regarding area or floor preference." Xiao Kaitian nodded, aware that his choice was informed by prior research. His purpose for visiting today was to conduct an on-site inspection and, should he find it satisfactory, to proceed with the necessary formalities immediately. Time is indeed money, and he is not one to dawdle in business. Dressed in professional attire and donning high heels, Yume led the three individuals inside. The security measures are thoroughly adequate. In addition to the regular security personnel, the company is equipped with an emergency alarm system. And we also have personnel from martial arts sect stationed here, ensuring a formidable defense. "Oh," Xiao Kaitian expressed a newfound interest. "There are martial artists here? Which sect do they belong to?" "Well," he continued, "I am looking for an area of approximately 1,000 square meters, suitable for hosting large conferences and lectures. It could be slightly larger as well, as we might need to partition it for office use." "What size are we discussing?" Yume nearly stumbled, steadying herself against the smooth wall. 1,000 square meters, or perhaps a bit more, he reiterated, his expression grave as he conveyed his thoughts. "Yes, we do have such spaces," Yume replied, her lips trembling slightly. The weight of the moment felt almost surreal. This was the most bustling area of Haidu, where every inch is precious. While there are companies that rent office spaces, none of them seek 1,000 square meters at once. It felt akin to opening a building materials store. Yet she felt a thrill. If this business deal materialized, her commission would be substantial. And her heart raced as she guided Xiao Kaitian and his companions to the 26th floor. "This is it." She finally steadied her breath. This floor was previously utilized for exhibitions and has hosted many large-scale launches. Since the opening of the Haidu Center Tower, our exhibition business has diminished significantly, and this floor has gradually been left unused. The conference room spans 1,200 square meters, and with the addition of lounge and office areas, It totals over 1,600 square meters. She adeptly presented the figures. Take a look. Xiao Kaitian focused on the conference room, noting that the seating was already in place. He inquired, does the rental include these tables and chairs? Indeed, Yumei confirmed, they are specifically designed for exhibitions, with fixed tables and chairs accommodating over 500 individuals. Is that sufficient? Xiao Kaitian nodded, satisfied that the capacity aligned with his initial plans. The ventilation system could use some improvement. Would we handle the renovations, or would you? Not a problem. Let us discuss the details further, he said, striding ahead and gesturing for Yumei to lead the way. He had made his decision to proceed with the contract. Chapter 65. Contract signing. Yumei escorted the 3 individuals into the reception room, instructing her staff to print the contract while she prepared each of them a cup of coffee. The porcelain cups clinked melodiously as they were placed on the table. The contract was soon ready, and Yumei smiled as she handed it to Xiao Kaitian. Typically, the lease term is 1 year. What do you think? That sounds acceptable. Xiao Kaitian lifted the coffee cup to his nose, discerning that it was not crafted from the finest coffee beans. Nevertheless, as far as standard hospitality goes, it was commendable. He took a sip and inquired, does your company also handle decoration and equipment? Ordinarily, clients manage that aspect themselves, Yumei responded, her eyes sparkling with renewed interest. While they indeed had affiliated design and renovation companies, their services came at a premium. Most clients opted to find their own contractors. Are you suggesting that we manage the renovations as well? Yes. Xiao Kaitian was astute enough to recognize that this approach might not yield the best value. However, with no personnel available to delegate the task, he deemed it prudent to leverage Yumei's resources, primarily for the rooms. I need microphones installed at each seat to ensure clear communication. Why not just use small bees? Chen Jingming interjected, feeling a pang at the thought of the costs involved in installing microphones. Just the installation alone will be quite an expense. Chen Jingming turned away, muttering, what do you think this is? A concert? In addition, each table required a speaking button and corresponding seat numbers. Can you manage all of this? Xiao Kaitian pushed his coffee aside, directing his gaze towards Yumei. Yumei swallowed hard, feeling slightly weak. Are you intending to design the entire room for discussions? Akin to a United Nations assembly? Perhaps we might even need simultaneous translation, Chen Jingming remarked, his expression unchanging. Excellent, Xiao Kaitian nodded, appreciating Chen Jingming's suggestion. I had overlooked that. There may be foreign participants involved. Please consider this when planning the audio wiring. Is that feasible? Certainly, though the costs. Yumei frowned. The technical aspects posed no challenge, but the focus remained on finances. If the funds are secured, we could construct a United Nations conference center without issue. Let us proceed with the signing, Xiao Kaitian said, adjusting his Patek Philippe watch as he glanced at the time. Let's start with a 1-year contract. I will assess this year's operations, and if all goes well, we can negotiate a 10-year agreement later. Chen Jingming bit his cheek, regretting his decision to attend today. Observing Xiao Kaitian's extravagance, he recalled the latter's propensity for wastefulness, feeling a wave of regret wash over him. The contract was signed. Since Qixi Media Consulting had yet to complete its formalities, the signatory used Lin Xiang's identity, which was Xiao Kaitian's intention all along. The rent, along with the deposit, amounted to nearly 5 million, which was swiftly transferred. Additionally, 2 million was allocated for renovation costs. Chen Jingming's eyelids twitched at the sight of such expenditures. This is a significant amount. Yet, Xiao Kaitian remained silent, merely urging the need for urgency. Yumei promptly patted her chest in assurance and inquired, do you require martial arts support? Our company also offers such services and has established partnerships with several sections. Martial arts? Xiao Kaitian halted his steps, for he was not well versed in the martial arts of the Han and Tang dynasties. He pondered momentarily, what are the costs involved? That depends on your level of demand. Yumei replied with a cheerful smile, it ranges from several million to tens of millions. For those with more significant needs, it can become rather complicated. The procedures require time, so advance reservations are necessary. Xiao Kaitian raised an eyebrow, surprised at the lucrative nature of martial arts in the Han and Tang periods. Yet, the expenses were indeed quite steep, and he lacked surplus funds. Furthermore, based on experiences from the island nation, he felt capable of handling any potential troubles arising from martial arts practitioners. Politely declining Yumei's suggestion, he decided to leave Lin Xiang here to coordinate with her, while Chen Jingming insisted on staying as well. His motivation was not due to any particular expertise, but rather because all the remaining funds of the company were entrusted to Lin Xiang, and he needed to keep a close watch to prevent any financial missteps. After concluding the site selection for the company, Xiao Kaitian departed and hailed a taxi to the library of his alma mater, Jinduan University. As a premier institution in the Han and Tang era, the library boasted an astonishing collection of books. Although modern society has transitioned into an age of digitized information, not all books are available online, especially rare and specialized texts that can only be unearthed from libraries. Upon arriving at the library, Xiao Kaitian first sought out the great encyclopedia of this world, eager to deepen his understanding of this dimensional realm. With thousands of such volumes available, he prioritized selecting about 10 hefty tomes and settled into a quiet corner to commence his reading. While he referred to it as reading, he was, in fact, stimulating his mind and eyes with divine energy to achieve rapid browsing and memorization. He swiftly flipped through each book, his eyes scanning the pages like a scanner, absorbing all the text and images, which were subsequently stored and digested in his memory. Of course, he could encapsulate the books with divine energy to extract information directly, but such an act would be quite alarming in a public setting. Given his physical constitution and current capabilities, he could not entirely disregard the burden on his brain in undertaking such an endeavor. Nevertheless, his speed in acquiring knowledge and experience far surpassed that of an average individual. The preliminary work for Qishi Media Consulting had commenced, and he simultaneously instructed Lin Xiang to begin recruitment efforts. Although Lin Xiang held the title of general manager, his capabilities were somewhat lacking, necessitating the appointment of a vice president to handle daily operations. Xiao Kaitian specified that this individual must be a woman, and exceptionally beautiful at that. Qualifications and experience were of little concern, preferably someone who had recently graduated. Upon receiving this directive, Lin Xiang remained indifferent, but Chen Jingming could not help but face bomb, while Ling Xian merely scoffed. She was indeed beautiful and had a strong presence, so why not allow her to take the lead? She even came with her own following. Subtly hinting at her thoughts to Xiao Kaitian, he firmly declined, stating that while Ling Xian was a star with considerable popularity and charisma, he intended to host a discussion forum rather than a fan meeting. Listening to the explanation, Ling Xian's lips twitched uncontrollably. Wasn't the intention to seek a beautiful professor, thus crafting such a persona? Why then the insistence on someone freshly graduated? It was perplexing, so she resolved to dismiss the thought altogether. However, Xiao Kaitian appeared to hold this candidate in high regard. Sooner or later, Ling Xian would embark on her film career, and he undoubtedly had his own considerations regarding this individual. Chapter 66, Competition. Guolei stood at the entrance of a publicly listed conglomerate, her right hand tightly clutching her resume, while tears swirled in her eyes. With her left hand, she clenched her trousers, striving to regain her composure. She had failed utterly. The interview she had longed for and labored over had ended in complete disappointment. The words of the interviewer echoed in her mind. Do not assume that grades are a definitive representation of one's professional capabilities. Accompanied by the disdain reflected from behind his thick glasses. Congratulations, Tang Tian, Guolei uttered, her voice tinged with nasal inflection as she offered her reluctant blessing. Why does it seem like your heart isn't in it? The woman named Tang Tian half lifted her oversized sunglasses, revealing a pair of captivating, alluring eyes. Guolei, I have always told you that society is not the same as university. It is not merely a place where one studies and takes exams to prove oneself. Indeed, Guolei bit her lip, softly conceding. During their university years, they had clashed for 6 years. In every examination, annual meeting, and competition, Tang Tian had consistently overshadowed her. But this is society, the cultural landscape of Han Tang, where interpersonal relationships hold immense significance. Perhaps you are more capable than I. But you have emerged from the mountains, lacking any influence in Haidu. While I am different, I am from the prestigious Tang family of Haidu. Do you think the interviewers at Fenghua Holdings would choose you over me? Choose you? Guolei lowered her head, acknowledging the truth in Tang Tian's words. Both Guolei and Tang Tian were graduates of Haidu Transportation University, sharing the same class. Upon entering the university, they were quickly dubbed the campus flowers of Haidu. Guolei, with her fresh elegance, and Tang Tian, with her vibrant enthusiasm, their beauty contrasting yet equally remarkable. However, both were exceptionally talented, excelling academically and socially, and as time passed, the comparisons that once seemed trivial to Guolei transformed into a fierce rivalry in Tang Tian's eyes. As she would assert, wherever Guolei is, I cannot be. This competition continued after graduation. During the interview for the business assistant position at Fenghua Holdings, Tang Tian effortlessly eliminated Guolei from the runnings, leveraging her advantageous lineage as a member of the illustrious Tang family. Such status served as a formidable weapon against competitors, leaving Guolei with no strength to resist. Regrettably, Tang Tian did not experience the exhilaration she had anticipated. As she gazed at the dejected Guolei, the sense of vindication she expected vanished entirely. Confused by this unexpected sentiment, she bit her lush lips in frustration and pressed the accelerator, her Porsche speeding away in a blur. Guolei raised her head, the dust swirling around her, internally insisting she was not disheartened, though such a claim felt disingenuous. She had long yearned for this position. Fenghua Holdings promised excellent prospects and a salary that met her expectations. Moreover, the role aligned perfectly with her field of study. During her internship, she had undertaken similar responsibilities at a comparable company and had performed commendably. Yet, the interviewer's rationale for her rejection contradicted her experience. She composed herself, clutching her bag tightly and walking forward with her head lowered, the rushing waters of the Pujiang River flowing nearby, evoking an overwhelming urge to leap into its depths. At home lay her ailing mother, her younger brother awaiting tuition fees for school, and her father, far away in the northwest, engaged in grand construction projects, earning a wage insufficient to sustain their family. If she did not strive harder, she would face insurmountable despair. Her steps were heavy, each one a struggle, the chilly breeze by the river unsettling her. Seeking solace, she leaned against a railing, releasing a profound sigh. Not far away, a flapping advertisement caught her eye. As it fluttered past her feet, a childlike impulse compelled her to step on it. Upon picking it up, she discovered it was a job posting. Shishi Media Consulting Company, Limited. What on earth was this? They were seeking a vice president. Guolei nearly laughed to the point of tears. Was it truly so absurd? Nowadays, even the smallest companies sought management personnel through headhunters or online platforms. Who would resort to handing out flyers for such matters? Just as she prepared to crumple the paper and discard it, her hand halted inexplicably. A monthly salary of $20,000 after tax during the probation period. With further negotiations upon confirmation, and the company provided meals and accommodation, albeit of average quality. The address was the 26th floor of the first Seaview building in the Pujiang district. This Guolei hesitated, sensing she was losing her sanity for believing in such a small advertisement. Perhaps it was a pyramid scheme. Yet, the authenticity of the address, the 26th floor of the first Seaview building, could not be fabricated. The first Seaview building held a certain reputation in Haidu. Would a pyramid scheme really establish itself there? Her lips quivered slightly, perhaps due to the persistent river breeze. Lowering her head, she retrieved her phone. The first Seaview was nearby, and it should pose no significant risk to investigate. Once a decision was made, her actions followed suit, almost instinctively. When she regained her senses, she found herself passing through the automatic doors of the first Seaview lobby. "May I help you?" inquired the receptionist, impeccably dressed in professional attire and wearing a smile. How was there still time to flee? Her mind momentarily blanked, and she blurted out, "Shishi Media Consulting. Where is it?" "I'm here for an interview." "Shishi Media Consulting. For an interview?" The receptionist's expression was one of bewilderment, yet her professional decorum prevented her from commenting further. She merely guided Guolei to the elevator, swiped her card, and pressed the button for the upper floors. "You're here for an interview?" She finally couldn't resist asking. Yes, Guolei's heart raced with confusion. Her fists clenched tightly. Is there a problem? She recalled seeing Lin Xiong distributing flyers at the entrance, a task that had left her disheartened for several days. As he was supposedly the general manager. Over 1,000 square meters? Guolei couldn't help but lick her lips in anticipation as the elevator doors opened with a soft chime. Chapter 67. The first employee of the group. Although the journey to the 26th floor was brief, for Guolei, confined within the elevator, it felt as though an eternity had passed. When the doors finally opened, she hesitated. At the very moment the elevator doors threatened to close, she instinctively reached out to stop them, nearly catching her fingers in the mechanism, a perilous act driven by reflex. Taking a deep breath, her delicately sculpted collarbone sank as she inhaled. Truth be told, she was undeniably a rare beauty at first glance. With her long legs striding forward, she followed the directional signs to the office of a company named Shishi Media Consulting. The simplicity of the company name, devoid of departmental divisions, momentarily disheartened her. Raising her hand, she weakly rapped on the heavy wooden door. With little strength, she leaned against her body to push it open. Inside, the spacious room was cluttered with scattered, unassembled desks, while the floor was strewn with boxes and packing foam. Amidst this disarray, a figure busily maneuvered. "Who are you?" Upon hearing the noise, he turned, casting a sidelong glance at Guolei. His expression startled her, and the door behind her closed with a soft click. Hello. I am. Guole, she swallowed hard, feeling parched. I am here for an interview. Pardon my rudeness, Guole said. Bowing slightly after Lin Xiang took a seat, smoothing her skirt before sitting down. This is my Arsum. Taking a quiet breath. She stood and extended her Arsum with both hands. All right, Lin Xiang accepted it, but did not immediately examine it. Instead, he glanced at Guole, seemingly offering an explanation. I have a slight issue with my vision. I am slightly cross-eyed, so please do not mind. Not at all. Guole fervently shook her head, as if to dispel any doubts. What position are you applying for? Vice President. A hint of embarrassment colored her response. She had recently graduated and had some experience as an assistant, but the notion of applying for a vice president role felt far-fetched, leading her to question the peculiarity of the company. Xiaogu? Perhaps he was the so-called behind-the-scenes boss, and with such beauty, was he intending to keep a young secretary? Guolei's thoughts wandered wildly. However, Lin Xiang remained silent, intently scrutinizing Guolei's Arsum. In truth, given his intellect, he could only comprehend the information presented. Before long, he looked up again. Excellent. You are very much aligned with our company's requirements for this position. When can you start? You mentioned accommodation and meals. Lin Xiang glanced back at her Arsum. To speak candidly, housing is not an issue. This office will soon be partitioned into several rest areas that you can utilize as dormitories. Once the company is up and running, we will consider renting proper accommodations. However, regarding meals, you can either prepare your own or order takeout, with the company providing a subsidy of 2,000 per month. How does that sound? Guole was momentarily stunned. The conditions presented were exceedingly favorable for her current situation, leaving her with no reason to decline. If possible, please commence work at your earliest convenience. Brother Xiao has inquired about me several times. Lin Xiang chuckled bitterly. I must confess, my education only extends to junior high. Although I hold the title of general manager, my role is merely to relay information between Brother Xiao and your team. Beyond that, I can only manage some manual labor. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Xiang candidly share his personal circumstances, Guole felt a sense of calm wash over her. Yet, what did this truly imply? So, you are essentially the genuine operator of this company. Brother Xiao has stated that once the personnel are selected, you are to arrange everything independently, including the recruitment of subordinate employees, with salaries aligned to the average standards of high due as long as the tasks assigned by Brother Xiao are fulfilled. You have complete autonomy over the rest. Guolei's heart raced. Encountering such an audacious boss was a first for her. This was tantamount to completely entrusting the management of the company to herself. Was there no fear of her absconding with funds? Are there any further questions? There are many. Guole bit her lip, choosing to voice her most pressing concern. Could you elucidate what the company specifically does? Well, it is quite simple. We hold meetings to discuss a variety of topics. Lin Xiang himself was unclear about Brother Xiao's true intentions. The topics for discussion are determined by Brother Xiao. Your responsibility is merely to convene the meetings as required. The entirety of the discussions must be documented and kept confidential, as this is a crucial point. Following this, you will compile the results and submit them to the company for aggregation. Meetings? Is it simply about convening discussions? Guole was taken aback. Where, then, lies the profit for the company? Profit is not a consideration. This company operates as a consulting office, serving Brother Xiao. We need only focus on execution. Financial concerns and such do not fall within our purview. What if the discussions yield no results? Results are unnecessary. The process suffices. Or even a multitude of opinions is acceptable. The rest is not our concern. Guole was utterly astonished. What kind of wealth allowed for such carefree indulgence? This was not akin to running a company nor pursuing academia. It was simply a matter of spending money to derive joy. Brother Xiao does not adhere to overly rigid professional thinking. You may inquire further with him in the future. Are there any other questions? No. Guole shook her head. Excellent. Lin Xiang rose to his feet, extending his right hand. Congratulations on becoming the first employee of our group. Chapter 68. Childhood Sweethearts Recently. Xiao Kaidian has been shuttling between the library of Zhendong University, continuously absorbing knowledge about the affairs of this world. Furthermore, some ancient texts vaguely allude to the legends of becoming immortal or practicing cultivation. There are also numerous reports of mysterious disappearances or time travel, though their veracity remains to be confirmed. However, it is undeniable that, in the eyes of the general populace, there is a relatively low level of resistance towards such phenomena. Xiao Kaitian believes that the forces capable of entering the next dimension may possess some knowledge, particularly within the realm of martial arts. Unfortunately, martial arts operate as a distinct system, and the publicly available literature concerning its core principles is exceedingly scarce, leaving him in the dark. Nevertheless, he has gained some insights. The Han and Tang dynasties were the epicenters of martial arts in the world, and perhaps they hold the answers he seeks. During this time, he attempted to contact Jiang Churen again. Both siblings were in Haidu, and Xiao Kaitian was deeply concerned for her safety. However, Jiang Churen declined to meet, as she was under the surveillance of the Xiao family, and she believed that Xiao Kaitian was too. In such circumstances, a meeting would likely arouse the Xiao family's suspicions. Until an agreement was reached with Xiao Jinglu, the 10% share of the Xiao family that she held was her talisman, and any changes instigated by Xiao Kaitian must remain concealed. She reassured him not to worry excessively about her, as she had some influence domestically and could protect herself for the time being. Seeing Jiang Churen in this light, Xiao Kaitian did not press the issue further. He, too, was focused on consolidating his own strength. He planned to reinvestigate his parents' deaths and revive the company. There was much to attend to. On one particular day, carrying a bag of borrowed books, he arrived at the school gate, preparing to hail a taxi when he heard a woman's voice calling from behind. Xiao Kaitian. He turned to see an exceptionally beautiful girl, her oval face framed by long, flowing hair cascading down to her waist, glistening in the light. She wore a light red mid-length trench coat, resembling a lotus emerging from the water. Xiao Kaitian was immediately intrigued. Not solely due to her beauty, she was an ordinary girl, but as his spiritual source stirred, he discerned that a subtle connection to the fourth dimension flowed within her. This individual had encountered something related to the fourth dimension or perhaps a quasi-fourth dimensional entity, which piqued his interest. However, he did not recognize her and lacked any memories pertaining to her. "Who are you?" The beautiful girl widened her eyes, seemingly in disbelief, then surveyed Xiao Kaitian with a complex gaze. "You seem different somehow. Don't you remember me?" She had known Xiao Kaitian for many years. Yet the person before her had shed the foolishness of his youth, now exuding a clarity of features and a cool demeanor tinged with the essence of a domineering CEO. "I am Gu Luoyin," she said, her expression shifting to one of realization as she smiled and adjusted her trench coat at the collar. "From the Gu family in Jingjing. We used to play together often when we were young." That was indeed a tale of childhood camaraderie. Xiao Kaitian acknowledged with a sound, intending to inquire further about Gu Luoyin, but found himself at a loss for words. They both fell into silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. The matters concerning Qing Tang Tianxia were intricate, and Xiao Kaitian refrained from divulging the truth. He would take each step as it came. Gu Luoyin nodded slightly, noting that Xiao Kaitian's demeanor had markedly changed from before. A flicker of intrigue stirred within her, and she contemplated further inquiries when a group of individuals emerged from the campus. "Miss Gu Luoyin." This gathering comprised Gu Luoyin's classmates who, upon catching sight of the two conversing, instinctively approached. Upon seeing Xiao Kaitian, laughter erupted among them. "I was wondering who was chatting with Miss Gu. It turns out to be our Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, it has been quite some time since we last met. Oh, I see you are now engrossed in your studies. Xiao Xiao, when shall we enjoy another gathering?" Enough of the banter. Xiao Xiao is now focused and diligently studying. Laughter and chatter swirled around, revealing that Xiao Kaitian retained considerable popularity at Jindan University. Gu Luoyin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she glanced at Xiao Kaitian, who remained unperturbed, embodying indifference. "Xiao Xiao, what an unwelcoming demeanor. Have you become more enigmatic?" A tall individual approached with a grin, extending his hand as if to pat Xiao Kaitian's shoulder. Such encounters had often led to Xiao Kaitian being toppled to the ground due to his frail constitution, and the onlookers eagerly anticipated the spectacle. However, Xiao Kaitian merely turned his head slightly, casting a cold, penetrating gaze that instantly instilled a sense of trepidation in the approaching figure, causing his raised hand to falter. Gu Luoyin observed as Xiao Kaitian departed in a taxi, a hint of chill creeping into her expression. It seemed he had indeed changed. "Luoyin, let us go have some fun." Her classmates began to rally. "I'm not going," Gu Luoyin replied, her mind preoccupied. She waved her hand, summoning a Bentley that had pulled up in the distance. Ignoring the awkwardness surrounding her classmates, she gracefully entered the vehicle. "Humph, as if that has something to boast about," someone whispered under their breath. However, Gu Luoyin paid them no mind. With a stoic face, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. After a few beeps, the call connected, revealing a raspy, fragmented voice on the other end, as if every word required immense effort. You called me. What is it? Unexpected, isn't it? It seems the new head of the Xiao family is rather limited in capability, Gu Luoyin remarked, producing a slender lady's cigarette and lighting it, pinching it between her fingers. She continued, he appears to be different. Perhaps he has lost his memory. Memory loss. I'll be damned, I want to eliminate him. That is your concern. Gu Luoyin exhaled a plume of smoke, lowering the car window slightly. I require information regarding Xiao Kaitian and the islands. You can procure that, correct? Very well. Let us collaborate. Chapter 69. The discussion theme of the first issue, the operations of Qixi Media Consulting, progressed remarkably smoothly after securing financial backing. Guolei gradually acclimated to this peculiar company, hiring several recent female graduates, a group largely devoid of experience, who stumbled through their tasks yet managed to perform reasonably well. Lin Xiang took no interest in these matters, as he lacked understanding. Although he bore the title of general manager, he engaged in menial labor. As the sole male in the company, he eagerly undertook the heavier physical tasks, which amused the newly arrived young women. However, with time, they became accustomed to his temperament and no longer found it surprising. When Xiao Kaitian returned to the long-missed company, he observed Lin Xiang transporting bottles of purified water. The office had a commendable appearance, with employees appearing relaxed, gathered in small clusters discussing various topics. He had been moved to tears by the previous night's dramatic plot twists, remarking on the writer's audacity in the abrupt scene transitions. He was also following the storyline, considering it satisfactory and noting the character's development. A fragrance of floral tea permeated the office, distinctly reflecting Guolei's personal preferences. She disliked coffee and tea, infusing the space with a youthful essence. Xiao Kaitian was indifferent to these details as he walked in, promptly approached by a young female employee who inquired if he had an appointment. He glanced at the blushing girl, yet before he could respond, the industrious Lin Xiang spotted him, quickly placing the water bottle in the dispenser, brushing off dust, and hurriedly approaching. Xiao Gu, Lin Zong, this is, the girl said, her eyes sparkling. This is the big boss. Go brew a cup of coffee and have Xiao Gu come over, Lin Xiang instructed, surprisingly adopting a semblance of authority as he ushered Xiao Kaitian into the office. As soon as the door closed, the young women outside quickly gathered. This must be the mysterious boss. He looks so young and handsome, one remarked. I think he looks decent, but compared to Lin Zong, he seems much more reliable. Our company, well, it's hard to say. Gossip is a common occurrence in the office, especially in a company like Qixi Media Consulting, predominantly comprised of young women. Guolei finally encountered the elusive mastermind behind the company, and contrary to her expectations, Xiao Kaitian exuded no hint of a spoiled demeanor. Instead, his every gesture radiated the aura of a commanding figure. Realizing this, she instinctively adjusted her posture in an effort to present herself more favorably. Guolei and Lin Xiang were both dressed in suits, yet upon removing his sunglasses, Lin Xiang's demeanor felt discordant. An intense sense of incongruity enveloped him. I mentioned to Xiao Gu last time that most operations in the company are now under her purview, he stated. Indeed, although Xiao Kaitian was not present, Lin Xiang provided daily progress reports, expressing satisfaction with Guolei's work. The renovation of the conference room is nearly complete, correct? Finally, the main event had arrived. Both Guolei and Lin Xiang perked up, their eager gazes fixed intently on Xiao Kaitian. In the inaugural session, the theme was intentionally kept open-ended, with no expectation of a definitive outcome. Xiao Kaitian comfortably swiveled in his chair, exhibiting a childlike demeanor as he playfully turned from side to side. The shadows cast by the lighting accentuated his charm, making him all the more captivating. Our process must unfold smoothly. For instance, we should avoid incessant disputes. And consider the invited attendees, he remarked. Guolei took out her notebook to jot down notes, inquiring, so, Mr. Xiao, what theme do you intend to pursue for the first session? Indeed, Xiao Kaitian continued, clarifying, we should limit the number of invitees to 300. Primarily comprising students from Zhaodong University, whom you may invite under the guise of seniority. This will facilitate your ability to manage the discussion. Guolei realized that her connection to the same university could be advantageous in the event of any disputes during discussions. Her status as a senior would enable her to maintain order. However, external participants should also be capped at around 50, representing diverse social standings, which will require your efforts and outreach. Xiao Kaitian produced a cigarette and gestured, but upon seeing both individuals shake their heads, he slowly lit it. Each attendee will receive a fee of 500 yuan. We will provide food and beverages. Following the conclusion of the discussion, should any ideas be adopted, An additional reward of 3,000 yuan will be granted. As for particularly outstanding suggestions, I will ensure that the extra compensation is communicated. In summary, financial matters should not pose a concern. Gradually aligning with Xiao Kaitian's line of thought, Guolei noted this down and further queried, in that case. It seems a confidentiality agreement is essential preparation. Additionally, Mr. Xiao, is our aim in compiling this consultation to serve our clients? That is one way to perceive it. Xiao Kaitian replied with a smile. The original purpose of Qixi Media Consulting was to exist as a comprehensive support service for Ting Tang Tianxia. However, for now, we must first observe the outcomes of our efforts. Are you inclined to present this externally? Xiao Kaitian shook his head, stating, I do not desire such superficiality. Which is precisely why we refrain from engaging experts. They tend to have rigid thinking, do you understand? Yes, Guolei replied, though still harboring some uncertainty. She nodded to indicate her comprehension. Chapter 70. Xiao Kaitian's pursuit of a cult on the smooth marble surface of the beach along the Pujiang River in Haidu. A few fallen leaves rolled about, drifting beyond the railing and into the rushing waters below. A tall woman clad in a black trench coat pushed a wheelchair, leisurely strolling along the riverbank. Seated in the wheelchair was a young girl, her face largely obscured by a wide-brimmed black fisherman's hat, complemented by sunglasses and a mask that rendered her unrecognizable. Her hands were folded upon her lap, clad in a somber black dress, exuding an aura of desolation. Her lustrous hair cascaded behind the wheelchair, gently swaying in the breeze, adding a hint of vitality to her otherwise lifeless demeanor. The girl remained silent, her gaze cast downward. The old master is concerned for you. After all, this is your first outing, the woman pushing the wheelchair remarked, her eyes fixed on the flowing river. A change of scenery can be beneficial. Yet, the girl offered no reply, continuing to remain mute. Information had recently arrived from afar. It was likely that the Ajiwara family was protecting him. Reports indicated that, due to him, several members of the bounty hunter guild in the island nation, as well as the Takeda family, had met their demise. Notably, the Takeda family had lost their young heir. However, they had covertly employed martial forces against ordinary citizens, a matter they dared not publicize, and thus it was temporarily shelved without police intervention. Xiao Qi, are you not curious about the role Xiao Kaitian plays in all this? The woman seemed intent on capturing the girl's attention, yet her efforts were in vain. Baiko, the girl in the wheelchair, finally spoke, breaking the silence after the woman's incessant chatter had subsided. You do tend to ramble. Indeed, I know, Xiao Qi, Baiko replied nonchalantly, hands tucked into her pockets. According to the intelligence, Xiao Kaitian appears to have changed somewhat. Are you not intrigued? Allow me to remind you, he is your fiancé. Should he perish, you would be left to mourn. To my mind, aside from fools like Xiao Kaitian, no one would dare marry you, provided he remains a fool. Should he return to normalcy, I doubt he would choose you. The girl in the wheelchair, Zhao Qishi, remained unmoved, replying simply, Baiko, you talk too much. To claim that it did not concern her would be disingenuous. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Baiko's lips. What preparations have you been making for the upcoming conference? No one knows what he intends to do. Perhaps he has indeed lost his wits, which is a pity. It is said he has rented the 26th floor of the First Sea View, spending millions on renovations, and is preparing to invite students from the University of Transportation to participate in some conference. The topic of discussion appears to revolve around quick wealth. Xiaoqi. Look at this. A multitude of individuals caught in a collective fantasy. Xiao Kaitian is intent on establishing a cult. The girl in the wheelchair, Zhao Qishi, subtly lifted her head, a barely noticeable gesture that Baiko successfully seized upon. She halted in her tracks, a smile curving her lips. Baiko, do you have tickets? A faint voice emerged from Zhao Qishi. I wish to see. It's quite rare for you to show interest in such a rudimentary collective hypnosis cult. If you desire tickets, I shall procure them. But are you prepared to meet Xiao Kaitian? Baiko inquired without mercy. Not meeting. Zhao Qishi, unusually, tugged at the edge of her hat, obscuring her entire face. Peeking. Very well, Baiko replied with a smile, concluding the conversation and continuing to push the cart. The inaugural discussion of Qixi Media Consulting was scheduled for Saturday, a decision made after thoughtful consideration of the participants' availability. Once the arrangements were confirmed, Guolei found her workload suddenly amplified. Organizing a discussion for hundreds was no trifling matter. Although the esteemed Xiao Kaitian claimed it was merely an experimental venture, the outcome of the initial step often proves pivotal in determining subsequent directions. Having been with the company for over a month and receiving her salary, Guolei felt a sense of assurance. Furthermore, After having met Xiao Kaitian in person, her confidence in this enigmatic company grew considerably. Yet Lin Xiang, despite holding the title of general manager, bore no heirs in this consultancy firm predominantly staffed by women. He surprisingly undertook much of the physical labor himself. Aside from the current inability to provide 3 meals a day, the remaining benefits were commendable. The affluent Xiao Kaitian seemed entirely unconcerned with the extravagant expenses incurred daily, as the company's finances remained robust. This financial stability significantly enhanced operational efficiency. Guolei had recruited her own junior colleagues or acquaintances, ensuring a pre-existing familiarity that eliminated any need for adjustment. Curiously, Xiao Kaitian displayed indifference towards such oversight, allowing Guolei free rein. With this trust, Guolei was even less inclined to engage in any underhanded activities. Her sense of belonging to the enterprise swiftly intensified, treating it almost as her own venture, with no desire to usurp Lin Xiang's position as general manager. In truth, the presence of the general manager bore little consequence. This epitomized Xiao Kaitian's approach to staffing. Lin Xiang was a trusted friend, provided with a comfortable living, yet his deputy must possess both capability and integrity. This had been Xiao Kaitian's criterion from the outset, favoring recent graduates who were more malleable, such as Guolei, with whom there was no friction in their collaboration. Effective management nurtures steady organizational growth, and Xiao Kaitian had accomplished this initial step. The remaining task was to thoroughly expand the operations of Qishi Media Consulting, inviting more visionary individuals to participate, thereby fostering genuinely constructive discussions to be applied to the overarching strategy of Tingyang Tianxia. In the pursuit of prosperity, investment is a prerequisite for assured returns. Thus, Qishi Media Consulting eagerly anticipated the commencement of its first discussion session. Chapter 71. The entrance today. The first seaside venue was teeming with people, not only the students who arrived with invitation cards for the discussion, but also a curious crowd that had gathered. When the doors opened at 8:30, the hall was instantly filled to capacity. The students from the University of Transportation, already possessing a slight sense of superiority, were particularly pleased to participate in the discussion with the added incentive of monetary rewards. Consequently, the invited students carried an air of pride, while some of their classmates also came to witness the event, hoping for a chance to participate next time. I am from the School of Management. What about you? I am from the Department of Applied Computer Science. Hey, the invitees are not fixed, are they? Are you students? I am a chef, to be honest. I initially had no intention of coming, but I thought it would be a good opportunity to broaden my horizons. After all, this discussion is something I had never heard of before. Me too. I work at a construction site and have no idea how they got my phone number. It's truly astonishing. Same here. I am a minor supervisor at a department. When I received the call, I thought it was a pyramid scheme. After researching online, I discovered that the company indeed exists, which is why I came to check it out. A large crowd had gathered, representing a myriad of professions, exchanging ideas amongst themselves, yet curiously devoid of any experts or professors. I can't comprehend the current business model, someone sighed. As the minute hand approached 8:59, staff members adorned with the logo of Qishi Media Consulting Company began to arrive, directing the attendees for entry. In the 26th floor conference room, Guolei, Xiao Kaitian, and others had all gathered. Lin Xiang, Chen Jingming, and Ling Xian were also present. However, Ling Xian, being a celebrity, was fully disguised, rendering her unrecognizable. They were not participating in the discussion. Xiao Kaitian had come simply because it was the inaugural meeting, and in the future, he would only need to review the summary reports. The turnout exceeded expectations, predominantly students and family members of the invitees, who lingered in the lobby on the first floor. Having inquired several times about the first seaside venue, Guolei was bustling about, her brow glistening with sweat, and combined with the indoor air conditioning, her face flushed a bright red. Xiao Kaitian furrowed his brow, surprised by the sheer number of enthusiastic individuals present. Are there still seats available? I had considered this possibility, so I prepared some plastic stools, but Guolei had meticulously planned ahead. Then let us arrange them as best we can, Xiao Kaitian replied, crossing his legs contentedly as he surveyed the flow of entrants. Remaining on the first floor is indeed unsuitable, as a considerable number of people entered. The atmosphere within the venue grew vibrant. Attendees diligently located their assigned seats according to their invitation cards. Guolei had arranged for Xiao Kaitian and the others to sit in a discreet corner near the back right of the conference room, offering a panoramic view of the proceedings. One by one, everyone finds their place, Guolei instructed, as the company's staff remained somewhat stretched thin. She took charge personally. orchestrating the process. Once the majority had settled, Guolei directed the staff to set out the plastic stools and communicated with those downstairs. Wait for my instructions and let in batches those without invitation cards. In the midst of a flurry of activity, the door swung open, revealing a tall woman pushing a wheelchair. Within it sat a girl clad entirely in black, her appearance enigmatic and shrouded. Hello, may I inquire what brings you here? Guolei asked. Her curiosity piqued as she put down her phone and approached them. The newcomers were none other than Bai Ko and Zhao Qi. Bai Ko, with a stern visage, tossed 2 invitation cards, effectively silencing Guolei's inquiries. Meanwhile, at a distance, Xiao Kaitian felt a jolt of surprise. Bai Ko possessed an astonishing combat power of 517, double his own, a remarkable individual indeed. Yet, what captivated him most was Zhao Qi, the girl in the wheelchair, who appeared exceedingly frail, teetering on the brink of death. The cause of her condition was astonishing. Within her body lay a conduit connecting to the Central Axis universe. This was unfathomable. Could she truly be an embodiment of the Central Axis universe? How could she possibly be here? A flicker of blue light glimmered in Xiao Kaitian's eyes as he calmly retrieved his phone. Issuing a command, these 2 should be assigned to my side. Guolei, somewhat bewildered by the order, wondered if these peculiar individuals were acquaintances of the boss. With a hint of skepticism, she smiled and began to explain to them. Zhao Qi bowed her head in silence, while Bai Ko smirked slightly and cast a glance in Xiao Kaitian's direction, affirming, all right. After a tumultuous half-hour, by the time the minute hand reached 30, the arrangements were finally completed. As Guolei took to the stage, gasps erupted from the audience. Earlier, everyone had been preoccupied with finding their seats, failing to notice that the host was such a stunning beauty. Some lively attendees began whispering to one another. Ling Xian, seated beside Xiao Kaitian, shot him an incredulous look, convinced that he was enamored with beauty. Good day, everyone. Please, if I may have your attention, Guolei said, having touched up her makeup. Clad in a fitted lady's suit with a violet blouse, she exuded an alluring charm that captivated all. The moment she spoke, she commanded the room's attention. I am Guolei, the moderator for this discussion. We shall commence shortly, but first, I would like to provide a brief overview of the proceedings. On your tables, you will find a document, the confidentiality agreement. Please sign it. This is our inaugural session, and some non-invited individuals have also joined us. So be sure to include their names as well. The purpose of this confidentiality is solely based on the content of our discussion, which is the property of Qi Media Consulting. No participant may disseminate any information regarding the meeting in any form without our company's consent. You may review the agreement for specifics. Guolei paused slightly, smiling as she scanned the room, as her enchanting gaze swept across the audience. It was as if they had sipped a refreshing drink on a sweltering summer day, lifting their spirits, and no one dared to voice dissent. With her beauty coupled with grace and authority, Guolei successfully made her first mark, and behind her, Xiao Kaitian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Additionally, there are buttons on your tables. When the red light turns green, it will signal that it is your turn to speak. This is not a rapid response contest, so there is no need to rush. You may press the button once you have formulated your thoughts. It matters not if there are no voices raised. I must reiterate that differing opinions are acceptable, yet they must not devolve into a debate. Otherwise, I fear we could engage in a discourse on a single topic for 3 days and nights, and the esteemed individuals present would still find themselves unable to reach a conclusion. Upon uttering these words, the room erupted in a chorus of laughter, which was soon followed by a resounding applause. Chapter 72. The discussion was remarkably successful. It must be noted that Xiao Kaitian possesses a unique perspective in addressing issues. By appointing Guolei, a striking young lady with little societal experience or credentials, as the host, he not only alleviated the pressure from the invited guests, but also significantly mitigated the potential conflicts that might arise during the discussion. After all, no one wishes to act foolishly in the presence of beauty. Chen Jingming and Ling Xian exchanged glances, both perceiving the intricate emotions reflected in each other's eyes. Upon Guolei's announcement to commence, the venue fell into a hushed silence. The newcomers exchanged uncertain looks, none willing to be the first to break the ice. Xiao Kaitian, with a smile, casually crossed his legs, embodying the composed demeanor he sought to project. After a brief pause, someone finally pressed the button, and the screen displayed seat number 147. It was a male student from Jiaodong University. This unexpected moment of levity instantly eased the tension, eliciting laughter throughout the room. The young man scratched his head, chuckling as he took his seat, his expression becoming more relaxed. I am a student from the Political Science and Law Department at Jiaotong University. Regarding the theme of this meeting, which revolves around rapid wealth accumulation, I had previously discussed this with friends, and we collectively deemed it a false proposition. Any commercially viable activity can be viewed as a path to wealth. However, with societal progress, the maturation of companies, and the widespread availability of information, I believe instances of overnight riches will significantly diminish. Moreover, the capital markets of the Han and Tang dynasties have matured, with banks under state control and funds and venture capital dominated by prominent families and conglomerates. The foundation of enterprises is inextricably linked to these entities, making it challenging for individuals to carve out their own paths through conventional channels such as project initiation and financing. His remarks resonated with many, yet differing opinions swiftly emerged as another individual pressed the button. Seat number 279 belonged to a girl with a ponytail. Her voice bright and clear. I hold a contrary view to the previous opinion. If that were indeed the case, then our discussion here would be unnecessary. The purpose of this meeting is to discover unconventional methods. In today's Han and Tang era, technology has the potential to establish a global presence. Furthermore, in the realm of martial arts, the Han and Tang dynasties stand as unparalleled forces. A thorough analysis reveals that opportunities still exist. Conventional economic ventures, such as real estate and the entertainment industry, are indeed lucrative. However, these sectors are currently saturated with intense competition. Heavy industry and resources are firmly under state control, making entry exceedingly difficult. Yet, we must consider the results of our hypothetical scenarios. Personally, I believe that since the advent of the third technological revolution, with the development of hydrogen bags and hydrogen crystals, as well as controllable nuclear fusion technology, the potential for technological products is vast. This young woman, grounded in a technological perspective, caught Xiao Kaitian's attention, prompting him to observe her more closely. Her viewpoint quickly garnered support from others. I wholeheartedly endorse this proposed route. Articulated by a departmental manager in the IT industry, the innovation in energy technology has not, in essence, provided us with substantial breakthroughs. Airplanes remain airplanes, and cars remain cars. Merely transitioning their power sources from traditional petroleum and electricity to more environmentally friendly hydrogen. A genuine transformation has yet to arrive during the steam era. Steam engines supplanted horse-drawn carriages, yet today, we have not developed any products capable of replacing automobiles. It can be said that the evolution of technological products has lagged behind the revolution in energy, resulting in little more than enhancements to our large military equipment. The atmosphere within the venue gradually intensified, with numerous individuals preparing to speak. Following the principle of priority, a machine selected the first speaker. As for martial practitioners of a higher realm, they are hardly formidable opponents unless large-scale regional weapons of mass destruction are employed. Not long ago, there was a surge in the popularity of protective gloves in the island nation, indicating a significant demand for safety among the general populace. However, a rebuttal soon arose. The contributions of martial practitioners cannot be overlooked. From a stabilizing perspective, their presence is invaluable. The martial arts discipline indeed serves as a rapid avenue for wealth accumulation. Yet it remains highly insular, making external intervention challenging. Nevertheless, if we consider the healthcare aspect and could resolve the medical issues pertaining to martial practitioners, thereby minimizing mortality rates and enhancing recovery rates, this route warrants serious contemplation. I still lean towards state-led heavy industry projects, as the support of national power represents an undeniable commercial opportunity. Military products arising from energy innovation, once endorsed by the military, would naturally alleviate funding concerns. The production of pharmaceuticals for martial practitioners is also a route worthy of consideration. Currently, the majority of resources are controlled by the martial arts community, making intervention in this area rather unlikely, though not impossible. As one participant stated at the outset, the insularity of the martial arts realm leads to an asymmetry of information, which is fundamentally a business opportunity. As the discussion progressed, participants grew increasingly lively. Almost immediately after one person concluded their opinion, another would seamlessly take the floor. These were all viewpoints. Some could be deemed fantasies, and whether they can be realized remains uncertain. Yet, this open-minded discourse swiftly garnered the favor of all present. Each individual harbors their own dreams and perspectives on various matters. The convening of this discussion by Xiao Kaitian was to articulate these opinions. Whether they can be actualized is a matter for him to ponder after compiling them. I believe, my perspective is, whether it was due to the air conditioning or the fervent atmosphere, as the event approached its conclusion. Nearly every participant bore flushed cheeks and wiped beads of sweat from their brows. The discussion was originally scheduled to commence at 9 o'clock and conclude at 11. However, due to various circumstances, it began at 9:30 and extended until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, with participants still earnestly sharing their insights. The inaugural discussion session was an unequivocal success. Chapter 73. A private conversation following the conclusion of the discussion, Wale arranged for a unified dinner gathering. However, at this juncture, no one was preoccupied with the meal. The attendees remained divided into small groups, engrossed in continued discussions. This alone attests to the success of the conference. Perhaps the substantial investment in filmmaking he mentioned is not mere rhetoric. Sensing the eagerness reflected in each other's eyes, their breaths grew tense, signaling that the film endeavor must accelerate. Xiao Kaitian, disinterested in the ongoing chatter, found himself ahead of the others as Bai Ko urged Zhao Qishi to leave. With a smile, he stepped forward to intercept the two. Observing his approach, Bai Ko's lips curved into a slight smile. "Greetings, ladies," Xiao Kaitian nodded gently. "You hardly appear to be students from the Transportation University." Unwelcoming as it may seem, Bai Ko's gaze hardened as she sensed his intentions. Xiao Kaitian's divine source swept over Zhao Qishi, revealing her rare ability to connect with higher dimensions, and in an instant, his divine energy was absorbed. "May we converse?" he inquired. Zhao Qishi felt a surge of energy flow into her frail body, granting her a brief respite unlike any she had previously experienced. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze. Locking eyes with Xiao Kaitian's profound stare, Bai Ko immediately sensed something amiss. Her expression darkened as a forceful aura shielded her from Xiao Kaitian. "Apologies, but we have matters to attend to." Xiao Kaitian was acutely aware of Bai Ko's hostility. Not to mention, he was far from a match for her formidable strength of 517. He bore no malicious intent. "What if it pertains to your health?" Like a thunderclap from a clear sky, Bai Ko's eyes sparkled with intensity as she glared at him. "What do you mean?" Zhao Qishi gradually lowered her head. Her voice soft. "Bai Ko, let us go." "Xiao." Bai Ko's expression grew increasingly grim. The implications of Xiao Kaitian's words suggested he held insights into Zhao Qishi's condition, perhaps even the prospect of a remedy. Regardless of how he acquired this knowledge, Zhao Qishi's health had been a concern for the Zhao family for over 20 years, and she was unwilling to forego any opportunity. "Bai Ko, let us go." Zhao Qishi repeated in a hushed tone. A sigh coursed through Bai Ko's heart. Zhao Qishi had always regarded her health issues as taboo. Despite their engagement, it appeared Zhao Qishi had no intentions of voicing her concerns. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Ko pushed forward with her long strides. "Xiao, your disposition is truly peculiar." Bai Ko sighed. "Xiao Kaitian is indeed different from the rumors, and he seems quite knowledgeable about your condition. Why not consider engaging with him? After all, you two are destined to be spouses." Zhao Qishi kept her head bowed, her hands resting on her thighs, slowly clenching into fists. "There is no rush. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Bai Ko shook her head, lamenting that such a personality was beyond redemption. With this brief interlude, Xiao Kaitian's thoughts were diverted, and he began to observe the world with renewed perspective. He had always believed himself to be a unique being, having descended into this realm. Yet it appeared that the reality was far more intricate than he had presumed. The young girl in the wheelchair evidently possessed a divine source, establishing a direct connection to the central axis of the universe. However, her divine essence was exceedingly fragile, which rendered her physique immensely weak. It barely sustained her existence. Should her divine source fail to be self-sufficient or lack supplementary support, her life expectancy would be measured in mere years. Xiao Kaitian propped up his chin, pondering who could have exiled such an entity from the central universe into this world at its inception, and whether this arrival was indeed serendipitous, or perhaps the entire cosmos was inherently filled with uncertainties. Xiao Kaitian's frequent lapses into contemplation rendered the atmosphere of the evening's celebratory banquet rather awkward. As the gathered guests exchanged glances, collectively awaiting his pronouncement, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Kaitian had successfully persuaded these individuals, and the core leadership began to coalesce. A collective sigh of relief swept through the table, and the ambience lightened considerably. Xiao Kaitian sipped from his glass, the Bordeaux wine gliding over his palate and settling in his chest, restoring his composure. That night, in a private, nameless club in Haidu, 3 men clad in suits were indulging in smoke, while the usual hostesses were conspicuously absent, engaged in a confidential discussion. A balding, portly middle-aged man initiated the dialogue. "The people from the Xiao family in the capital have sent their regards. The purpose of today's invitation for both of you pertains to this matter. Xiao Kaitian is currently in Haidu. Leaning forward, he lightly tapped the table with his finger, adding, "Shall we extend our consideration further?" This individual was Shui Rong, the current head of the Shui family, one of the three prominent families of Haidu. His gaze shifted towards an elderly man seated in the center, Du Yongming, the head of the foremost family, the Du family. Du Yongming squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Young Shui, it is common knowledge that your connections in the upper circles rely on Xiao Zhengzi. Yet, as the tides shift, it appears you've swiftly aligned under Xiao Zhenglu's banner." With a soft chuckle, Shui Rong brushed off the ash that had fallen onto his trousers and comfortably reclined on the sofa, regardless of who it may be. "They all relate back to the Xiao family for me. As for internal matters within the Xiao family, I have no jurisdiction, Du Lao. I find it hard to believe that your connections to the Beijing and the capital have not been broached." "Ha ha ha," Du Yongming laughed heartily, his wrinkles bunching together. "Young Tang, you are the most youthful and ambitious among our three families. What are you suggesting?" From a shadowy corner, an individual slowly placed their wine glass upon the table, a gentle voice resonating. "As for this matter, our Tang family has no intention of participating." The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere in the room plummeted, the warmth dissipating instantly. Chapter 74. The challenge. Shui Rong chuckled darkly, his facial muscles twitching. "Old Tang, this is uncharacteristic of you. You must be aware that Xiao Kaitian is busy with his so-called Ting Tang Tianxia, a venture of considerable scale. Wasn't the funding chain severed already? Only a fool would engage in such a project." Apologetically, the man addressed as Tang, the head of the esteemed Tang family from Haidu, Tang Jian, replied with a gentle tone, "I have no habit of bullying the disabled." "Humph," Shui Rong scoffed. "The Zhao family has lent a hand to Xiao Kaitian. If they truly intervene, Ting Tang Tianxia might still have a chance." Tang Jian shook his head resolutely. "In any case, I have no interest in this matter. Of course, I will not hinder either of you. Everyone knows I, Tang Jian, have only one daughter. Regardless of how vast the future enterprise may become, it will ultimately pass to my son-in-law. Given this, why should one make life so burdensome?" Exchanging glances, Shui Rong and Du Yongming understood each other. Tang Jian's words implied a neutral stance, leaving their plans to deal with Xiao Kaitian and carve up Ting Tang Tianxia entirely unrelated to him. The pie is merely so large, and if someone can be excluded from the division, so be it. Shui Rong and Du Yongming were quite satisfied with such a response, especially considering Tang Jian's backing from the Jiang family of the capital, which is Xiao Kaitian's maternal lineage. Maintaining neutrality was already a commendable outcome. "Come, let us drink." Shui Rong raised his glass. "I hear Xiao Kaitian has started some sort of Qixi media consulting, thriving splendidly. It appears we ought to give him something to occupy his time." Du Yongming also lifted his glass, grinning. "A company that barely qualifies for a star rating. Little Shui, leave this matter to me. I will find a minor martial artist to nip that fool Xiao Kaitian's ambitions in the bud before they escalate." Beneath the dim lights, perhaps due to the wine, Shui Rong's face glowed with an unusual flush. Tang Jian raised an eyebrow and smiled, lifting his glass in turn. Each man harbored his thoughts. The warmth of camaraderie was not merely in the drink. As negotiations reached a conclusion, they swiftly concocted reasons to disperse. Tang Jian furrowed his brow. "Tang Tian, I heard you recently applied to Fenghua Holdings, aiming to eliminate your competitor. Is that amusing?" Tang Tian's expression faltered, and she awkwardly rubbed her hands. "Dad, how did you find out about this?" "Fenghua Holdings is an enterprise of the Tang family, yet a company is still a company." Tang Jian sighed, removing his suit jacket and hanging it on a rack before settling onto the sofa. "Your mother left us early, and I have indulged you. However, Tang Tian, you must remember your identity. The identity of the Tang family is not one to be used for bullying others. The Tang family's current standing is the result of generations of careful stewardship. You must understand this." Indeed, after confronting Guolei, Tang Tian did not feel the expected elation. Instead, an emptiness lingered within her, leaving her uncertain of its origins. "As for Qixi Media Consulting, you have become the vice president," Tang Jian remarked, taking a sip of water to wash away the taste of alcohol. "Do you know who the owner behind this company is?" Tang Tian shook her head, and Tang Jian, somewhat despondent, smiled. "It is Xiao Kaitian." Xiao Kaitian, a name long familiar to me, is known as the greatest fool in the capital. Tang Tian was aware of this. His company, where Guolei serves as vice president, left her momentarily perplexed. What is the issue? Is Xiao Kaitian not a fool? If he enjoys causing a stir, let him do so. Alas, Tang Jian sighed, silently reproaching himself for having shielded his daughter too well from the world's treacheries, leaving her oblivious to its perils. Yet, certain truths he could not readily express. She must learn through experience. Hold your thoughts for now. Just keep an eye on Xiao Kaitian. If he approaches Fanghua Holdings for funding, you must agree to assist him. What? As Tang Tian listened, her confusion deepened. She could not comprehend why her father suddenly took an interest in a fool. Dad, are you out of your mind? Guolei, lacking substantial social experience, nonetheless possessed commendable skills and meticulousness. Under her guidance, the materials for the first discussion meeting were meticulously categorized and organized, supplemented with printed documents for future archiving. Xiao Kaitian absorbed all the information contained within these materials in an instant. The discussion did not yield definitive answers. However, several potential directions were outlined. What Xiao Kaitian needed to do was identify the path that best aligned with his vision. He was particularly focused on the insufficient extension of technological products following the energy revolution, a significant gap in the innovation market. Additionally, he needed to consider the situation regarding martial arts cultivation and national constraints. His financial resources were severely lacking, and without the support of national power, reviving Qingtang Tianxiao would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he had a film to produce, and progress on Chen Jingming's end was relatively smooth, yet financing remained paramount. Given the credit of Qingtang Tianxia, obtaining a bank loan was nearly impossible. The remaining options were limited to funds and venture capital, and he needed to present compelling reasons to persuade these investors. This was why he had spent nearly a week at home, refraining from stepping outside. He was determined to formulate a comprehensive plan for the next stage of financing. While he was away, serious issues arose at Shishi Media Company. Guolei clutched a letter, moistening her lips, surrounded by chattering employees, and when Lin Xiong entered, he was met with the sight of a chaotic office. General Manager Lin, Guolei said, handing over a piece of paper, we have received a challenge directed at our company. This is the letter of challenge. Chapter 75, The Martial Cultivation and Corporate System of the Han and Tang Dynasties Challenge Letter? Lin Xiong was momentarily taken aback. What purpose could there be in such a thing during broad daylight? He picked it up, revealing a few flamboyant characters written in cursive, none of which he could decipher. Xiao Kaitian nodded, having essentially formulated a plan. His intention for coming here was to mentor Guolei, a young woman of remarkable capability whom he wished to cultivate. It is indeed a challenge letter, Lin Xiong conveyed as he handed the letter to Xiao Kaitian, who found it quite intriguing. In this digital age, it was rather peculiar that anyone would resort to crafting letters of challenge. Guolei elucidated the characteristics of Han and Tang enterprises. Competition exists among companies, and sometimes such rivalry in the marketplace does not bode well for either party. Hence, there emerged this practice of both sides dispatching martial cultivators to settle disputes, determining market dominion based on the outcome of these challenges. Xiao Kaitian tossed the letter onto the tabletop, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Is this some kind of madness? He exclaimed. A few employees stifled laughter, and Guolei turned her head, chuckling softly. Clearing her throat, she continued. It is not entirely without reason. This also pertains to the ranking of Han and Tang enterprises. If a company suffers excessive losses in these challenges, it adversely affects its ranking, consequently impacting financing and loans. The amounts can be significantly diminished, or in some cases, loans may not even be attainable. Han and Tang enterprise rankings? Xiao Kaitian's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated that enterprises would also adhere to a hierarchical system akin to martial cultivators. With the aid of her celestial vision, Guolei approached Xiao Kaitian, a delicate fragrance wafting from her, as she leaned over to type on the keyboard. Upon entering the website, a page materialized displaying the rankings of Han and Tang enterprises. At the apex were the 5-star enterprises, descending in clarity down to the 1-star enterprises. This is the ranking of enterprises, all within the Han and Tang context, excluding individual establishments, Guolei explained. Our Shishi Media Consulting is classified as a new company. Hence it is defaulted to a 1-star rating. Straightening up, she added, the Han and Tang enterprises are predominantly of this tier. Challenges would likely involve the martial cultivators of the Yellow Realm. We are a consulting business. Is there truly a market conflict with others? Xiao Kaitian queried, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it, idly playing with the lighter in his hand. Why would anyone challenge us? Perhaps someone perceives an overlap in our services. Guolei glanced at Xiao Kaitian, withholding the remainder of her thoughts. Her intuition suggested that Xiao Kaitian might have inadvertently crossed paths with some adversary. Would declining the challenge adversely affect our prospects for advancing in enterprise rankings? Xiao Kaitian mused, furrowing his brow. Surprised by the close ties between martial cultivation and the corporate realm of Han and Tang, there exists a considerable number of martial cultivators within Han and Tang. These individuals often retreat into isolation or secluded mountains for their training. To put it plainly, the majority of martial cultivators, from a societal structural perspective, are seen as entities that purely consume resources. They contribute neither material wealth nor innovative advancements in technology. It is imperative for the state to exercise control over these individuals, necessitating intervention from alternative avenues. In the realm of business, competition among enterprises is inevitable. All too often, the outcomes of direct commercial rivalry result in losses for both parties involved. Coupled with the assessment of corporate hierarchies under the tacit encouragement of the state, the bond between martial practitioners and enterprises becomes exceedingly close, thereby addressing, to a certain extent, the survival issues faced by these practitioners. Without societal output, martial practitioners lack income. However, through a model where enterprises fund challenges or confrontations, martial sects can secure revenue, thereby sustaining their existence. The challenges between enterprises are unrestricted, yet they adhere to a structured hierarchy. For instance, a one-star enterprise may only engage martial practitioners of the Yellow Realm, while 2 to 4-star enterprises correspond to the 3 levels of martial prowess, Xian, Di, and Tian. However, when it comes to the highest tier of 5-star enterprises, the necessity for challenges diminishes significantly. The pinnacle enterprises of the Han and Tang dynasties are few, and similarly in the martial world. The elite practitioners they engage are often acquainted with one another, leading to mere formalities, such as sitting down for tea, ultimately resolving matters amicably. Recently, a conflict arose between the leading enterprises of the Han and Tang dynasties, namely the Penguin Group and Alibaba. Despite numerous attempts at negotiation, they ended up enlisting practitioners who were actually from the same sect, rendering any potential conflict impossible and resulting in a stalemate. After much explanation, Xiao Kaitian finally grasped the situation. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray with a slight hiss. So, how do we typically handle such matters? The norm is that we pay to hire skilled martial practitioners for combat. If we are aware of the level of the opponent's practitioner beforehand, we can ensure a greater chance of success, Wale explained, as the room full of people awaited Xiao Kaitian's decision with eager anticipation. The connection between the martial practitioners of Han and Tang and the corporate system is indeed intriguing. Xiao Kaitian pondered, resting his chin on his hand. How much does it cost to hire a martial practitioner? Though capable of fighting himself, he lacked the time to manage such trivial matters. The hiring price for a practitioner of the Yellow Realm begins at 1 million and can reach up to 10 million. To significantly increase our odds, hiring a peak practitioner of the Yellow Realm would cost between 8 to 10 million, as estimated by Yume from First Seascape, who has connections with several sections. Mr. Xiao, should we consider this? Upon hearing the price, Xiao Kaitian shook his head resolutely. The company simply did not possess such funds. Is it a requirement that martial practitioners must respond to this challenge? That's not the point, Xiao Kaitian replied, rising to his feet amidst the astonished gazes of those present, his hands in his pockets. Let us allow someone to accept the challenge. As for the personnel, you need not worry about that. He had made up his mind. Though reluctantly, the issue of finances was indeed substantial. He intended to take matters into his own hands. The martial world of the Han and Tang dynasties. Xiao Kaitian is here. Chapter 76. Fenghua holding Xiao Kaitian's words bore an air of undeniable authority, prompting Guo Lei and Lin Xiang to exchange glances. Following Zhao's lead, someone promptly picked up the phone to initiate communication with the Martial Arts Institute. The Han-Tang region is vast, thus the martial arts branches are categorized into several tiers. The pivotal locations in major first-tier cities are referred to as martial arts institutes, with numerous establishments scattered across the nation. Above these are the regional martial arts bureaus, typically encompassing several provinces, culminating in the National Martial Arts Association, the most prestigious governing body. As Haidu is an international metropolis, the presence of a martial arts institute was inevitable, and the Haidu Martial Arts Institute is subordinate to the Qinling Martial Arts Bureau. The individual responsible for the communication connected the call and, in accordance with Xiao Kaitian's request, proposed a challenge. Soon, she discreetly covered the mouthpiece and informed President Xiao. The other party inquires about the scheduled time. The timing of the challenge is determined by the challenge party. Xiao Kaitian shrugged. Let us make it this afternoon. I have matters to attend to this morning, and I can resolve everything in one go later. After the employee received confirmation from the other side regarding the time and location, she hung up the phone. Not long after, a text message from the Martial Arts Institute pinged on her phone. She forwarded the message to Xiao Kaitian, who glanced at it but remained indifferent. His purpose for coming this morning was not to address this matter, but to take Guo Lei along. Once the two departed, one of the remaining employees suddenly exclaimed, "Is President Xiao planning to challenge himself? Seriously? Doesn't he seem like a martial artist? He looks more like a celebrity." Nonsense. President Xiao is undeniably cool. Those delicate stars cannot even begin to compare. The first discussion session had concluded, and the materials had been compiled. Currently, the daily tasks at Qishi Media Consulting consisted of gossip and idle chatter, which was also one of Xiao Kaitian's directives. Reflecting on this, all employees felt a twinge of shame. Did they truly earn their salaries? It seemed they had accomplished little. Consequently, the main focus of the morning's work transformed into a comparison between Xiao Kaitian and trending celebrities. Unbeknownst to Xiao Kaitian, and even if he were aware, he would not concern himself with it. There were far too many matters at hand. The positioning of Qishi Media Consulting is to engage in discussions and casual conversations, thoroughly exploring creativity. This is Xiao Kaitian's objective. He drove his newly purchased Porsche Cayenne, and at his towering height, he found that an SUV suited him best. He drove at a swift pace, leaving Guo Lei in the passenger seat visibly tense. As the vehicle gradually halted before a grand building, Guo Lei's complexion turned even more pallid. This building was none other than the headquarters of Fenghua Holdings, where she had recently experienced an unsuccessful interview. The mocking tone of Tang Tian echoed in her ears. "What's wrong?" Sensing Guo Lei's discomfort, Xiao Kaitian turned to glance at her. "It's nothing." Guo Lei forced a smile, just recalling some unpleasant memories. Xiao Kaitian chose not to pursue the matter further. Guo Lei's challenges were hers to confront and overcome. At this moment, he required a steadfast ally, not a fragile figure prone to tears. As a superior, the control of emotions is occasionally essential. The growth of subordinates cannot solely rely on mere maintenance. In that moment, Guo Lei felt that with Xiao Kaitian present, nothing was beyond reach. The receptionist at the front desk smiled and stopped the two, inquiring, "Good day. Do you have an appointment?" "Indeed," Xiao Kaitian replied, fabricating the truth. He was not acquainted with anyone from Fenghua Holdings, yet Jiang Churen had left him some materials mentioning the Tang family of Haidu and their connection to Fenghua Holdings. The Tang family of Haidu shared a significant relationship with his mother's Jiang family from Shangjing, which was the very reason for his visit today. "I have an appointment with your general manager Lu Dongming." "This is impossible." Xiao Kaitian's expression darkened instantly, his displeasure evident. "How could such a large company make such a mistake? It truly undermines my confidence in Fenghua Holdings. Perhaps you should consult your superiors to confirm?" "Why, yes, I apologize." The receptionist stammered, her face flushed as she pondered where the error lay. "May I ask your name?" "Xiao Kaitian." He retrieved a red Marlboro and lit it, frowning as he added, "Please expedite the process. I am here to address the current bottleneck issues facing Fenghua Holdings, and time is of the essence." Observing Xiao Kaitian's composed demeanor, Guo Lei felt a wave of admiration wash over her. In her flustered state, the receptionist pressed the extension number. Just as the call connected, Xiao Kaitian reached out and took the phone. "I am Xiao Kaitian," he stated plainly and succinctly. "I have a method to increase the market value of Fenghua Holdings by at least 30%. Why not inquire if Lu Dongming is interested?" "Xiao Kaitian?" On the other end of the line, Tang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Her father had only just instructed her to keep an eye on this individual the previous day, and now he was speaking so directly. She had recently been assigned by her father as the assistant general manager at Fenghua Holdings to familiarize herself with the family business. Balancing the phone between her shoulder and ear, she swiftly operated her computer, soon bringing up the surveillance footage from the entrance. To her surprise, her old rival Guo Lei was among the visitors, causing Tang Tian to narrow her eyes, though she felt tempted to dismiss the encounter. Her father's words echoed in her mind, and she instead requested, "Please hand the phone to the front desk staff." Xiao Kaitian smiled as he passed the phone to the bewildered receptionist, who accepted it with trembling hands, nodding frequently while casting glances at Xiao Kaitian and Guo Lei. He gestured with his cigarette, a slight smile gracing his lips, indicating a buoyant mood. Guo Lei was momentarily defeated by his calm confidence. She had never encountered someone so self-assured. The three proceeded toward the elevator. After the receptionist swiped a card, she held the elevator door open. Once Xiao Kaitian and Guolei entered, she pressed the button for the top floor. "Please take your time," she instructed, as the elevator doors slowly closed. In the final moment, the receptionist bowed, and through the gap, she caught a glimpse of Xiao Kaitian, who mischievously winked at her. Chapter 77 Financing. In the executive office of Fenghua Holdings, Lu Dongming and Tang Tian were on high alert, watching as Xiao Kaitian and Guolei entered. Both stood up in unison. "Hello." After a brief exchange of greetings and introductions, the four individuals settled into the guest sofa. A fleeting spark ignited in the glances shared between Tang Tian and Guolei, prompting them to avert their eyes, each pretending that nothing was amiss. Swiftly transitioning into a professional demeanor, Lu Dongming glanced at Tang Tian. Fenghua Holdings was a family enterprise of the Tang clan, and the young woman before him was akin to a lady of privilege, displaying commendable capabilities, though lacking somewhat in social experience. His intention was to mentor her closely. "We are here today to discuss a project concept and would like to consult with General Lu," Xiao Kaitian stated with a smile, getting straight to the point. "I hope Fenghua Holdings will consider this matter with due diligence." Haha. Lu Dongming was already somewhat familiar with Xiao Kaitian, having heard of the stir caused by his previous venture, Qingtang Tianxia, in Haidu. While industry insiders focused on the projects, the grand-scale Future Century initiative was, in reality, a deadlock. Once funds were invested, extricating oneself would be arduous. "Xiao, you jest. Everyone knows the scale of your projects, and I fear Fenghua Holdings might not possess the capacity," not referring to the Future Century project. Xiao Kaitian accepted the Huangala cigarette Lu Dongming offered, but did not light it immediately, instead toying with it in his hand. "This is a new project I am preparing." "New?" Lu Dongming was taken aback. Given that Xiao Kaitian was on the brink of a financial crisis, what more could he aspire to? A casual glance toward Tang Tian revealed her equally puzzled expression. "Filmmaking," Lu Dongming responded with a wry smile. Xiao Kaitian was quite the restless spirit, with real estate unresolved. He was now venturing into film. Out of courtesy, Lu accepted the materials, his brow furrowing upon review. "A science fiction film, Xiao. Domestic sci-fi isn't particularly popular." Xiao Kaitian lightly tapped the cigarette butt. "Indeed, it lacks comparison to Bollywood, yet there is data to suggest success in domestic sci-fi productions, which I believe you are familiar with." "Yes," Lu Dongming replied with a smile, yet Xiao Kaitian's reasoning did not sway him. "However, the crux of my argument is not the film itself." Xiao Kaitian, aware of Lu Dongming's disinterest, regrettably noted that his trump card was not the film, it pertains to the derivative products spawned by the film. "Oh?" Lu Dongming's interest peaked. The market dynamics and implications of film-related derivative products were indeed different. Exceptional cinematic works could potentially achieve industrialization. He picked up the materials and scrutinized them closely, his expression growing increasingly serious. "I require a funding amount of 1 billion, which I trust is not an insurmountable challenge for Fenghua Holdings," Xiao Kaitian confidently asserted. Observing Lu Dongming's focused examination of the documents, he had already seized the initiative in the negotiation. "However, my stipulation is for full upfront financing, along with a repayment model of interest first, principal later, over a 5-year term. Fenghua Holdings profits, aside from the interest, would also include an 8% share of the box office should it exceed 2 billion. With this alone, I believe the profits for Fenghua Holdings would be substantial." Lu Dongming moistened his lower lip, feeling a slight dryness in his mouth. He subtly shifted his body to compose himself. The deal proposed by Xiao Kaitian seemed relatively reasonable. However, the uncertainties surrounding Xiao made Lu ponder with caution, especially given the staggering sum of 1 billion in financing. Furthermore, he found himself rather disinterested in the film's inherent profits, focusing instead on the development of derivative products highlighted in Xiao Kaitian's documentation. He handed the materials to Tang Tian, indicating that her family should also partake in the venture. "Mr. Xiao, I must admit my interest lies in the derivative products," Lu Dongming articulated clearly. Yet he sighed with a hint of regret, "but the amount requested by Mr. Xiao, the project for Qingtang Tianxia, could not be used as collateral." Xiao Kaitian understood Lu's concerns, primarily fearing a financial venture that could result in futility. He then shared another piece of information. "Currently, a protective glove from the island nation is experiencing a surge in popularity, and there are plans to penetrate the Western market. Have you heard about it, Mr. Lu?" Lu Dongming was well aware of the glove, which had revolutionized traditional self-defense tools and now required advance reservations for purchase. Upon hearing Zhao's mention, even Tang Tian looked up, intrigued. "That glove is my invention. The intellectual property resides with me, Xiao Kaitian dropped a bombshell. If Wu Dongming had harbored many concerns prior, he now felt a significant burden lift. He recognized that securing 1 billion in funding was undoubtedly feasible with such a product. Moreover, most of the financing Xiao sought would be directed toward the research and development of new products. Should this endeavor succeed, it would alter the existing dynamics within Hantang. And Lu, an astute investor with years of experience, saw the pivotal significance of this. Regrettably, Lu's desire to exchange financing rights, or even forego capital in favor of equity in the RD products, was swiftly rebuffed by Xiao, who wished to retain sole ownership of that share. A balance between the two parties soon emerged, yet the considerable amount required approval from the Tang family. Lu turned his gaze toward Tang Tian. Tang Tian, a prominent figure in the School of Economics and Management at Haida University, lacked extensive practical experience but possessed a sharp intellect. Clutching the documents, her face paled, completely taken aback by the revelation that Guolei was working for Xiao Kaitian. This Xiao seemed to be far from ordinary. Meeting Lu Dongming's gaze, she understood. I'll make a phone call. The conversation momentarily ceased as Lu smiled and engaged Xiao in other topics. Initially perceiving Xiao as a frivolous young man, he was surprised to discover his substantial understanding of economics and unique insights into the stock market. Xiao Kaitian, feeling relieved, recognized that the funding he required to support his investment company was not overly substantial. Once the Tang family consented, Lu's tasks would become considerably easier. He rose to make a call, knowing that such a significant financing deal would necessitate a separate contract. Tang Tian turned her gaze to Xiao Kaitian. Mr. Xiao, if I may inquire, why did you approach Fenghua Holdings? I do not mean to imply our capabilities are lacking. The backing of your family, the Tang, is connected to my maternal family, the Jiang. Xiao Kaitian replied with a smile. This is certainly a factor to consider, is it not? Indeed. Tang Tian gritted her teeth. This fellow was indeed meticulous. Furthermore, I am the person in charge of this financing collaboration. Mr. Xiao, Mr. Guo, I look forward to your guidance in the future. With that, she extended her right hand. Chapter 78. The challenge match. Thus, Tang Tian gazed at Guolei with a flicker of fire in her eyes, offering a polite smile as they shook hands. To an unsuspecting onlooker, it would appear that the two shared a bond akin to that of intimate confidence. Guolei, feeling a bit awkward, managed to force a smile. She was pleased with Xiao Kaitian's arrangement, as it undoubtedly benefited her future growth. Yet she harbored a strong aversion to collaborating with Tang Tian. Unfortunately, Xiao Kaitian seemed indifferent to these sentiments. Having completed his affairs, he was eager to depart, for he had a challenge match scheduled for the afternoon. As soon as he entered the vehicle, he inquired about the location of the match. Guolei promptly retrieved her phone to confirm the details. Given that both companies involved were not of high stature, the competitors were merely martial artists from the Yellow Realm, which posed little threat of significant destruction. Therefore, the venue selected for the challenge was a public arena located near the Citizen S Sports Center. It was not uncommon for enterprises to hire martial artists to resolve disputes, and the matters concerning Hantang had always been conducted in a straightforward manner. Xiao Kaitian did not bother to ask which company had sought him out, as he had no grievances within the martial arts community. The only source of conflict lay with Xiao Zhengolf, and he suspected that the latter was behind the scenes. To be frank, the thought of competing against the martial artists from the Yellow Realm made him yawn involuntarily. In the passenger seat, Guolei appeared visibly anxious, while Xiao Kaitian seemed drowsy, which only heightened her concern. Gripping the handle of the window, she instinctively leaned forward, suggesting, Mr. Xiao, perhaps I should drive. No need, Xiao Kaitian replied, shaking his head. He relished the sensation of driving. The control was quite addictive. With a firm grip on the steering wheel, he assured her, relax, everything will be fine. Even if an accident were to occur, he realized that he would be unharmed. Noticing Guolei's pale complexion, he suddenly understood and decreased the speed of the vehicle. My apologies, I'm just used to driving fast. It's all right, it's best to adhere to speed limits in the city, given the surveillance everywhere. Guolei dutifully reminded him. The journey from Fenghua Holdings to the Citizen S Sports Center was not particularly long. Considering the uncertainty regarding the duration of the challenge match and the approaching noon hour, they decided to stop at a small eatery to address their lunch needs. The challenge match was scheduled for 2:30 p.m., leaving them with ample time. Mr. Xiao, who is the martial artist we have engaged for this afternoon? Guolei asked, slurping her noodles, her unease about the upcoming match apparent. Rest assured, he is a master, unrivaled in the Yellow Realm, Xiao Kaitian remarked, savoring the flavors of the eatery. Since arriving in this world, he had rarely indulged in roadside fare, yet at this moment, he found it particularly delightful. You need not worry about such violent affairs in the future. I will handle it. Guolei paused mid-bite, fully aware of the company's dire financial situation. Despite Xiao Kaitian's seemingly affluent appearance, his ventures, film production, real estate, and various money-draining enterprises left little room for discretionary spending on hiring martial artists. However, at this juncture, she had no choice but to place her trust in Xiao Kaitian. After their meal, Guolei took the wheel and steadily drove them to the vicinity of the public arena. The so-called public arena is, in reality, an indoor venue, with seats on the second floor surrounding it. Occasionally, when disputes arise among renowned enterprises, they invite skilled practitioners, inevitably drawing an audience, with these seats reserved for spectators. However, the martial arts community remains a rather insular group. Thus, while viewing the competition is permitted, any form of video recording, live streaming, or photography is strictly prohibited. As Xiao Kaitian completed the registration for the challenge, Shui Rong, seated inside a nearby Mercedes RV, watched the young man before him with a smile. Opposite him sat a rather handsome youth, though a faint aura of darkness swirled between his brows, lending him an air of the uncanny. Clad in a blue windbreaker, he was meditating with his eyes closed, flanked by two elegantly dressed women in kipeos, who were gently massaging him. Let us leave this matter to young Master Su, Shui Rong remarked, rubbing his bald head. He casually opened the mini-fridge in the vehicle, pouring out a bottle of red wine into two stemmed glasses. Here's to your assured victory. Just a trifle, replied the young man named Su Lai, opening his eyes with a cold smirk. Though Haidu proclaims itself an international metropolis, this is merely a commercial facade. In terms of martial arts, its depth is lacking, to my mind. Among the martial practitioners of Haidu, I alone stand supreme. Indeed, Shui Rong's face beamed with smiles. Su Lai was a lay disciple of the Yingshan Shiman sect. Considering that Xiao Kaitian was also in Haidu and that local martial practitioners were inadequate, Shui Rong had expended considerable effort to invite Su Lai from afar. A knock on the car window interrupted their conversation, and Shui Rong looked at his watch, his smile turning awkward. Young Master Su, it seems the time has come. Once Su Lai exited the vehicle, Shui Rong took a sip of his wine and lit a soft Chinese cigarette, the two women swiftly leaning into his embrace. Master Rong, do you truly want us to accompany him? Aren't you angry? Though the question was posed lightly, Shui Rong chuckled without dismissing the two. He is a martial practitioner and of use to me. Do you understand? The women nodded in agreement. A hint of disdain crossed Shui Rong's lips. After all, what martial practitioner could ultimately resist the allure of wealth, beauty, and power? As Su Lai entered the public arena, Xiao Kaitian had been waiting with his hands in his pockets for quite some time. In the audience, Guolei's face had turned completely pale. No matter how many scenarios she had contemplated, the one she had never imagined was Xiao Kaitian personally stepping into the fray. This was no jest. It was a contest of martial prowess. Although she had never witnessed such a battle firsthand, she had seen enough shows depicting feats of agility and courage. Xiao Kaitian, the behind-the-scenes boss of the company, appeared delicate and unassuming, far removed from the aura of a martial artist. This was not merely a challenge. It was tantamount to inviting death. No matter how noble the cause for the company, one's life could not be sacrificed. Sitting in the audience, she trembled uncontrollably, her phone confiscated, leaving her unable to urgently contact anyone. Now, all she could do was pray that the martial arts might hold some truth, though it felt like a cruel joke. As Su Lai made his entrance, she swallowed hard. Xiao Kaitian cast a glance at Su Lai, the individual with a combat power of 147. Reminiscent of a lively grasshopper that had not been seen in quite some time. So it is, you two are a practitioner of mystical arts. Su Lai circled around Xiao Kaitian with measured steps. No wonder I sensed no fluctuations of martial cultivation from you, a practitioner of sorcery, regardless of your sect. He extended 3 fingers. 30 seconds, merely 30 seconds, and the battle shall conclude. I am a disciple of the Yin Mountain's secular lineage. Despite this, with my cultivation and the techniques of my school, I can assert that I am invincible at the Yellow Realm. Xiao Kaitian yawned, urging him to make haste, for he was weary after a long day. Commence. At last, the signal resonated. 30 seconds, Su Lai scoffed as he gradually waved his hands. A barely perceivable current of energy began to swirl around him, the essence of the mystical arts might. Typically, a martial cultivator must possess at least Earth Realm prowess to project their energy outward. However, Those who wield mystical arts can harness external forces to manifest such abilities prematurely. This was Su Lai's greatest reliance. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals, boundless heavens and earth, the universe. Yet, before he could complete his incantation, Xiao Kaitian thrust a fist forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. Upon reaching Su Lai, he transformed his punch into a palm, delivering a tremendous slap that sent Su Lai crashing to the ground with the force of a mountain, producing a thunderous sound as the earth fractured around him in a web-like pattern emanating from his center. Then, all was concluded. Xiao Kaitian brushed off the dust from his attire, eager to assess the results of the confrontation. Chapter 79. The cunning Xiao Kaitian. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the staff responsible for the judgment were wide-eyed in astonishment. Guolei, covering her face, slowly opened her eyes, peering through her fingers to witness Xiao Kaitian rummaging through Su Lai, who lay prostrate on the ground. This marked Xiao Kaitian's inaugural confrontation with a martial artist from the Han Tang era. He paid no heed to the other's background. His spiritual source swept across, revealing a small vial on Su Lai, which emanated a faint high-dimensional energy. Xiao Kaitian retrieved it and, upon opening, discovered it contained 3 pills. "You dare?" Su Lai coughed, spitting out blood. "I am of the Yinshan Shiman sect." "I know, you've mentioned it," Xiao Kaitian interrupted, tucking the vial into his pocket. He turned to the nearby staff member, eyes wide with shock. "Is it permissible to kill him?" "You dare? To kill me?" Su Lai exclaimed, a mix of fear and urgency in his voice. "I am of the Yinshan Shiman sect." Xiao Kaitian scoffed at the rehearsed line. He nonchalantly kicked Su Lai, rendering him unconscious, a sign of his restraint, considering they had no prior entanglements. After subduing him, a twinge of regret surfaced. He had forgotten to inquire about the nature of the pills. Xiao Kaitian's spiritual source circled the pills, detecting an excess of heavy metals. However, compared to the meridian pills acquired from the island nation, these were significantly superior. This suggested that the Han Tang martial artists possessed a more refined alchemical skill, bolstered by a historical lineage that surpassed that of the islanders. In the realm of martial arts, pharmaceuticals were purportedly controlled by the industry itself. As per the initial assertions of Ajawara Ren, if one could infiltrate this domain, it would not only yield substantial profits, but also significantly enhance personal capabilities. Armed with the cultivation technique of the 9 transformations of spiritual source, Xiao Kaitian's physique would gradually strengthen. Yet, with the aid of these potions, the process would accelerate. More importantly, he had begun to comprehend the existence of 4-dimensional spatial forces in this world, ingeniously applied to herbs and indirectly infused into the bodies of martial artists for human utilization. However, the exact manner in which these 4-dimensional forces arrived in this realm remained a mystery. Xiao Kaitian was not in a hurry. Given the existence of a martial arts system intertwined with enterprises, it was inevitable that he would forge connections with individuals from the martial arts community. Having resolved the challenge, Xiao Kaitian departed with Guolei. Seated in the passenger seat, she occasionally stole glances at him, her expression a tapestry of complexity. "What is the matter?" Xiao Kaitian seemed to sense Guolei's unspoken questions. "I am not a martial artist." The opponent was simply too weak, combined with his carelessness, which allowed me to easily incapacitate him. This was a point he had reiterated time and again, yet it remained unacknowledged by others. Nevertheless, Xiao Kaitian felt no inclination to explain further, nor could he. On the other end of the phone, a flurry of static preceded a frantic report from his subordinate, Mr. Shua. Su has been knocked unconscious. Upon examination, several vertebrae are fractured. He is likely rendered incapacitated for life. Rendered incapacitated? Shui Rong's eyes bulged, resembling a dead fish. His heart bled, for Su Lai's fate was of little concern to him. What pained him was the hefty sum of 2 million he had expended in hiring him. Before the fight commenced, the bravado soared to the heavens, boasting of invincibility within the same realm. Typically, for a martial artist of this caliber, the highest appearance fee would not exceed 10 million. Yet here we are, hiring a champion of the same tier at an inflated price, only to witness their downfall at the hands of others. Damned be it. It has barely been 3 minutes since entering. Are we dealing with a quick draw? Shui Rong's expression darkened. Xiao Kaitian was exceedingly cunning, daring to solicit a martial artist of a higher rank for combat, utterly despicable and shameless. In the challenge matches between the Han and Tang enterprises, the initiator must adhere to the consistency of both corporate and martial artist ranks. However, the responding party is not bound by such strictures. They may dispatch a martial artist of a higher rank or select anyone at their discretion, as long as someone answers the challenge. At first glance, it seems advantageous for the responding party, yet the strength of the enterprises is evident. For instance, a one-star enterprise may only possess a few hundred million in capital, typically affording them only martial artists at the Yellow Realm. They could also borrow funds to hire martial artists at the Profound Realm, but even if victorious, a rupture in the financial chain would lead to bankruptcy. Thus, the challenge matches between enterprises and martial artists maintain a reasonable equilibrium. Shuirong pondered laboriously, making countless conjectures. Yet the singular notion he failed to entertain was that Xiao Kaitian could resolve this group of martial artists on his own. With a solemn countenance, he closed his phone. The downfall of Su Lai might very well be a new turning point. Su Lai, a lay disciple of the Yingshan Shimen sect, would certainly draw the sect's intervention in this matter. More critically, Su Lai belonged to the Su family, one of the 8 great families of the capital. Though merely an inconspicuous collateral branch, the Su family's sense of honor would compel their involvement. Relations with the Haidu Martial Arts Association must also be navigated. Qixi Media Consulting appears to warrant a reassessment. Standing behind the scenes, who knows if someone is aiding Xiao Kaitian? With this thought, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he retrieved his phone, composing 2 messages, one for the Chimen sect and another for those connected to the Su family. Finally, he made a call. Mr. Xiao, it's me. Yes, an unexpected turn of events has occurred. However, this surprise is undeniably advantageous for us. Such is the mark of a true subordinate, capable of transforming any adverse situation into a loyal and beneficial outcome. Chapter 80. The Haidu Martial Arts Institute that evening. Within the Haidu Martial Arts Institute, the statistician responsible for data compilation furrowed his brow. The results of the challenge match that had transpired earlier that afternoon had been reported, and as he scrutinized the figures, he found himself perplexed. A martial artist at the pinnacle of the Huang realm, particularly one proficient in mystical arts, had succumbed to a non-martial practitioner with a single strike. Could there possibly be an error? In a state of confusion, he dialed a number. Hello. Is there an error in the data submitted today? How could this individual not be a martial artist? He drummed his fingers on the desk. Could you send over the name and ID number? The statistician frowned, instinctively suspecting that his subordinates had either made a mistake or that a martial artist had used a common person's identification. An act of deception severe enough to warrant expulsion from the martial arts community. All right, we have verified it. It is indeed the same individual. Before long, a new email appeared in the statistician's inbox. He placed the phone down and clicked to open it, revealing a scanned copy of Xiao Kaitian's identification. He pondered whether to pass this troubling data up the chain of command. Clearly, this matter warranted thorough investigation. However, before he could prepare adequately, the phone rang again. Noticing it was a call from his superior, he promptly answered, Deputy Director. Immediately retrieved the information on a person named Miura Fuichi from Takao Mountain in Japan. I want to see it in 10 minutes. Came the commanding voice on the line. The request for overseas information would require time to investigate. 10 minutes was manifestly insufficient. Thus, the details of the confrontation between Xiao Kaitian and Su Lai were entirely forgotten, relegated to the depths of a drawer. At the upper echelons of the Haidu Martial Arts Institute, a middle-aged man sat with a composed expression behind his desk, a cup of Bailuo Chun tea emitting a subtle, grassy aroma resting before him. In the chair opposite sat another man, distinguished by his graying hair and a scar that ran from his brow to his mouth, lending him an intimidating air. He downed his tea. Director. This matter could be significant or trivial. The intentions behind the other's arrival in Haidu remain unclear. Should we report it? These 2 men were Qingxia, the director of the Haidu Martial Arts Institute, and Chen Tongren, the deputy director. Both were martial artists of the Earth realm, their strengths nearly equal. Chen Tongren, being a decade older than Qingxia, had supported the institute for many years, serving as a true pillar of strength. There's no need to report it just yet. Qingxia replied, shaking his head. If we escalate this minor issue, it would only reflect our incompetence. The elders at the Qinling Martial Arts Bureau already harbor doubts about us. We cannot afford to give them further ammunition. The identities of high-ranking shinobi are typically shrouded in secrecy. It is not unusual to remain uninformed. Qingxia slowly rotated his teacup. Have we received any information regarding the purpose of their visit? While the strength of Miura Fuichi is yet to be assessed, the fact that he is a high-ranking shinobi, equivalent to a martial artist of the Earth realm, means he could potentially stand alongside them, justifying the Haidu Martial Arts Institute's cautious approach. It is not entirely clear. The Huin belongs to the prestigious Takeda family of Kai. which has never been particularly aligned with the Han and Tang dynasties. Chun Tongren licked his lips, his hands clenched tightly, producing a series of clicking sounds. However, it is rumored that the young master of the Takeda family was secretly murdered, allegedly by someone from the Han and Tang. Who possesses such audacity? Qingzhi was taken aback. Who would dare to casually assassinate the young master of a renowned family from the islands? This would surely lead to a manhunt. Are there individuals within the Han and Tang with such boldness? Hence my inquiry, should we report this? Qin Tongren forced a smile, expressing his concerns if matters escalate. The two of us. What, are you afraid? Chengzhi rose to his feet, pacing the office with his hands clasped behind his back. This is unlike you. Have you grown timid with age? Should you frame it this way, it loses its significance. Qin Tongren's face turned grave, his displeasure palpable. Understood. Should we assign someone to monitor incoming individuals? No need. Chengzhi waved his hand dismissively. Given our respective capabilities, ordinary martial artists cannot approach us. However, you should investigate further into why these two individuals from the islands have come to Haidu. I have a lingering suspicion regarding their presence. One cannot deny Qingzhi's astute insight as the head of the Martial Arts Institute, yet whether the truth can be uncovered remains uncertain. He exhaled a deep breath, moving to the window and gazing out at the vibrant and bustling Haidu. No matter the time, this city remains undeniably beautiful. Meanwhile, Xiao Kaitian was oblivious to these matters. As he was exceedingly busy, he informed Chen Jingming of the progress, promising to secure 200 million in funding shortly, much to Chen Jingming's delight, who greeted him with enthusiasm. There was no alternative. After years of poverty, Chen Jingming had grown accustomed to servility, resembling a subservient director, much to Ling Xian's eye-rolling. However, to claim she was unbothered would be a falsehood. The night she learned the funds were confirmed, she was so exhilarated that she could not sleep, leaving her with dark circles under her eyes, which she struggled to conceal with makeup. After joining the Qing Tang Tianxia, she had thought her dreams of the entertainment industry were forever out of reach, yet now, hope had reemerged. This led to her frequent appearances at Shishi Media lately. One day, while she begrudgingly yet willingly took on the role of a receptionist, the door swung open, and a captivating figure caught her eye. Chapter 81. Collaboration. Before me stood a remarkably beautiful young woman, her delicate oval face framed by long, lustrous hair, cascading down to her waist, glistening in the light. She wore a honey-colored trench coat over a high-neck sweater adorned with a floral pattern reminiscent of early spring. Her tall and elegant stature radiated a presence that rivaled my own. Consequently, clad in the unremarkable attire of an ordinary office worker, I felt an undeniable weight of pressure from her aura. I straightened my back and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Xiao Kaiqian's friend," she replied with a gentle flick of her hair, her demeanor warm and inviting. "My name is Gu Luoyan, and I have come specifically to see him." Yao's friend? I could not help but widen my eyes in surprise. Among women, particularly among those of striking beauty, the urge to compare oneself is often intense. As I assessed Gu Luoyan's striking appearance and undeniable grace, qualities I felt I lacked, I silently lamented the luck of Xiao Kaitian, who seemed to be surrounded by such captivating women. Gu Luoyan smiled and nodded, her amiable nature making it difficult to refuse her presence. Hesitating for a moment, I glanced at the front desk phone and dialed the extension number. The call was promptly answered by Guolei's voice. "What can I do for you?" "There is a Miss Gu Luoyan here, claiming to be a friend of President Xiao," I conveyed. "Thank you," Gu Luoyan said with a slight nod of appreciation. "If I am not mistaken, you are the esteemed actress, Miss Ling Xian, correct?" I led Gu Luoyan into Guolei's office. Upon opening the door, we found Xiao Kaitian standing by the window in a tailored deep blue suit, directing Lin Xiang and Guolei. "We must expedite the recruitment process. I will handle the design of the production line, but for the manufacturers, Guolei, I need your utmost effort to compensate for Lin Xiang's shortcomings." The two men exchanged glances, an odd atmosphere enveloping the room as they gathered their materials and rose to leave. "We will step out to attend to matters," they said in unison before quietly closing the door behind them. "Please, take a seat." Xiao Kaitian gestured toward the sofa, settling into the seat of honor himself. Gu Luoyan placed her handbag aside, adjusted her fitted skirt, and smiled as she sat down. "I apologize for the interruption, Xiao Gu." Xiao Kaitian's gaze flickered momentarily. He was not particularly eager to meet Gu Luoyan. She evoked a peculiar sensation within him. According to her, they had been childhood friends. But he sensed that the truth was far more complex than her narrative suggested. Furthermore, he was no longer the Xiao Kaitian of old. and any excessive interaction with Gu Luoyin could lead to his true identity being revealed. With a gentle smile, Gu Luoyin observed Xiao Kaitian as he washed the teacups. Resting her chin on her hand, "Xiao Gu, you seem different from before." His hand paused briefly before he nonchalantly discarded the remnants of tea leaves from the cup. As he prepared a fresh brew of cinnamon, he replied, "You may not be aware, but I was in an accident in Japan and lost my memory. If you know me, you must also be familiar with Churin. Have you two not been in touch?" "A trivial matter, really." Xiao Kaitian shifted the topic, pouring hot water into the teacup and then discarding the water used to rinse the tea. "Now that everything is resolved, I find myself reminiscing about the past. As if in a dream, though much of it eludes my memory." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Gu Luoyin, whose expression appeared somewhat dazed. Silence enveloped the room, an instant of tranquility where time seemed to stand still. Even the wisps of steam rising from the teacup appeared to linger in suspension. The Gu family. After a prolonged pause, Xiao Kaitian's voice broke the stillness. He recalled teasing the second young lady of the Gu family in his youth. Was it indeed the very Gu family before him? "Do you happen to have a younger sister?" "I seem to remember." His fingers grazed the teacup while his gaze remained fixed on Gu Luoyin. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Gu Luoyin's mouth as she licked her upper lip. "What transpired in the past is behind us. It was merely my sister's naivety that caused you trouble. I hope you can overlook it." This remark piqued Xiao Kaitian's interest, and he crossed his legs casually. "After all, the fault lies with me, and it seems unrelated to your sister." He continued, unambiguously stating, "I currently have no intentions of collaborating with anyone. I am not one to beat around the bush. Indeed, I find myself in need of funds, yet I am not considering partnerships at this moment, including with the Gu family." "Is that so?" Gu Luoyin lowered her head, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features, yet she maintained a gentle tone. "Xiao Gu, this matter truly has no bearing on my sister. I am merely conducting business as it is." "I understand, yet my stance remains unchanged." Xiao Kaitian smiled, placing the teacup on the table with a soft clink. Chapter 82. The dominance of the female CEO. Gu Luoyin's thoughts are not particularly difficult to decipher. In the past, Xiao Kaitian endeavored with the Tiantang Tianxiao project, securing a staggering 500 billion in funding to establish its foundational scale. However, the lack of subsequent liquidity led to the project's temporary demise. The territory that Xiao Kaitian offered was substantial. Had the project advanced smoothly, the future profits would undoubtedly have been considerable. One must concede that Gu Luoyin possesses a unique acumen in the realm of business. Presently, Xiao Kaitian has not descended into absolute despair. In fact, there are even signs of a potential rebound. Gu Luoyin astutely recognized this opportunity and proposed a collaboration, which truly caught Xiao Kaitian's attention. Once the shortfall of 300 billion is infused, the entire venture will be revitalized, allowing for the repayment of the 500 billion owed to the bank. Xiao Kaitian had no valid reason to decline, showcasing Gu Luoyin's confidence in her calculations. Yet, while she foresaw this, Xiao Kaitian was equally aware that for the Gu family, the 300 billion could be mobilized. However, involving the Gu family would inevitably dilute his shares in the Tiantang Tianxiao project and potentially shift the controlling interest. A scenario Xiao Kaitian is most reluctant to witness. He needs to attract new talent, individuals truly versed in the commercial market and finance. To put it bluntly, he currently lacks both manpower and financial resources. This battle is indeed challenging. Despite this, he harbors a dislike for Gu Luoyin, though the reasons elude him. Perhaps it is an instinctive aversion rooted in past experiences. Acknowledging this, he dialed Jiang Churin's number. "I am quite busy, dear. I hope you genuinely have something pressing." Jiang Churin's voice carried a hint of coldness, a stark contrast to her once delicate demeanor from their earlier encounters. Reluctantly, Xiao Kaitian wiped his face and said, "Today, Gu Luoyin approached me." "Her?" Jiang Churin's voice dripped with sarcasm. "What does she want? Let me guess. Is it to collaborate and invest in the Tiantang Tianxiao project, expressing her admiration for you? You possess remarkable foresight." Xiao Kaitian admired his childhood companion and sister-in-law. Setting aside other matters, he recognized her exceptional ability to manage various aspects adeptly. "Reject her. If you cannot handle that situation, I will." Jiang Churin seemed to be in a meeting, her authoritative presence unmistakable. "I advise you against entangling yourself with her." "Does she have a sister?" Xiao Kaitian inquired further. As soon as he posed the question, there was a prolonged silence from Jiang Churin on the other end, before she finally replied with a hint of detachment. "Do not involve yourself with Gu Luoyin. Tomorrow, I will send Uncle Zhong to your side. He will handle all these trivial matters. Goodbye. Without hesitation, she ended the call, leaving Xiao Kaitian in a state of confusion. He had hoped to glean some insights from Jiang Churan, only to find himself more perplexed. Furthermore, he had inadvertently summoned Uncle Zhong, who would be arriving the next day. The thought of having to endure his incessant nagging daily sent a shiver down his spine. At that very moment, in the underground parking lot of the first seaside building, Gu Luoyan, with a stern expression, settled into her car, taking a deep breath. Xiao Kaitian, how dare you treat me this way, just as you did before, she thought, unable to restrain herself from clenching her fists, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Huh. Miss, where to next? The diligent driver inquired about his daily duties. Get out. Get off the car. Gu Luoyan erupted, forcefully hurling her Chanel handbag against the back of his head. The driver, in utter shock, opened the door and fled. As the acrid scent of burning tobacco filled her lungs, a wave of calm washed over her. She fumbled for her phone and dialed. You, what? Is it? My patience is limited. The voice on the other end was still weak and intermittent. Humph. I spoke with Xiao Kaitian today. He has indeed changed from who he once was. Gu Luoyan laughed coldly, tossing her long hair. Compared to your current state, he is a vast improvement. You bastard. Do you believe I will kill you? It is merely a fact. Second young master, could you possibly move a bit faster? Gu Luoyan inhaled deeply once more, exhaling slowly as the car filled with a minty tobacco aroma. This is the first time I have seen someone so envious of their own sister. The person on the other end chuckled. Get lost, you're just a pervert. Do you really think Zishi would ever like you? Gu Luoyan switched hands with her phone, finding her target for provocation, and a rush of pleasure surged through her. She will never like you. You, shut up. Get out. The heavy breaths and roaring from the other side sounded exquisite to Gu Luoyan. Goodbye. I wish you a pleasant mood. A slight curve appeared on her rosy lips as she ruthlessly ended the call. After that conversation, her spirits lifted considerably. She gently tapped her fingers on the seat-back and smiled as she dialed another number. After a series of beeps, the call was answered. Zishi. Guess who I ran into today? She crossed her legs, stroking her smooth stockings. It's brother Xiao Kaitian. He's in hiding now, yes. But there was a little accident. As she spoke, Gu Luoyan gazed at her reflection in the car window, her red lips particularly striking. Chapter 83. My ambition is to manufacture Gundams, though Xiao Kaitian evidently held great trust in him. Tang Tian had inadvertently mentioned a few times. While Guolei harbored no intentions of exclusion, the true power within the company resided in her hands, yet she held a profound respect for Lin Xiang. The term benevolent woman was an appraisal Tang Tian cast upon Guolei, to which Guolei merely shrugged in response. A segment of the Future Century project comprised a high-tech industrial park, with the factory's infrastructure having been completed. However, at that time, it was merely an empty shell. Once Xiao Kaitian secured the necessary funding, his first priority was to initiate the factory's operations. The products to be manufactured were precisely the props for the film that Chen Jingming and Ling Xian were set to shoot. Yet, when Xiao Kaitian revealed a portion of the design blueprints to the assembly, an overwhelming silence enveloped the room. Xiao Zong, Guolei, the unspoken leader among the group, was the first to shatter the quietude. Setting aside the difficulty of manufacturing these items, once developed, the entire perception of the world may very well be upended. The designs depicted mechanical limbs that were almost indistinguishable from human extremities, alongside numerous other components. Primarily intended for cinematic props, Xiao Kaitian smiled. At present, commercialization is not under consideration. Otherwise, I would similarly contemplate the creation of artificial organs. A collective gasp echoed through the meeting. The implication of Xiao Kaitian's words suggested he could indeed manufacture organs such as hearts and livers. Seemingly aware of the bewilderment around him, Xiao Kaitian nodded. Yes, theoretically. That is the case. However, as you all have noted, the acceptability of these innovations requires further discussion. Let us designate this as the topic for the next session of Chishi Media Consulting. Our focus should not be on ethical concerns. If the discussions yield a favorable reception, we shall proceed with preparations. The primary objective remained to serve the film, with future matters to be addressed subsequently. Xiao Kaitian withdrew a red Marlboro, igniting it as clouds of smoke billowed forth. Xiao Zong, this Finghua Holdings, as the financing party, is indeed qualified to participate in the meeting, Tang Tian remarked with a wry smile. Having reviewed the financing proposal prior to its presentation, she was initially astonished. Now, she was utterly astounded. I believe we might as well directly manufacture robots or mechas. Xiao Kaidian nodded thoughtfully. Let us proceed step by step. Such products, particularly mechas, possess a high sensitivity. As for robots, the programming of humanoid AI is somewhat intricate. Another collective gasp reverberated through the room, merely a bit complicated. Was Xiao Kaidian truly aspiring to defy the heavens? My ambition is to produce Gundams, Xiao Kaidian jested. For now, let us adhere to the current plans. As long as we refrain from commercialization, there should be no objections from the relevant authorities regarding their use as film props. Yet, no one perceived his words as mere jest. This man might genuinely be capable of creating Gundams. After the meeting concluded, the attendees dispersed, and Tang Tian's doubts dissipated entirely. Regardless of potential profits, it appeared highly probable that the 1 billion in financing from Fenghua Holdings would not incur any losses. What troubled Xiao Kaidian was that the company still yearned for an adept individual to assume the role of president. Presently, he found himself compelled to oversee numerous matters, leaving him to ponder when he might ascend to the next dimension. Although Guolei had garnered some experience, her responsibilities at Qishi Media Consulting were already quite substantial, and her capabilities were insufficient for the operations of a colossal conglomerate like Qingtang Tianxia. Jiang Chern would indeed be an excellent choice. However, holding 10% of the Xiao family's shares rendered her unable to join his side. It appeared that talent was indeed a rare commodity. Recalling what Ajawara Rin had once stated, that martial cultivators in this world could not directly absorb items that fell from the fourth dimension, he sought a compromise by utilizing pills or elixirs for absorption. In Xiao Kaidian's estimation, this method naturally diminished in effectiveness. Nevertheless, he understood that the key to transcending to the next dimension lay within the martial realm. Thus, he needed to elevate his combat prowess as much as possible. Regardless of the order established in martial arts, power remained one of the crucial determinants. The effects of the recovery pills were akin to the strength water he had consumed previously. The first pill augmented his combat power by 30, while the subsequent two combined to enhance it by 32, enabling him to break through to the mid-stage of the Xian realm and attain its pinnacle. His combat prowess now reached 295, and this breakthrough illuminated 3 additional stars of divine origin, bringing the total to 9, allowing him to activate some advanced special skills. Following this, he activated the 9 turns of divine origin, further strengthening the connection between his divine origin and his true self, now approximately the size of a hair. He attempted to extract the contents from within his divine origin, but the passage proved too narrow, resulting in failure. Upon completing the 9 turns, he rose to stretch his muscles, producing a series of crackling sounds akin to popping beans. With further effort to enhance his combat power, he envisioned a time when his divine origin could leave his body, flowing freely for offensive purposes. Just as he concluded these exercises, a soft sound akin to a fallen leaf breaking a twig echoed from the small garden outside the villa. Xiao Kaidian smiled slightly. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. Adjusting his suit, he approached the door and opened it. In the center of the small garden stood an individual clad in a gray monk's robe, wearing a conical hat. Upon seeing Xiao Kaidian emerge, he clasped his hands together and said, "Xiao Shizhu, it is an honor to meet you for the first time. I kindly seek your guidance." Is it truly our first encounter? Xiao Kaidian leaned against the door, smiling. Shouldn't you rather say, "I hope you have been well"? Chapter 84. Dimensional Reduction. The monk was not surprised. He merely smiled to himself, realizing that what he deemed to be a thorough understanding was, in fact, only a glimpse of the vastness that lay beyond. During the duel with Takeda Tetsu and his companions aboard the ship, Xiao Kaidian had sensed the presence of someone observing him. His spiritual source had not yet expanded to a considerable range, thus he was aware of the gaze. Yet he could not discern the monk's presence. Nevertheless, he had captured the opponent's aura, and upon the monk's appearance, recognition dawned upon him immediately. Indeed, it proved to be quite a challenge. The monk sighed and introduced himself. "I am Mifyun Fui, an Onmyoji from Yao Wang Temple on Mount Takao. I look forward to your guidance." "An Onmyoji? Are you not a martial practitioner?" Xiao Kaidian queried, his hands tucked in his pockets as he scrutinized Mifyun Fui. The fluctuations of his 4-dimensional energy were strikingly potent, indicating formidable strength. The martial way encompasses myriad paths. Your nation is no different. There exists an abundance of techniques and supernatural powers. At our level, the distinction between martial practitioners and Onmyoji is but a philosophical debate. Mifyun Fui explained with hands pressed together in sincere reverence. Xiao Kaidian chuckled inwardly, bemused by the peculiar nature of humanity, which invariably finds rational justifications for its actions. He lit a cigarette and inquired, "So, what brings you here today? To kill me?" Mifyun Fui shook his head. "Not to kill you. but to pursue my path of enlightenment. The Six Leaves organization was destroyed by you, was it not? He maintained a composed demeanor, his eyes fixed as if gazing into a tranquil abyss. The Six Leaves was an entity I had left in the mundane world. With its destruction, my heart is unsettled. So, he had come for Six Leaves. Shao Kaitian almost forgot about that small faction. Six Leaves was a mercenary organization. They provoked me first. And their demise is of no concern to me. What is the problem with that? That is not entirely accurate, Shao. The martial arts have various levels. Six Leaves is recognized as a bounty hunter organization, not merely a band of assassins, Mifyun Fui countered. It is an existence acknowledged by the world's nations. And no one can erase it. Are you out of your mind? Shao Kaitian cursed inwardly. Why should I allow them to strike at me without retaliation? He was taken aback by the audacity of Mifyun Fui. What rationale is this? You, who are not of the martial world, yet possess martial power, represent an anomaly. Do you not see that even heaven and earth have permitted your existence? Mifyun Fui spoke calmly, confident in his own convictions. To him, Shao Kaitian was a deviation from the martial path, forever incapable of grasping its significance. Thus, whether bounty hunters or martial practitioners, their existence is indeed inevitable. Shao Kaitian found himself losing the desire to continue the dialogue. You do not comprehend why we, the martial practitioners, exist, nor why our governments recognize us. And what our ultimate purpose is. Mifyun Fui, steadfast in his beliefs, finally lifted his gaze to meet Shao Kaitian's eyes. What you have done cannot ultimately be tolerated within the realm of martial arts. My heart tells me that an anomaly such as you must be eliminated. After much deliberation, the conclusion remains inevitable. A confrontation is required. Shao Kaitian sighed, his greatest annoyance being opponents who incessantly preach lofty ideals. He removed the cigarette from his lips, discarded it onto the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. Forgive my candor, your so-called moral compass is hardly worthy of discussion. Oh, pray tell, why? The possession of strength and the burden of responsibility do not bestow upon you the license for reckless abandon. With a smile, Shao Kaitian clenched his fist, producing a series of cracking sounds. You believe you are in harmony with the celestial order. Yet you fail to realize that your convictions have already transgressed the fundamental laws of the universe. What? Mitsuba Fui's expression shifted slightly. Shao Kaitian's mere words had shaken his resolve. Cautiously, he drew forth his magical staff, adopting a combative stance. A mere sophist. Shao Kaitian mirrored the gravity of the moment. Mitsuba Fui's combat prowess was an impressive 384, and he was no ordinary adversary, but rather a practitioner of yin-yang arts. A foe that could not be vanquished solely through brute force. The staff of Mitsuba Fui began to rotate in midair, emanating waves of magical energy that rippled outward like gentle ripples on water. He extended his hands, releasing 2 sheets of paper that transformed into 2 fiery phoenixes, materializing within the small garden. This is my spell as a yin-yang master, the flame phoenix of my Shikigami. Allow me to remind you, this is true fire magic, infused with my mana. Should it touch you, not even the most modern fire extinguisher could quell its flames. Shao Kaitian, while your moral principles may seem sound, the rationale you espouse is merely a figment of your imagination. The existence of the world still relies upon the inherent laws of the celestial order. You believe you can transcend them. What a delusion. Should battle commence here, this neighborhood shall face obliteration. Is this the path you choose in the name of righteousness? A hint of arrogance crept across Mitsuba Fui's face. He spoke the truth, and Shao Kaitian conceded. He had no desire to engage in conflict within this vicinity. Otherwise, the area would be reduced to ashes. He was confident in his ability to withstand Mitsuba Fui's assault and emerge victorious, yet the cost, as his opponent had articulated, would affect innocent lives, an exorbitant price to pay. Originating from the axial universe, Shao Kaitian held a worldview that recognized the necessity of all species' existence and their hope for survival. Though he did not know the residents of this place, he felt a profound responsibility to protect them, rather than prioritizing his own convictions as Mitsuba Fui suggested. He closed his eyes and took a deliberate step forward. World analysis initiated. In an instant, a black sphere rapidly expanded from his center, encompassing Mitsuba Fui within its diameter of several meters, leaving only the latter's expression of sheer terror. To Shao Kaitian, everything within the sphere transformed into data. Dimensional energy extraction. Within the black sphere, countless intricate patterns and symbols flowed, and as Shao Kaitian uttered this phrase, beams of light forcefully extracted from Mitsuba Fui and the fiery phoenixes flanking him. The extracted rays of light continuously converged upon Shao Kaitian, and as the light withdrew, the very fabric of the space-time surrounding San Chuan Fu-Yi began to warp, rendering his form increasingly simplistic and tenuous. The dimensional support collapsed. A violent crackling of radiant lightning instantaneously filled the entirety of the dark sphere. With Xiao Kaitan standing at the epicenter of the tempest, akin to a masterful conductor orchestrating the rise and fall of instruments. Ultimately, the entire dark sphere shattered into countless fragments, while San Chuan Fu-Yi, ensconced within, experienced a sudden stretching, as if branded, imprinted against the wall of the opposite villa, leaving behind a two-dimensional silhouette. Devoid of dimensional support, the image could not endure for long. The expression of terror etched upon San Chuan Fu-Yi's face gradually faded away. Xiao Kaitan retrieved a red Marlboro, ignited it with a snap, and exhaled a plume of smoke. To perish under my dimensional reduction, you are the first. You should feel honored. Chapter 85, Special Investigators. This is one of Xiao Kaitan's extraordinary skills, dimensional reduction, which consumes 6 Heart of Divine Sources, instantaneously lowering the dimensionality of San Chuan Fu-Yi to 2 dimensions. As a 3-dimensional entity, once stripped of 1 dimension, it naturally cannot sustain life, leading to San Chuan Fu-Yi's complete disappearance from this world. In truth, even without employing the skill of dimensional reduction, Xiao Kaitan possessed the capability to eliminate San Chuan Fu-Yi. However, the threat posed by San Chuan Fu-Yi extended beyond himself. He revealed his fangs not only to Xiao Kaitan but also to innocent individuals. In the villa, there was also Uncle Zhang, a relative of Xiao Kaitan, along with several neighbors, all of whom he had to consider. The gentle evening breeze of May swirled softly in the small garden, as if nothing had transpired. The execution of skills occurred in a mere instant, and Xiao Kaitan straightened his clothes, his thoughts already detached from San Chuan Fu-Yi. His own power remained relatively weak, which was tolerable. The crux of the matter was the lack of a stable force, leaving those around him unable to be safely protected. Reflecting on this, he could not help but squint. With the launch of the Future Century project, it might indeed be possible to forge his own kingdom. However, numerous taboos awaited navigation, and the technology for defense systems needed resolution. These were all challenges that could not be addressed in a short span. Yet, there was that girl he encountered some time ago, confined to a wheelchair, along with her companion, a formidable creature boasting a combat power of 517. If these two were willing to assist, they could serve as an effective temporary solution to his problems. The existence of martial cultivators presented a considerable nuisance to Xiao Kaitan. In the main hall of Takao Mountain's Yao Wang Temple in Japan, an elderly monk sat upright, his gaze solemn. Among the array of inscribed tablets he revered, one suddenly emitted a crackling sound, causing the entire wooden tablet to splinter. The old monk slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Rising, he approached the offering table, his gaze fixated on the tablet engraved with San Chuan Fu-Yi's name. San Chuan, a low sound escaped his throat, as if he could scarcely believe the reality before him. San Chuan is dead. What do you intend to do now? A voice suddenly resonated in the main hall. The central red-nosed Tengu visage flickered with a faint glow, appearing almost animated. Your body is failing. After painstakingly nurturing one, it has been destroyed. What do you expect me to do? The old monk lowered his gaze, respectfully bowing to the Tengu visage. I shall provide an explanation for this matter. It will not affect your descent. That is for the best, but I need it done swiftly. I have other matters to attend to. San Chuan's Dao heart was unstable. His death indicates he may not have been suitable for you, the old monk explained slowly. I hope this is not merely an excuse. My time is limited. Upon finishing, the glow emanating from the Tengu visage gradually dissipated. It seems I must make a journey to Han and Tang, the old monk murmured to himself. Indeed. Those responsible for the related tasks were drenched in sweat, having received the front-end news confirming the situation. Are you merely being perfunctory? Shin Tongren chose to remain skeptical. Or perhaps Mitsubane Fui has discovered your presence and deliberately opted for concealment. The deputy director and the staff exchanged dry smiles. Mitsubane Fui is a high-ranking Onmyoji. He has long sensed our presence but has not taken steps to avoid us. It was only yesterday that we monitored him entering a residential complex, after which he completely vanished. Did you not conduct a thorough investigation? Shin Tongren rose, slapping the table, as he often paced the room while deep in thought. We waited for quite some time, and upon realizing that Mitsubane Fui had not emerged, we discreetly entered the complex to investigate. We checked each household, yet found no trace of him, nor any signs of a struggle. Mitsubane Fui vanished from Haidu under our watch? A bead of sweat formed on Shin Tongren's forehead as he recognized the gravity of the situation, feeling a twinge of panic. He bent down to dial an internal phone. Summon Yan Xian and Lin Dandan to my office. Place the report here first. You must ensure complete confidentiality regarding this matter, and no information is to be leaked. After placing the phone down, he gestured for his subordinates to leave. Before long, the office door creaked open again, revealing a man and a woman. The man was quite handsome, albeit with a slightly broken profile due to his hawkish nose. The woman exuded confidence, her appearance modest, with a darker complexion, yet her eyes sparkled with vitality. Deputy Director. Upon entering, they both greeted him with respect. Chen Tongren nodded in approval. Yan Xian, Lin Dandan. You have both been members of the Haidu Martial Arts Institute for 5 or 6 years now. Yan Xian, the man, and Lin Dandan, the woman, were both elite practitioners at the mid-level of the Earth realm, possessing remarkable talent and being key individuals for development. Upon hearing Chen Tongren's words, they exchanged glances. Please, Deputy Director, enlighten us. Excellent. The two of you not only possess martial talent, but also exhibit sharp minds. Chen Tongren handed the report to them. Review it, then respond. Lin Dandan took it first, quickly scanning the contents with a look of astonishment before passing it to Yan Xian. What are your thoughts? Chen Tongren raised his teacup and took a sip. Deputy Director, Mitsubane Fui is a high-ranking onmyoji from the island nation, to put it bluntly. Even a peak-level martial artist would be able to put up a fight against him. It is inconceivable that he could simply vanish without a trace. Lin Dandan was the first to draw a conclusion. Even if he were killed, there should at least be a body or signs of a struggle, unless the assailant was someone he knew. However, according to the report, he had no acquaintances in Handong. Then, could it be Master Bai? Lin Dandan suddenly exclaimed, as if a thought had struck her. Master Bai? Which Master Bai? Chen Tongren inquired, puzzled. Master Bai Ko. Lin Dandan replied gravely. It is said that someone spotted her in Haidu, though the veracity remains uncertain. In any case, you are both well aware of the situation. Chen Tongren rapped the table. From now on, I appoint you both as the special investigators for this matter. It is imperative that you uncover the truth. Understood. The martial arts community of the island nation may seek to investigate this matter. You must understand the gravity of the situation. Do you comprehend? Yes, Deputy Director. Chapter 86. The Exceptional Negotiator. A total of 6 individuals arrived, led by a middle-aged man with sandy hair and a well-groomed beard. Upon seeing Xiao Kaitian, he joyfully opened his arms, exclaiming, Hi, Xiao. After a brief embrace, Xiao stepped back, introducing, Jameson, these are my colleagues. The two parties exchanged introductions and took their respective seats along either side of the conference table. Guole, clutching a thick stack of photocopied documents prepared for the visiting Jameson and his associates, swiftly distributed them, the only sound in the room being the rustling of paper. Xiao Kaitian, having already familiarized himself with his own designs, waited until the attendees had perused the materials before he began to articulate his vision. The overall concept, as indicated in the documents, is that I hope your esteemed company can expedite our production process upon your involvement, Xiao stated candidly, establishing his position. I trust you understand what these entail. Jameson raised an eyebrow, responding, Xiao, your proposal undoubtedly transcends the current technological capabilities of this world. I am skeptical. Are these merely props crafted for cinematic purposes? His gaze remained fixed on Xiao Kaitian. Indeed, an astute individual like him did not indulge in circumlocution. Zhao's intent was straightforward. The existing technological prowess of Hantang exhibited practical shortcomings, yet certain technologies from Country M could serve as a remedy. His collaboration with Jameson was precisely aimed at this juncture. Handing over a red Marlboro, the two exchanged knowing smiles and lit their cigarettes, lightening the atmosphere of the meeting. As Xiao exhaled a plume of smoke, he remarked, Indeed, as you said, if these elements are solely for the film, it would be an utter waste. Jameson's eyes sparkled with excitement, but just as he was about to speak, Xiao preemptively interjected, However, Jameson, this is Hantang, and the national context differs from that of Country M. The martial practitioners emerging from Hantang. You understand the implications of that. Hey, Xiao, Jameson shrugged. We are certainly aware that the resistance from martial practitioners is formidable. This has been thoroughly considered. I can concur with that. But Xiao, I also require something to persuade the shareholders of the company, Jameson said with a grin. If your product cannot be commercialized and serves only the purpose of a single film, I doubt the remaining shareholders would hold much interest. They will be interested, Xiao Kaidian declared, crossing his legs. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he released a thick cloud of smoke that lingered around him, adding, You must understand. Beyond the superficial aspects, What I truly aspire to create is artificial internal organs. Boom. It was as if a bomb had been dropped, leaving not only Jameson's team, but also Zhao's subordinates, Guolei and Tang Tian, utterly stunned. Xiao, are you jesting? Jameson finally adopted a serious demeanor. The revelations made by Xiao Kaitian possessed the potential to upend the very fabric of our existing world. The future of humanity may be on the brink of transformation. Realizing this, he swallowed hard. I need to examine the detailed proposal. No, there are ethical concerns involved, and I am uncertain of its feasibility, Xiao Kaitian calmly elucidated. It is indeed challenging. Numerous factors must be taken into account. Moreover, technological advancements cannot merely be conjured at will. All of this is encompassed within the plan. What I mean to convey is that we possess such potential. That cunning old fox, devouring without a trace, Jameson wore a smile, but inwardly cursed Xiao Kaitian countless times. Xiao, you have a point. Those familiar with Xiao Kaitian, including Guolei, averted their gazes. Jameson, nearly being led by the nose, hesitated momentarily. Very well, I trust your integrity, Xiao. Yet for this project, we aspire to secure 15% of the shares. Impossible. Xiao Kaitian promptly rejected without hesitation. At most, 3%. Xiao Yu, hear me out. Xiao Kaitian extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, straightened his posture, and cradled his chin with intertwined fingers. My intention in collaborating with your esteemed company is predicated on your technological prowess in liquid metal, which I find indispensable. However, I perceive flaws within your company's technologies. Xiao Kaitian provided no opportunity for Jameson to interject, continuing his discourse, conversely. Your company boasts such technology, yet lacks a practical application platform. Holding technology without knowing how to utilize it is undoubtedly a tremendous waste. Jameson clenched his jaw, unable to counter Xiao Kaitian's assertions. Any avant-garde technology that fails to proliferate is akin to a weighty, exquisitely bound encyclopedia, merely adorning a lavish bookshelf without ever reaching the households of the masses. Xiao Kaitian persisted with his psychological strategy. We are indeed eager for the technology of liquid metal. Yet this does not imply that we lack alternatives. Memory metal is not exclusively your domain. As he spoke, he reclined in his chair, leisurely rotating it. His entourage sat, wide-eyed and speechless. Indeed, the cooperation negotiation session concluded, and Jameson departed with his team, leaving the personnel from Chishi Media Consulting exchanging bewildered glances. Lin Xiang was indifferent, as he hardly understood, but Guolei and Tang Tian subtly expressed their concerns. After all, in terms of product outcomes, liquid metal was their optimal choice. No need for concern. Xiao Kaitian was resolute. The technology desired from the other party was indeed within his reach, though it did not imply he could not fabricate it himself. Rather, he preferred not to astonish too greatly in this dimensional realm. The magnitude of a dimensional incursion must be thoughtfully deliberated. Guolei and others were perplexed by the source of Xiao Kaitian's confidence. However, once the meeting resumed, Jameson, with unwavering resolve, readily consented to their collaborative agreement. Chapter 87. Guzishi. It must be said that although Xiao Kaitian was somewhat naive, his initial investment of 500 billion was undeniably substantial. The high-tech industrial park involved in the Future Century project was constructed flawlessly. Upon their arrival at the production base, Jameson and his associates nodded in satisfaction. While the equipment had yet to be installed, this did not hinder the preliminary work. Jameson, being an experienced hand, soon presented a comprehensive plan that included over 500 million worth of production lines and equipment. Xiao, this is merely the beginning, Jameson remarked with a hint of amusement in his eyes, hoping that Xiao Kaitian would recognize the insufficiency of funds, thereby allowing them to negotiate for a larger share. However, Xiao Kaitian merely nodded, perceiving the 500 million as inconsequential as $5. His sights were set on the upcoming technology exhibition in Haidu in July, where he intended to unveil newly designed products to attract fresh investments. With financial backing, he would be able to reinvigorate the entire Future Century project. Nevertheless, anticipated obstacles were inevitable. To gauge market reactions, the second phase of the Chishi Media Consulting Discussion Conference was set to commence. The concurrent projects soon revealed the vulnerabilities of Xiao Kaitian's team, lacking strong managerial talent. Consequently, he had to divert considerable energy, even involving Tang Tian, who was initially just a collaborator, treating her as a subordinate. After all, it pertained to the Tang family's investment. Surely, a little effort was warranted. Xiao Kaitian observed Tang Tian, whose makeup had begun to run as she perspired profusely, attempting to console her. Tang Tian was incensed and had privately complained to her father. But Tang Jian merely raised his glass in silence, toasting to her hard work. With the experience from the first discussion conference, the proceedings of the Qishi Media Consulting meeting ran much more smoothly. The coordination among staff members across various roles was no longer as chaotic as before. However, the turnout exceeded all expectations. The hall was overflowing with attendees, students, office workers, individual entrepreneurs, and more. Friends and relatives, both invited and uninvited, nearly overwhelmed the venue. This surge in attendance was attributed to the innovative nature of the discussion conference. Attendees were lured by monetary incentives and the opportunity to share their opinions, engage in banter, and if selected, receive additional bonuses and irresistible proposition. Thus, the enthusiasm of the informed participants was entirely predictable. Upon Xiao Kaitian's arrival, he was met with this bustling scene. The hall was packed with groups of people chatting, all drawn together by the conference. Their varied backgrounds and statuses quickly found common ground in conversation. In my view, the mastermind behind such an engaging format for discussion conferences is undoubtedly remarkable. Perhaps they have pioneered a new business model. Yet, I remain skeptical of its commercial value, as it seems more like wealthy individuals seeking to pass the time by finding a topic to entertain themselves. The discussion at hand was rather peculiar, centering on the ethical implications surrounding artificial organs. I find myself curious about the profitability of this company. It appears to be a venture that consumes vast amounts of capital. What are the working conditions like, I wonder? After graduation, I have considered joining this establishment as well. As for you, perhaps it is best to refrain, as this company seems to predominantly hire females. The atmosphere was quite lively, and a subtle smile graced Xiao Kaitan's lips just as he was about to proceed when a voice from behind exclaimed, "Brother Kaitan." He paused, turning around to find a young girl clad in a long, pristine white down jacket. Her face struck a chord of familiarity, yet she appeared exceedingly slender. Her long hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing faintly visible blue veins on her neck. Upon noticing Xiao Kaitan's gaze, she called out again, "Brother Kaitan, who are you?" Xiao Kaitan pondered, finding her face familiar but certain he had never encountered her before. He regarded her with a curious expression. "I'm afraid I don't remember you." The girl's countenance fell instantly, as if she had committed a grave mistake. She lowered her head, her toes fidgeting nervously. "Oh, do you really not remember me?" "Indeed." "I'm sorry," he replied, feeling perplexed. Though intrigued, he decided to ignore this enigmatic girl for the moment and prepared to turn away. Yet, she reached out, grasping the sleeve of his suit jacket. He frowned, about to speak when she appeared even more flustered, desperately striving to articulate herself clearly. "Brother Kaitan, I am Guzishi." "Guzishi." She repeated her name twice and took a deep breath. "My sister mentioned she saw you in Haidu and said you had an accident on the island that caused you to lose your memory. I secretly came over, thinking it couldn't be true, only to discover it was." Her words were somewhat incoherent, leaving Xiao Kaitan nearly bewildered. Gradually, he pieced together, "Guzishi? How are you related to Gu Luoyan?" "Brother Kaitan, you truly have lost your memory. I am Luoyan's sister, from the Gu family. You don't remember me at all." Gu Zishi exclaimed, her eyes wide, on the verge of tears. So, she is Gu Luoyan's sister, which explains the sense of familiarity. But if she belongs to the Gu family, could she be the second young lady of the Gu family whom I once wronged? If so, why is she so eager to approach me? However, given the crowd in the hall, it was clearly not the right moment to delve into such inquiries. Xiao Kaitan glanced at his watch. The discussion was about to commence. Since Gu Zishi recognized him and had evidently come specifically to find him, it would be unreasonable to leave her behind. "I have a meeting to attend shortly," he inquired. "Do you have time? If you're not in a rush, you may join me for the meeting and we can converse afterward." "Of course," Gu Zishi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she nearly bounced with joy, her nostrils flaring with exhilaration. Xiao Kaitan immediately discerned that she was a girl devoid of ulterior motives, presenting a stark contrast to Gu Luoyan. Yet, despite her enthusiasm, she remained cautious, trailing behind him with a hesitant demeanor. "There is no need for you to be nervous." Xiao Kaitian stood at the elevator entrance, momentarily halting his movement, which nearly caused Gu Zishi to collide with him. Her delicate face turned pale in an instant as she hurriedly nodded, muttering apologies. "I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous. I sincerely apologize." Sighing, Xiao Kaitian rubbed his temples, uncertain whether his decision was indeed the right one. Chapter 88. The Art of Control. Xiao Kaitian's visits to Qishi Media Consulting were infrequent, yet most employees within the company were aware of a behind-the-scenes proprietor. When they finally laid eyes upon him, their expressions mirrored that of individuals beholding a rare creature, filled with curiosity. Initially, many had harbored concerns regarding the timely disbursement of salaries. However, such discussions had since dissipated. As the busy Tang Tian encountered the two, she paused momentarily, asking, "Who is this?" Xiao Kaitian replied vaguely, "A friend of mine. Can you arrange a seat beside me?" With a hint of uncertainty, she accommodated their seating arrangement. Taking her place at Xiao Kaitian's left, "Xiao Zong, I believe I could also host a discussion of this nature," she proposed. Casting a glance at the prepared Guolei on stage, privately musing why all the spotlight should shine solely on her. "You are not suited for it." Xiao Kaitian rebutted without a moment's hesitation. "Why not?" Tang Tian nearly leapt from her seat, gripping the armrest tightly and confronting him with an erect posture. "Your persona does not align. You embody the vivacious beauty type, while Guolei possesses the refined qualities that better match this atmosphere," he explained. His gaze fixed on the stage. Tang Tian clenched her teeth, feeling a sense of injustice. After all, it was merely a meeting's host, devoid of any need for a defined persona. Sensing her discontent, Xiao Kaitian reassured her, "You have your own strengths for this discussion. I would like you to engage with some media outlets to create a prelude of public discourse online, preparing for what lies ahead." "Humph." With that, Tang Tian turned her head in silence. Xiao Kaitian's words were not without merit. Indeed, she excelled in media relations. Meanwhile, Gu Zishi merely glanced around, finding little novelty, before fixing her gaze upon Xiao Kaitian. Following a straightforward introduction, the discussion commenced in accordance with the established agenda. Among the participants were notable figures from the previous discourse, invited once more to enliven the atmosphere. A bespectacled student from the Computer Science Department of Haidu Transportation University was the first to speak. Adjusting his glasses, he stated, "To be frank, the theme of today's discussion, rather than being purely technological, feels more akin to science fiction. Artificial organs, as we have encountered in various sci-fi films or novels, present significant ethical dilemmas, and the practical realization of such technology is an arduous endeavor. However, our focus today is not on the technical aspects, but rather on the hypothetical implications of such entities' existence and the resultant transformations within human society. I believe this encapsulates the essence of our discussion today. In essence, I foresee a future wherein human society evolves into a blend of pure biological entities and biomechanical hybrids, leading to a divergence between the two societal groups, which warrants thorough consideration of the ensuing conflicts." As his words resonated, another participant, a middle-aged man in his 40s, immediately pressed the speaking button. "I am a physician, and as I grasped the microphone, my words are imbued with fervor. Ethical considerations in society cannot encompass the entirety of a physician's responsibilities. Our sole duty is to rescue all the injured, even if they are extreme terrorists. From this perspective, the realization of artificial organs significantly alleviates the issue of biological organ rejection. For instance, the mortality rate from heart disease has been one of humanity's primary causes of death over the past 15 years. Should we have suitable artificial hearts as replacements, we can envision not merely a reduction in mortality rates, but potentially an extension of human lifespan as well." In response, a female obstetrician voiced her dissent. "As a fellow physician, I contend that your viewpoint is somewhat lacking. The beauty and allure of life stem from its origin in nature and its eventual return to it. The concept you propose intervenes in the natural order through entirely artificial means, which is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Consider this: if artificial organs become a viable reality, might there not arise a disparity between those who utilize them and those who do not? Would such a disparity not influence social standing? If so, I can foresee that those with means might opt for modifications at the moment their children are born. You must understand," interjected the previous physician, "that the classification of these products pertains only to those with pathological needs, not for everyone. Should that be the case," the obstetrician persisted, "in a few decades, humanity could become a hybrid of human and machine. What assurance do you have?" The obstetrician stood firm. "Once the commercialization of these products is established, the ensuing offerings will inevitably extend to healthy individuals. What guarantee can you provide?" The atmosphere crackled with tension, prompting Guolei to once again seize the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the essence of our discussion revolves around optimizing implementation plans based on feasible concepts. Both perspectives have merits. I wonder if you are colleagues from the same institution." Laughter erupted in the room, and Guolei felt a flush of embarrassment as she hurriedly sought to mediate. It appears that the exchange of ideas between you two is igniting sparks of unconventional thought. I encourage you both to engage further on this topic privately to share your perspectives. Another wave of laughter swept through the audience, and the two debaters exchanged silent glances before settling into a contemplative silence. Thus, I assert that open communication is of utmost importance, both in work and in life. Would you not agree? Guolei leaned against the podium, smiling as she concluded. The room erupted into applause. You see, this exemplifies her ability to command the stage. Xiao Kaidian crossed his legs, tilting his head to converse with Tang Tian, who, upon hearing this, bit her lip. Chapter 89. The Instrument of Alliance. It was never Xiao Kaitian's intention to achieve a definitive conclusion from the symposium. Rather, he sought to harness collective wisdom. Even contentious opinions were welcomed, for his aim was merely to provide a directional judgment based on a comprehensive synthesis of ideas. The final consensus regarding the acceptance of artificial organs was widely acknowledged, yet the participants were more engrossed in discussions surrounding the societal transformations that commercialization would engender, and even the trajectory of humanity's future, which inevitably led to ethical considerations. Such matters delve into profound depths, and should they be thoroughly debated, could extend over days and nights without resolution. However, this was not Xiao Kaiqian's goal. As the time approached, Guolei announced the conclusion of the discussion. As with the previous session, almost no one departed. Instead, the attendees remained gathered, their faces alight with excitement as they continued their unfinished discourse. One cannot overlook that Shishi Media Consulting consistently ignites topics brimming with debate, yet paradoxically, formal discussions prohibited such exchanges, creating a tantalizing allure. Consequently, after each meeting, participants felt compelled to engage in private conversations. Following this, a dinner was scheduled, but Xiao Kaidian showed little interest in such festivities, leaving it to Guolei and her team to manage. He rose and turned his gaze towards Gu Zishi, who instinctively shrank back. Shall we find a CAF to chat? He suggested. All right, Gu Zishi replied with a smile, her hands rubbing together, the veins on her knuckles standing out prominently. Gu Zishi was not particularly striking in appearance, especially when compared to her sister, Gu Luoyin. Moreover, her frail figure suggested malnutrition, making her look far younger than her actual age, reminiscent of a girl yet to fully develop. As Xiao Kaiqian's divine essence swept over her, he noted her unusual frailty but found little else to remark upon, pondering how she had come to be in such a state. Yet, their acquaintance was tenuous. Gu Zishi only knew the former Xiao Kaidian, and the two now shared limited common ground. Unaware of his thoughts, she feigned cheerfulness, clinging to him, and reluctantly led the way downstairs. Upon reaching the entrance of the first seaside view, they were intercepted by a youth wearing sunglasses. Xiao Kaidian raised an eyebrow. This individual possessed a combat power of 314, indicative of a martial practitioner in the early stages of the Earth Realm. Jiang Yun, Gu Zishi stammered, her demeanor shifting as she nervously edged closer to Xiao Kaidian. You're here. Gu Zishi bit her lip, drawing a slight trickle of blood, her hands clutching the collar of her down jacket tightly. Xiao Kaidian furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual atmosphere between them. Do you need assistance? Gu Zishi's countenance turned pale. She recognized Jiang Yun, a martial practitioner, and according to her recollection, Xiao Kaidian had been a fool in the past. Even if he had improved, he was merely an ordinary person now, not a match for Jiang Yun. She clutched her down jacket tightly, revealing the turmoil within her, and finally exhaled. Kaidian, my family is looking for me, so I shall not accompany you for coffee. This pair was peculiar, and that was the first judgment made by Xiao Kaidian. He tucked his hands into his pockets, gazing at Gu Zishi's slender, retreating figure, his expression contemplative. After a reluctant farewell to Xiao Kaidian, Gu Zishi, accompanied by Jiang Yun, arrived at the underground parking lot of the first Seaview. Jiang Yun pressed the unlock button, and a BMW 7 Series emitted a series of beeps, its headlights flashing. In a swift motion, Jiang Yun turned and delivered a sharp slap to Gu Zishi's face. Second miss, Jiang Yun quickly advanced, gripping Gu Zishi's neck with his right hand, lifting her against the wall. Gu Zishi struggled fiercely, her legs flailing. But she was no match for the martial artist. Jiang Yun leaned in slowly. Next time you speak like that, do not blame me for being merciless. All that remained were Gu Zishi's cries of anguish, accompanied by the faint, unique fragrance of youth that emanated from her. Jiang Yun could not suppress his saliva, his Adam's apple bobbing. You must understand your position and circumstances. Do not make it difficult for me. You are merely a pawn in the alliance between the Gu family and the Bien family. a plaything for the second young master of the Bien family. Jiang Yun licked his lips, greedily inhaling Gu Zixi's scent, a fervor igniting within him. Once the second young master of the Bien family marries you and grows tired of you, I shall have my share too. Until then, take good care of yourself. Gu Zixi defiantly raised her chin, her stubborn gaze locked onto Jiang Yun. Yet under his disdainful scrutiny, she once again lowered her head. The mention of Xiao Kaitian caused her bravado to dissipate entirely. Her spirit was utterly crushed, and she curled inward, a picture of desolation. Chapter 90. Investigation. In Yu Mei's eyes, Xiao Kaitian had now become a significant client. A company that was not even profitable had surprisingly rented the largest conference room and office with a sea view, accumulating a staggering monthly rent of nearly 300,000. Truly a wealthy individual. With a professional smile, she placed a cup of coffee in front of Xiao Kaitian. I have matters to consult with you, Xiao Kaitian said. Crossing his legs, he took out a red Marlboro and lit it. You mentioned before that you have connections with certain martial arts sections. Could you assist with that? Xiao, the CEO, seemed to be quite informed. Yu Mei was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and smiled. Of course. But what level of martial artist are you considering hiring? This question momentarily stunned Xiao Kaitian. What did she mean by informed? The meeting he had with Gu Zixi had only taken place half an hour ago. With a puzzled expression, he turned his gaze toward Yu Mei. Realizing there might have been a misunderstanding, Yu Mei called for her subordinates, and soon someone brought over a package. She handed it to Xiao Kaitian. This is a new challenge letter received by Chishi Media Consulting. I thought you were already aware. Another challenge letter. Xiao Kaitian could not help but frown. It was truly a mood dampener. He had no time to deal with such trivial matters and casually tossed the package onto the table. Is it another martial artist from the Yellow Realm? No. Yu Mei shook her head and explained, you may not know, but since Chishi Media secured funding from Fenghua Holdings, the company's level has now risen to Class C. The opponent they dispatched is a martial artist from the Xian Realm. From the Xian Realm? Only then did Xiao Kaitian pick up the package again. According to the martial arts hierarchy of this world, his strength was currently at the peak of the Xian Realm, just a step away from entering the D Realm. If he hadn't been preoccupied with his training in the Divine Source 9 transformations recently, he might have already reached that level. He unfolded the paper inside. Xiao Kaitian then recalled that the last challenge match had involved a certain Su Lai, who seemed to be affiliated with the mysterious Yinshan Chiman sect. They had emphasized their intentions several times, suggesting this was a matter of revenge. Xiao, what do you think we should do about this? Yu Mei asked tentatively. It cannot be refused. It would affect the company's rating. Yu Mei felt helpless regarding Xiao Kaitian's stubbornness. With a wry smile, she advised, I suggest we hire a martial artist to handle it. At least that way, we have a chance. I will handle this myself. Xiao Kaitian shook his finger. He did not have the luxury to hire a martial artist. It was better for him to take matters into his own hands. For some reason, the image of Bai Kou flashed through his mind, a formidable fighter with a combat power of 517. If he could enlist her assistance, it would be ideal. Slightly lost in thought, he quickly adjusted his mindset. I sought you out for another matter. I wish to investigate a person who is accompanied by a martial artist with combat power, likely at the D realm. Is there a way to proceed? An investigation into a martial artist was somewhat complicated, and Yu Mei had not anticipated that Xiao Kaitian's request would be this. She pondered, in that case, Mr. Xiao, your request is rather unique. I cannot provide an answer immediately. May I have some time to look into it? In the previous challenge, Guolei was present. She was aware of her own capabilities, thus there was no necessity for concealment. Additionally, I would appreciate it if manager you could assist me in identifying any potential sources for procuring medicinal substances intended for martial cultivation. Xiao Kaitian is in urgent need of items to enhance his strength. Relying solely on plunder is not a sustainable approach, despite it being his customary method thus far. Are you referring to pills or similar items? Yu Mei inquired, to which he readily provided her response. Martial cultivators have specialized auctions or trade fairs. However, the specific timings and locations are known only to them, as outsiders rarely participate. Yet, major corporations are typically invited to foster mutual connections. I trust you understand my point. Xiao Kaitian nodded. The relationship between martial cultivators and corporations is clear. The former are essentially the financial backers of the latter, making appropriate interactions essential. What level of corporations are generally invited? At least those rated B or above, though a few C-rated companies may also be included. Primarily, depending on the value that particular enterprise holds within the martial arts community. My explanation may seem somewhat straightforward. This young woman evidently possesses self-awareness and is likely the second young lady of the Gua family from his past. He recalls from the data that during her high school graduation year, he had brazenly flirted with her and severely injured the young master of the Bien family. Is there a story intertwined within this? Moreover, Guazixi evident reluctance to depart was palpable. Xiao Kaitian was uncertain how he was perceived in her eyes. Yet he instinctively sensed that something was amiss. Between them, there might be a narrative unknown to him, particularly upon catching a glimpse of Guazixi. A warmth unexpectedly coursed through his heart, an emotion he had never experienced before. Feelings, or perhaps emotions, are the most profound aspect he has encountered in this world. They elude his understanding yet undeniably exist within the corporeal beings of this dimension. Curiously, Xiao Kaitian found himself increasingly open to such experiences, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was also the impetus for his investigation into Guazixi. As he entered the community, after parking his vehicle and activating the alarm, he noticed two individuals, a man and a woman, engaged in conversation with Uncle Zhang in front of his residence. Both were martial cultivators, and their prowess was formidable. The woman's combat power registered at 389, while the man's soared to an astonishing 422, a truly remarkable presence that caused Xiao Kaitian's pupils to constrict sharply. Chapter 91. Something seems amiss as Xiao Kaitian approached with a composed demeanor. He was met with the incessant chatter of Uncle Zhang. Let me tell you, back in those days, the manner in which the islanders spoke was rather unsavory. Uncle Zhang stammered, yet his words flowed with remarkable clarity. In my youth, I served in the military, known as the military young master, wielding a Type 38 rifle. Countless lives fell to my hands, frightening, isn't it? The man and woman before him were Yin Xian and Lin Dandan, representatives from the Haidu Martial Arts Association, dispatched to investigate the disappearance of San Chuan Fui. Wearied by Uncle Zhang's incessant monologue, Yin Xian wore a stern expression, while Lin Dandan appeared visibly uncomfortable. Sir, considering your age, you should not have been born during that era, correct? Is that so? Uncle Zhang was momentarily taken aback, his lips quivering. Not born. Perhaps I misspoke. Indeed. I participated in the self-defense counterattack back then. Thank you for the reminder. However, in essence, the enemy remains the same. The battlefield, Both Yin Xian and Lin Dandan could not help but facepalm. This elder was exceedingly loquacious. While discussing serious matters, these are the glories of a soldier. Upon noticing Xiao Kaitian, Uncle Zhang's thoughts shifted. After retiring, I encountered the old master. I had been injured and was not as capable as before. But the old master kindly took me in. Thus, decades have passed, young master. I have watched you grow up. As he spoke, Uncle Zhang sensed two currents of energy passing through him, indicative of the duo's subtle assessment. However, his power belonged to the highest dimension of divine essence, a convergence of all forces far beyond their perception. Soon enough, they exchanged glances, with Lin Dandan explaining, "We are from the Haida Martial Arts Association. Here are our credentials." Xiao Kaitian glanced at the small red booklet they presented, confirming their identities, and nodded slightly. "Might I inquire about your purpose for being here?" "That is considered internal confidential information," Lin Dandan replied with a smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Have you seen it?" Xiao Kaitian shook his head. He would never admit to having inadvertently sent San Chuan Fui to the two-dimensional realm with his dimensional reduction technique, thus rendering him non-existent. Nevertheless, articulating an explanation proved challenging. "I believe you should inquire with the property security," Xiao Kaitian suggested kindly. "The security matters in this neighborhood are handled quite efficiently." "Thank you." Lin Dandan acknowledged the unhelpful suggestion with a nod, while Yin Xian, already impatient, urged, "Let us go." "What's wrong?" Yin Xian adjusted his sunglasses. San Chuan Fui had vanished within this neighborhood, yet their thorough investigation had yielded no leads. "Nothing." Lin Dandan flicked her long hair. "I just find it a bit odd. That individual seemed excessively composed, and the records indicate he is a new tenant. Perhaps there had been prior encounters with martial arts practitioners." Yin Xian opened the car door and took the lead in sitting down. "I believe our investigative direction is misguided. With San Chuan Fui missing for such an extended period, the prognosis appears grim. The only individuals capable of silencing him so effortlessly, aside from the masters of the heavenly realm, elude my imagination." Lin Dandan, fastening her seatbelt, slightly disagreed. "You still harbor suspicions regarding Master Bai Ko. But let us be honest, your intention in seeking her out is merely to assess her prowess." I assented. Upon returning home, and after dinner, when Xiao Kaitian picked up a book, Guolei's call came through. "Mr. Xiao, the new challenge competition manager, you had someone deliver the details this morning." Guolei's voice carried a hint of fatigue. There are too many matters at the company. I am essentially the sole upper management. And I'm as busy as a whirling top. I have confirmed with Haidu Martial Arts Institute. Can we schedule it for tomorrow morning? Certainly, Xiao Kaitian replied, troubled by such trivial nuisances. The sooner they could resolve it, the better. As soon as possible. Will you still be participating this time? Guolei asked hesitantly. Having been thoroughly astonished by Xiao Kaitian, even if he claimed he could transform into Ultraman, she would likely believe him. Do you think Chishi Media Consulting has the financial means to hire martial artists? Xiao Kaitian lamented. He had no desire to engage in the arena. Yet the cost for martial artists of the Xian realm ranged from 10 million to 50 million. Considering the opponent's caliber, they would undoubtedly require a top-tier expert from the peak of the Xian realm, which Chishi Media Consulting could not afford. Though Fenghua Holdings had secured 1 billion in financing, over 200 million was allocated to Chen Jingming and Ling Xian for film production, with investments in the production line exceeding 500 million. The remaining funds were utilized for operational liquidity, rendering Xiao Kaitian rather impoverished. Upon hearing this, Guolei on the other end of the line lost her irritation entirely. Well then, Mr. Xiao, I wish you great success in your martial endeavors. Duan Fei was of modest stature, slender, with a crew cut, and his skin was darkened from years of exposure to the elements. He held his hands tightly on his thighs, oblivious to the accompanying beauties on either side. Only then did a slight smirk grace Duan Fei's lips as he placed his hand on the thigh of the beauty beside him. Chapter 92. The dual cultivation of thunder and fire. On this particular day, Xiao Kaitian was impeccably attired in a bespoke silver-gray Giorgio Armani suit valued at 16,000, complemented by a Patek Philippe watch. Beneath, he wore a light gray Giorgio Armani shirt, exuding a handsome and dashing demeanor that even the immune Guolei couldn't help but steal glances at. It must be said that Xiao Kaitian held a meticulous view towards wealth. Yet, he was undeniably a person with a penchant for cleanliness and a keen appreciation for ceremonial aesthetics. His attire had to be of international luxury brands, and even the casual toss of a watch, tie, or leather shoes would reveal a price that could astound anyone. This meticulousness extended to his employees as well. Each member of Chishi Media Consulting was outfitted with 2 tailored Hermes suits as work attire, and the company recruited only models exuding beauty and charm, which remarkably transformed the overall image of the firm merely by their presence. Unbeknownst to Xiao Kaitian, Guolei harbored her own calculations. As she settled into the Porsche Cayenne, he started the engine, and they proceeded to the same public arena as before for the upcoming challenge. As the de facto leader of Chishi Media Consulting, Guolei had gathered information on several notable individuals well in advance. She leaned in close, whispering into Xiao Kaitian's ear, "That man is Shui Rong, one of the 3 prominent families in Haidu, alongside the Du and Tang families, who share the commercial market of Haidu. It is said that the force behind them is the Xiao family from the capital." Guolei was unaware of Xiao Kaitian's true identity and failed to perceive the connection implied by their surnames. In her eyes, he was merely a boss with a penchant for extravagant spending, yet endowed with ambition and capability. A glance at Shui Rong revealed an ordinary man. It became evident that this was the reason for his confrontation, albeit his current approach was through lawful channels. More crucially, the Yinshan sect was renowned for its mastery of mystical arts, a phenomenon Xiao Kaitian had yet to witness. His previous swift victory over Su Lai had left him ignorant of the specific nature of these mystical arts. Anticipation stirred within him for the impending battle. Duan Fei, meanwhile, remained in a meditative state, having only opened his eyes briefly upon Xiao Kaitian's entrance before returning to contemplation. He had not indulged himself in quite some time, and the remnants of last night's revelry lingered pleasantly. For him, the forthcoming match felt akin to a casual performance on stage, hardly worthy of concern. Observing this scene, Xiao Kaitian allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He extinguished the cigarette but in his hand and stood, a movement that caused all present, save for Guolei, to momentarily hold their breath. Shui Rong's eyes widened in disbelief, shock coursing through him. He tugged at his subordinate beside him, exclaiming, "That person is Xiao Kaitian. I can't be mistaken. Is he not a fool? Is he not a fool?" As he exhaled a cloud of murky breath, he lowered his voice, eagerly questioning, "How did he come down here? Could he be a martial practitioner?" This notion felt absurd enough that even Shui Rong struggled to convince himself. The situation had entirely surpassed his plans and expectations. The challenge was inherently a matter of life and death, not a trivial game. "Let us commence swiftly, for I am pressed for time." Xiao Kaitian has no inclination to linger in endless skirmishes. He is a proponent of peace and reason. Soon, he shall witness the mystical arts of martial practitioners in this world, and he intends to bring the conflict to an end, for he harbors no interest in trifling adversaries. Victory is his. What a fool! Shui Rong finally exhaled in relief, while on the other side, Guolei's complexion turned ashen. Thunder strikes. He raised the talisman in his hand towards the sky, and it vanished instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, a dozen bolts of lightning, as thick as bowls, surged forth like venomous serpents, advancing menacingly towards Xiao Kaitian. Excellent. Xiao Kaitian generously praised. Unfortunately, it still falls short. He stepped forward, extending his right hand with a sweeping motion. Absorb. The vast array of lightning, as if ensnared by a tornado, spiraled towards Xiao Kaitian's right hand, merging into his being, as streams of silvery light coursed through his limbs. Chapter 93. The disconcerting atmosphere of the challenge match Duan Fei's mystical arts indeed provided Xiao Kaitian with a modicum of surprise. Although termed mystical arts, they were essentially an application of four-dimensional power. For instance, the fire control technique employed one of these four-dimensional forces, time, transcending the conventional perception of time to instantaneously decompose the moisture in the air into hydrogen and oxygen, which would then combust. By infusing four-dimensional energy, the flames achieved temperatures several times higher than ordinary fire. Similarly, the lightning technique was executed by manipulating the four-dimensional forces to generate opposing electric fields, producing lightning for offensive purposes. However, these maneuvers posed little genuine threat to Xiao Kaitian. The disparity in their strengths was negligible, and Xiao Kaitian could effortlessly isolate and absorb the four-dimensional energy, rendering the mystical arts ineffective without that support. In his understanding, only masters at the celestial realm could easily counter such arts, yet even they could not dissolve them as Xiao Kaitian did. It is crucial to note the distinction. He did not merely break the techniques, he dissolved them. After absorbing the faint four-dimensional energy and concentrating it within his body and divine essence, the cumulative impact of this energy elevated his combat prowess to 307, propelling him to a significant new realm. The light of his divine essence brightened 3 more orbs, indicating his advancement to the initial stage of the earthly realm according to the martial cultivation hierarchy of this world. The connection between him and the divine essence had become as fine as a thread, with a total of 6 orbs illuminated. This could be deemed the most substantial gain from the challenge match. The only sound that reverberated was Xiao Kaitian's self-reproach. TSK, this long-lost sensation. I apologize for not controlling my strength. I merely intended to knock you down. The staff of the Haidu Martial Arts Institute, along with Shui Rong, who had come to spectate, stood in stunned silence, struggling to swallow their disbelief. The atmosphere of this challenge match felt utterly askew. Particularly for the staff member who had hosted the second segment, tears nearly welled in their eyes at the thought of how to report such results. Yet, Xiao Kaitian remained unfazed, his gaze sweeping over Shui Rong before brushing off the dust from his attire. Does your martial arts institute offer compensation? This outfit cost over 100,000. I've wasted 2 sets of clothing in 2 challenge matches. Is there no acknowledgement from the institute? The staff member, visibly embarrassed, could only lament the folly of wearing such expensive attire for a competition. Hadn't they noticed that their opponent donned practical battle attire? But he dared not voice his thoughts and could only offer a forced smile. With the matter concluded, Xiao Kaitian harbored no intention of lingering. He beckoned to Guolei, who hurriedly approached, her face still painted with the shock of survival, yet her admiration for Xiao Kaitian had ascended to new heights. As they departed with a confident stride, Shui Rong's expression turned cold. He had not anticipated that Xiao Kaitian harbored such profound capabilities, revealing himself as a formidable martial artist. However, regardless of the outcome, he faced yet another failure, leaving him with a difficult explanation for Xiao Zhonglu. The Du family remained silent, and the wily Tang Jin of the Tang family had long since allied with Xiao Kaitian. Had he already discerned the depth of Xiao Kaitian's abilities? Upon realizing this, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within him. Xiao Kaitian proved to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Mr. Shui, what do you think we should do next? His subordinate cautiously inquired, as it was evident to all that Shui Rong was displeased. This marks the second expert from the Yinshan Chiman sect to have met with failure. Understood, the subordinate replied. Then I shall discuss the outcome with the Xiao family. With a sigh, Shui Rong contemplated that this time, a well-thought-out explanation was imperative. Repeated evasions would only exacerbate the situation. When Xiao Zhonglu received the news, it was shortly after 8 in the evening. He lay on the sofa he had transformed into his residence atop the Shao Group's building, while the sound of rushing water emanated from the bathroom, where a newly pursued connection, an emerging actress, was bathing. Upon hanging up the phone, his expression darkened to the point where it seemed as if ink might drip from his face. Despite all his calculations, he had never anticipated that Xiao Kaitian was a martial artist. This revelation shattered his worldview, and as he clutched his bathrobe, resentment towards his brother, Xiao Zhengxin, filled his heart. "I never expected you to have held back," he murmured to himself, "or perhaps there have been unforeseen developments." However, upon further reflection, the situation appeared to be more complex than initially thought. If Xiao Kaitian was indeed a martial artist, then all previous assumptions required re-evaluation. Yet, based on his understanding of Xiao Kaitian, he was undeniably a fool. The only plausible explanation was an unexpected incident in the island nation. He had come to recognize the peculiarities of this world, and Xiao Kaitian's sudden transformation began to make sense. His concern was not with this revelation, but rather with how to completely extinguish the burgeoning potential of Xiao Kaitian in its infancy. The conflict between the Bian family and Xiao Kaitian was irreconcilable. It was rumored that a member of the Su family's collateral line had also perished at Xiao Kaitian's hands, suggesting that the strengths of these two families could indeed be consolidated. However, he remained uncertain about the martial arts community's stance, indicating a need to probe the depths of that world. The bathroom door creaked open, and Xiao Zhenglu smiled as he set down his cigar, revealing a grin. "Darling." Chapter 94. The International Technology Exhibition in Haidu. Following the conclusion of the challenge at the Haidu International Technology Exhibition, Xiao Kaitian remained utterly indifferent to the potential consequences that might ensue. As an intelligence operative in the martial arts realm, he was well aware that Shui Rong would undoubtedly report to Xiao Zhenglu. However, he was unconcerned. The rift between him and Xiao Zhenglu had long been entrenched, with the only distinction lying in the timing of events. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he would neglect preparations for the impending conflict. He was not alone. He was surrounded by family, friends, colleagues, and a multitude of individuals bearing various inexplicable titles. These people looked to him for guidance, and thus, he could not disregard their safety. Xiao Kaitian aspired to cultivate a legitimate and secure sphere of influence that belonged to him. To achieve this, he realized that the foremost issue to tackle was not the martial arts world, but rather his project, Qingtang Tianxia. His collaboration with Jameson marked the inception of this endeavor, which he regarded with utmost importance. The development of Qishi Media Consulting had gradually gained momentum, with significant consulting discussions unfolding as scheduled. The company was expanding, and some personnel began to gravitate toward the Qingtang Tianxia project. Particularly in his partnership with Jameson, a considerable number of technical experts and production line workers were required, making the recruitment of middle and lower-tier labor in Haidu more challenging than that of higher-level personnel. Upon learning of this, Chen Jingming exclaimed that Xiao Kaitian was squandering resources. An investment of 5 million into post-production or promotional efforts for the film would undoubtedly elevate its quality. Yet, Chen Jingming refrained from voicing further objections, as Xiao Kaitian's primary purpose for attending the technology exhibition was, to put it plainly, to serve this science fiction film. In contrast to the petty concerns of Chen Jingming, Ling Xian remained remarkably composed. She had grown accustomed to Xiao Kaitian's extravagant ways, as time was of the essence. Xiao Kaitian devoted all available human and material resources to the collaboration with Jameson. When the first finished product emerged, astonishment filled the room. "Is this artificial intelligence?" someone inquired. It was not a fully realized AI, but rather a controllable intelligent robot. However, the realism was astonishing. Over 2 million had been invested in high-quality synthetic skin, rendering the expenditure remarkably worthwhile. Initially, I harbored reservations about this project. Now, I can only say that President Xiao is truly far-sighted. All components were detachable and could interface with human nerves. This was a mechanical prosthetic. President Xiao had made a bold move. Amidst the flurry of discussions, Xiao Kaitian remained unfazed. His focus lay not on the product itself, but on the potential impact it could engender. He handed a piece of paper to Guolei, who, upon glancing at it, turned pale. "President Xiao, this is," she stammered. "This is the topic for the upcoming discussion at Qishi Media Consulting," Xiao Kaitian responded nonchalantly, seemingly oblivious to Guolei's discomfort and confusion. "Please ensure the results are reported promptly. This time, we need to invite a broader audience." Guolei clutched the paper, appearing at a loss as to how to proceed. Tang Tian, observing her, revealed a faint smirk and leaned in to scrutinize the document. Instantly, her expression faltered. This topic was merely a discussion, and Xiao Kaitian would not alter his thoughts or plans. You might consider reaching out to Lin Xiang. Should you find yourself in a quandary, she suggested. Both of these astute ladies were filled with questions. Lin Xiang was merely a middle school graduate. What could he possibly contribute? Yet, neither dared to voice their doubts. However, this was not his ultimate objective. He awaited the favor of another force, one capable of challenging the martial arts realm. Fortunately, Xiao Kaitian was somewhat relieved recently, as the martial arts community had ceased its harassment, perhaps in the wake of the previous challenge's repercussions, which had simultaneously revealed his vulnerabilities while alleviating the pressure from his adversaries. This respite allowed him to devote himself wholeheartedly to the technology exhibition. The participation in the exhibition was under the guise of Qishi Media Consulting, a company still at the C-level tier. It was only through the efforts of Tang Tian and her family that Xiao Kaitian secured a second-tier position among the prime exhibition spots. Even with this placement, the company had invested over 5 million, leading to Chen Jingming's evident dissatisfaction upon arriving at the venue. What is this? Though the crowd is sizable, what does it matter? Ultimately, it's the product that counts. What can Xiao Kaitian possibly produce? Serving him was a young woman clad in standard restaurant attire, who smiled as she placed a cup of coffee before Chen Jingming, saying, "Please enjoy." Chen Jingming remained non-committal. He had little interest in exhibitions, as his work revolved around film. What relevance did this mediocre exhibition hold for him? However, glancing at Ling Xian, leisurely sipping her coffee, he pondered and decided to settle down, lifting the cup to take a sip. The taste is quite pleasant. Indeed, Ling Xian responded casually, her eyes sparkling as they followed the waitstaff bustling about. The coffee was acceptable, but the staff's amiable demeanor was what truly pleased Chen Jingming. He reclined against the chair's backrest. Xiao Kaitian claims this is significantly related to our film. The exhibition will precede our film's premiere. What is your take? As a renowned director, he was not obliged to heed the opinions of actress Ling Xian. However, as both found themselves in similarly precarious circumstances, there was little room for such pretenses. We shall see. Mr. Xiao is quite an intriguing character, Ling Xian mused, a smile gracing her lips, enhancing her already captivating beauty. Regrettably, there was no one here to appreciate her allure. Chen Jingming shook his head. I fail to see the connection. We are shooting a science fiction film, and this venue setup bears no relation whatsoever. Is that so? Ling Xian exclaimed, setting her coffee cup down in surprise. Director Chen, did you not notice that the one serving you earlier was a robot? Chapter 95, National New Technology Exploration Puff. Chen Jingming nearly spewed his coffee upon hearing the words. His mouth agape, revealing a full set of yellowed teeth. Are you saying these attendants are robots? Ling Xian nodded, brushing aside a long strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead. Director Chen, have you not perused any related materials? Not at all, Chen Jingming replied, observing the 7 or 8 attendants bustling about. He pointed. These are robots, artificial intelligence? Ling Xian giggled, covering her mouth. The rest are humans. Only 2 are robots, including the one who just served you coffee. If you pay close attention, you can indeed discern the difference from real people. Chen Jingming was utterly speechless. He had not noticed the robots blending in with the humans, but upon Ling Xian's remark, he began to scrutinize them. Indeed, upon closer inspection, he noticed certain peculiarities. First was the skin. Although it was high-quality synthetic skin, it was still a product, and compared to a normal person's complexion, it appeared excessively flawless. The hair too was jet black and sleek, requiring no maintenance whatsoever. Then there were the speech and movements, which were excessively precise and devoid of any of the minor imperfections characteristic of human behavior. In simpler terms, their overly meticulous and perfected demeanor made them distinguishable. Is this artificial intelligence? Chen Jingming, being a director and well-versed in film, pondered on the subject of technology, albeit with a casual glance. Is it the kind that can learn and improve itself? Ling Xian shook her head. She had diligently reviewed the materials on Xiao Kaitian, especially since the public promotion of these products was entirely for the sake of the film. President Xiao mentioned this is the first generation, primarily aimed at service applications. For instance, our film requires numerous robots, like the 2 you see here, programmed solely for service roles. Beyond that, they cannot perform. If President Xiao possesses such capabilities, why not develop true artificial intelligence right away? Chen Jingming voiced his curiosity, reasoning that technology should ideally be cutting-edge to be showcased. That remains unclear, Ling Xian shrugged. I cannot fathom President Zhao's intentions. In her perspective, Xiao Kaitian's methods of operation far surpassed her imagination. She could even foresee that this film, once completed, would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking product. Unlike other exhibition halls, although Xiao Kaitian's venue was well located, it did not draw large crowds. His promotional focus revolved entirely around the film, and the various mechanical appendages displayed were clearly props for cinematography. A mere cursory glance would not reveal the true significance of these products. The attendees of the exhibition were diverse, yet their primary focus lay on practical technological applications. To them, Xiao Kaitian's exhibition appeared more like a gimmick from a post-production film company, visually appealing yet impractical, resulting in minimal foot traffic. Xiao Kaitian, however, remained unfazed. He was fishing, and not for ordinary catches. The common folk were not his target. He leisurely sat in a corner of the exhibition hall, idly stirring his coffee with a spoon, the porcelain cup producing a melodious chime with each gentle tap. However, he was well aware, while Guo Lei and the others were oblivious. Observing the exhibition hall nearly devoid of visitors, she exchanged a glance with Tang Tian, both sensing a flicker of concern in each other's eyes. Alas, one wonders what Mr. Xiao is thinking. Xiao Kaitian remained seated in the corner, calmly sipping his coffee while perusing his phone. It was not until close to noon that a middle-aged man, intently observing the displays, finally arrived. This individual was of modest height, somewhat portly, with greasy hair and unkempt stubble, clearly a man disinterested in appearances. He wore black-rimmed glasses and leaned over the exhibits, scrutinizing each one for a good 10 minutes, muttering to himself and occasionally jotting down notes in a notebook. His actions soon caught Guo Lei's attention. "Hello, may I assist you?" she inquired with a smile as she approached him. Guo Lei felt a wave of awkwardness. She was uncertain if this was a pivotal moment, but it was evident that few showed interest in the items. I'm not a designer. Would you like me to take you over to have a chat?" Only then did the middle-aged man seem to awaken from his reverie. Adjusting his glasses, he glanced at Guo Lei and said, "You're right. You don't appear to be a designer. I appreciate your help." With a twitch at the corner of her mouth, Guo Lei led the middle-aged man to Xiao Kaitian's side. "Mr. Xiao, this is Huang Ming." The middle-aged man extended his hand for a handshake. Following the basic etiquette, he unceremoniously plopped down in front of Xiao Kaitian, placing his briefcase on the table. "Did you design these products?" My apologies," he exclaimed, tapping his forehead. "I was so focused on the products." He opened his somewhat worn briefcase and handed over a business card. "Here is my card." Upon receiving it, Xiao Kaitian noted that it bore only Huang Ming's name and phone number, with nothing else. "I am the director of the new Science Exploration Department of the Hantang National Technology." Huang Ming excitedly rubbed his hands together. "We simply refer to it as the New Exploration Department. Of course, few are familiar with this organization, but I assure you, I am not involved in any pyramid schemes. The purpose of the New Exploration Department is to unearth new technological advancements. Our definition of new technology does not hinge on legality, ethical considerations, or practicality. We merely acknowledge its existence as new technology. I have examined your company's products, and they align perfectly with the scope of the New Exploration Department. Therefore, I would like to inquire if you are the inventor and if you have considered collaborating with us." Having rambled on, Huang Ming finally made his proposal. Xiao Kaitian maintained a serene smile throughout, only lowering his gaze to the coffee before him when the collaboration request was made. "What kind of collaboration do you envision?" "Anything is possible, whether it be a buyout or equity investment. I am open to discussions. However, before that, I would like to understand your final product concept. Regardless of whether it pertains to market or industrial military applications, I need to ascertain the extent of what your products can achieve." Huang Ming clearly articulated his demands. Chapter 96. Reaching a preliminary agreement. "No, I cannot accept," Xiao Kaitian resolutely declined, crossing his legs. "Why should I trust you based solely on your words?" Huang Ming's expression betrayed a hint of crack, but upon reflection, he realized that few in his department were privy to such information. Composing himself, he replied, "I apologize for my abruptness. Allow me to clarify. Our New Exploration Department operates under the auspices of the National Military Department, serving as a crucial division within its research group. Our primary focus lies in the in-depth exploration of unconventional technologies, such as yours. While your promotional material suggests a service to the film industry, I perceive it as far more intricate than that. Hence, I deduce that what you are doing is simply awaiting the right opportunity to market your product, and I consider myself a discerning businessman. Does this explanation sit well with you?" A subtle smile graced Xiao Kaitian's lips, as Huang Ming's elucidation certainly sounded more credible. He gently tapped his fingers on the table, encouraging him to continue. Based on my conjectures, Huang Ming began, setting aside other factors, those internal organs and mechanical limbs. He licked his parched lips. Could potentially pave a new path for the future of artificial organs from a medical standpoint. For instance, the artificial heart, equipped with a hydrogen pouch for power, adeptly resolves the issue of energy supply. As he spoke, Huang Ming found himself increasingly engrossed. Scientific inquiry had always been his passion. Traditional systems rely on batteries, necessitating external wiring, which significantly heightens the risks involved later on. The internal hydrogen pouch circumvents this issue. Based on my preliminary calculations, a single hydrogen pouch could sustain the heart for 150 years. Am I mistaken? Indeed, Xiao Kaitian finally smiled. To be precise, it is 167 years. Sufficient to reach the current upper limit of human life expectancy. He handed over a stack of documents, implicitly acknowledging Huang Ming's identity. This is the conceptual introduction of my company's products. Please review it before we proceed. Huang Ming, puzzled, accepted the documents and adjusted his glasses, eagerly flipping through the pages. As he perused the material, his expressions transitioned from initial surprise to profound astonishment, ultimately settling into a demeanor of solemnity. After approximately an hour had passed, as Xiao Kaitian sipped his coffee, Huang Ming concluded his review. He gently closed the documents and inquired, "May I take this material with me?" "Certainly." Xiao Kaitian did not refuse. The documents were intended for a discerning talent, and while he was uncertain if Huang Ming fit that description, his resources and background appeared promising. "What are your conditions for collaboration? May I gain a general understanding?" Huang Ming cautiously placed the materials into his briefcase and cleared his throat. "Firstly, I require the right to maintain production and manufacturing authority. This is inherently my product, and I wish to oversee its production. Certain peripheral technologies may be shared, but the core technologies cannot be." Xiao Kaitian articulated his conditions leisurely, causing Huang Ming's facial muscles to twitch with agitation. "Indeed, I find myself in need of substantial funds, at least 30 billion, with 50 billion being even more desirable. As for the other matters, I am uncertain of your expectations. Yet I assure you, it is undoubtedly worth such an investment, particularly in military applications." With that, Xiao Kaitian produced a red Marlboro, offering one to Huang Ming while taking one for himself. Huang Ming brought his lighter to spark a flame for Xiao Kaitian before lighting his own. They inhaled almost synchronously, releasing clouds of smoke. "Brother, you are placing me in a rather difficult position," Huang Ming remarked. "The first request is manageable, but as for the second, to openly demand such a substantial sum of money, I fear it may prove exceedingly challenging." "It is not difficult," Xiao Kaitian responded confidently. "In terms of the scope, this amount is hardly a significant issue." Coughing from the smoke, Huang Ming drew the attention of those nearby, while Guolei wore an expression of exasperation. Smoking was prohibited within the exhibition hall, and the two prominent figures were engaged in a conversation of considerable importance. "There must be something persuasive," Huang Ming managed to say, regaining his composure as he discarded his cigarette but into a disposable cup half filled with water. "You must understand, we are not discussing a trifling sum. Those antiquated minds require tangible evidence to be convinced." This was one of the reasons for his expectations of Xiao Kaitian. "Very well," Xiao Kaitian replied. Discarding his own cigarette but into the cup, he straightened his posture and leaned slightly forward, drawing Huang Ming closer. In a hushed tone, Xiao Kaitian whispered two words into Huang Ming's ear. "High-end. However, the matter at hand is quite extensive, and I shall require some time. If all goes smoothly, we will have dedicated personnel to engage with you." He made this commitment, and Xiao Kaitian nodded in satisfaction. In this exchange, he had achieved his objective, and he was patient enough to await the necessary time. "That individual resembles a pyramid scheme promoter," Tang Tian muttered, at which moment Guolei surprisingly shared her sentiment. "Let us maintain contact." Xiao Kaitian and Huang Ming shook hands, both of them unsure if their words were merely formalities, yet smiles graced their faces. Chapter 97. Welcome to my Tian Tang world. The two individuals left a profound impression on Xiao Kaitian. The woman clad in a black trench coat possessed an impressive combat power of 517, exuding an overwhelming force across the four dimensions. The girl in the wheelchair was even more astonishing, had he not encountered her in this dimensional realm. Xiao Kaitian would have undoubtedly believed her to be a being from the central axis of the universe. These two were none other than Zhao Qishi and Bai Kou, who had come to the exhibition with the primary intention of seeking out Xiao Kaitian. This was Zhao Qishi's suggestion, born from a moment of boredom. leaving Bai Ko at a loss for words. Although they were engaged, they pretended not to know each other and were enjoying themselves. "Hello." Xiao Kaitian raised his right hand in greeting. Zhao Qixi remained silent, her head bowed, while Bai Ko surveyed the exhibition hall. What a dreadful exhibition hall. There's barely any foot traffic. The location is decent, but does this company truly have such an abundance of idle funds? In my view, it hardly makes a difference whether we look or not, considering the staff outnumber the audience. I am Bai Ko, and this is Xiao Qixi. Bai Ko pushed the wheelchair, her pace unwavering. I attended your discussion last time and found it quite insightful. I intended to see the exhibition and your showcased products, but to my disappointment, they are all rather lackluster and devoid of interest. Xiao Kaitian licked his lips, but refrained from speaking. Zhao Qixi, however, was quite earnest, directing Bai Ko to pause before each product, scrutinizing them in detail, yet saying nothing as she moved on to the next. Following the peculiar pair, Xiao Kaitian sensed that they might hold secrets leading to the next dimension. Nearly 2 hours slipped by, and as afternoon approached, the three showed no inclination to eat, meandering slowly, causing the surrounding employees to exchange astonished glances. Finally, after Zhao Qixi had examined the last product, Bai Ko prepared to push her away. Xiao Kaitian interjected. "If you don't mind, shall we have a conversation?" He led the two to the VIP reception room of the exhibition. Upon entering, the door clicked shut with a soft sound, followed by the beeping of the electronic lock. "Please, have a seat." Xiao Kaitian gestured toward the grand wooden round table. He poured 2 glasses of lemonade, placing them before the two, yet Bai Ko remained standing, and Zhao Qixi sat motionless in her wheelchair. To cut a long story short, Xiao Kaitian, unfazed, swiftly extended his finger to tap Zhao Qixi's forehead. Bai Ko's expression shifted slightly as a surge of divine energy entered Zhao Qixi's body. Once this power was infused, Zhao Qixi, who had been utterly exhausted, felt a sudden influx of strength, involuntarily letting out a soft sound of surprise. "You are a martial cultivator?" Bai Ko exclaimed in astonishment. She was already well versed in Xiao Kaitian's background, but she had never anticipated that he was a martial cultivator. Judging by his demeanor, it appeared he was capable of releasing potent energy, indicating a realm of at least Earth level. When had the Xiao family produced someone with such prowess? What exactly have you done? Regardless of Xiao Kaitian's identity, his actions against Zhao Qixi were intolerable to Bai Ko. The atmosphere in the room grew tense in an instant, as Bai Ko prepared to strike. Her internal energy surged rapidly, and within the tranquility of the room, a current of air began to swirl and disperse. A master-level attack would likely be beyond Xiao Kaitian's capacity to withstand. "Bai Ko." Zhao Qixi slowly lifted her head and shook it. "Explain." This latter statement was directed at Xiao Kaitian. "I believe I can trust you." Xiao Kaitian carefully chose his words. He was not well acquainted with the two before him, yet he felt an inexplicable affinity towards them, attributing this sentiment to Zhao Qixi's origins. This feeling was akin to encountering an old friend in a foreign land. If Zhao Qixi truly hailed from the Central Axis universe, he felt compelled to intervene and offer aid. Her condition, Xiao Kaitian pointed at Zhao Qixi. If this continues, she will likely not survive more than 2 or 3 years. You are aware that the medical practices of this world cannot save her. He emphasized his statement. It is necessary, for I possess a method to treat her. This was the second time Xiao Kaitian broached the subject of Zhao Qixi's ailment. A flicker of hope crossed Bai Ko's eyes, yet she remained silent, leaving the decision to Zhao Qixi. Your weakness is not due to organ failure. Rather, it is the elements of this world that hinder your organs' function, resulting in this predicament. Xiao Kaitian articulated carefully. To resolve your issue, the only solution is to ascend to a higher dimensional world. This was Xiao Kaitian's most significant secret, yet he divulged it. He had anticipated shock and disbelief from the two, but was taken aback by their calm demeanor, as though they were already aware of the answer. You don't seem surprised, Xiao Kaitian couldn't help but inquire. Why should we be surprised? Bai Ko scoffed. You transformed from a fool to what you are now. Why would we be astonished by your claims? Moreover, as a martial artist and a master, she was familiar with the notion of higher dimensional realms, so her boredom was palpable. However, it was Xiao Kaitian who was truly astonished. The two accepted such revelations with remarkable composure. My master had proposed a similar notion regarding Xiao Qixi's illness in the past, but it was deemed nearly impossible. Bai Ko fixed her gaze on Xiao Kaitian. In the realm of martial arts, we cultivate body, mind, energy, and truth, all with the ultimate goal of achieving enlightenment one day. This was part of her reason for acknowledging Xiao Kaitian. as few could articulate such profound thoughts. But Xiao Qishi is not a martial artist. What do you intend to do? With the conversation laid bare, Xiao Kaitian felt a sense of relief and stood up with a smile. I certainly have a plan. However, Master Bai, I require your assistance regarding certain matters of martial arts. The condition was solely for the sake of Xiao Qishi. Baiko was not naive. She would not offer her help unconditionally. No problem, Xiao Kaitian beamed with a radiant smile. Welcome to join my esteemed empire, Qing Tang Tianxia. Chapter 98. Investigate Xiao Kaitian thoroughly. Baiko paid no heed to him. Her hands rested on the back of the wheelchair. Her every action was dictated by Xiao Qishi's wishes. The moment Xiao Qishi uttered a denial, she would immediately push the chair away. Even though she was acutely aware that Xiao Kaitian might possess the means to treat Xiao Qishi, the three individuals remained in a state of stalemate. The clock on the wall ticking steadily. As the minute hand reached the hour, it emitted a soft click, prompting Xiao Qishi to respond softly, all right. For the time being, they would publicly declare it thus. Xiao Kaitian produced a card to unlock the door, pushing it open. Feel free to peruse the company rules, he offered. In Xiao Kaitian's estimation, although one of them was a master, their expertise in business management was undoubtedly lacking. As for Xiao Qishi, she was merely a frail figure. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qishi broke the silence, asking, business management. Xiao Kaitian was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the implication of her words. An agreement had been reached, and regardless, the company's personnel had increased, especially with Baiko, a master in her own right. The future challenges would no longer fall solely on his shoulders. Moreover, judging by Baiko's earlier remarks, the matters of higher dimensions did not seem to be a secret within the martial arts community. This significantly enhanced his prospects of ascending to the next dimension. The only complication being the necessity to bring these two along. As for Baiko, he would take the time to study her techniques and devise a set of practices from the central axis of the cosmic world for her to master. However, Xiao Qishi was not a martial artist, and to bring her along would likely require a more creative approach. Nonetheless, this time at the High Technology Expo, Xiao Kaitian deemed he had achieved his objectives. The disappearance of San Chuan Fu had been under investigation for nearly a month with no progress whatsoever. Yin Xian stared intently at the computer screen, where San Chuan Fu was seen entering customs with a passport. He pulled out a cigarette. Having succumbed to smoking again after years of abstinence due to this case, do you think we've overlooked something? He pondered deeply, inhaling the smoke and relishing the sensation as it filled his lungs, offering a momentary reprieve and a sense of lightness. I'm not sure. This matter is exceedingly peculiar. Lin Dandan tapped away at the computer, documenting a report that had grown to over 100 pages, filled with trivialities. The deputy director mentioned that the island nation seems to be initiating accountability. If we cannot provide answers, it may lead to diplomatic disputes in the martial arts realm. It was only reasonable that inquiries would arise from the martial arts community of the island nation regarding the inexplicable disappearance of San Chuan Fui, a high-ranking Yinyang master. The last location he was seen was a residential complex, where surveillance footage captured him, yet the security staff had not observed his entry. I suspect he might have infiltrated. Yin Xian continued to smoke, his thoughts racing. He dug his own grave by concealing his whereabouts, only to be eliminated in the process. Now, to make matters worse, his body has vanished. Perhaps some sort of corpse disintegrating powder was employed. Yet, it is strange that we found nothing during our initial investigation of that complex. Lin Dandan paused her rhythmic tapping on the keyboard, shaking her hands to relieve the tension in her muscles. What a drag, Yin Xian thought, feeling disgruntled. After toiling for over 20 days, Xiao Zhang. Do you have any insights? What insights could I possibly have? I'm merely a statistician, Xiao Zhang replied with a smile. Are we still focused on that missing persons case? Someone vanished from the Fuan community without a trace. Yin Xian sighed, extending his feet onto the desk, clasping his hands behind his head, and gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. Fuan community, Xiao Zhang pondered momentarily, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he rifled through the documents at hand. Strange. Very strange. What is strange? Lin Dandan inquired, her curiosity piqued by his actions as she leaned closer. Indeed, there is an issue, Xiao Zhang continued, flipping through a dozen pages before pausing on one. It's him. This individual also resides in Fuan community. He's a martial artist. Well, not exactly a martial artist, but it's the first time I've encountered such a case. Lin Dandan leaned in for a closer look, an icy chill washing over her. Yin Xian, look at this person. Yin Xian nearly dropped the document in shock. He grimaced and took a closer look. The name boldly inscribed on the page reads Xiao Kaitian. Why does this individual's information appear in the martial arts department? Yin Xian questioned, his brow furrowing. Brother Yin, Sister Lin. Xiao Zhang explained. This person participated in a corporate challenge, and the front-end staff submitted his information. I had noted it previously but forgot about it in the meantime. He is not a martial artist, yet he defeated a peak martial artist at the Xian realm. Impossible! Both Yin Xian and Lin Dandan exclaimed in unison. Indeed, Yin Xian said, his grip on the document trembling slightly. A non-martial artist defeating a martial artist? When did such a significant flaw emerge in the martial arts world? The crucial detail is that he resides in Fuan community, which is conveniently near the last known location of Sanchuan Fu Yi. Yin Xian continued. When all coincidences converge, they cease to be mere coincidences. This individual, Xiao Kaitian, may indeed be entangled in something nefarious. Brother Yin, Sister Lin. Xiao Zhang inquired, perplexed. How should we proceed? I will take the documents. Do not report this yet. Let us conduct a thorough investigation to determine if there is a system error. Yin Xian decisively instructed. I also need a copy of his personal information. Author's note. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the editor and all the readers who support this book. I won't mention names, but I cherish every one of you in my heart. This book is officially released today. Thank you, editor, for your guidance. I will strive to update diligently, as I am genuinely thrilled that this book has been contracted. This is, after all, my first published work. I have another book under contract, but it was my initial attempt at writing. The length was insufficient, leading me to ultimately abandon it. Hence, this is truly my first book, and I am a newcomer in this field. The initial concept for this book was to craft a light novel related to cosmic galaxies, but I eventually felt it lacked appeal. After much contemplation and inspired by Mr. Kadai Michio's Superspace, this book finally took shape. By the way, I have yet to delve into the three-body problem, as I am not particularly well-versed in hard science fiction. The world crafted within the pages of this book is utterly captivating, which inspired its structure. Utilizing commonplace elements to convey unique meanings serves as the foundation of my endeavor. Thus, upon closer examination, one might discern that the elements are quite familiar, interpreted in a more accessible manner to comprehend higher dimensions or the cosmos. This was my initial vision for the narrative, which, as you may know, will later incorporate elements of xianxia and cultivation. My aim is to present distinctive aspects, and I am dedicated to this pursuit. I am profoundly grateful for the unwavering support from my friends and readers. The comments in my author community are from genuine individuals, not mere bots. Their encouragement fuels my passion, and I sincerely thank them. In conclusion, I humbly request an initial subscription, which would bring me immense satisfaction. I am aware of my own capabilities, and I appreciate everyone's support. Chapter 99. The film's production press conference Xiao Kaitian has finally aroused the suspicions of those at Haidu Martial Arts Society. Almost simultaneously, another clandestine meeting unfolds in a high-end private club in Shangjing. Bian Xiao, Su Xiao, and Xiao Zhengle cheerfully raise their custom Swarovski crystal glasses, which sparkle with a kaleidoscope of colors under the light. Their smiles appear somewhat ethereal. It is a rare honor to have both of you here. Let us toast to that. At the grand rosewood round table opposite, two young gentlemen sit. One, dressed in a custom royal blue suit with prominent cheekbones and adorned with a jade ring, gently caresses his crystal glass. He is Bian Qing, the eldest son of the Bian family, one of the 8 prominent families in Shangjing. The other, clad in a black jacket with a high collar and an expression of cold indifference, is Su Jingyao, the eldest son of the Su family. Both represent the elite of their respective families, and their demeanor largely reflects their family's stance. Uncle Xiao, Bianchen begins, not in a hurry to drink. As he twirls the jade ring on his finger, let us speak plainly. Given our current status, there is no need to waste time on pleasantries. What do you think? Straightforwardness is refreshing, Xiao Zhengle replies, satisfied as he sets down his crystal glass filled with XO. I shall be direct. The reason I sought both of you is for my nephew, Xiao Kaitian. Let us be candid. These matters cannot be laid bare. The essence of collaboration lies in holding core elements firmly in hand, Xiao Zhengle ponders. I suspect the Ojihara family from the island nation is backing him. But how does one explain his martial prowess? Su Jingyao is not easily swayed. If he possesses martial skills, the Haidu Martial Arts Society would undoubtedly react. Yet, to my knowledge, he has never shown such potential. Are you not aware of this? Xiao Zhengle counters. Regardless, he has offended me, as well as the Bian and Su families. He may harbor secrets, particularly if he has indeed become a martial practitioner. Xiao Zhenglove understands that one must take risks to achieve significant rewards, and he reveals his trump card. Both Biancheng and Su Jingyao have their roots in martial arts. Upon hearing this, their expressions shift dramatically. Biancheng, maintaining his composure, inquires, "Are you suggesting he possesses an opportunity?" However, according to intelligence, no wanderers have visited here for quite some time. The Haidu Martial Arts Society will surely verify the facts. We must wait and see. Should Xiao Kaitian truly be a martial practitioner, then opportunity is something both our families desire. Biancheng glances at Su Jingyao. Let us seize it first. Agreed. Su Jingyao raises his crystal glass in agreement. Not an issue. I hold no interest in martial arts. What I desire is merely Xiao Kaitian's life, Xiao Zhenglove asserts, establishing his own stance. Shall we drink to that? Clink. The three crystal glasses gently collide, marking the formal alliance of their families against Xiao Kaitian. While Xiao Kaitian attends the Haidu Technology Exhibition, another press conference unfolds in Haidu, led by Chun Jingming for the film's promotion. The film production is fraught with numerous uncertainties. At times, there is no assurance that the project will proceed smoothly as planned, unless it concerns a truly grand production. Ling Xian harbored no objections. The film's press conference served as a means to enhance her visibility, and she had no justification for refusal. Regrettably, both individuals are not particularly mainstream figures in the current entertainment landscape, resulting in an audience composed mainly of small to medium-sized media outlets, some of which are self-media and freelance writers, a rather eclectic mix. Although the number of journalists appeared substantial, collectively, their reach paled in comparison to a single trending topic from mainstream media. Chun Jingming, the director, was acutely aware of the implications of such promotional exposure. While Ling Xian possessed a modicum of understanding, yet chose to remain silent as she observed the bustling Chun Jingming. Consequently, when the host announced the commencement of the press conference, many attendees were still engrossed in their phones, some even engaged in casual conversations, merely lifting their cameras without further attention. The rising star Zhao Xiyun had reportedly taken on this popular IP. Was Sun Hao truly on the verge of divorce? Did the paparazzi have any confirmed information? Alas, the weather was as fickle as ever. You have such connections. Let us exchange WeChat and stay in touch. In sum, no one was paying heed to Chun Jingming's words. Oblivious to this, he began, "Distinguished guests. On behalf of the director of Beyond the Firmament, I extend a warm welcome to all present at our production press conference. This film embodies the dedication of screenwriter Shen Chung over 5 years, undergoing no less than a dozen revisions before reaching its final draft. The pre-production negotiations were arduous, but we can now confirm that the commencement ceremony will take place shortly. Aside from myself, the male lead will be portrayed by the acclaimed actor Li Lihua, with the female lead played by the esteemed Ling Xian." He gestured towards Ling Xian, who smiled and nodded, alongside our collaborative team. The initial budget was set at 200 million, encompassing post-production and promotional efforts, with an anticipated total of 500 million. Furthermore, excluding the filming budget, the investment in props alone exceeded $100 million. Some may wonder what kind of props necessitate such an investment. Chun Jingming tantalizingly withheld details, yet sadly, no one was listening. Next, I would like to introduce that this film is a science fiction piece, employing props that are all groundbreaking conceptual products. Please direct your attention to the screen for the design concepts, explained by Mr. Jameson from M Country's Hollywood OH. Jameson took the microphone, articulating in American English with rapid-fire enthusiasm, while the simultaneous translation lulled the audience further into somnolence. When would this press conference conclude? Someone stealthily crouched down, lighting a cigarette. How dreadfully boring. Chapter 100. Controversy. Wang Dong is the proprietor of a self-operated small media traffic platform. He is in the early stages of entrepreneurship, with his website's daily traffic being rather modest. The primary content of his company's business revolves around generating traffic through various means. His team lacks even a single legitimate journalist. And today, he personally attended the press conference, armed with a press badge he had obtained many years ago. Unlike other journalists who remain indifferent, Wang Dong is somewhat of a sci-fi enthusiast. As Jameson elaborates on the props, his interest is piqued, and a flurry of ideas ignites in his mind. He keenly perceives that this film is extraordinary. The props introduced by Jameson are astonishingly realistic. A mere moment of imagination reveals their potential for actual use in real life. The question arises, has someone truly gone to the lengths of creating such lifelike props for the sake of a movie? Or are these merely gimmicks for publicity? He is familiar with Chun Jingming and has some knowledge of Ling Xian, a spirited actress who, unfortunately, fell afoul of the entertainment mogul Su family shortly after her debut, leading to a significant decline in her visibility over the past 2 years. Intrigued by the potential chemistry between these two, Wang Dong's curiosity is ignited. He notices the indifference of his peers around him, and an inexplicable sense of dissonance washes over him. These individuals might very well miss out on something significant. The film Above the Sky harbors considerable implications, a conclusion Wang Dong has drawn from years of experience. Director Chen, I am Wang Dong, a journalist from Today's Focus. At this juncture, claiming to be a mere proprietor seems impractical. He adjusts his stance to that of an interviewer and greets Chen Jingming and the others with a smile. I wonder if you have time for an exclusive interview? An exclusive interview? At this point, Chen Jingming recognizes the pressing issues surrounding today's press conference and is surprised that someone still expresses interest. Assessing Wang Dong's ordinary attire, he deduces that Today's Focus is likely a small traffic platform he has not heard of. The film hasn't officially commenced production. Perhaps it's best to forego the interview for now. Conducting an interview at this stage wouldn't yield significant insights. It may be wiser to maintain an air of mystery. Chen Jingming is momentarily taken aback. While he acknowledges that any publicity is beneficial as a director, he is not particularly versed in online promotional strategies. He glances at Ling Xian for guidance. Based on the outcomes of today's press conference, it seems the anticipated excitement is lacking. The Hantang team does not appear very interested in domestic sci-fi productions. That's all right. Controversy can be advantageous. Wang Dong feels reassured upon hearing this. In the realm of online discourse, controversy is not to be feared. It only stirs more fervor. What one should dread is mediocrity, being lukewarm and overlooked. If possible, I would like to discuss this in detail, ideally establishing a framework for collaboration. While Today's Focus may not boast extensive traffic, I do possess some connections within the industry that could aid in promotion. This proposal hints at a more profound collaboration. Wang Dong desires exclusive promotion throughout the entirety of Above the Sky, or something akin to it. Ling Xian, unable to make a decision, bites her lip as she looks towards Chen Jingming. In light of this, a more in-depth communication is warranted. Chen Jingming considered it feasible. Yet it ultimately requires the approval of Xiao Kaitian. If convenient, let us arrange a time to discuss in detail, as the investors may also need to be involved. Wang Dong was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. As evidenced by the event's atmosphere, that evening, numerous websites, big and small, blandly covered the production launch conference. Chen Jingming's influence has noticeably waned, while Ling Xian managed to attract some loyal fans, yet without the endorsement of mainstream media, the topic failed to generate significant buzz. Unexpectedly, however, it did spark discussion, albeit not of the nature Chen Jingming had anticipated. Various small and medium media outlets, along with self-media, quickly disseminated information, and shortly thereafter, renowned director Li Qiuping from Hantang updated his Weibo with new developments. Over the years, Hantang's cinematic landscape has predominantly featured films directed by Li Qiuping, who could justifiably be credited with supporting half of the box office for Hantang films. His clout far surpasses that of Chen Jingming. It is reported that the initial investment was 200 million, with an additional 300 million in follow-up funds, categorizing the total 500 million investment as a significant production. The production company stated that a considerable portion of the funding was allocated to the development of props, which perplexed me. While I understand the pursuit of realism in props, practical application should not necessarily be a consideration. Critiques aimed at Above the Firmament were made without naming it directly, culminating in a summary. Every film is the culmination of the dedication of directors, actors, and many others. The financial investment should serve to perfectly convey the world and narrative intended, rather than merely be a gimmick of large investments. I urge all individuals in the film industry to remain clear-headed and meticulous, for such diligence is essential for the advancement of Hantang's cinematic endeavors. Thank you all. Upon the release of Li Qiuping's video, it garnered tens of thousands of shares and likes, and as time passed, these numbers continued to rise. Among his followers are numerous domestic directors, stars, and figures from the entertainment industry, who swiftly engaged in detailed analyses and comparisons regarding the issues he raised. Chapter 101. The entire entertainment circle boycotts Xiao Kaitian. An analysis post that has surfaced online reveals the following. Chen Jingming, a director from the Hantang era, aged 46, is renowned for his work The Lost Land. He has excelled in the creation of period films. However, his recent projects have become increasingly obscure and convoluted. suggesting he is no longer a leading figure in the mainstream market. It is perplexing to witness his audacity in claiming the directorship of a science fiction film. Upon thorough investigation, I discovered that the production company backing this sci-fi endeavor is a recently established entity named Chishi Media Consulting, noteworthy for its complete lack of cinematic background or resources. Reportedly, their primary focus is on consulting services, which speaks volumes. A cursory analysis may lead one to suspect it is merely a shell company. The critical point remains that the funds in question are indeed substantial. This consulting firm in Haidu has secured a financing of 1 billion yuan from Fenghua Holdings. To suggest that there are no ulterior motives would be utterly naive. Upon deeper reflection, it is quite chilling. Moreover, the props are being produced by a well-known enterprise from the American Bollywood, which is indeed a legitimate investment. However, when discussing the production cost running into the hundreds of millions, anyone with a basic understanding of mathematics and economics can deduce the reality of the situation. Thus, I firmly believe that if this film's press conference is not merely a publicity stunt, it must be indicative of other underlying circumstances, warranting a thorough investigation by the relevant authorities. This extensive review was posted beneath Li Qiuping's Weibo and instantly garnered a significant number of shares, along with public skepticism about the film, catapulting it into trending discussions. Amid the fervent reposts by the bewildered public, mainstream media swiftly took notice of the shift, and relevant commentary began to emerge. Historically, Hantang cinema has produced a limited number of exceptional science fiction works, and the public's perception of sci-fi films remains largely dominated by Bollywood. While I wholeheartedly support genuine investments in sci-fi filmmaking, I must express my reservations if other motives are at play. Chen Jingming, as a director known for his realistic portrayals of various eras, may be well-suited for romantic dramas or historical films, even horror, but science fiction? I regret to declare that I have no intention of watching it, especially with effects that appear to be worth less than 5 mil. Ling Xian's acting is commendable, and the male lead, Li Lihua, is undeniably a major star. However, the disparity in their status raises suspicions regarding the film's attempt to capitalize on popularity. A comprehensive analysis suggests that this film is likely to be a mere cash grab. The online discourse is predominantly filled with disparaging remarks about Above the Dome, akin to a spark igniting a widespread inferno. In Beijing, at the headquarters of Su's Film and Media Group, controlled by the Su family, Su Jingyao zipped up his jacket, his face slightly flushed from intoxication, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Kaitian, how dare you venture into the entertainment industry? Truly, you forsake the path to heaven and choose to tread into hell. In front of him sat a woman clad in a red sweater, strikingly beautiful, who tossed her long hair. Ling Xian is the female lead in this film. She has crossed you, and we cannot allow her to rise. Certainly, since Ling Xian is so unappreciative, I shall not hesitate to ensure her complete ostracism within the entertainment industry. Su Jingyao slowly rolled up his sleeves, the obsidian cuffs shimmering with a bright gleam. You shall immediately contact acquaintances. Let us stoke the flames of this online uproar. By the time Chen Jingming and others took notice of the discourse circulating on the internet, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Initially, Li Lihua, originally slated for the male lead, was the first to issue a statement on Weibo. Today, I have observed numerous discussions online. Thus, my studio solemnly declares that the artist Li Lihua has never been in talks regarding participation in any related science fiction film. I hope that this rumor may cease with the wise. This succinct declaration effectively pronounced the death knell for the film consulted by Chishi Media. Upon the release of this statement, a wave of astonishment swept through the entertainment industry, with numerous directors, actors, and media personalities who had connections with Li Lihua promptly retweeting the post. It also served as a tacit acknowledgement of the dubious nature of the film associated with Chishi Media. Subsequently, Su's Film and Media Group issued a notice. Our artist, Ling Xian, having been nurtured by our company for many years, has egregiously violated pertinent regulations without remorse. Following the mutual termination of our contract, we have adhered to the principle of wishing you well as a sunny day. Today's revelation underscores that steadfastness is indeed the best approach in the entertainment realm. As an actor, honing one's craft and nurturing one's inner self is the true path to success. This announcement incited an immediate surge in accusations against Ling Xian, that scoundrel Li Lihua, and that despicable Su's Film and Media Group. Chen Jingming, in a fit of rage, shattered the teacup resting on the table. The sound of ceramic fragments crashing in the night was particularly jarring, leaving Lin Xiang, Guo Lei, and others pale with dread. This film had indeed involved private discussions with Li Lihua, and Shen Jingming had reached a verbal agreement with him, even confirming their schedules repeatedly. Yet, at the last moment, Li Lihua betrayed their understanding. However, this is the norm within the entertainment industry. Above the firmament is now universally condemned, and Li Lihua, valuing his reputation, certainly would not wade into this murky water. Online, individuals began to investigate the relationship between Qixi Media and General Xiao Tiantang Tianxia. Guolei, clutching her phone, felt the sweat pooling in her palms. What should we do? If investigations commence, the truth cannot be concealed. Xiao Kaitian established Qixi Media with the intention of serving as a strategic stronghold, yet he did not deliberately erase the connections between the two companies. Now, propelled by the intentions of certain individuals, the underlying Tiantang Tianxia gradually comes into public view, accompanied by a torrent of rumors regarding Xiao Kaitian's past. One particularly incisive post remarked, "If a talent like Xiao Kaitian can establish a company, then I believe everyone from the Han and Tang dynasties, numbering 20 billion, must be a boss." A phenomenon of resistance against Xiao Kaitian began to emerge within the entertainment industry. The personnel at Qixi Media appeared utterly powerless to respond. The intricacies of such maneuvers were beyond Guolei and others' comprehension, and Lin Xiang was even more bewildered. By the time they realized the gravity of the situation, they found themselves firmly positioned in the realm of public suppression. Zhao's phone remains powered off. Lin Xiang wiped his face, although it was winter. He was drenched in cold sweat. His academic qualifications were modest, and he was not particularly astute, yet he was not foolish. The potential failure of the film produced by Qixi Media Consulting could severely impact the operations of Qitang Tianxia in the future. The phrase "a complete collapse" aptly describes the current predicament. Unable to reach him, President Xiao remained oblivious to the unfolding crisis. Guolei's makeup had completely run, presenting a disheveled appearance, yet she paid it no mind, repeatedly dialing Xiao Kaitian's number. The mechanical voice echoed, "The number you have dialed is not available." With each repetition, the disappointment among the group deepened. "Call me. Keep calling through the night, until we get through." Shen Jingming furiously extinguished the nearly burnt-out cigarette, but in the ashtray. Chapter 102. The Phoenix Heaven Technique. It is quite commonplace for Xiao Kaitian's phone to be turned off, particularly on this day when he is set to welcome two significant guests, Bai Ko and Zhao Qixi. Their agreement to join the Qingtang Tianxia is not a trivial matter. Given that Xiao Kaitian is currently burdened with substantial debt, after careful consideration of various factors, he resolves to have both of them reside with him. Firstly, Bai Ko is a martial artist at the initial stages of the heavenly realm. Once a martial artist ascends to this realm, they may rightfully be called a master. With the expansion of Qixi Media Consulting, including Qingtang Tianxia, it is inevitable that challenges will arise. However, the presence of Bai Ko, a master, changes the dynamic significantly. In the Han and Tang enterprises, only 5-star companies can boast a master, and even then, such individuals are rarely resident. Only colossal entities like Penguin and Alibaba can publicly declare a resident master. This situation holds profound implications for Qixi Media Consulting and Qingtang Tianxia, which is why Xiao Kaitian places such high value on Bai Ko. He requires a formidable ally. As for Zhao Qixi, she is, in Xiao Kaitian's eyes, akin to himself, with the sole distinction being her lack of divine resources. However, as fellow inhabitants of the Central Axis universe, he feels a particular responsibility towards her. Moreover, given the precariousness of her existence, it is prudent to keep her close. Thus, when Xiao Kaitian suggested that the two women live with him, he did so without ulterior motives. He anticipated some hesitation, yet, to his surprise, both readily agreed. Upon returning home, the ever-nervous Uncle Zhong, delighted to see two women, unwittingly prepared an abundance of nourishing dishes for dinner. At last, the young master has come to his senses, otherwise, I would be failing the late master. Seeing Uncle Zhong on the verge of tears, Xiao Kaitian had no choice but to comfort him and send him away. However, when arranging a room for Zhao Qixi, Bai Ko's sharp tongue surfaced. Firstly, this community can only be deemed adequate in high due the security, sanitation, and property management do not meet expectations. It is too far from the bustling commercial complex. And this building is at least 15 years old, with potential areas needing renovation. The room's decor is excessively simplistic. It may suit a man, but it is certainly unsuitable for Xiao Qi. The built-in sofa and other furnishings are likely of inferior quality. I shall replace them all. Upon entering the house, she promptly produced a notebook, meticulously listing all her grievances. Of course, You will bear all the costs incurred. Xiao Kaitian felt a headache brewing, pondering whether involving these two women was a wise decision. Nonetheless, he must take responsibility. For the moment, he set Zhao Qix's matters aside and focused on transforming Bai Kou's accommodations. The three of them settled down, fragrant flower tea laid before them. Unable to resist the enticing aroma, Xiao Kaitian took a deep breath and initiated the conversation. In the spirit of our collaboration, I would like to offer everything I possess. Master Bai, if you do not mind, could you share a copy of the techniques you practice? Call me Bai Kou. Bai Kou, with her legs crossed, delicately savored her floral tea, inquiring, what do you desire my cultivation method for? It is designed for women. Are you contemplating a transformation? The conversation was becoming increasingly difficult for Xiao Kaitian, who licked his lips and replied, I can modify your technique, enabling you to swiftly acquire the power of the next dimensional world, preparing us for our ascension. In truth, the method he could alter would directly connect to the central axis of the universe. Bai Kou nearly spat out her tea, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. You can modify techniques? Indeed, he affirmed. Are you truly Xiao Kaitian, or have you been possessed by a wanderer? She probed. Xiao Kaitian found communication to be quite challenging. Was this truly the focus of her concern? He wiped his face. I am Xiao Kaitian. In any case, do you desire a new technique? Humph. With a flick of her wrist, Bai Kou produced a slim volume from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Xiao Kaitian. Upon receiving it, he observed the title Huang Tianju inscribed upon it, which seemed quite promising. Enveloping the book with his divine essence, he swiftly extracted its contents, shaking his head gently. The method was indeed commendable. Its overall principles were sound, yet the overarching thought process was confined to this dimensional space. Should Bai Kou continue practicing in this manner, she would remain at the realm of a master for her entire life. Suddenly, a radiant sphere of golden light erupted from his hand, encasing the entire book. The perimeter of the golden light flowed with numerous strange characters and patterns. In an instant, the golden sphere began to spin at high velocity, transforming the book into countless tiny black dots that swirled within the golden glow. With a humming vibration, the golden light intensified, and the multitude of black dots began to coalesce, reforming into distinct characters, settling anew. This was an expression of Xiao Kaitian's unique skill, capable of sequentially conjuring any desired effect in a technique, consuming 4 orbs of divine essence. After this manifestation, he was left with only 2 orbs of divine light. This Bai Kou's mind momentarily stalled. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her brow. She was eager to commence her practice, wondering who would interrupt at such a moment. However, as a guest, she held her tongue, and Xiao Qixi did not express any objections. Moreover, after this brief incident, her perception of Xiao Kaitian had been completely transformed. Was he a fool? Had he been possessed? He was nothing short of a prodigy. Though she had not yet begun her practice, the earlier descriptions of the technique had already revealed its extraordinary nature. Firstly, it did not require her to start from scratch, deconstructing and reconstructing her abilities. Instead, it allowed for a seamless enhancement, deepening her power while preserving her existing strength and experience unlike any she had ever encountered. The torment of interruption when one is eager to delve into practice was profound. She cast a cold gaze at Xiao Kaitian, who, feeling helpless, noted that Uncle Zhang had already retired for the evening and wondered who could arrive so late. With a sigh, he opened the door. Oh, Xiao Kaitian. At the entrance stood a man and a woman. The man leaned casually against the door with one hand, blowing a bubble with his gum, and greeted with a hint of disdain. They were none other than Yin Xian and Lin Dandan from the Haida Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 103. Resource Exchange. It is you. Is there something amiss? Xiao Kaitian possessed an exceptional memory. He did not need to make a conscious effort to remember, as the essence of everything he encountered was deeply imprinted in his mind. He recognized these 2 individuals from before. They were from the Haida Martial Arts Institute, mid-level martial cultivators, here to investigate the disappearance of San Chuan Fu Yi. Yin Xian chuckled silently, while Lin Dandan presented her credentials. Xiao Kaitian, is it? To be succinct, we suspect you may be connected to the case of San Chuan Fu Yi's disappearance. We request your cooperation in visiting the Haida Martial Arts Institute. San Chuan Fu Yi? Xiao Kaitian raised an eyebrow. He indeed had a hand in the individual's disappearance, but any explanation involving a dimensional strike would likely render him mad in the eyes of the majority. He shook his head in denial. Apologies, but I have no recollection of this person. This was the truth. After San Chuan Fu Yi's demise, Xiao Kaitian was unaware of his appearance. You. Lin Danden's anger flared. Yet she gritted her teeth in restraint. Furthermore, you are a martial cultivator, yet our investigation reveals no record of you within the Hantang martial arts system. This matter requires further inquiry. Is it mandatory for martial cultivators to be recorded? Xiao Kaitian scoffed. What martial arts system? To me, it appears to be a mere trifle. I am a descendant of the Xiao family from the capital. Is it not entirely normal for a scion of a prestigious family to practice martial arts? You cannot possibly think that your martial arts system would accept me. Lin Danden was momentarily speechless, suddenly recalling that Xiao Kaitian was the sole heir of the esteemed Xiao family, one of the 8 great families of the capital. It was indeed customary for such individuals to pursue martial arts. Additionally, according to the records, he was considered a fool. Moreover, many scions of noble families practiced martial arts primarily for self-defense and physical conditioning, often as nominal disciples. It was not unusual for their records to be absent from the martial arts system, as their cultivation levels typically remain below the Xian realm. However, if Xiao Kaitian were capable of eliminating San Chuan Fu Yi, it indicated that his strength was at least at the level of the Earth realm or higher. Individuals of such caliber warranted monitoring and documentation by the martial arts community. Yin Xian's demeanor grew cold as he listened. When did a mere rogue cultivator gain the audacity to challenge the martial arts world? This has nothing to do with your personal preferences. The rules of the martial arts community are not to be broken by anyone. The so-called rules are meant to be challenged and redefined, Xiao Kaitian shot back. He would never join the Hantang martial arts system. He was not a martial cultivator. The conversation immediately reached an impasse. The atmosphere thick with tension as both parties remained on high alert. Should a conflict arise here, the entire neighborhood would be affected. Yin Xian, Lin Danden. Are you two simply bored and seeking trouble? A cool, incisive female voice suddenly broke through the tension. Master Bai Ko had entered the fray, her sharp tongue unleashed. What time is it? Disturbing the lives of ordinary people at this hour. Xiao Kaitian may be a fool, but why does his involvement in martial arts concern you? Is your institute in dire need of personnel? Are the salaries and benefits truly that enticing? If not, be gone at once. With that, she gracefully approached and positioned herself at the doorway, instantly diminishing the imposing presence of the 2 martial cultivators. Be Bai Ko, Master Bai. Yin Xian swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts, while Lin Danden wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Neither of them had anticipated encountering a master at Xiao Kaitian's residence, especially one clad in a leisurely bathrobe, exuding an aura of relaxation. The esteemed Master Bai, Lin Danden felt compelled to intervene. We are here against our will, tasked with investigating the disappearance of San Chuan Fu Yi. This individual is a high-ranking Onmyoji from the island nation. This revelation left Lin Danden dumbfounded. She had never witnessed such a resolution to a case before. Is there a problem? Am I not capable of dealing with a high-ranking Onmyoji? Bai Ko stepped forward, an immense pressure emanating from her presence, causing both Yin Xian and Lin Danden to involuntarily grunt and step back. That is not how one should address me, Master Bai. Yin Xian could not help but elaborate. We are from the Haidu Martial Arts Institute, and we are obliged to handle matters according to protocol. We cannot. Bang. Before he could complete his sentence, he was sent flying, crashing into a small tree several meters away and rolling on the ground in a most undignified manner. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Bai Ko remarked, adjusting her bathrobe. Qingzhe and Qintong would respectfully address me as Sister Bai upon seeing me, yet you dare to raise your voice before me. With that, she swung the door shut, completely disregarding the embarrassed Lin Danden and effectively barring them from entry. Xiao Kaitian wiped his face, suddenly finding Bai Ko to be quite to his liking. Her manner of conducting herself and her sharp tongue were undeniably impressive. He felt a sense of anticipation regarding future interactions within the martial arts community. I, Bai Ko, have never owed anyone a favor, she declared, propping up her long leg and glancing at Zhao Qishi. Why aren't you drinking your tea? Zhao Qishi silently lifted her floral tea cup and took a delicate sip. Xiao Kaitian cast a sidelong glance at her, then looked at the floral tea before him, infused with the subtle aromas of rose and lavender, and took a drink. Regarding Xiao Qi's situation, you must provide a solution promptly. Bai Ko nodded in satisfaction. As for the state of the martial arts world, or any inquiries you may have, I can share insights. Consider it a mutual exchange of resources. If there is a challenge match. Xiao Kaitian lowered his gaze and set down his teacup. A trivial matter. It's an opportune moment for me to practice my new techniques using them as sparring partners. It was evident that Bai Ko was in high spirits. and she readily agreed. It seemed that someone was seeking to alleviate their boredom by finding themselves tasks to undertake. Xiao Kaitian mused with a slight smirk. Chapter 104. The genius operator Zhao Qishi believed that Zhao Qishi and Bai Ko would have little interest in the business meeting. One was ailing and the other a martial artist. However, upon hearing about his itinerary, both immediately insisted on accompanying him. Reluctantly, Xiao Kaitian brought the two of them to the 46th floor conference room of Qi Tang Tiantian's main building. Unlike the last time, there were not only the familiar old employees Lin Xiang, Qin Jingming, and Ling Xian present, but also an increased number of newcomers, including Zhao Qishi and Bai Ko. The list of newly added personnel for the second board meeting of Qi Tang Tiantian is as follows. Deputy General Manager of Division, Qishi Media Consulting. Guolei. Female specialty. Utilizing gentleness and beauty to control the atmosphere hobby. Making money goal. To establish Qishi Media Consulting as the strongest and most professional consulting firm. Specially appointed consultant. Jameson. Male specialty. Crafting various props hobby. Creating diverse props goal. To produce the best and most realistic props in the world. Specially appointed consultant. Tang Tian. Female specialty. Public relations and socializing hobby. Competing with Guolei goal. To surpass Guolei in all aspects. Security director. Bai Ko. Female specialty. Martial arts hobby. Flower tea goal. To protect Zhao Qishi. Unspecified position. Zhao Qishi. Female specialty. Unknown hobby. Unknown goal. To pass the time. This is the foundational information about the new personnel. The 30-meter-long red rosewood table was only half occupied at that moment, indicating a future need for continuous recruitment of talent and observing the employee ratio. It was evident that there was a significant gender imbalance. Xiao Kaitian began by introducing Zhao Qishi and Bai Ko briefly. He knew little about Zhao Qishi and only mentioned her in passing. As for Bai Ko, he considered her for the position of security director, which perfectly matched her qualifications as a martial arts master. After his remarks, he glanced at the two, noting that they merely looked down, tacitly consenting to this arrangement. Out of politeness, everyone nodded to greet Xiao, but their minds were elsewhere. Among them, Guolei seemed to be the only one with an official appointment, her dark circles indicating a sleepless night. In summary, we mishandled the situation. After the press conference last night, we failed to contain a series of reactions in a timely manner. The Su Film and Media Group was my previous contracting company, and the termination was quite unpleasant. Ling Xian sighed, rubbing her temples, appearing somewhat exasperated. I bear some responsibility for this as well. I truly cannot comprehend your Han Tang people. Your vision is rather lacking. Jameson remarked with disdain. It's still my fault for lacking education. Brother Xiao. Director Xiao, perhaps I should step down from this general manager position. Lin Xiang stated during his resignation speech. Xiao Kaitian gently tapped his fingers on the rosewood table, producing a soft rhythmic sound, while others spoke at length. He maintained a stoic expression. Finally, when the discussion had reached its peak, he spoke up. The greatest responsibility for this matter lies with me. Since we have decided to produce a film, we lack the necessary segments for management and public relations, which is indeed our shortcoming. Moreover, we lack communication with mainstream media and cinema resources, and in the future, we shall require a team capable of such endeavors. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Xiao Kaitian's eyes. Crises are not to be feared, but rather the absence of strategies to confront and resolve them. As a leader, it is imperative for him to ponder these issues. Henceforth, I shall allocate 50 million. Director Chun, the development of the related departments is entrusted to you. To the director of the film department, please seek out a talented individual for me, and regarding the salary, feel free to propose any amount. A self-reflective captain. He is one who will follow for a lifetime. We should not always anticipate the worst. Xiao Kaitian smiled gently, encouraging his staff. After all, this film has at least achieved some promotional impact. Indeed, Guolei remarked with a wry smile while holding a stack of data. Online, it has been vilified beyond recognition. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room. Even Xiao Kaitian could not help but ponder, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, Zhao Qishi gently tugged at Bai Ko's sleeve. And Bai Ko understood her intent. Where are the data? Please bring them here. Additionally, I require 2 computers. Do we have any? The crowd was at a loss. Exchanging puzzled glances, and Xiao Kaitian, taken aback, nodded in acquiescence. Such tasks were Lin Xiang's forte. Previously, Qi Tang Tianxia had a stockpile of office computers, and he, alongside Qin Jingming, swiftly returned with an all-in-one unit each. The equipment was not the latest model, merely standard office computers. Would that suffice? Lin Xiang inquired as he set up the machines. Bai Kou nodded, guiding Zhao Qishi to the computers. She took the hefty stack of materials collected by Guolei and handed them to Zhao Qishi. Zhao Qishi received the documents, removing her sunglasses to reveal her striking dark eyes, and rapidly flipped through the materials, spending no more than 3 seconds on each page. Intriguingly, while others remained oblivious, Xiao Kaidian discerned a subtle flow of energy in Zhao Qishi's gaze as she perused the data. Indeed, a fellow compatriot, her capabilities were commendable. After swiftly reviewing the materials, amidst the astonished gazes of her colleagues, she deftly manipulated both computers' mice and keyboards simultaneously, the screens flashing through pages at an astonishing pace, transitioning to the next before anyone could fully comprehend the previous one. The entire assembly gathered behind Zhao Qishi, eyes wide in disbelief, yet unable to grasp the displayed content, as the screens changed several times every few seconds. Uncertain of what transpired, they were nonetheless awestruck by her remarkable speed. After a solid 10 minutes of relentless operation, Zhao Qishi paused, softly uttering, "Bai Kou." The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, utterly impressed by her audacity. Chapter 105. Implementing a dimensional strike on the Han and Tang entertainment circles. Zhao Qishi was not fond of conversing. Indeed, she abhorred it, primarily due to her physical condition, which rendered her breath insufficient for prolonged speech. She methodically tapped the keyboard, articulating a detailed operational plan in written form, while Bai Kou stood behind her, reciting it aloud, phrase by phrase. Currently, from the perspective of traffic data, the film Above the Firmament had only reached a threshold level of popularity according to trending data analysis. In truth, the number of individuals following it was rather limited. The overall resistance from the entertainment industry was merely confined to a temporary topic initiated by insiders. The long-term data and audience reactions could not sustain the fervor. Thus, from this data interpretation, we could arrive at such conclusions. Tang Tian, you are responsible for contacting Haidu and the primary water army companies of the Han and Tang eras, investing funds to further hype this topic. Remember, you must thoroughly ignite the discussion, ideally elevating it to a phenomenon-level event. Tang Tian was momentarily stunned. External public relations was her forte, yet Bai Kou's words perplexed her. How to hype it? Under the current circumstances, I believe our counter-narrative lacks dominance. There is no need for a counterattack. Rather, we should ride the wave of the opponent's narrative. Simply put, continue to criticize Above the Firmament, transforming it into a national-level topic. Tang Tian felt dizzy. Was such a tactic even viable? She turned her gaze towards Xiao Kaidian, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to lick her lips and respond, "Understood, Director Chen." Bai Kou disregarded Tang Tian's discomfort and continued her repetition. You must closely collaborate with Jameson to produce a preliminary documentary. The several robots developed by the company last time. General Xiao will oversee the program upgrades. The intelligence needs further enhancement. This preliminary documentary should focus on straightforward filming techniques, avoiding a technical or realistic approach. There is no need for lengthy theoretical discussions. The simpler and more straightforward, the better. Ideally, it should be comprehensible even to elementary school students. As for whether our company's products are commercialized or practical, that topic should not be mentioned at all. Let the audience provide their own critiques after viewing. The 3 individuals mentioned nodded in unison, their agreement unspoken, while Chen Jingming pondered, his eyes illuminating with insight. Ling Xian would participate in the documentary, serving as a precursor to the film. As for the promotional channels, devise your own strategies. The materials referenced a Wang Dong from today's perspective, who intended to create a network column about films. This avenue could be worth considering. The discussions at Qishi Media Consulting continued, but it could no longer consist solely of students. Individuals from general society were also invited to participate. We should extend invitations to those with social standing, while also seeking journalists and media personnel who could assist with promotion. Guolei, this segment is entirely entrusted to you. Guolei opened her notebook, promptly jotting down points to pay attention to. Commands were rapidly issued, and many present possessed some understanding of commercial operations. Yet, within such a short time frame, the ability to provide a detailed and multifaceted approach elicited a sense of respect in the gazes directed at Zhao Qishi. Indeed, she was a genius strategist. Remember, our product encompasses film, both in concept and practical application, aiming to transcend tradition and lead the times. This is our advantage, yet also our greatest vulnerability, as the general populace currently fails to perceive our brilliance. Our task is to promote ourselves in a straightforward and comprehensive manner. In summary, we must implement a dimensional assault on the Hantang Entertainment Circle. This commanding declaration invigorated all participants in the meeting. Zhao Qixu's series of measures may appear insignificant when viewed individually, yet their strategic entry points are remarkably astute. Once combined, the potential impact is unimaginable. The filming of the movie must be expedited. It is our ace in turning the tide. Additionally, the commercialization of our products, once achieved, will reverse the current unfavorable public opinion. Do you understand? Xiao Kaitian displayed a look of astonishment, realizing that Zhao Qixu, despite her frail condition, possessed such remarkable talent. He felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. These two individuals, one a master, the other a genius, particularly in commercial operations, would undoubtedly fortify the operational planning system of Qi Tang Tianxia with Zhao Qixu's assistance. Given this, the investment in the film will likely need to be strengthened. And post-production assistance from Jameson should be sought, utilizing certain technologies from the United States. As for funding, Fenghua Holdings can continue to seek financing, and I will persuade the Tang family. Tang Tian, too, was invigorated. This was her first project, and given the current trend, the profits would be substantial. Once successful, her position as the heir of the Tang family would be assured. All right, Xiao Kaitian agreed without hesitation. At this juncture, there was no turning back. As the saying goes, victory belongs to the brave when paths converge. Since the Hantang Entertainment Circle has sought us out, we shall embrace the challenge. We will execute the plan just established with full force and engage the entertainment industry in battle. Understood. The group began to gather their notebooks and pens, each person revitalized, standing tall as they went about their tasks. Once everyone had departed, Xiao Kaitian turned his attention to Zhao Qixu. From now on, consider Qingtang Tianxia your own company. You may come and go as you please, and you have the right to access all materials and resources. Bai Ko rarely exhibited a smile, her eyes reflecting a rare softness. It's unusual to see you in such good spirits. This nearly defunct company still requires your intervention. She paid no heed to Xiao Kaitian's icy gaze. Zhao Qixu slowly donned her sunglasses, hesitating for a moment before uttering a single phrase. Because I am bored. Chapter 106. It is not a matter of money in a modest office of the Haida Martial Arts Institute. Cheng Zhe and Chen Tongren sat with stern expressions, while Yan Xian and Lin Dandan stood before them. Yan Xian bore the marks of a recent altercation. His face bruised and disheveled, and Lin Dandan, with her head bowed, betrayed the gravity of the situation without uttering a word. Did Bai Ko admit to killing San Chuan Fu-yi while she was with Xiao Kaitian? Chen Tongren inhaled deeply, the air thick with smoke despite the air conditioning. As the four of them crowded into the small space, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Is it likely that this Xiao Kaitian is a martial practitioner? Indeed, Yan Xian retorted, his voice laced with indignation. We were merely following orders, yet that witch Bai has reduced me to this state. Deputy Director, she is openly defying the Haidu Martial Arts Institute. Chen Tongren shot him a sidelong glance, dismissing the foolishness of Yan Xian. A mid-level practitioner who dared to challenge a master. Even he, at the pinnacle of his realm, would still refer to Bai Ko with respect. The notion of dragging him and Qingzhen into this mess was utterly preposterous. He filtered out such thoughts entirely. Since Bai Ko has chosen to align herself with Xiao Kaitian, it raises significant concerns about his character. Lin Dandan, what are your thoughts? Lin Dandan lifted her gaze, weariness evident in her eyes. Initially, we suspected that the disappearance or death of San Chuan Fu-yi was closely linked to Xiao Kaitian. As we theorized, he was at least a martial practitioner of the Earth realm. However, there are no signs of martial fluctuations emanating from him, leading us to speculate that he may possess some secret family artifacts. Our purpose in visiting was to ascertain the specifics. Little did we know that Master Bai would be present. Her overbearing nature made it impossible to conduct a thorough investigation. Xiao Kaitian is undoubtedly a martial practitioner. According to the reports from the challenge event, he has participated twice and emerged victorious on both occasions. Deputy Director. If Xiao Kaitian is indeed a martial practitioner of the Earth realm or above, he must be integrated into the martial arts system for monitoring, as per the established regulations. He swallowed hard. You both still require further experience. In due time, there will be a conference for the martial arts community, and shifts in leadership within the various institutes may occur. It is crucial to maintain composure and avoid haste. Bai Ko is notorious, known as the White Witch, and has a history of challenging others. Many have fallen to her prowess. Consider the implications of her association with Xiao Kaitian. What kind of person is he really? If we propose to incorporate Xiao Kaitian into our ranks and he eventually enters the martial arts domain, how will we manage if he becomes uncontrollable? Yan Xian and Lin Dandan exchanged glances, realization dawning upon them. Indeed, the director's insight was sharp as ever. Lin Dandan elaborated, however. If Xiao Kaitian enters the martial arts community, he could directly challenge him, clarifying his level of mastery. What rank of martial practitioner is Xiao Kaitian? And how does that concern us? Qingzhi remarked with a smile, addressing both of them. On the contrary, Xiao Kaitian possesses the same right to issue challenges. At this moment, Yan Xian and Lin Dandan fully comprehended that Qingzhi's approach was one of self-preservation, deftly shifting the problematic inquiries to higher authorities, thereby evading responsibility. He planned to navigate through a few more years until retirement. Speaking of which, wasn't there a high-ranking ninja from the island nation coming to Haidu? What was his role in this? What a mess this all was. Qingzhi sighed heavily, placing his teacup down upon the table. In a few days, the elders from the Yingshan Chiman sect will arrive. They will undoubtedly seek out Xiao Kaitian. Please follow up accordingly. Understood. Remember, regardless of what transpires, we must refrain from taking action ourselves. Let others be the provocateurs. Got it. The preparations for the martial arts event were proceeding with great urgency, while Xiao Kaitian's side was also unfolding methodically. The production of the documentary was entrusted to Chen Jingming and Jameson, with Tang Tian responsible for external communications, and everything was progressing remarkably well. However, Guo Lei faced a conundrum. The staff responsible for invitations were all dejected. As she perused the invitation results, her frown deepened. For the upcoming discussion meeting, as per Zhao Qishi's request, they had increased invitations to prominent social figures and journalists, yet thus far, not a single person had accepted. The primary reasons were twofold. First, the recent direction of public opinion had tarnished the reputation of Qishi Media Consulting. Many turned us down upon hearing our name. Additionally, the event itself lacked substantial recognition. Moreover, the theme of this session was somewhat politically sensitive, leaving many uncertain about the core points of our discussion, and worried about excessive involvement. We hardly had a moment to clarify. The employees began voicing their concerns, and Guo Lei's brow furrowed deeply, if this were the case. The situation was dire. She snapped the cap of her pen in frustration. Just then, the office door swung open, and Lin Xiang, clad in a gray trench coat and appearing quite weary, entered, noticing the cluster of individuals. What has happened here? President Lin, Guo Lei sighed, rising to elucidate the issue. She initially assumed Lin Xiang would share her concern, but to her surprise, he shook his head. What's the fuss? Do we have someone familiar? Pass me a number. Yes, this is Professor Wang from Jiaodong University, an associate professor in the Department of Social Sciences. I've met him a few times. Guo Lei handed over a piece of paper. Lin Xiang took it without hesitation and dialed the number. Seconds later, the call connected, and a smile spread across his face. Professor Wang, this is Lin Xiang from Qishi Media Consulting, a colleague of Guo Lei. She should have briefed you. We would like to invite you to the next discussion meeting. Oh, I sincerely apologize. I've been quite busy with courses lately. You see, the attendance fee is 5,000 yuan. Lin Xiang chuckled. Ah, it's not a matter of money. However, the theme of your session carries significant political undertones. The attendance fee is 10,000, which is why we require your oversight, Professor Wang. With your presence, the direction of the discussion will be more precise. However, this is not my area of expertise, and it also involves commercial aspects. Then it is settled. Please come over to assist us. There is no ulterior motive. Very well. Do send me the details regarding the time and location. Lin Xiang hung up the phone and remarked, see, resolving issues is quite simple. One must always maintain a sincere attitude. Chapter 107. The third public discussion forum. This recent maneuver has instantly captivated all the employees present, enhancing the stature of General Manager Lin Xiang in their eyes. Even Guo Lei finds herself utterly impressed, affirming that Xiao Kaitian's decision to appoint Lin Xiang as General Manager was indeed justified. Lin Xiang, putting away his phone, addresses the employees. You must remember the essence of our work at Qishi Media Consulting, which is consultation. Is it merely profit? Lin Xiang's strategy merits emulation. With a demonstrative example at hand, the employees find their subsequent invitations significantly more successful. Professor Zhang, I understand that you do not place much value on the attendance fee of 20,000. What we truly seek is your insights and guidance, to prevent the present-day restless youth from taking missteps. Director Lin, we greatly value your expertise. Within this region, no one can compare to you. Of course, The attendance fee of 30,000 serves as recognition of your professionalism. After some negotiations, aside from a few individuals unable to attend due to personal reasons, the majority of the targeted professionals have agreed to come. With experts on board, securing media invitations becomes considerably easier. Moreover, recent controversial topics surrounding Chishi Media Consulting have attracted considerable local media attention, resulting in an overwhelming turnout on the day of the discussion forum. With the first seaside venue bustling with attendees, causing staff like you made us sweat profusely. Old Wong, I didn't expect you to join us. I thought you had no interest in this discussion forum. How could you say that? While it may not be a formal academic exchange, this forum provides young minds with fresh perspectives. I believe the work of Chishi Media Consulting holds significant social value. Indeed, although we are growing older, the pursuit of knowledge knows no bounds. I came here with a mindset of learning. Engaging with professionals from various fields has always been our aspiration. This exchange among experts contrasts sharply with the conversation among reporters. Have you heard? Sue's Film and Media has issued a ban on the entertainment industry, launching a full-scale assault on Chishi Media Consulting. Isn't that akin to an elephant trampling an ant? Li Xiaoping has also reached out to the director and actor circles to blacklist Qin Jingming. Do you think Qin Jingming is foolish for boarding such a sinking ship? Not necessarily. While the ant is small, if it crawls into the elephant's ear, it can cause quite a disturbance. I've heard that behind Chishi, there's a conglomerate. Nonsense. It's a company on the verge of bankruptcy, a branch of the Xiao family. Rumors are rampant, claiming the owner is a fool. I was involved in this project initially. The financing was substantial, but now it seems to have stalled. I wonder how it resurfaced. Regardless, it appears the entertainment industry is in for some drama, which is why my boss summoned me to explore the hot topics. Look at Wang Dong from today's Focus. The person beside him is the very owner we just mentioned. It is said that Wang Dong has created a column for Chishi Media Consulting. This indeed feels like a desperate gamble. News emphasizes agility and swiftness, allowing for a comprehensive view of potential traffic. Thus, one could argue that Wang Dong has not truly taken a leap of faith. However, students and individuals from various sectors of society are quite different. From the outset, Chishi Media Consulting declared its intention to produce a film, which I initially dismissed as a mere fabrication, to my astonishment. It turned out to be true, a science fiction film, a genre that is nearly taboo in the Han and Tang cinematic realms. I did watch the press conference. While other media outlets may be disregarded, I suggest you peruse the column in today's Focus. The technology discussed there is truly remarkable, and if realized, it would undoubtedly herald a revolutionary transformation. Those are merely sci-fi props, do not be naive. There is anticipation, of course. This marks my third attendance. Not driven by the modest attendance fee of 500 yuan, but rather by my belief that this innovative discussion format represents a trend for the future of commerce. Only companies willing to burn cash can bring such ideas to fruition, which regular enterprise would venture into this realm. Just securing funding for research and development is a commendable feat. Onlookers await the spectacle. This year promises to be exceptionally thrilling. A myriad of perspectives exists among different demographics. And this divergence in focus is precisely the reason Xiao Kaitian has consistently organized these discussions. Coupled with Zhao Qishi's strategic approach, the event's popularity surged dramatically. Not to mention that many students, who are essentially the primary carriers of online traffic, have rapidly propelled information regarding this discussion into trending searches through Weibo, social circles, and various group recommendations, landing it in the top 30. This success is undoubtedly aided by the operations of the Water Army, coordinated by Tang Tian. Upon monitoring the data, Tang Tian announced a full-scale offensive, with the Water Army supporting the film above the dome mobilizing in unison, starkly contrasting with those backing Chishi Media Consulting. This negative news also infiltrated trending searches, securing a firm position at 17th. Under the leadership of Qin Jingming, Qintang Tianxia has begun to establish a public relations and network monitoring department, consolidating data to share within the company's upper management groups. During the discussion, dedicated personnel handled the live broadcast, allowing attendees to enjoy gourmet food while watching the live stream. A splendid option indeed. Everyone praised Chishi Media Consulting's initiative, leading to a flurry of endorsements across various channels. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock in the morning that entry was deemed complete. The 1,000-square-foot conference room was packed to capacity. Journalists set up cameras along the aisles, making movement nearly impossible. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Guolei, adorned in high heels and a deep blue women's suit complemented by a violet shirt, confidently ascended the podium, placing her materials down with a smile. Hello, everyone. I sincerely thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the third public discussion of Chishi Media Consulting. I am your host, Gwale. I trust that you have already reviewed the key points for today's discussion, so I shall not waste your valuable time. I hereby declare that the third public discussion is officially underway.